The loud noise startled Tang Lei. He instinctively sensed something was wrong. The next second, he saw Yelena suddenly reach out and pull, twisting her wrist. Caught completely off guard, Tang Lei didn't even see how she moved. He was just suddenly dizzy. Thump! Tang Lei was slammed onto the stool, followed by a warm sensation on his legs. Yelena flipped over and sat on him, her slender legs wrapped tightly around his waist. The whole process took less than 3 seconds. Brother Tang. Tang Lei, what the hell? What's going on? Xiao yeah, calm down, Tang Lei turned his head and saw Yelena's seat. 2 empty wine bottles. Tang Lei, hiss. Xiao yeah, you're drunk. Yelena rubbed against Tang Lei, dissatisfied, and hugged him tightly. I'm not drunk. I'm not drunk. Brother Tang. I'm so happy. You'll take me to Daxia, and find a new mother. You're not lying to me, right? Tang Lei, get down first. He struggled a bit and sat up straight. You go first, Yelena said reluctantly. Don't lie to me. I will. She stopped mid-sentence, her eyes glazing over. Tang Lei looked at her bewildered expression and wanted to laugh. You'll eat people? Yes. I'll eat, Brother Tang. Bang! She unconsciously slapped the table. Tang Lei saw another handprint on the metal sheet and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Alright, when has Brother Tang ever lied to you? Get down. If she didn't get down soon, he'd have to test his abilities. Yelena, however, wouldn't let go, clinging to Tang Lei like a bull. Actually, it's not a big deal not having a new mom. As long as I'm with Brother Tang, that's enough. There'll be endless delicious food. Tang Lei, very good, very true. Go ahead. There'll be plenty more food later. Get down first. Tang Lei was helpless. Little Yelena, are you testing the great magician with this? Yelena, holding onto the unavoidable bowl, was satisfied and nodded repeatedly. Brother Tang, you're so good to me. I want to be good to you too. She slapped Tang Lei's leg generously, her words mumbled. Elbow. Come inside with me. The words had barely left her lips when, thump. Before Tang Lei could even speak, 2 people at the door suddenly went weak in the knees and collapsed to the ground. That's outrageous. That's tigerish language. The Dennis and Bawan brothers, sitting on the ground, pointed at Yelena with trembling hands. You, let go of Chef Tang. Chef Tang, run. Don't be fooled by her looks, she can kill you. Tang Lei hesitated. Could he run now? It wasn't impossible, but if he pushed her, he'd inevitably bump into something even more. Cough. Tang Lei tentatively patted a less dangerous spot. Little yeah. Thump. Another muffled thud. Old Bawan stood at the entrance of the 5th canteen, one hand holding his belt, his eyes wide. Daughter, what are you doing? She went to sit there. He looked at Tang Lei warily, one hand instinctively reaching for his pocket. Tang Lei quickly patted Yelena. No, I can explain. Little yeah, wake up. Yelena, huff. Okay. I fell asleep immediately. Tang Lei was speechless. Wait a minute before you sleep. You haven't even entered this room yet. What room are you going into? Old Bawan, bleary-eyed from drunkenness, groped over, a cold glint in his hand. He was already holding a kitchen knife. Old Bawan, calm down. The Dennis brothers scrambled over. That's Chef Tang. Amidst the chaos, and Tang Lei completely bewildered, he finally heard a soft voice. It was like heavenly music. Tang Lei quickly said, Yelena, get up. Okay, wow. Yelena opened her eyes groggily, realized where she was, and suddenly cried out in surprise. I'm sorry, Brother Tang, how could I, Dad, put the knife down. Yelena was at a loss, her little face flushed red. What's wrong, daughter? Old Bawan was still numb. I think I drank too much. I accidentally. Tang Lei quickly raised his hand to stop her. I'm fine. You're just drunk. Go back and rest. What could she do? Impossible. He silently straightened his clothes. Really? Old Bawan wasn't fully sober either, still somewhat doubtful. Yes, Yelena said repeatedly. Just a brief moment of wakefulness, and her eyes began to dart around again. Dad, you're drunk too. Let's go back first. Old Bawan, I still need to help Tang. No need. Tang Lei rubbed the spot on his thigh where he had just been slapped hard, wincing. I can handle it. You guys go. Oh right, don't drink and drive. Go find Commander Anton. Okay, Yelena obediently agreed, swaying as she helped her father out. When they reached Dennis's side, she suddenly stopped. You too. Just now, were you trying to steal Tang Ge from me? She clenched her fist. No. The Dennis brothers, quick-witted as ever, coaxed and lied. After finally seeing her off, they wiped their sweat, gathered around, and sighed. Tang, you've gotten yourself into big trouble. Tang Lei rubbed his leg. What's this? She was just drunk. Besides, Yelena is a pretty girl when she's sober. Why are you acting like this? Dennis and Bawan exchanged a glance and sighed deeply. Tang, you're still too young. You've never been married, have you? Women, before marriage, are like flowers. After marriage, they're like wolves and tigers. Tang Lei. He touched his nose. Is it really that serious? Wait a minute? He carefully examined the two brothers. No, it's only been a few days? What happened to you guys? You've lost weight, you're darker, and what's with those dark circles under your eyes? Did you get beaten up? Heh, Dennis said weakly, I'd rather have been beaten up. Ivan grinned, didn't a group of female prisoners come before? Sigh, it was our bad luck. A few years ago, we thought we were young and strong, and we messed with a female devil. She's here again this time. We're paying our dues. Tang Lei suddenly understood. Damn, that's so euphemistic. Isn't that just bluffing? No wonder he collapsed on the floor at the door. So his back and legs were aching. Even the self-proclaimed energetic fighting nation is afraid to go inside. Dennis grumbled, don't laugh, Tang. You'll be sorry when you get married and move in. I'm fearless. Tang Lei laughed loudly, finally standing up. Alright, you two have worked hard. Come on, clean up first, I'll go get a few more dishes. The main group of prisoners should be arriving soon. The Dennis brothers nodded, sighed, and began to quickly tidy up. Tang Lei went into the kitchen, stretched his arms and legs, and started cooking a pot of soup. There were still 3 side dishes left over, enough for the first round. He could cook a second batch while the prisoners were eating. However, while busy working, Tang Lei saw the two brothers' miserable faces and felt a pang of pity. Well, maybe he should check again. The gas station? To talk about the history of human research on gas stations. That has a long history and can be found everywhere. But truly outrageous cases are few and far between. For example, a river in South Korea tested positive for excessive levels of a substance called X. The Great Xia dynasty also has its own unique methods in this regard, namely, their food is incredibly bizarre. For example, 2,000 years ago, the Great Xia dynasty proposed using the principle of like cures like and deficiency to compensate for deficiency. They even went so far as to try it with boys' urine. And even more absurdly, 1,000 years later, scientific verification revealed that this stuff actually does have a tiny bit of effect. But this was really not something to discuss in the kitchen. Tang Lei decisively skipped all the unappetizing dishes and rummaged through the kitchen. I'll have some stir-fried pork kidneys with chives, okay? And some kidney-tonifying rice porridge. Other things like oysters and mulberries are out of the question due to limited resources. Take the pork kidneys out, cut them in half to remove the fat, then make diagonal cuts at a 45-degree angle. When stir-frying, the kidneys will curl backward, the cuts forming a chrysanthemum shape. Don't let their sometimes unpleasant smell fool you. If handled properly, they're more tender than meat. After cutting, Tang Lei soaks the kidneys in alcohol to remove the gamey smell, then rubs them in some hot oil to prevent them from sticking together during frying. After processing, he adds pepper, cornstarch, and salt, then directly fries them in hot oil. When the kidneys change color, they're cooked through but not overcooked. Add the chives, stir-fry until just cooked, and you're done. The difficulty in stir-frying pork kidneys lies mainly in removing the gamey smell and making the cuts. The actual cooking itself isn't difficult. After quickly finishing his task, Tang Lei pulled out the high-speed blender that Lao Lu had generously contributed. The ancient Chinese medicine of the Great Xia dynasty assigned color codes to each internal organ, such as green for the liver and red for the heart. The kidney corresponds to the color black. Although Tang Lei didn't know how this mystical conclusion was drawn, it proved to be somewhat effective. So Tang Lei didn't dwell on it, grabbed some black sesame seeds and black beans, added rice, and put them in the blender to blend. While he was busy, the 5th canteen gradually filled up. The cleaning inmates arrived. Alex and Lao Lu, who had come to help, also arrived, making Tang Lei even more relaxed. He simply blended while giving the two instructions on cooking. At this moment, the Dennis brothers, having cleaned up the mess, came over first. Tang, it's done. Shall we eat first? Eat up. Old Baban isn't here today, so you guys help yourselves. Tang Lei said, bringing out the leek and kidney stir-fry. Here, a new dish, want to try it? Yes. The Dennis brothers, upon hearing about the new dish, didn't care about anything else and happily brought it to the table. They grumbled and cursed at Tang Lei. Tang, you really need to be careful, just like we told you. Tang Lei was speechless and amused. He wondered how much of a trauma these two brothers had inflicted on them by the female demon. But thinking about it, it made sense. He'd long heard that the men and women of the Russian nation were all fierce. This was during the time when prisoners of war were being reformed in Siberian prisons. The Russian nurses were also highly decorated. After giving their instructions, the Dennis brothers finally started eating. What kind of meat is this? I don't think I've ever had it before. It smells pretty good, but isn't the flavor of this leafy green a bit too strong? Tang Lei quickly stopped Dennis's picky eating hand and said solemnly, "Eat it, it might save your life. Trust me." Dennis scratched his head, finally heeding the advice and popping the chives into his mouth. "I'm full. Tang, your food is still the best. What have we been living these past 2 days without you?" Sob sob. Tang Lei remembered, "You guys, you have diarrhea, are you alright?" I'm fine. If it's for your food, I'd even wash the dishes if I pooped in my pants." Tang Lei, "Never mind then. No need, brother. Even a troublemaker would get beaten up for doing that." Although he'd only been gone for one night, the prisoners' enthusiasm exceeded Tang Lei's expectations. They didn't know what Tang Lei had been doing, they only knew that without Tang, even the leftover food just didn't taste right. "Tang, I can't eat without you. Even less food last night. I went to the 4th canteen and came back starving. I have absolutely no appetite." "You're getting picky. But you're right, Sai, what if we don't see Tang again after we get out of reform school? How about we cause some more trouble and extend our sentences?" Seeing the group teetering on the edge of crime again, Tang Lei quickly raised his hand. "Stop. If you dare cause trouble here, you're not allowed to eat here anymore." This was more effective than a prison guard's stun gun. The group of burly men immediately quieted down. "Reform. We'll reform properly. Tang, can we add some more dishes? When can we eat spicy food again? The chili peppers have grown so long. Speaking of which, did you guys feel that kind of pain when you ate spicy food during that time?" Amidst the noisy chatter, Tang Lei cooked 2 more pots of food, finally managing to get through another lunch break. The kitchen quieted down, and Tang Lei sat back down on his small bed in the break room. Cough. Going back to face Yelena now just feels strange. He didn't want to go inside for a while, he wanted some peace and quiet. In this quiet, Tang Lei felt sleepy and simply lay down to sleep. In his dream, he seemed to see a group of familiar old men again, the most familiar one among them. Wasn't that the one who threw the bowl at someone last time? Tang Lei turned and left. An old man carrying a hoe approached him, smiling broadly. "Young man, you're doing a good job farming. You haven't forgotten your roots." Seeing his friendly face, Tang Lei grew bolder. "You're in charge of farming, sir? I've heard some novels have things like spiritual spring spaces where you can grow crops that reach the heavens just by watering them." "You, sir." The old man chuckled. "Farming is the power of nature, there are no shortcuts. At most, good seeds and good soil will naturally produce something of great use. Young man, you still have much to learn about the wisdom of the great Xia dynasty." Tang Lei muttered under his breath, "I've already finished today's lessons, maybe I can do them again tomorrow." The old man smiled kindly and picked up the hoe. Tang Lei, damn. He suddenly woke up, sat up, and muttered, "It's better to use a bowl. The hoe is too harsh." Truly, winning people over with courtesy. Tang Lei rubbed his temples, then suddenly remembered something. He searched his mental system for a while, finally finding the textbook he'd used to teach the prisoners chili pepper cultivation. However, the one in his hand, the cover clearly said chili pepper cultivation. Upon opening the book, a flash of golden light appeared, and suddenly it transformed into 5 characters. The Shennings classic of Materia Medica was signed with a small Yan. His Tang Lei muttered to himself. This is serious trouble. Meanwhile, in the long silent office of the warden of the 2nd prison district, Luo Meng, his face grim, was also muttering to himself. "I have to think of a way to do something big." After returning from the 5th mess hall, Roman locked himself in his office. The thought of the person who had been putting pressure on him possibly returning filled him with anxiety. His power was another matter entirely. The money he had embezzled over the years was absolutely unacceptable. "Levra," Roman thought, coldly instructing his adjutant, "keep an eye on the logistics accounts." The short Levra nodded. "I already inquired last time, most of the 2nd district's accounts are with Minister Sergei. He's a sensible man, he probably wouldn't dare cause you trouble." Roman scoffed, "He's a fence sitter. Once he finds out, anyway, you'd better deal with him. If necessary, I can." He gestured. Levra was startled. "Yes. Also, what's going on with Fia? Tell her to speed things up. Why isn't the 5th district in chaos yet?" At the mention of the 5th district, Levra's face turned bitter. Could he say that not only was there no chaos, but things were even getting more civilized? It said that in the 5th prison district, they never leave the potato fields during work hours, and they never wander around outside the canteen after work. The spies and informants have either rebelled or been eliminated. Besides Fia, they're truly clueless about the 5th district now. Even Fia says this is difficult. She suggests the 2nd district wait patiently. Wait? Roman cursed. If he waits any longer, he'll be gone. Order her. It must be done quickly. I want to see the 5th district in chaos before General Vladimir returns. No excuses allowed. Levra, you tell her. My patience is limited. If I don't get my job done, the consequences won't just be a loss of sentence. After all, this woman knew too much and had too many methods. If he couldn't use her, then he would have to. A fierce glint flashed in Levra's eyes. Understood. He turned and went out to deliver the message. Just as he opened the door, a sweet cry came from outside. Ouch! Levra, you bumped into me. Lena. Levra frowned, looking at the woman in white uniform before him. What are you doing here? Of course, I'm here to see Commander Roman. Lena giggled. I can't stand not seeing him for a day. Oh, then you can go in. Levra didn't think too much about it and hurried off to find her. Half an hour later. Fia stared at the messenger outside the bars, her face ashen. He thinks he can just throw chaos into District 5 like this? Does he think this is his home? Come and do it yourself if you dare. All talk. Madam, watch your words, the man outside said coldly. The officer's patience is limited. Don't forget, your most desired sentence reduction still depends on him. By the way, the officer said, you know what useless people become. He finished speaking and turned to leave, leaving Fia with a dark expression, impatiently tugging at her red hair. Idiot! She muttered softly. Big sister, what do we do? Her trusted female prisoner asked. Fia was silent for a moment, then a fierce glint flashed in her eyes. Nothing to do? You want me dead? Ha! I'm not only capable of cooperating with idiots, but District 5 Commander Anton is upright and incorruptible. He shouldn't. The female prisoner said worriedly. In fact, let alone Anton cooperating with prisoners. The other wardens also avoided these female prisoners like the plague. Everyone knew the trouble they'd caused in Ward 1, and they wouldn't listen to them. That's why Roman wasn't worried about Fia betraying them. But now, Mrs. Fia snorted coldly, who said we could only find Anton? By the way, where are Dennis and Ivan? Why aren't they back yet? Female prisoner, they said their stomachs hurt. Pa, useless bastards. Fia snorted, let's disperse, I have a plan. Taking advantage of the time they returned from exercise time, she precisely intercepted the Dennis brothers near the toilet. What? Don't you want to see me? The Dennis brothers' faces fell, and the two bear-like men begged for mercy. Madam, you've been so tired lately. Next time for sure. Fia snorted, useless. I have something else to discuss with you today. Dennis straightened up immediately, go ahead. As long as it's not about paying taxes, anything is fine. Fia, I need to talk to Tang Lei. No way. Dennis refused without hesitation. Madam, it's not that we don't want to help you, but we really won't do anything that would harm our brothers. Fia scoffed, I didn't mean to harm him. This time it's for something good. Ivan, really? I don't believe it. Dennis, madam, when you drugged us brothers last time, giving us diarrhea, you went to the 5th canteen, right? We don't care what you're planning. Even if you kill us, we won't help you harm your brothers. Ivan chimed in, especially since you escaped and got caught by Chef Tang. You're still in solitary confinement. Fia was furious, I didn't escape. She just wanted to see the show. He even got himself involved. Just pass on a message to him. Say I need to discuss something with him. Whether he sees me or not is up to him. Okay? The two brothers exchanged a glance, that's fine. Fia snorted, alright, business is done, come with me. Ha! Ha! The next day, at the entrance of the 5th canteen, Tang Lei opened the door early, receiving a large pile of new ingredients from Bella. He also prepared a scallion and egg pancake for Bella and the logistics engineering department staff who were eagerly waiting for food. His body was mechanically performing the tasks, while his soul was still trying to poke at the system. System, tell me the truth, who are your ancestors? Those old men in my dream, ugh, what's going on with them? Are you sure it's true? Should I set up a memorial tablet for them? Also, let's just say, can't we, the land of etiquette in Great Xia, please not be so physically strong. They're either smashing bowls or hitting people with hoes. I've heard that Confucius's winning people over with virtue had a hidden story behind it, but surely our ancestors from thousands of years ago weren't this fierce. The system beeped weakly, please stop overthinking, host. Focus on your tasks and study hard. System knows nothing. Tang Lei, seeing he couldn't get anything out of them, guessed this was the old little system. He could only scratch his head, fine, I won't tell you then. But seriously, if you don't want the ancestral tablets, ask your ancestors if they want a bowl of food served to them before the meal. It's like a cook offering incense, a small token of respect. This time, the system was silent for a while before speaking. No need. They're watching. Tang Lei was taken aback, the sentence automatically filling in his mind. The ancestors are watching you. This is really. Tang Lei shook his head and smiled. Alright, then you just watch. Perfect. If he were to offer sacrifices today, the ancestors might consider it a great disrespect. When the Dennis brothers entered the fifth canteen, they saw Tang Lei with a strange smile on his face, staring at a pot. Tang, what's for lunch today? They were fairly familiar with Tang Lei, peeking out from the window. Ha! What's that white soup? It's soaking squid. Are we making seafood? Hey, and shrimp too. Real seafood. Just as they finished speaking, Tang Lei slammed the lid on and pulled it down. Done. The Dennis brothers stared at each other wide-eyed. Huh? This isn't food? Tang Lei grinned. If you two can actually eat it after it's done, you'll be quite capable. What he was making wasn't anything else. It was one of the famous snacks of Great Xia that he was going to share with Kirill. Stinky tofu. As for the origins of stinky tofu, different regions of Great Xia have different stories. Some call it stinky dried tofu, black and smelly, but with a fragrance that can be smelled for miles. Its culinary malpractice was so terrible it would make the neighbors want to move. There was a slightly more palatable version, snowflake crispy stinky tofu. This was barely smelly, deep-fried until crispy, and then drizzled with a garlic and cilantro sauce. It was incredibly delicious, a burst of juice with every bite. Tang Lei had also heard of a non-crispy, soft, and soggy version, which he'd never tried. However, while snowflake stinky tofu was the most palatable, considering Kirill's love for canned herring, Tang Lei opted for the most traditional and utterly toxic method of making black stinky tofu. Before the Dennis brothers even arrived, he'd already started preparing his pot of soulful stinky liquid. Fresh soy milk, made from soybeans Bella had just delivered that morning, was first boiled. Then came bay leaves, garlic cloves, and shiitake mushrooms. After a few standard spices, it began. Squid, raw shrimp stuffed it all in. After stuffing it all in, he placed it under the stove and waited. To be honest, the contents of this pot, given a few days, would be nothing more than rotten fish and shrimp. But this stinky tofu really does depend on this pot of fermentation. In some parts of Daxia, amaranth stalks are used to make the fermented brine, which supposedly improves the flavor. But finding amaranth was too difficult for Tang Lei, so he simply used fish and shrimp. Besides stinky tofu, Tang Lei thought he could also use this pot to prepare one of the three most stinky foods of southern Anhui: stinky mandarin fish. However, hopefully, his fifth canteen will hold up and not be contaminated by the stench. You know, no matter how delicious it tastes, the smell is truly awful. Tang Lei sighed. To reconnect with Kirill, he was going all out. After finishing this pot, he looked at the Dennis brothers, mouths agape, completely dumbfounded. You're here? Wait a minute. I still have some things to prepare. The main course is already cooking, and I'll stir-fry a few quick dishes later. The Dennis brothers naturally had no objections. You're busy, just call us if you need help. Tang Lei laughed. No need. It's not easy to muster the courage to make a whole set of smelly dishes. So Tang Lei decided to go all out and prepare everything he wanted to make. Anyway, all of these things are going to ferment. He pulled out a handful of mung beans. This time, he was going to make another dish from the capital of Great Xia. Well, it's hard to say whether it's a delicacy or not. If you say it's delicious, most out-of-towners and many locals say they can't accept it. If you say it's disgusting, it's said that this tastes absolutely authentic in the capital of the Great Xia dynasty. But regardless, it's still quite famous in Kyoto, a city known for its limited culinary delights. It's the much-debated and controversial dazi, fermented mung bean juice. Unlike the soy milk Tang Lei initially thought it was, this dazi isn't made with soybeans, but with mung beans. Legend has it that it originated as a byproduct of making vermicelli, a dish supplied to high-ranking officials. Over time, it became a famous snack. Making dazi is simple. The mung beans are soaked beforehand, then simply put them into a blender to make a paste, and the bean pulp is strained out. Then it can be left to settle. This step takes at least 2 or 3 hours. Tang Lei finally freed his hands and said to the Dennis brothers, "So early today?" The Dennis brothers chuckled. "Slept well last night. Feeling great, I have more energy for work today." Tang Lei grinned, thinking to himself, looks like the leeks and black beans are a lifesaver. "By the way," Dennis began, "there's something, Tang, Mrs. FIA, do you remember her?" Tang Lei nodded. "Her? She's probably working hard in the labor camp lately. What happened?" Dennis stammered. "She asked me to pass on a message to you. Let me make this clear, Tang. I absolutely don't want your approval for anything. It's all up to you. I won't do anything to harm you for her sake." Tang Lei was taken aback, looking the two brothers up and down, then suddenly realized, oh, so the she-devil you two were talking about is her. Damn! He suddenly remembered. Adjutant Anton had told him before that these two brothers had a romantic affair, which led to them causing trouble in District 2 and ending up in District 5. Unexpectedly. Tisk tisk. Dude, I think you guys still have a lot to eat. Wait, you two, you wouldn't be. Dennis was also quite embarrassed. Actually, we'd already decided to ignore her. Yvonne, but when she came to us, we locked eyes, and I don't know what happened. Dennis, we've been like this since we were kids, with similar personalities and interests. Hey, I like women who can fool me. Yvonne, me too. Tang Lei, you two are pretty twisted. However, Dennis said solemnly, women can fool me, but they can't fool my brothers. So Tang, it's up to you whether you listen to me or not. Tang Lei waved his hand dismissively. Go ahead, it's fine. He wasn't a masochist like these two, there was no way he'd be fooled. Yvonne honestly replied, oh, she said she wanted to talk to you, maybe she could help. Tang Lei thought for a moment. Oh? He seemed to understand why. He must have taken the bait offered to Roman. So he grinned. Okay, how's her extra task coming along? Come find me when you're done. But, it might not be possible anytime soon, Dennis chuckled. Yesterday, she said she was tired. She can't come. His face was full of excitement. God, only God knows how valiant they were yesterday. For the first time, they even won over FIA. Tang Lei paused, touching his nose. Well, he helped out casually yesterday, and unintentionally messed up a little thing, but it doesn't matter, anyway, he still has to deal with these fermented bean curd and stinky tofu. Fia should be anxious, not him. Tang, could this be what I told you yesterday, the thing that could save our lives? They weren't stupid. They'd both been feeling unwell for a long time, the only change was finally being able to eat at the 5th canteen. Is it medicine? Do you still have any today? Tang Lei smiled. No, it's a mysterious power from the east. As for whether you'll have any today, how about this, I'll also stir-fry some chives and make you 2 twice-cooked pork. Bella just brought some pork. There's one more dish, you'll see when you eat it. Just wait. The wait continued until old Bawan, Alex, and Lao Lu arrived. Tang Lei, while stir-frying chives and eggs, glanced behind them. Xiao Ye hadn't come. He breathed a sigh of relief. He could still hear the resounding come inside, echoing in his mind. Terrifying. With help, Tang Lei's speed increased even more. Several large stoves were lit simultaneously, and soon a sufficient amount of chives and eggs was ready. The twice-cooked pork, sliced thinly, was also stir-fried extremely quickly. Plus, noodles were added as a staple food. This was enough to tide them over for now. Afterward, Tang Lei had it taken out for the arriving prisoners to eat. He then began preparing today's surprise dish. This dish was quite a coincidence. Tang Lei hadn't received these ingredients when he went to collect the groceries this morning. However, after his eyes were modified, they became like a scanner, and he accidentally spotted a few new varieties among a pile of meat. Tang Lei, seeing these, was delighted and kept them, treating it as part of his encyclopedia. Bella's gaze was quite strange at the time. Tang, are you sure? These things are usually thrown away mixed in, but I kept them because you wanted the offal. Those offal didn't look very appetizing, but, well, they were actually quite delicious. But these few are just too much. This is raw. Don't call it that, Tang Lei grinned. This is chicken eggs and bull penis, you really don't know what's good for you. He had finished processing them that morning and was thinking about how to cook them. Just then, Dennis arrived, so he decided to make a bull penis and chicken egg soup and share it with everyone. Sharing the good fortune. Tang Lei knew that Bella looked down on these things. This stuff sells for more than regular beef in Great Xia. Putting aside any psychological discomfort, it's suitable for both men and women, an indispensable ingredient at gas stations. Originally, this soup also comes from the coastal areas of Great Xia. That region is famous for its soups, with various health-preserving methods. While it's certainly health-preserving, the side effects are also quite strong. Gout is rampant. However, in Siberia, Tang Lei doesn't have this worry. He arranged the ingredients and grabbed a bottle of vodka. This soup isn't difficult to make, the real work is in preparing the ingredients. Bonito and chicken eggs have strong flavors, so Tang Lei had already removed the urethra and white membrane during his free time that morning. Next comes the repeated blanching. The first blanching is done with scallions, ginger, and garlic. Then the vodka is added after it boils. Normally, this dish should be cooked with Shaoxing wine, but unfortunately, Tang Lei didn't have any. Or rather, the entire Russian people simply don't have the habit of using cooking wine. Shaoxing wine, to which Shaoxing wine belongs, is a type of wine unique to China. This is frustrating. Although high-proof liquor can be used for something with such a strong aroma, Tang Lei felt uncomfortable as he added it. Without the pure rice aroma of Shaoxing wine, something just didn't feel right. He thought of rice wine, sweet fermented rice balls, and drunken crab in Shaoxing wine. Hiss. Tang Lei quickly slurped it down. Don't think about it. Don't think about it. The more he thought about it, the more delicious it seemed. It's a shame he couldn't drink it in prison. He'll think about it later, sigh. Tang Lei mentally slapped himself and scooped out the bull penis chicken that had been blanching for almost half an hour. After being cooked at high temperature, both of them are now half cooked. Tang Lei took a look, not bad. Putting aside the parts that might not pass censorship, this stuff was truly tender and bouncy. Especially the bull penis, it was all keratinous skin, even more fragrant than pig's trotters. One blanching wasn't enough, it had to be cut into small pieces and blanched again to completely remove the fishy smell. Cantonese soup emphasizes the original flavor, so Tang Lei only added a little salt to this pot, along with potatoes and tomatoes, before putting it in a pressure cooker to simmer. He couldn't afford to cook it for half a day. By the time the soup was ready, the prisoners had almost finished eating. That means they finished the food. As for whether they were full, well, none of them left. They all stared intently as Tang Lei poured the soup into the large soup pot before rushing over with gusto. The Dennis brothers were at the forefront, grabbing a portion first. They didn't even need spoons, just slurped it down. Dennis frowned the moment he tasted it. It seems a bit bland. Compared to the rich, dark sauce of twice-cooked pork, this soup was almost tasteless at first. But after one sip, Dennis smacked his lips, his mouth watering again. So fresh. The broth's subtle saltiness actually concealed a hint of sweetness. Refreshing. Delicious. It completely cleansed the greasy taste left from licking the plate clean. Slurp slurp. Ivan, oblivious to what his brother was savoring, had already tilted his head back and was chugging it down. What are you savoring? Everything Tang makes tastes good. But this meat, I don't think I've ever had it before. It's so bouncy. Oh, and this little white ball, so tender. It melts in your mouth. Tang Lei's preparation was so perfect that neither of them recognized it. It was just a little strange. Brother? I suddenly feel so hot. Dennis touched his face. I guess I am a little hot? Burnt, huh? Never mind, let's continue. Just as the group of prisoners were happily sharing their soup, a figure rushed in. She was a blur outside the cafeteria, then abruptly stopped inside, becoming a bouncy, skipping figure. Brother Tang. I'm here. Is there any food left? It was Yelena. Tang Lei was just considering whether he should get a bowl of soup too when he heard this. His hand trembled, and he almost spilled it all. Yes, I saved some for you. You're so late today? Yelena cheerfully came over, waving her hand. I was busy with something outside. Sorry for the delay. She reached for the food, but looking down, she saw her fingernails were covered in black dirt. Hey, I'll go wash my hands first. Tang Lei touched his nose. Where did this little girl go playing in the mud? He glanced discreetly in old Bavan's direction, making sure he was busy and not looking at him. Then he turned to Yelena, who had finished washing up. Yelena, about yesterday's dinner, you still. What happened? Yelena asked blankly. Tang Lei, don't you remember? Yelena innocently replied, I remember. I drank some hydrosol, then fell asleep. Nothing else? I have excellent drinking manners. She was very confident. Tang Lei hesitated, then hesitated again. Well, it's pretty good. It's just that it's a bit too much. Yelena peered out from the food window and saw Tang Lei holding a bowl of soup. Her eyes lit up. Can I eat this? Brother Tang, I'm starving. I haven't eaten a single bite since I got busy this morning. Tang Lei, you can eat it, but... Before he could finish, Yelena had already moved with lightning speed, her silver fork precisely piercing a piece of bull penis and stuffing it into her mouth. Without waiting for Tang Lei to explain, she began to chew heartily. Delicious. She was also extremely hungry. She hadn't even finished one piece before stuffing another into her mouth, praising it with bulging cheeks. So fragrant, so chewy. Yelena's bright little tiger teeth flashed coldly. Chew a few more times. By the way, Brother Tang, do you want some? Tang Lei silently swallowed the word that almost escaped his lips. No need, you eat first. Some things are better left unknown. At least, setting aside any psychological barriers, this stuff really doesn't taste bad. But, Tang Lei silently looked away, unable to bear watching any longer. Yelena arrived quite late, and while she ate, the prisoners had already started cleaning up on their own. As soon as the work bell rang, they reluctantly left the fifth canteen. Dennis and Ivan walked ahead, beaming. Brother, I feel like I have all the energy in me. Yeah, I can even go plant a few more potatoes. Even if it's fiya, we're not afraid. Ha ha. Their whispered conversation attracted the attention of the prison guards. As luck would have it, it was Latif again, the one who was forced to buy a boxed lunch by Anton at the very beginning of his shift. He'd heard a bit about the brothers' exploits, and his expression hardened upon hearing this. You too, with the female prisoner FIA again? Step forward. The Dennis brothers were startled, quickly straightening up. Sir, we're following the rules. This couldn't be said openly. They'd been careless. They both thought Latif was going to punish them. Unexpectedly, after leaving the main group, Latif suddenly leaned closer, lowering his voice. I remember you two were yelling a few days ago, weren't you? How come you're alive again these past 2 days? Confess. No hiding anything. The Dennis brothers exchanged a glance, seeing the bitterness beneath their officer's stern face, and suddenly understood. Well, this brings us to the mysterious power from the east. At this moment, Tang Lei was unaware that the two guys outside were promoting him like a cult. He was busy processing the settled mung bean milk. After 2 or 3 hours of settling, the soy milk had separated into layers. Tang Lei poured out the top layer, removed the surface foam, and began to let it ferment. Because the temperature in Siberia was too low, he thought for a moment and decided to put it under the stove, next to the jar used for storing stinky water. Yelena and the others watched, incredibly curious. What is this? What does it taste like? They had never seen Tang Lei make something that required several days of preparation. Tang Lei hesitated. I don't know the taste either. I've never tasted it before. This is my first time making it. He only knew that the rumors were quite terrifying. However, considering that the Russians might like the taste, he couldn't give them a bad first impression. Tang Lei took out his phone and searched for a video. A female celebrity from Daxia even recommended it. Take a look. He thoughtfully used a translation app. On the screen, Daxia actress Demimi smiled sweetly. Fermented mung bean juice. It's so delicious. Highly recommended. You absolutely have to try it when you come to Beijing. Old Lu nodded repeatedly. That's right, beautiful lady. Old Bawan, I'm sure you're not lying. Old Lu, indeed, it's obviously true. Tang, why didn't you make this recommended dish sooner? When will it be ready? I'll definitely come. Tang Lei silently wiped his brow. In 2 days. It's a promise. You definitely have to come. Definitely, definitely. Everyone nodded eagerly. Yelena glanced around, her keen senses indicating something was amiss. Everyone nodded, and without thinking, she nodded as well. Tang Lei was relieved. It was settled. He didn't need to taste it himself. The fermentation time for this soy milk needed to be at least 48 hours, not too short, not too long. Too long. It could easily lead to someone's death. 2 days flew by in the waiting. When Tang Lei was cooking, he smelled a faint sour aroma near the stove. He knew. The date for the poison test had arrived. After seeing off another group of prisoners, Tang Lei carried the jar of soy milk upstairs and summoned his warriors. It's here. The soy milk is ready. He took a small sniff first. Sour. A little smelly too. If you had to describe it, it smelled like the smell of socks you wore to play ball in the summer and then left unwashed in a pile of unwashed socks. Don't ask him how he knew. The answer was the deep shadow cast by their painful university dormitory experience. The stench was temporarily masked by Tang Lei, and none of the others realized the seriousness of the situation. Old Six was the most enthusiastic. Quick, let me be the first to taste the mysterious delicacy of Daxia. Tang Lei cast a look of both relief and pity at this brave guinea pig. Wait a moment. He first scooped out a bottle of the top layer of liquid and sealed it. This was the starter. It was used in the same way as in some parts of Daxia when steaming buns. Leaving a little would speed up the next fermentation. If stored properly, this starter could last for decades. Tang Lei carefully tightened the bottle of liquid before pouring the remaining soy milk into the pot and beginning the final step, cooking. This soy milk also needed to be cooked with water. After the water boiled, half of the soy milk was added and simmered slowly. It absolutely could not be rushed. If you cook too quickly, the foam will easily burst and overflow. Once the temperature rises but isn't boiling over, quickly pour in the raw soy milk and continue stirring and simmering. Maintain a high temperature without boiling, adding more as you cook. Once added, the soy milk is ready. But, it's ready. Old Bawan and the others' expressions changed. The slow stirring had finally released that peculiar aroma, filling the entire kitchen. Old Liu's eyes darted around. This smell seems a little off. It reminds me of the saunas back home. Tang Lei knew that some parts of Russia had a fondness for saunas, and they loved eating large amounts of meat. Like the nomadic tribes of northern Great Xia, those who loved beef and mutton. Then their body odor would be a bit stronger. And if they sweated, it would indeed smell a bit sour. Seeing the situation was turning sour, Tang Lei quickly said, "Have you forgotten that Demimi said it's delicious?" Ever since watching Demimi's interview that day, Lao Lu had already listed her as his idol. These past 2 days, Tang Lei had frequently seen him fiddling with how to access Chinese websites to watch dramas. Lao Lu, completely captivated, immediately nodded upon hearing this. That's right. Such a beautiful lady certainly wouldn't lie. It must have some special flavor. He confidently ladled himself a bowl of soy milk. Seeing Lao Lu take a bite, Lao Bawan, curious, also ladled himself a bowl. Yelena was about to reach for hers when Tang Lei suddenly grabbed her hand. Tang Lei, with his last shred of conscience, patted her on the shoulder. It's hot, wait a moment. Okay. Yelena nodded obediently, without a second thought. Tang Lei silently pulled her back a step, creating some distance, and kept a close eye on old Bawan and old Liu's expressions. The two of them pinched their noses and bravely shoveled the contents into their mouths. The The next moment, two strange sounds echoed throughout the kitchen of the fifth canteen. Pft, ugh, Tang, this stuff is poisonous. Tang Lei coughed lightly, reassuring him, it's not poisonous, cough, you definitely won't die. Don't worry. Old Bawan silently watched him, his face full of how can I not worry. Old Liu's eyes were glazed over, his mind reeling. No way, such a beautiful lady actually likes to drink this? Tang Lei helplessly rubbed his nose, isn't it possible that the prettier the woman, the more likely she is to lie? Old Liu, impossible. Absolutely impossible. Tang Lei shook his head, fine. But seriously, some people really like this. That wasn't a lie. There was once a saying circulating in the capital of Great Xia. To identify a true Kyoto resident, just grab them on the street and force them to drink a bowl of dazi, fermented mung bean juice. If they get up and fight you, they're from out of town. If they get up and ask for fried dough rings and side dishes, that's a true Kyoto resident. Tang Lei coaxed, try it carefully. Isn't the taste complex? Wonderful? Like the subtle aroma of soybeans? Honestly, you can't taste anything from this one sip. Many people in Daxia get addicted. One more sip and you'll love it. Old Liu, still somewhat skeptical, took another sip, savoring it carefully. You, Tang Lei, tell me what it tastes like. Old Liu, sour, astringent, and a little smelly. Tang, are you sure it hasn't gone bad? Tang Lei decisively abandoned his attempt. It has gone bad, but it's benign. To be honest, Daxia has many delicacies that rely on fermentation. But this soybean juice, it's probably really a matter of personal taste. At least, Kirill, who loves herring, probably wouldn't refuse it. Okay, if you don't like it, forget it. Luckily, not much was made. As for the rest, I'll ask the guards later which prisoners have been misbehaving lately. Old Bawan stared wide-eyed. Wait, Tang, I saw you poured an extra cup before you started. What was that? You're not going to prepare more later? Seeing Old Bawan about to rush over and pour out the starter culture he'd stored away, Tang Lei quickly tried to salvage the situation. I won't let you drink it again. Really? I even prepared something even better than dazi yesterday. I'll get it for you in a couple of days. Even better? The 6 men were still confused, feeling that what he was referring to was something strange compared to dazi. He confirmed, as long as it's not as terrible as this. Tang Lei guiltily kicked his stinky water jar, hiding it even deeper. With a serious face, he said, no, this is absolutely delicious. Don't be fooled by the smell of stinky tofu. Stinky mandarin fish is even more pungent than dazi. It truly smells terrible but tastes amazing. Otherwise, why would the Great Xia and Southern Anhui region be known for its 3 stinky delicacies? However, a large portion of people are initially stuck at the it smells bad stage. Yelena, who escaped unscathed earlier thanks to Tang Lei's conscience, didn't miss his subtle actions. She hesitated, wanting to speak but holding back. Should she go back and persuade her father not to eat it? But then, hearing Tang Ji say it was delicious, she suddenly felt a little tempted. Tang Ji, can I try it sometime? Maybe I can eat it. Tang Lei was stunned. Aren't you afraid of the smell? Yelena shook her head. I'm not afraid. I've eaten pickled auk before when I was on missions or business trips. Although she didn't have a choice then. But she persevered. Tang Lei hesitated for a moment, then affectionately patted her head. There's no need for that. We're here to eat, not to be tortured. Tang Lei had heard of pickled auk before. Stuffing a bird's feathers into a seal's belly to pickle. Tang Lei could understand that a little. After all, Great Xia had a method of cooking by stuffing one thing into another's belly, and normally, it was quite delicious. But, after it's pickled and rotten, what kind of nonsense is this, sucking out the rotten entrails from the excrement? For the people of Great Xia, this is simply inhumane. After Tang Lei explained pickled auk, Old Bavan and Old Six were also stunned. They exchanged a glance, uncertainly asking, so, the soy milk, it's actually quite good. I think I can taste it. It does have a bit of a soy flavor. Should we try again? The two were just starting to doubt themselves. Suddenly, footsteps sounded outside the cafeteria. The logistics minister, Sergei, whom they hadn't seen for several days, walked into the 5th cafeteria carrying a box and knocked on the door. Chef Tang, long time no see. Tang Lei recognized the minister, whom he had met a few times when he was distributing spicy hot pot with the construction team from next door. He nodded politely. Good morning, sir. It's been a few days. He had assumed the minister was just passing by. Unexpectedly, Sergei's spirits lifted upon hearing this, and his voice became louder. Yes, it's been so long. He had been really anxious these past few days. When he returned, his old friend, the engineer Maxim, scolded him for not agreeing to Tang Lei's request, and he even laughed at Maxim for being clueless. In the eyes of this logistics minister, who had spent half his life meticulously calculating, asking for a favor required the right attitude, right? Since Chef Tang wanted the logistics department to stock more ingredients from Daxia, shouldn't he be more friendly with him? And perhaps bring some snacks and drinks, cough cough. This couldn't be considered bribery, it was a beautiful exchange of feelings between people. After hearing his explanation, Maxim shook his head, and from then on, he wouldn't even invite him to eat at mealtimes. Taking advantage of the fact that their construction team was working next to the 5th prison area, he would always rush over early to eat to his heart's content. Seeing his old friend drooling every day, while he, relying on his status, waited idly for days. Forget about snacks. He hadn't even seen Tang Lei's shadow. Sergei couldn't take it anymore. In his spare time, he diligently studied the culture of the Great Xia dynasty, hoping to find out what this mysterious chef was thinking. He couldn't guess Tang Lei's thoughts, but he did come across a few sayings. A true man can bend and stretch. Listen to advice and you'll eat your fill. That makes so much sense. So today, knowing that Tang Lei hadn't left after lunch, Sergei, carrying the snacks he'd scavenged, decided to talk to Tang Lei again. Chef Tang, do you remember what we talked about before, the departmental get-together? Tang Lei paused. He'd really forgotten about the logistics manager's insistence on a get-together with the 5th canteen. It wasn't that he was deliberately inattentive. It's just that there have been a lot of unexpected situations lately. Plus, Sergei didn't often show up, so Tang Lei hadn't thought of him. But even now that he remembered, Tang Lei didn't think of visiting Sergei. Instead, he thought of something else. I remember. But didn't the commander say he'd help get some ingredients from Great Xia? Did you find a way? Sergei, suppressing a pang of regret, said, well, you made 2 requests back then, like trotters and offal, and those were taken care of, weren't they? Our budget is limited, we have to take it one step at a time. We also have to keep this social event in mind. Oh, right. I brought you a snack that's supposedly from Great Xia. You'll definitely like it. Sergei opened the small box in his hand. Look, Chef Tang, I went to great lengths to get this. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been willing to treat you like this. Sergei said, genuinely feeling a pang of regret. But for his future, and for the food and drink in the logistics department, no. For deepening the bonds between people. He still reluctantly scraped this amount out of his allowance. Tang Lei looked closely. This is dumplings? It wasn't quite like dumplings. The box of dumplings in Sergei's hand was yellow and round, a size larger than dumplings from China. It looked more like a round pancake. If it weren't for the somewhat familiar sealing method, Tang Lei wouldn't have recognized them as dumplings. Yes, Sergei said. How about it? Very sincere, right? Old Bavan and the others also came out from the kitchen. Wow, you're even willing to spend this much. Yelena's eyes lit up too. Brother Tang, this is delicious. Old Bavan and Sergei were old acquaintances, and they were speechless. Wait, why haven't I seen you so generous before? This isn't easy to get in prison. Sergei forced a smile. Maybe it's because when I first came to inspect your place, you brought me a plate of frozen fish. Old Bavan was speechless. Sergei snorted and turned to Tang Lei. I heard this stuff came from the Great Xia, and was even used to entertain the Great Xia in diplomatic occasions. How about it? Doesn't it look familiar? Tang Lei stroked his chin. If he remembered correctly, this thing, could it have been passed down from when some genius's iron hooves trampled across Eurasia and conquered Siberia? But putting aside the historical aura and its changed appearance, the name itself did sound quite welcoming to Tang Lei. He was also a little touched. At least it showed that this superior had put his heart into it. He generously said, perfect timing, we just finished up. How about I make some and change everyone's way of addressing it? So they wouldn't be thinking about dazi, fermented mung bean juice, all day. The others naturally had no objections. Great. We're getting a free ride, haha. Tang Lei picked up the box of raw dumplings and prepared to boil water. Suddenly, old Bawan said, Tang, these are deep-fried, not boiled. Tang Lei? Is that how dumplings are eaten? Tang Lei hesitated, suddenly having some doubts about what he was holding. However, considering that Great Xia also had pan-fried dumplings and steamed pot stickers, Tang Lei felt he should be more tolerant of foreign variations in cuisine. He readily changed the oil. Okay, fry them and eat. After frying a whole batch, he brought it to the table, and a group of people had already gathered around, their faces full of anticipation. It's been so long since I've had this. This awful place, sigh, what can I do? Chef Tang, you try some first. Does it taste like it's from your hometown? Tang Lei didn't refuse. Haha, then I'll thank you, sir. He picked up a plump, golden brown dumpling and took a small bite. Tang Lei froze. The expected broth wasn't there. The expected meaty aroma wasn't there either. His tongue tasted it again. Clatter. Tang Lei couldn't even hold his fork. His hands trembled as he pointed at the plate of dumplings. This. Sweet dumplings. Family. What a monster. Upon closer inspection, Where's the meat and vegetables in those dumplings? Just a sea of red. This is, damn, strawberry. Fruit dumplings? Seriously? Yeah. Yelena poked one out too, her eyes filled with emotion. Ugh, besides that jujube cake you gave me last time, Brother Tang, I haven't had any snacks in ages. So sweet. Seeing Tang Lei wasn't eating, she asked, Brother Tang, you don't like strawberries? Then you can try cherry filling. Sergey nodded, creamy is good too. Tang Lei's pupils dilated. No way. This is heresy. What's the difference between this and strawberry sauce mapo tofu for the Great Xia people? Fruit pizza for the Italians? However, from their conversation, he finally realized something was wrong. No, you guys said it's always been sweet. Yeah, Yelena said, it'd be perfect with sour cream or fruit jam. Tang Lei, you guys haven't tried the salty kind? The others shook their heads in unison, what's that? Tang Lei suddenly realized. Oh crap, how could he forget? Siberia is too cold, and resources are scarce, it's vastly different from Great Xia. Dumplings were originally invented by the Great Xia's medical sage, also called Jiao Er. The medical sage wrapped mutton in cold-dispelling herbs in dough, shaping them into ears, using the principle of like cures like to treat people whose ears were frostbitten during the cold disaster. But the medical sage never imagined that this thing would eventually spread to such a cold place. Plus, there were no concepts or methods for nourishing the body and dispelling cold, so the fillings of these dumplings gradually became high in sugar and fat. Cream, cheese, sugar. The sweeter the better. But while he understood, Tang Lei was still somewhat helpless. Didn't I hear that the Russians are famous for their desserts? To be precise, sugar and vodka are things the Russians claim are etched into their very being. Official statistics show that each Russian drinks an average of 45 liters of vodka a year, and consumes an average of 25 kilograms of sugar. So Tang Lei found it strange. If you want something sweet, just make desserts. Why are you eating dumplings like this? Sigh. But his comment only made things worse. It made Sergey even more upset. Sigh, don't even mention it. I haven't had dessert in ages since I got here. I've been surviving on sugar sent from my hometown. That's why I said you're being generous today. Old Bawan shook his head. Tang, you don't understand. Having these dumplings is already a blessing. Old Lu added, desserts are different from cooking. I certainly can't make any. In this whole prison, maybe only Kirill from the first ward knows how to make fruit pies. Sergey, and the raw materials aren't easy to come by. It's all money. Roman, sigh, never mind. I'm broke anyway. After a long, noisy chatter, Tang Lei finally understood. So, while sugar is considered cheap in Russia, it depends on the industry as a whole. Compared to Russia's world-renowned heavy industry and military industry, Russia's light industry is a sight to behold, a story to weep over. Not to mention, this is a prison far from any human habitation in Siberia. In the capital of Russia, getting a dessert is easy and cheap. But here, getting the ingredients in is one thing, having someone who knows how to make it is another. Besides, the prison's authority is limited, and the higher UPS aren't willing to spend much money on this. What, are they here to improve the prisoners' lives? It's just a burden on those who maintain the prison's operations. Tang Lei was silent for a moment. I understand, put the dumplings down. Want something sweet? I'll do it. Don't touch the dumplings. Tang Lei stood behind the stove, his mind replaying the list of pastries he'd recently acquired, a look of utter despair washing over him. You guys, you wanted something sweet. Just say so. Why ruin the dumplings? Speaking of Daxia's sweets, leaving aside the recent ones, just look at those traditional fruits. Isn't honey-glazed pastry sweet enough? Or isn't honey-glazed horn pastry fragrant enough? Even worse, honeycomb cake, sesame candy, peanut brittle. They're all delicious. Sigh. Tang Lei first took out flour and oil, then mixed them with water to form a dough, setting it aside to rest. Then he poured in a large bowl of honey. You wanted something sweet? Sweet. Make it extra sweet. Then he mixed in water and oil, stirring until combined. Then he added flour, stirring and kneading until he had a stiff dough. Only then did Tang Lei stop. This is the base of the honey three-cut pastry, the flaky pastry. The dough is first rolled out and flattened, then the previously prepared, soft dough is taken. These two doughs, one for the outer layer and one for the base, are stuck together with water. After frying, the top layer will be fluffy, the bottom layer chewy, each with its own crispness, blending together to form the complete honey three-cut pastry. After rolling out and attaching both doughs, Tang Lei sprinkled sesame seeds on top, estimated the distance, and began to cut. The name honey three-cut pastry comes from its cutting technique. Each piece is cut with 3 cuts. However, the meaning of 3 varies across different parts of the Great Xia. Some say it's cut with 3 lines, others say 2 lines, with the third cut being the authentic way. but generally speaking, aside from the individual fruit size, there's not much difference. Tang Lei glanced at the group of people outside and decided that 3 lines were the proper cut. Have a big one. After cutting everything up, Tang Lei started boiling the sugar again. A large bag of white sugar dissolved into syrup, looking almost cloyingly sweet. But that wasn't enough. Honey needed to be added to the syrup. In Daxia, most people would find a whole piece too sweet to eat on its own, they needed to drink it with tea. But in Russia, Tang Lei weighed his options and added a generous amount of sugar. While boiling the sugar, Tang Lei heated oil in a wok, tossing in the raw dough and frying it. His system-modified vision was incredibly useful here. With 2 woks on either side, Tang Lei effortlessly controlled the heat. He even had the leisure to glance outside. And in that glance, he saw 2 familiar faces. Commander Anton? Oh, and Maxim too. The warden of the 5th ward and the logistics engineer walked in one after the other, nodding in greeting. Good afternoon, Chef Tang. Tang Lei glanced at the clock on the wall, puzzled. It's not lunchtime yet? What's going on? Are they all having a meeting in his canteen? Please sit down, I have some things to do. Maxim, with a "I know the rules" look on his face, said, "All right. Chef Tang, you go ahead with your work, we'll chat." He pulled up a chair and sat down, giving his old friend Sergei a reproachful look. My old buddy. You had this good stuff, why didn't you call me? If I hadn't been quick-wit and followed the smell and sounds over the wall, I would have missed it. He reached for the dumplings. Sergei had already stopped eating, saving his appetite for Tang Lei's new dish, and chuckled at the remark. My dear old buddy, you haven't called me to eat in the cafeteria these past few days? The two exchanged a glance. Well, good brothers are all the same. Never mind then. They turned to Anton together, and Sergei said, Warden Anton must be very busy, what brings you here? Anton was indeed here on business. He remembered what Alexander had told him and wanted to talk to Tang Lei about things with Roman. But when he came in, he found a group of people sneaking a bite to eat. Tang Lei was still making new dishes. What was there to say? Let's wait together. Anyone who leaves now is a fool. Anton calmly replied, official duties are manageable, I can handle them. But Minister, what happened to the funding I applied for last time? The expansion of the 5th prison district requires money everywhere, the logistics department should keep up. Sergei's face darkened at the thought of being asked for money again. It's not that I don't want to give it, it's that I genuinely don't have it. Go look in the storeroom if you don't believe me. My underwear is practically worn through. Even these dumplings. I scrimped and saved from my own allowance. Don't ask me any more questions. Anton was all too familiar with his I have no money, but you can take my life, dare to question me or I'll shoot you attitude. He said disdainfully, a proper minister shouldn't be so vulgar. Under Sergei's angry gaze, Anton tossed the plate of sweet dumplings to Maxim and the others, then lowered his voice. Sergei, I've heard that people from Sector 2 have been going to the logistics department quite frequently lately. Sergei's brow furrowed, his face darkening. Anton, I don't understand what you're talking about. Anton said calmly, I know you don't want trouble, but... No buts, Sergei raised his hand, signaling the conversation to stop there. I'm the head of logistics, on par with all the subwardens, and only under the command of the chief warden. My job is simply to support the various wards. As for what happens between you, that's none of my business. As you said, I'm not like you, with military ranks or families. I can't afford to offend anyone, and I don't want to. Anton nodded. Then I'll just ask you one question. Can you guarantee me that you will always be loyal only to the chief warden? Truly. Sergei was silent for a moment. I will. That's good. Anton's intimidating gaze softened, his tone becoming lighter. So, since you're going to support our prison area's work, when are you going to get your allowance? Don't worry about your ripped underwear, at least you'll have something to wear. Sergei, damn it. Amidst the barrage of Russian profanities, Tang Lei's honey-glazed 3-cut pastries were ready. Small golden cubes, 3 cuts on each, revealed a crispy base, coated with sesame seeds, emitting a pure aroma. Tang Lei picked them up one by one and tossed them into the bowl of concentrated syrup beside him. While still hot, these 3-cut pastries would soak up the rich honey, eventually forming a glistening honey shell, turning golden and shiny. This was the complete honey-glazed 3-cut pastries. Once they were all thoroughly soaked, Tang Lei scooped them out one by one, arranged them on a plate, and served them. Here, try this, is it sweet? After a burst of profanities, everyone sat up straight. Maxim snatched a piece first, let me taste it to see if it's hot enough. Get lost. I have my own mouth. Sergei wasn't to be outdone, grabbing a piece and taking a bite. The first bite was crisp. But this crispness was peculiar. It was crunchy, but not dry. After the crispness came a chewy texture. If you couldn't bite through it, you could taste the sweet syrup inside, gently coating your lips and tongue. Sergei's eyes widened. This had more than candy, it possessed a rich aroma unique to grains, more than dumplings. How could it compare? Tang, you've got this skill. Why didn't you say so sooner? Tang Lei shrugged helplessly. You guys didn't even ask earlier. Actually, far fewer people in Great Xia eat these traditional fruits now. Besides cultural development, it's also related to the climate and physical constitution. The general palate in Great Xia isn't as sweet-toothed, they prefer complex and diverse flavors. Especially after Tang Lei ate too much candy as a child and got cavities, experiencing excruciating pain, he rarely touched overly sweet snacks anymore. So he hadn't noticed that the Russians actually liked cloyingly sweet things. Sergei slapped his thigh in frustration. If only he had known. How much sooner could he have eaten them? He chewed slowly, savoring each bite, unwilling to let go of this hard-won sweetness. Finally, he gently crushed a few sesame seeds. The aroma exploded once more, lingering in Sergei's memory, until, old buddy, the honey's about to drip. If you won't eat it, I will. Maxim's voice rang out, and Sergei immediately snapped out of his daze, licking the honey dripping onto his hand without a word. Get lost. This divine delicacy. Wasting even a single bite would be blasphemy. The others followed suit, one bite after another, Yelena especially stuffing her mouth full. Delicious. Brother Tang, I knew it, you're the best cook. Tang Lei chuckled, being able to make sweets makes you the best? I've never seen you praise me like this before. Always the best. Yelena chuckled, subtly putting down Lao Lu. Look at Lao Lu, a supposedly top-tier chef. A disciple of a master chef. And he can't even make desserts. I was right. I could tell you were good at it right away. Lao Lu, hey, ma'am, we don't call our dessert chefs, we call them pastry chefs. It's a different profession. A very high-class one. Yelena, just tell me, does Tang Ge know how to make them? Do they smell good? If they don't, let go of my hand. Lao Lu instantly clutches his hand. Impossible. This is the last piece. Ma'am, I knew you weren't up to any good. Tang Lei sighs, I was just trying it out, I only made about 10 pieces. You guys ate them too fast. I'll make more later if you want some, don't fight over them. At worst, he'll make some more when he's free, force Xiao Ya to chew on. Anyway, this stuff has a long shelf life. In Siberia, it probably won't spoil for months. Oh, besides the honey-glazed pastries, the horn-shaped honey pastries are also quite sweet. They have a crust on the outside, and you can drink the honey juice inside after taking a bite. Do you also have sesame candy and peanut chips? The nuts are crushed and coated in sugar, a bit like your nut chocolate, but the texture is crisper and it's very fragrant. And, stop! Sergei interrupted resolutely, Tang, I just want to know, when will all of this be ready? Tang Lei, depends on my mood. After all, this isn't cooking for work, it's overtime, so it can't depend on his mood. Sergei clutched his chest, what? No way. Doesn't this mean he might only get to eat this one bite? The shrewd logistics manager's mind raced, how about this? For our department's social gathering, why not use these Daxia pastries? Wait, Anton, his forehead covered in question marks, cut him off. Departmental social gathering? You're not with my 5th prison district, but with the 5th canteen. Sergei, you might as well just say you're just trying to freeload. He slammed his hand on the table. Tang, could you make a batch of these pastries to supply the guards in our 5th prison ward? The brothers here are having a tough time. This is a good opportunity to improve their lives. I'll adjust your extra wages and materials. Anyway, compared to improving those outdated facilities, these guys would definitely prefer a rare treat like this. Hey, I was here first. Sergei snapped. What a lack of sportsmanship. In his haste, he forgot all about being stingy. The logistics department wants some too. Tang, you don't know how tough things are for us in the logistics department. These scoundrels are always demanding we run around providing support. Our job is the most mentally taxing. We'll die without sweets. You supply us with a batch too. From now on, whatever ingredients you want, the logistics department will provide them immediately. And your extra wages, I'll try to squeeze some out for you. Before Tang Lei could even agree, one of the scoundrels was startled. Anton, wait, didn't you just say you wouldn't approve the money even if I took my pants off? Now you're being stingy? Sergei, we've been colleagues for a while. Don't be so hypocritical. Seeing the two officers about to start another heated argument, Tang Lei quickly interjected. Okay, don't rush, we can do it. As long as the money's there. But first, you have to tell me, how's this honey-glazed pastry? Is it better than these dumplings? Maxim, of course. It's incredibly delicious. Dumplings can't compare. That's good, Tang Lei nodded, finally able to point fiercely at the plate of untouched sweet dumplings. You can eat it again later, but on one condition. Never let me again. See this in the 5th canteen. Whoever eats in the 5th canteen, never eat my food again. This is heresy. A group of people were stunned upon hearing this. Sergey reacted the fastest, quickly coughing lightly. Okay, cough, if I had known Chef Tang had the skill, I wouldn't have brought it. Tang Lei sighed. I understand what you mean, sir. It's not that this stuff is bad, sigh, it's just that I personally can't accept it. To the people of Great Xia, these fruit dumplings dipped in cream, it's like asking you to eat dog meat, understand? Upon hearing dog meat, Sergey and the others immediately understood, their faces turning serious. It's that serious. Understood, understood, I won't bring it again. Besides, there are better things to eat, who would eat this? Tang Lei nodded, don't waste it, take it back. Just don't eat it in the 5th canteen again. He might get carried away and accidentally do something with the kitchen knife. Sergey naturally had no objections. After the group finished sharing the honey-glazed pastries, they licked their lips with lingering satisfaction. Tang Lei glanced at the time again. There's still a meeting before dinner. I'm planning to rest for a bit. How about you? Anton stood up. I'm going back to my official duties. He slapped his forehead. Oh my god. Tang, I forgot to bring some for my wife again. He carefully licked his teeth, making sure he wouldn't get caught this time, before saying again, don't forget to make some for us prison guards. I'll come again next time. Sergey stood up as well. Then I'll get back to work, Tang. I'll go discuss the specifics of the subsidy now. Tang Lei gave an okay. The faster the money arrives, the faster the work will be done, no gimmicks. Sergey kicked Maxim. Old buddy, don't slack off. Get to work. The two of them tugged at each other as they left. As soon as they stepped outside, Maxim's expression turned serious. Sergey, are you sure you want to make the money? Sergey gave a soft snort. Didn't you already expect me to agree? Maxim rubbed his hands together. I meant, you give the 5th canteen some favors, and we'll just get some snacks and drinks. But if the whole department wants to eat, that money won't be easy to come by. Maxim said seriously, old friend, confess honestly, did you secretly dig a slush fund under your office? Dig my head. Sergey retorted angrily, I'm not a prisoner trying to escape. Maxim, so, from the 2nd ward? Sergey paused. How much do you know? Maxim shrugged. Not much, I only know, since the chief inspector left, the construction funds I've received have never been in full. There were even a few times when you had to pay out of your own pocket to make up for it. The 2nd ward, on the other hand, is rolling in money from top to bottom, their canteen even has steak and lobster, humph. Sergey rubbed his temples and sighed. That's why I said my underwear is really about to burst. Roman is acting warden, and the Left family is behind him. He could fire me anytime. He wants money and supplies, and I can't refuse. But old buddy, the other wards look down on us because we're clerical staff, only good for cleaning up messes. Do you think we don't know that? In logistics, we work just as hard as anyone else. Our people manage the flow of supplies, but even if they want a piece of candy, it takes months to get it sent. The bulk of the prison's money is in Ward 2. I'm the coordinator, but I can't do anything about it, sigh. Maxim sighed too, patting his old friend helplessly. I know, so I don't blame you. Even if you're really stingy, timid, and afraid of causing trouble, and… Sergey had to interrupt him. Hey, there's no need to spell it out so clearly. Maxim, so, how come you had the guts to go to the 2nd prison district again? Sergey stroked his chin. I wasn't really that bold to begin with, but lately Roman's adjutant has been frequently visiting the logistics department. They suddenly became very anxious, wanting to access the 2nd prison district's accounts for supplies. I happened to find out some news. I heard the chief inspector is coming back. Maxim was stunned. Really? Good thing. With him back, what's there to fear from Roman? When? I don't know. Sergey shook his head. I originally planned to wait until he returned before confronting the 2nd prison district, making them return all the money they've embezzled over the years. But I can't stand it anymore. I'm going to test Roman first, at least to get back my delicious snacks. No, I mean, the wonderful life of our logistics department brothers. Sergey spoke with righteous indignation. Although this step was still somewhat risky, and might incur Luo Meng's wrath, going against his cautious nature. But the delicious food waits for no one. Listen to that scoundrel Anton's lies. It was clearly him who traded the dumplings for the honey-glazed pastries, and those horn-shaped honey sesame candies in peanut brittle. How could he let someone else steal them? Losing money was worse than being killed. So, today, this money. He's going to stand up and demand it. Imagine sitting in your office, enjoying sweet treats and gazing at the sweet money. Sergey suddenly felt an overwhelming surge of courage. Maxim opened his mouth to warn him to be careful, but the mention of snacks made him shut his mouth again. He patted Sergey on the shoulder. Go for it. I believe in you. If you get here, you'll be my best friend. The two encouraged each other and went about their business. As soon as Sergey stepped into the office, he saw a familiar short man approaching again. Levra, I told you, the accounts are kept by the logistics department and cannot be given to other prison sections, that's against the rules. Roman's adjutant grinned, aren't you really going to reconsider? Minister, the commander is currently acting warden and has the authority to access any documents. Sergei said calmly, I think it's better to wait until he's officially appointed. Levra, you've done me a small favor now, and later, you'll be the commander's friend, isn't that good? Minister, you're a smart man. Sergei chuckled inwardly, I have a way to become friends with the second warden. After the last chef assessment, shouldn't the second warden have reimbursed the fifth canteen for all the expenses? I checked the accounts, and they're a little short. If this money is reimbursed, I'll immediately be the second warden's most loyal friend. Levra frowned. He couldn't understand this logistics minister who was always smooth and dared not offend anyone. Where did they get the courage to ask the second prison district to audit the accounts and demand money? Sergei hesitated for a moment after speaking, then gestured with his hand, adding softly, just a little bit. Enough for a snack. He didn't dare ask for the rest yet. But not giving it to him. Absolutely not. Levra gave him a meaningful look, I hope you won't regret this. He turned and left. Sergei scratched his head, utterly bewildered. He'd regret it if he didn't take the money. He waited until dark before another person finally appeared. This time it wasn't Levra, but a young prison guard. The officer wants to see you, now. Sergei frowned, who are you? The young guard's hat brim was pulled low, and he only produced one shoulder insignia, second ward, on duty guard. He then produced a piece of paper. Sergei glanced at it, it was indeed Roman's handwriting and seal, and he relaxed. He casually asked, why isn't it Levra? The guard said indifferently, the adjutant is busy with other matters. If you want to talk, come with me. Alright, Sergei glanced at the clock, considering he might be able to get a free meal at the 5th mess hall after the talk, and picked up his coat. Let's go. The two went out the door one after the other. After taking a few steps, Sergei frowned. This isn't the way to Roman's office, is it? The young guard shook his head. The officer isn't in his office, it's his break time. He'll meet you at his quarters. Sergei was speechless. Off work at this hour? You're something else, Roman. Full of resentment, Sergei asked, it can't be far, can it? The guard said softly, not far. Go through the back, and you'll be there soon. He stopped. Sergei looked around, completely bewildered. Hey, this is clearly a wasteland. You mean your superior turned into a potato sleeping in a hole, damn it. Whoosh. A very light, swift sound of wind cutting through the air. Sergei slid to the ground. His eyes widened, and he sluggishly touched his head. A bloody gash had ripped through his scalp. Blood gushed out. Behind him, a short, sharp black arrow was firmly embedded in the frozen ground. If he hadn't slipped away quickly, this arrow would have pierced his heart. Sergei looked up in horror. The young prison guard held a crossbow, knocking another black arrow. His expression was calm. I said, sir, we've arrived. Asterisk. At this point, what didn't Sergei understand? Roman realized it was impossible to get the accounts from him. He might as well kill him to silence him. In this life-or-death situation, Sergei didn't care about being cowardly anymore. His eyes hardened, and he roared. He scrambled forward. He knew that at this moment, a man couldn't outrun an arrow. As the saying goes, in a fight, the tough fear the reckless, and the reckless fear the fearless. If he was the only one left, a desperate fight might offer a chance of survival. The fighting spirit of the Russian people is generally strong, and although Sergei had spent half his life in an office, he hadn't lost any weight. With a sudden charge, he actually managed to grab the prison guard around the waist and throw him to the ground. But he hadn't fought much, and in less than a second, he was struck hard in the abdomen and kicked aside. The next moment, another soft sound. Whoosh! Sergei roared in pain as two black arrows flew in, piercing his arm. Despair instantly overwhelmed him. There was more than one. He rolled away with difficulty, trying to figure out how to leave his last words, when suddenly the ground beneath him gave way. Ouch! He didn't know when, but beneath a layer of loose soil beside him, there was a large pit. Sergei tumbled in, landing with a thud, completely disoriented. He was wondering, in a daze, if some prisoner really had the ability to dig a hole in this frozen ground. Suddenly, Sergei saw a dark figure appear at the distant entrance of the pit. The murderous prison guard. His despair deepened. In this pit, he was truly at their mercy. But then, the shadow suddenly sighed. It's you. I've been digging for 2 days straight, just waiting, sigh. The voice was androgynous. Sergei only heard utter disgust. But he didn't have time to defend himself now, blurting out, watch out. There's something outside. Ha! A dark shadow flashed and vanished. The next moment, a muffled thud came from outside the hole. Plop! The stench of blood instantly filled the air. Sergei's pupils constricted. That shadow from before, dead? But after waiting a few more seconds, no one came to dig him out. Instead, several more muffled thuds sounded. Sergei was frantic, first grabbing his phone to check. Well, no signal at all. The person who did this really knows what they're doing. He angrily threw down his phone, using one arm to dig into the dirt and start climbing. He'd rather die outside than be slaughtered like a coward in the cave. Slaughtered by whom? Sergei's bald patch appeared, and he was met with a pair of eyes. Without the brim of his hat pulled low, those eyes looked completely unfamiliar. Especially, they were now bulging in disbelief, bloodshot. Sergei covered his mouth and slowly looked back, finally seeing in the dim moonlight. The prison guard who had been holding the crossbow was now only his head closest to him. His body, however, lay several meters away. He still held the crossbow in his hand, seemingly unable to understand what had happened even in his final moments. He died with his eyes wide open. Whoosh! Another soft sound. Sergei looked up and saw several corpses lying haphazardly in the moonlight not far away. A slender, dark figure darted nimbly through the crossbow bolts, then with a flick of his wrist, before Sergei could even see the weapon, another person was dragged from behind a rock. A swift throw. Not a groan. Another person, decapitated. Damn it. Sergei clutched his head, slowly crouching down. God, did you come to save me? Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a cold light in the distance and cried out, "Watch out, a gun!" Snap! This time, Sergei saw it clearly. A black steel cable lashed out, cleaving through the bushes like a blade, tearing the gunman hiding behind it, gun and all. Hiss! Sergei silently crawled back into the cave, making the sign of the cross with one hand. God is mighty! After making countless crosses, finally, all was quiet outside. The dark figure reappeared at the cave entrance, pulled him out, examined Sergei's bleeding head, and considerately avoided the wound. Bang! Sergei's vision went black. He fainted. When he opened his eyes again, Sergei first smelled a sweet aroma. He knew it without even opening his eyes. This was the fifth dining hall. Immediately afterward, Tang Lei's voice rang out. Little yeah, you said you went out for exercise and picked up a bunch of things, like this. How did you end up picking up the logistics minister? Yelena's face was also full of frustration. I didn't want to pick it up. I dug a hole there, trying to catch rabbits. But just now I heard the trap move, went to check, and picked it up. Yelena felt sad just thinking about it. She had accidentally heard from Commander Anton that Roman would be passing through that unmonitored area within the next few days. I went to all that trouble to dig this hole. After 2 days of digging, I'm exhausted, and now it's all filled with other filth. Ugh, what a waste. I want to beat up Roman even more now. Tang Lei hesitated. Oh, there are rabbits here too. Yelena's eyes darted around. Yes, I think there are bears and tigers too. Seeing she seemed genuinely interested, Tang Lei quickly stopped her. No, those are protected animals. Oh, Yelena obediently replied, then pulled a whole bunch of badges from her pocket. And this one, I found it too, right next to, the logistics manager. Tang Lei picked up a badge and examined it, his expression turning serious. Roman, isn't this the same badge Yelena got from that knife-wielding man after the last competition? That's unexpected. Tang Lei muttered. He really hadn't expected that setting a trap for Luo Meng would backfire so badly. The first one to suffer was actually this logistics minister. Cough. But now it seems like an unexpected surprise. Tang Lei helplessly rubbed his nose, then looked at Yelena. Also, why are you out exercising so late at night? It's so dangerous. Yelena said aggrievedly, I have to exercise. She touched her lower belly. Brother Tang, my belly has gotten so big since you came. Tang Lei, pfft. He almost choked on his saliva. Well, a little bit of fat is good, it's healthy. Yelena sighed, it's mainly slowing me down, so I have to increase my training, sigh. Tang Lei hesitated for a moment, then, you won't eat the peanut milk cheese I'm making later? So you won't have to train again. No way. Yelena refused decisively, even if I train for 3 more hours, even if I'm exhausted, I can't skip a single bite. The next moment, another weak voice sounded from behind. Me too. Tang, is there anything else good to eat? Give me a bite. Help. Tang Lei turned around and looked at the unlucky minister who was unexpectedly cheated. Sir, it's all like this, what about eating? Shouldn't you get up first and tell me what's going on? But I saw Sergei blinking and grinning with his big mouth. Ha, I'm like this. Can't you eat a good mouth? My God, take me away. Seeing that this bear-like man began to wipe his eyes, Tang Lei hurriedly shouted to stop. Okay, eat, you can eat. Holding Sergei's guilty conscience for accidentally pitting him, Tang Lei covered his conscience and comforted him. Wait a moment, the prisoner just left. I'll go outside and give you some food on the hour. You talk slowly. Xiao yeah, help take care of the minister. Yelena nodded obediently. Okay. She raised the medicine box in her hand. I just found this in the lounge, just to bandage him. Sergei let out a sigh. Thank you so much, ma'am. But, the tears in his eyes disappeared in an instant, and he spoke softly, did you bring me back? Yelena corrected, I picked it up. Sergei. He looked at the blonde girl in front of him calmly, comparing her with the dark shadow in his heart. Will this girl be the god? Yelena met his gaze, tilted her head innocently, and pulled the bandage on her hand. Hiss. Sergei couldn't bother to think, pain. It's okay, Yelena comforted, if it doesn't hurt, it's time to amputate my limb. Sergei, thank you, I was comforted. He grinned tentatively, I just seemed to hear it. You said you went there to dig a hole? Yes, Yelena nodded, I wanted to catch a rabbit, but I didn't expect to meet you. When you passed out, I picked it up by the way. She answered frankly and sincerely, and Sergei frowned and shook his head in his heart. The hole he fell into was not just catching rabbits. It's enough to bury a few people silently. Sergei, then when you picked it up, did you see anything else when you saved me? For example, blood, corpses. Yelena blinked, no. It's already clean. Sergei carefully observed Yelena's expression and found that her eyes did not fluctuate at all from beginning to end. Generally speaking, as long as a person is alive. When he lies, he doesn't behave in any way. This is a common topic among Western behaviorists, and it is also the origin of polygraphs commonly used in interrogations. Sergei spent many years in prison. In order to keep the pants of the logistics department, he has seen countless real and false reasons for asking for money. As long as he thinks, whether a person is lying or not, he can always see it. Luo Meng took out his handwriting and seal to pit him. So now Sergei dares to conclude. The little girl in front of her didn't lie. Most of his doubts were dispelled. Thinking about it, Sergei laughed at his suspiciousness in his heart. This little girl looks like a doll, how could it not be that terrifying god? He asked with a final cautiousness, by the way, your name is Yelena, right? Is it the daughter of Lao Bawan? You just came back recently, what did you do before? Yelena thought for a while, do odd jobs? It's about cleaning up the mess, cleaning up the field, and solving big and small troubles. I will do whatever my boss asks me to do, and the content is not fixed. Sergei's eyes lit up, Aren't you the same as what our logistics department does every day? He instantly felt very cordial, no wonder you are familiar with it. I said, it turns out to be a peer. Xiao yeah, come and tell your uncle, is logistics difficult? I've long seen this group of dog thieves unpleasant. Call us for everything. No money yet. Yelena whispered, it's okay. I have money. Sergei, cough. Don't say those that are boring. We are working so hard, should we reason with Chef Tang and give us priority if there is delicious food? Tang Lei didn't know that someone behind him had just pasted a wound, and he began to think about how to take out his pot for a long time. He was pulling out a few bags of peanuts and a bucket of milk, ready to make peanut cheese. This cheese is different from Western dairy products, but a type of dessert in Daxia. It's rare in everyday life. Because cheese is the name of high emotional intelligence in the Daxia tradition, it is usually used at banquets, which is called a good sound. For example, in Red Extreme, several cheeses are described in detail. What about low emotional intelligence? It is a thicker sugar water. Today's peanut cheese, although the ingredients are simple, have also been at state banquets, and it is a bit exquisite to make. For example, the peanuts must be peeled first, then heated in a pan with cold oil, and slowly soaked and fried. When the aroma of peanuts is fried, it is fished out and washed with hot water. Remove the oil and gas, and the rest is the original aroma of peanuts. Then throw it into the wall breaker to break it, and then open the lid, and a pot of peanuts is turned into thick peanut dew. Tang Lei filtered it and sniffed by this pure aroma. In the past, when I was eating and chatting with friends in Daxia, fried 2 plates of peanuts were already very good. Not to mention such a pot now. This is not over. Tang Lei poured it into the pot again and turned on the fire, stirring and pouring in milk. The milky fragrance is not domineering, it melts into it easily. Tang Lei looked at the heat, thinking of this group of hairy bears who like to eat sweets. Another large handful of sugar was poured. When the peanuts, milky aroma, and light caramel aroma blended together, Tang Lei turned on the fire and poured in the water starch that had already been hooked. This is the last step, Daxia's traditional rice soup. It is also the key to sugar water becoming cheese. As the milk white in the pot boiled, the strong sweet aroma also rolled out, and floated all the way from the back kitchen to the lounge. Sergei, who was expressing his feelings to Yelena, suddenly sat up straight and stopped talking. He sniffed, Xiao, do you smell? Yelena had quickly packed up all the medicine for bandaging, and walked out. No need to smell it. I'll know at a glance. Sergei jumped down, his hand touched the wound, and he grinned again. Slow down. Help me. The wounded also have human rights. The wounded need to take their first bite. Fortunately, Yelena is still a girl with a conscience. Hearing Sergei's screams, she turned around and helped him and fought for the way. The first bite is mine. Tang Lei heard this sentence from afar, and couldn't help but laugh. Don't fight, I've done a lot. He directly made a big pot this time. On the one hand, I learned the lesson of the 3 knives of honey in the afternoon. Although there are only a few of them in the 5th canteen now, even Lao Bawan went back first. But Tang Lei always felt, I don't know when, a few more will pop out of the clouds. On the other hand, he also remembered something very popular in Daxia from this pot of peanut cheese. Xiao yeah, have you ever had milk tea? Tang Lei asked while serving peanut brittle. He casually brushed Sergei's paw away as a warning. Wait a minute, it's hot. He didn't want to see another big guy crying from burns in his cafeteria. Yelena, already experienced, obediently sat and waited, her face in her hands. She thought for a moment upon hearing this. I don't think I've ever had it. Is it the Deying kind? She'd heard they had a habit of afternoon tea there. But here, everyone mostly drinks vodka. Tang Lei was a little surprised. You've never had it. He remembered that the ethnic groups near the grasslands in Great Xiao really liked milk tea. It had once caused tea from the Central Plains to be worth over 1,000 gold pieces. Milk tea is delicious. Not to mention the traditional milk tea from afar. Milk tea shops are everywhere in Great Xiao now. I'll get you some tea leaves to try later. Even young women in China can't give up milk tea, even when they're on a diet. In the land of the sweet-toothed, warrior nation. Isn't this perfect? Besides, it's portable and easy to store. It could even be added to the deluxe dessert menu for prison staff later. Let's not talk about the future, Sergei said expectantly. Can we drink this? Tang Lei glanced at the 2 bowls of peanut pudding that had been served and noticed a skin had already formed on the thick, white surface. It's drinkable, slowly. Before he finished speaking, Tang Lei saw Sergei grab the bowl with his good arm and gulp it down. After taking a big gulp, Sergei held the bowl up and subconsciously licked the skin from the corner of his mouth. Fragrant, sweet, soft. This pudding, while thick, didn't cloy the throat. While thin, it lingered warm and soft in the mouth, making it hard not to savor the aftertaste. The aroma of peanuts and milk blended together, gliding smoothly over the taste buds and soothing Sergei's frightened heart. He gulped it down. Yelena quickly raised her bowl to Brother Tang. Is this still milk? The milk she usually drank wasn't this sweet. Tang Lei nodded. Yes, I added some peanuts. Actually, you could add glutinous rice to make it thicker. If you have the ingredients, you can also add sago, coconut milk, and coconut jelly, and soak some fruit. It's one of the common ways to drink modern milk tea in Great Xia. No need to add anything, it's already very good. Yelena was always the most content. And it's warm and comforting to drink. Tang Lei, yes, so this is a special autumn and winter drink in Great Xia, very nourishing for blood and qi. It used to be called beauty soup, sir? He looked at Sergei, who had been frozen in place for a long time. Are you all right? Sergei jolted awake, first gulping down a large bowl of food before his eyes reddened. Chef Tang, I'd never taste this delicious food again. Wah! Sergei was overcome with grief. I went to ask for the money back, but I didn't get it, and he tried to kill me. My snacks, my desserts, my life. Tang Lei, good. He still remembers his life. He coughed lightly. Sir, what exactly did you do tonight? The one you said would kill you was. Sergei's sobs choked, and he sniffled to stop him. Don't say it, Chef Tang, this is dangerous, don't get involved. Tang Lei paused, pulled a handful of badges from his pocket, and touched his nose sheepishly. This is what I was trying to say. Do you think it's possible that I was involved even earlier? Sergei's sobs completely stopped. He stared at Tang Lei for a long time, then looked at the badge. You. Tang Lei shrugged. Bad luck, huh? After the chef's assessment, a group of people ambushed me on my way back with weapons. I was lucky, nothing happened, and I even kept their badges. Just like the ones around you tonight, sir. Sergei subconsciously touched his pierced arm, his gaze towards Tang Lei suddenly filled with awe. You're all right. That shouldn't be. Aren't chefs also clerical workers? They're both clerical workers, so why is he the only one injured? Tang Lei coughed lightly. Just lucky, huh? However, he tapped his badge. I'm just a cook. Targeting me wouldn't warrant such a huge effort. But you, sir, are different. If he doesn't get what he wants, if it doesn't work the first time, next time. Tang Lei didn't finish. But the perfectly timed pause only fueled Sergei's wild imagination. His pupils contracted, and he said bitterly, but I have no evidence. He almost lost his life, yet he couldn't prove anything. It was Roman who did it. There was no signal at the scene, so there probably wasn't any surveillance. His office did have some, but only a video of a strange young warden taking him away. And that man was dead. Roman could easily deny that he personally ordered it, and he, who knew when, would encounter another sneak attack. This isn't what I expected. Sergei murmured. I just thought, at most, they'd fire me, kick me out. I never expected this. Roman was actually bold enough to take action directly. Where did he hide this group of people? Tang Lei crossed his arms, lost in thought. Perhaps this is one of the reasons he had to go through the accounts? The origin of these people was easy to guess. After all, behind Roman was a family that supported him and eagerly hoped he would become the official director. But with so many people suddenly appearing, they needed to be fed and supplied. And all the supplies entering the prison had to go through the logistics department. "Sir, do you want to hand over the accounts and see? Maybe they'll let you go," Tang Lei asked calmly. "No," Sergei instinctively retorted, "I swore an oath. To fight for this land, to be loyal to my duty, to be loyal to the chief inspector. I can't hand it over." "That's fine," Tang Lei nodded. "Anyway, handing it over might not be safe. After all, the dead are the best at keeping secrets." Sergei looked up speechlessly, wanting to say, "Then why are you asking me if I'll hand it over?" Meeting Tang Lei's indifferent gaze, he suddenly understood. This was to make a decision for himself. He couldn't use the assassination attempt to accuse Roman. The only way to protect himself was to completely bring down Roman. But he was a fence-sitter, cowardly and weak, with no background, and all he had was this hot potato. Was this something he could do? Sergei stared blankly down at the bowl he had just licked clean. For the first time, he clearly realized, if he didn't take down Roman, his sweet life, just beginning to look forward to, was about to end. These delicious treats, and his life. So many wonderful things Tang Lei had mentioned he hadn't yet tasted. They were all going to be gone. Sergei gritted his teeth, a murderous glint appearing in his usually timid eyes for the first time. Done. Tang Lei nodded with satisfaction. Very good. He's got you on the right track. After saying this, Sergei poured himself another bowl of peanut butter milk to bolster his courage. Then he bravely spoke, "Tang, I'll give you the accounts now." "Wait a minute," Tang Lei took out his phone, "I need to call Commander Anton." "Sergei, why do you need him?" Tang Lei fell silent. The two stared at each other for a moment, then Tang Lei had to remind him, "Do you remember? I'm just a cook. These two department heads are plotting how to kill their superior." What's he supposed to say to him? Sergei, holding his bowl, froze. Right. Anton is the warden of the 5th prison district. But why does he subconsciously feel Tang Lei makes him feel more at ease, to the point that he directly consulted him? This is inconsistent with his usual caution. Sergei slurped down another mouthful of peanut butter, shaking his head. Was this some kind of magic potion from the cook? It actually smells delicious. Anton arrived quickly. He had just finished his overtime shift, inspected the prison guard's duties, and was preparing to go home. Upon receiving the message from Tang Lei that he had something to say, he turned around and came over, secretly wondering if he could grab something from the kitchen to take with him. His wife and daughter hadn't eaten for several days. Their faces were getting increasingly sour. A good husband knows how to read people's expressions. This isn't cowardice, it's deep love. When he arrived at the 5th canteen, the first thing he saw was Sergei, slurping down his food with bandages wrapped around his neck. "Sergei, you didn't approve my money and you're even stealing food from my cell block's canteen? Wait, what's going on with you here?" Anton was shocked. "You finally got beaten up for being too stingy?" Sergei put down his bowl and cursed. "Listen to what you're saying. I got beaten up because I went to ask you for money." Anton paused, his expression turning serious. "You mean, Roman?" "Yes," Sergei said grimly. "I'm lucky to be alive tonight. I met my match. Otherwise, after tonight, you'd probably be seeing a new logistics minister." Anton frowned, sat down, and glanced at the other's bowls. "Is there any more food? Give me a bowl too, oh right, and take some to go." Sergei grumbled, "With important matters at hand, you're still eating." "Anton, what do you know? We can only talk after we're full." Just then, another call came from behind. Engineer Maxim walked in. "Hey, Chef Tang, I saw your stove was still lit, so I just stopped by." "Holy crap, Sergei, my old buddy. Why are you bald?" "Sergei, shut up." Maxim sat down too. "What are you eating? Break me some food? And why are you all here? Tell me more." Tang Lei shook his head. He knew it. No matter when, no matter how many people, as long as the fire starts, a few freeloaders will always pop out from some corner. He simply brought out the pot and let these guys cook for themselves. Anton glanced at Maxim first and asked Sergei, "Is he trustworthy?" Sergei nodded. "Don't worry, Maxim may be a bit of a jerk, but he's trustworthy." Anton nodded, ignoring Maxim's protest. "All right then, tell me, tonight, was it Roman who did this?" Sergei, his face grim, recounted how he'd been tricked by the prison guards and nearly died in the wasteland. Anton listened, his brow furrowing. "I thought he was just greedy for money, but it turns out he even keeps a private army. What audacity!" Sergei scoffed. "The Lev family, they just love using underhanded methods. But didn't he resolve that huge mess in Ward 1 and rise to power based on his achievements? Now he's practically all-powerful. I don't see why he needs to keep assassins. Anton fell into thought. Tang Lei also seemed thoughtful. Perhaps he's feeling guilty? I'll investigate further, Anton said, his head aching. That bastard has too many people, and wards 3 and 4 are all currying favor with him. Everything he wants to do is fraught with difficulty. Sergei nodded. Well, let's leave that aside for now. Let's talk about what we have now. I have the accounts of the supplies and funds taken from the second prison district since the chief inspector left. It's very messy. He was quite careful, asking for things under various legitimate pretexts. I can verify and calculate exactly how much he stole. But you know, after I calculate it, I can only say he's embezzled and taken bribes, with the financial resources of the Leff family. It's not impossible to protect him if they really want to, it's just a matter of money. But if they manage to protect him, Sergei, Anton, and the others will inevitably face a fierce counterattack from the Leff family. Anton sighed helplessly. That's true, this isn't enough. Moreover, they also need to consider how to get the evidence out of Roman's blockade. However, having this account is already a huge help. Anton let out a breath, a hint of relief on his face. What about the accounts? It's too dangerous for you to keep them. Give them to me for safekeeping? Sergei pondered for a moment, then shook his head. No. I want them for Chef Tang. Tang Lei, who was watching the drama unfold, was taken aback upon hearing this, and then resorted to his usual excuse, I'm just a lowly chef. No, Sergei said firmly. Tang, you're from Great Xia, so your interests aren't really intertwined with ours. Besides, I've heard that the people of Great Xia are very principled. I'm willing to trust you. He knew that Tang Lei was also being targeted and hunted by Roman. At this moment, Sergei was inexplicably convinced that no matter who sided with Roman, Tang wouldn't. Anton hesitated for a moment. I trust you too, but Tang, aren't you in danger? Tang Lei thought for a moment. It's all right. They probably wouldn't expect the accounts to be in my hands. That was indeed true. Anton felt relieved. Sergei continued, Anton, I took a huge risk this time. I've helped you so much, you have to grant me one request. Anton, what is it? Sergei shouted, my office and lodgings are too dangerous. Before Roman falls, I've decided. I'm going to sleep in the 5th canteen. Tang Lei, you're looking for safety in the canteen? Maxim was the first to expose his old friend, Pa. You're obviously just trying to freeload. Everyone knows that. Sergei scoffed, you guys don't understand. He wasn't stupid. Roman had long disliked Chef Tang, yet Tang was still alive and kicking. There must be some mysterious reason why Tang Lei was keeping Roman from making a move. Following him was the only safe option. Besides, it's close by, so I can eat early. I'll have food to eat on my way to and from work, hee. Then I'll stay the night. If there's no bed, I can sleep on the floor. Maxim decided immediately. I'm not here for the food, I'm mainly here to protect you, my old buddy. Anton, they even have that trick up their sleeves. Wait, don't you guys have wives waiting for you at home? Sergei and Maxim exchanged a glance. But we have food. They looked at Tang Lei expectantly. Tang Lei scratched his head. Sure, but I'm not staying here. I have someone waiting for me. Ha! Sergei and Maxim were stunned. You're not from abroad? Wait a minute, I don't remember getting a dorm room. Yelena, who had been engrossed in chugging peanut butter, looked up. Tang Ge lives with me. I have a car, I can even give you a ride. Sergei and Maxim exchanged bewildered glances. You little rascal, that's a betrayal. Tang Lei knew this period was indeed dangerous, and after thinking for a moment, said, how about I move back to the cafeteria for a while? Yelena was taken aback. What? No need. She thought about what she'd filled the hole with. Things should be quiet for a while on Roman's side. Based on her experience, this group of missing people should keep Roman busy for a while. At worst, she could just dig a few more holes around there. Really? Sergei didn't quite believe the girl's words. How can you guarantee that? Yelena opened her mouth, then closed it again, looking aggrieved. How to put it? Saying it out loud might scare Tang Ge. Well, Tang Ge can move back, but I want to come too. I want to protect Tang Ge. This is her livelihood. The captain said that if you don't hold on to what you like, someone else will take it away. So Yelena insisted that they had to live in the cafeteria together. Tang Lei looked at the group, speechless. Well, the cafeteria has become a dormitory. It's only because there's enough space in Siberia that they can still partition off a few small single rooms. Tang Lei sighed. All right, you'll have to work hard, Yelena. Not going back has its advantages too. You can make some snacks tonight. Yelena's eyes lit up. I'll get some too, Chef Tang, right? Sergei said quietly. I have a mouth too. Maxim chimed in. Anton hesitated. Then maybe I should. No, you still have your wife waiting for you. Sergei reminded him sharply. Anton rolled his eyes. You're so pathetic. If you want to stay, hurry up and get your bedding. I'll have 2 guards with you. Don't leave the surveillance cameras during your work hours these next few days. Come to the canteen after get off work, and don't wander off. The 2 men, needless to say, hurriedly ran off. Watching Sergei's figure, slinged over, running at top speed, Anton shook his head. Tang, I really feel like a fucking dream. You know, this fence-sitter Sergei, I couldn't reason with him no matter what I said. How did he suddenly dare to attack Roman? How did you persuade him? Tang Lei rubbed his nose. Me? I didn't persuade him. He just put a little pressure on Roman. Ha! Anton scratched his head. Well, at least the result is good. Next, I need to investigate more of what Luo Meng has done. Tang Lei stroked his chin. I might make some progress soon. I'll call you then. Anton, huh? He felt like he'd said more times that night than he'd in a year. But seeing that Tang Lei didn't seem inclined to explain, he could only say, completely bewildered. Alright, I'll get back to work now. You should get some rest. Anton got up and left, not forgetting to pack the peanut buttermilk for his wife and daughter. Yelena blinked gently. Brother Tang, is this what you meant by a cornered dog will jump over the wall? Tang Lei nodded. Yes, there's a saying in Great Xia. Those who act justly gain much support, those who act unjustly find little. Just you wait and see, you don't need to put in much effort to persuade anyone. As long as Roman is impatient enough, he'll be responsible for his own downfall. Yelena thought for a moment. It's complicated, but Brother Tang, I'll find a way to protect you. The captain had said that dealing with the person causing trouble is also a way of solving trouble. Her forehead suddenly felt hot. I believe you. Tang Lei ruffled her hair, but first, you need to be careful. Alright, I'll go to the kitchen to tidy up the lounge and get you a private room first. Yelena blinked, not saying anything. Sergei and his companion moved quickly and returned shortly. A few cots were set up, creating a simple bedding arrangement. Sergei also picked up a small crucifix and touched it reverently. To thank God for his blessing today, I've decided to pray every night before bed. He. Tang, good night, sweet life, here I come. Tang Lei. Okay, whatever makes you happy. He turned off the light. Life in the 5th prison ward seemed to have returned to normal. The injury to the logistics minister didn't cause much of a stir. No one from the 2nd prison ward came again. Everything was peaceful. Tang Lei was cooking as usual, completely calm. He was waiting for someone. According to the menu of the past few days, they should have arrived by now. He had calculated it perfectly, but he hadn't expected that instead of the person he was waiting for, a group of prison guards would arrive first, led by the adjutant and Latif. These people seemed to have finally found a time, after lunch that day, to come to him. Hey, Tang, long time no see. Tang Lei, we see each other every day, even at meals. What's up? Just say what you want to say. Don't laugh like that. Sleazy? Ahem. Latif scratched his forehead, lowering his voice. You mean that mysterious Eastern power you mentioned a while ago? Any more? Tang Lei was confused. There are plenty of mysterious ones, you mean? Latif slapped his thigh. It's the one you gave the Dennis brothers. I've seen them doing really well lately. Tang Lei suddenly realized, what the heck? Are you serious? No way, so many people need it? No, the adjutant quickly explained, I have no problem. But who wouldn't want to make that person even more satisfied, right? Hee. Tang, stop hiding it, we've all seen the effects the Dennis brothers had. A group of prison guards chuckled. To be honest, it was only Latif who asked about it at first. But Latif felt a little embarrassed to come to Tang Lei himself. Wouldn't that make people question his abilities? So he simply secretly leaked a little, managing to gather a group from his colleagues. One person would be shameful, but a group only showed their effort. Tang Lei was speechless for a moment. That's what he said. But he couldn't be eating bull penis, sheep testicles, and chicken eggs every day. Eating like this in prison, especially in a communal kitchen, would likely result in either finding soap or a riot. Besides, he didn't have that many ingredients. Tang Lei scratched his head helplessly. Eating it occasionally is fine, but can your needs wait until occasionally? And what about the ingredients? The adjutant, we can buy ingredients. Tell us what you need, and we'll go buy it. Tang Lei shook his head frantically. If these guys really brought sea cucumbers and oysters, he'd have to work overtime again. He said helplessly, couldn't you guys just make some goji berries? Goji berries? What's that? The prison guards stared at each other blankly. Tang Lei thought for a moment, oh, I forgot you guys don't have any. He tapped the system, let me check the shop, do you have any goji berries? Help! The system beeped. Yes, it is, but not yet available for purchase. Tang Lei scratched his head, what does that mean? System, because goji berries are from a tree, and it takes 3 to 4 years or more for them to produce a stable yield. They are much rarer than seeds and seedlings. Their effects are also much stronger. Therefore, in the current store, they are a level 2 item that the host does not yet have permission to purchase. More tasks need to be completed to activate them. Tang Lei mentally clicked into the store. He then discovered that there were indeed several rows of gray icons at the bottom. Wait, your store is open, but you can't buy them. The system proudly stated this is a purchasing method integrated from some modern platforms of the Great Xia dynasty. You can view them, but buying them requires additional payment, as an incentive for the host not to display them. Tang Lei instantly thought of the practice of some video platforms requiring additional payment even after subscribing, and a question mark appeared in his mind. Seriously? You finally learn to be good, and you go bad in a flash. System, the host can also choose points-based loans. Its system voice even had a hint of human-like expectation. Get lost. Tang Lei was speechless. He first confirmed that this system didn't have any ancestors behind it for the time being before he cursed. You son of a bitch, are you trying to harvest leeks here? Wait a minute, leeks. He slapped his thigh. If you can't get goji berries, leeks will do. These things can be imported from Siberia, but they're expensive and scarce. Here, even leafy greens are rare. The pile Bella sent last time is almost all gone. Eating is fine for now, but in the long run, we'll probably have to grow them ourselves. Mainly, the demand here. Tang Lei looked at the expectant group of prison guards, shook his head, and tapped the system. Goji berries won't do, but surely I have some chive sprouts. These chives, if planted from seed, can be harvested in a month and a half, and several harvests can be made. They're delicious. Putting aside the certain function, there are many ways to eat them. They're definitely worth trying. He was arguing with the system in his mind, and the prison guards were starting to panic. Chef Tang, what's wrong? Don't just shake your head and stay silent. I heard that Great Xia has a miraculous medical technique that can tell if someone is impotent just by looking at their face. Chef, just say there's nothing to eat. Don't do this, I'm scared. Tang, are we really in big trouble? Tang Lei quickly snapped out of it. No, I'm a chef. Not some ancient Great Xia doctor. What are you thinking? The prison guards looked unexpectedly. It's mainly because you're so mysterious. Tang Lei sighed. We have to believe in science. How about this? I'll make something for you to try first. See if you like it. Chives, well, in Great Xia, they're not quite as common as cilantro or Houtunia cordata, but quite a few people still can't accept them. He didn't like them much when he was a child either, always finding them pungent. Completely accepting chives started with the chive pancakes sold by the old lady outside his school. Those perfectly cooked, soft pancakes, filled with hot chives and eggs, topped with a couple of dried shrimp or crispy fried dough bits. The aroma alone is indescribable. It's a childhood memory for so many kids waiting for their mothers after school. Tang Lei slurped his saliva and pulled out a bag of flour. The difficulty in making chive pancakes isn't in the filling, but in the dough. The dough needs to be elastic enough to hold the vegetable juice, but not too soft. Therefore, a semi-scalded dough is usually used. Pour boiling water into the flour, stirring constantly. When the temperature drops slightly, add a small spoonful of yeast. The ideal consistency is when the dough is slightly bubbly but not fully risen. Then add oil and a little salt, knead into a dough, let it rest, and knead again until completely smooth and soft. The dough is then complete. After that, it's simple. Beating the egg in oil until it forms delicate egg ribbons, then chopping the chives and mixing them with the egg ribbons. Without glass noodles to improve the texture, Tang Lei used 2 pieces of crumbled tofu. He also added some finely chopped pork fat, fragrant but not greasy. Seasoning with salt and oil, Tang Lei took out the dough and rolled it out flat. He put the filling on one half, and pressed down the other half. A bulging box was wrapped up. Finally, a layer of oil was brushed on the frying pan, and the pancakes were ready to be cooked. Considering that they didn't have to pay for whatever they ate here, Tang Lei made these pancakes with thin crusts and plenty of filling, without skimping on anything. In no time, both sides were golden brown, with a vibrant green underneath. The crust was as thin as paper, yet it didn't leak. Is it ready? Is it ready? A group of prison guards had already gathered around. Now that mealtimes were over and there were no prisoners in the canteen, they didn't care about maintaining a dignified image. They were all just crowding around the window like wolves, their gazes towards the chive pancakes almost pious. This wasn't just delicious food, it was the key to happiness. However, after waiting for an hour, they were starting to get impatient. Hurry up, we have to hand over the shift soon. Tang Lei scooped up the pancakes one by one. Alright, let me cut them up for you. With one slice, the aroma previously masked by the dough suddenly burst forth. The slightly pungent aroma of chives had perfectly blended with the fragrance of eggs. Steaming hot. Latif reached for one, but Tang Lei suddenly remembered something. Wait a minute. He turned and went to the break room, grabbed a few clean blank sheets of paper, tore and folded them into small paper clips. Then he wrapped the chive boxes together. All right, one for each of you, take them and eat them on the way. It won't delay your shift handover. In the days before plastic bags were so common, the old ladies who made pancakes all knew how to do this. Although sometimes they wrapped the pancakes in straw paper, oil paper, or even newspaper, which seemed rather unhygienic. But after making these pancakes again after so many years, Tang Lei found the plastic bag packaging rather unappealing. Great! The guards were slightly puzzled, but upon hearing that it was for eating on the road, they found it quite reasonable. They thanked him profusely, saying, "You're so thoughtful, Tang." "Thanks, good brother. We're off now. We'll find you for drinks when we're on leave." Each with a box in hand, they hurried out the door, shivering from the cold wind. Their first instinct was to cover their pancakes with their hands. Holy crap, it's so cold. The warmth from the touch only intensified the aroma. The chive pancakes were warm in their hands, emitting a rich, enticing fragrance. The adjutant gritted his teeth and declared, "I can't take it anymore." He opened his mouth wide and took a big bite. It had the aroma of oil, but wasn't greasy. The dough was chewy and crispy, the chives and eggs tender, and there was even a savory, crispy cracker at the last minute. Delicious, delicious, delicious? Need I say more? You're so uncultured. This is called a gift from God. You have no culture whatsoever. It's delicious, that's all. Ugh, these few bites are all it's worth, not enough. Hiss, maybe we should turn back. Hey, don't hit me. I know we have shifts. I was just kidding. Latif and his adjutant whispered to each other, while most others busied themselves stuffing mouthfuls of flatbread into their mouths. Before the cold wind froze them, it brought a sense of satisfaction from stomach to heart. You know what, this flatbread, even without some mysterious power, I'd eat it like crazy. As Tang Lei predicted, the suggestion to plant chives was quickly and unanimously approved. Anton's only complaint was that he wasn't invited to eat. As a result, the adjutant, busy preparing his own meal and forgetting to pack food for his superior, missed another opportunity to come to the canteen. Anton sent him off to run errands, hoping to learn a lesson. All matters related to planting the chives were once again entrusted to Tang Lei. Having learned from the experience of planting chili peppers last time, the prisoners were much more accepting this time, generally behaving quite obediently. Planting them also meant Tang Lei had more points than last time, so he simply arranged for 2,000 chive seedlings, all optimized by the system. They could be harvested in a month and a half. It completely emptied his savings. Tang Lei thought to himself, well, this is a rare leafy green vegetable. It won't cause an immediate mess like with lamb testicles or bull penis. The more the merrier. Just like last time, those already containing chili peppers were removed. Then, 2,000 of the best behaved prisoners were selected, chive seedlings were distributed, rewards and punishments were set, and a planting manual was provided a complete setup. Those prisoners who didn't get any, though envious, didn't dare cause trouble. They just whispered among themselves, discussing whether they could join together and plant the chives. Everything was peaceful, except, in the southwest corner where the prisoners were gathered, a group of female prisoners stood surrounding the red-haired FIA. Seeing that 2,000 people had been selected, yet none of them were included, the female prisoners' expressions became complicated. One of the younger ones couldn't contain her emotions and whispered first, "This isn't fair. Why aren't we included?" Another frowned, "What do you mean? Don't forget what we're here for. You really want to obey orders and plant for them?" They were clearly here to disrupt the 5th prison district. The younger female prisoner hesitated, then whispered, Sister Vaquera, I didn't mean to obey. I'm just infiltrating the enemy. First, you need to understand what's so good about farming to understand why they don't need women for it. As soon as she spoke, someone else couldn't help but chime in. I know that. They said if the crops Tang Lei brings are successfully grown, we can exchange them for special snacks at the 5th canteen. Any time? The food at the 5th canteen is so hard to get. Last time I finally managed to get a plate of sweet and sour pork, it was so delicious. Vaquera's expression changed. You guys. You haven't been focusing on your mission all day. You've actually gone to steal food? Those are our enemies. Several young female prisoners accidentally let slip the secret and quickly shook their heads. No, we're just checking in. Cough, we're absolutely not swayed by the food in the 5th canteen. But we've never eaten there before, just curious. Mainly, Big Sister didn't say it was impossible, right? They were humiliated by Vaquera's scolding and looked to Fia for help. Big Sister, speaking of which, weren't you going to see Tang Lei a few days ago? Fia frowned, rubbed her back, and rolled her eyes. Those two damned guys. They're interfering with her plans. However, Fia raised her hand and pressed down the disgruntled Vaquera. Although we've come with a purpose, we don't have to treat them all as our enemies. They're all prisoners, just getting by here, each with their own choices. You can't fool them with hatred. Besides, FIA looked at Tang Lei in the distance, it's definitely worth trying to get a chance to plant. No downsides. Bakala frowned, I don't see the point, and these people won't give us a chance. They're wary of us. FIA was silent for a moment, then suddenly raised her hand high and shouted, Chef Tang, I have a question. Tang Lei looked over, what is it? FIA, we female prisoners were only recently assigned here, this is our first time participating in something like this. I want to ask you, how were the people chosen for planting? Why weren't any female prisoners selected? Really? They want to plant too? Ladov, who had come to help Tang Lei in place of the adjutant, was somewhat surprised. In his eyes, these female prisoners were like ticking time bombs since they arrived. They were also somewhat hostile towards the prison guards and older prisoners. Ladov never imagined they actually wanted to farm. Ladov lowered his voice, Tang, could they be trying to sabotage us? Let's not let them plant. Tang Lei pondered for a moment, then shook his head. Just follow the rules, with rewards and punishments, treating everyone equally. He explained loudly to Fia. The selection is based on the prisoners with the best attitude towards labor reform, after excluding those already assigned special planting tasks. He pointed casually. Like him, his potatoes are the biggest. The prisoner pointed out proudly, puffed out his chest. And this one, he's the most diligent at work every day. Although his plantings aren't big, there are many, and he's very conscientious. He then looked at Fia and the female prisoners. Anyone who wasn't selected did so because their labor reform level wasn't up to standard, or they didn't work as hard as these people. So, hurry up and join. Fia was silent. She had nothing to say. During this time, they hadn't been working hard like the other prisoners, risking their lives for a living. To be precise, they were basically just coasting along. She'd been busy causing trouble, so she didn't really have a say. Fia didn't speak, but Vakara protested. You're not being fair. Vakara shouted. We're women. We're naturally not as strong as men. This is discrimination. Tang Lei raised an eyebrow. Male and female prisoners have different rehabilitation tasks due to the difference in physical strength. I only require you to complete your assigned tasks, it has nothing to do with physical strength. Vakara was speechless for a moment. This is different. We're women. They were already at a disadvantage, unable to compete with these men, weren't they? Shouldn't they be given some privileges? Tang Lei smiled. We have a great instructor in our Great Xia dynasty. Have you heard him say something? Bakara, Great Xia people, what do you have to do with us? Enough! A slightly hoarse voice suddenly interrupted her. Fia said calmly, shut up. She raised her head and looked directly at Tang Lei. We don't need special privileges. I'm only asking you. Can you promise that if we female prisoners can do what you've said, you'll give us the same opportunities and rewards? Tang Lei nodded. Treat everyone equally. That's good. Fia smiled proudly, her charming features even taking on a touch of heroism. We women are not weak. Even if we are not as physically strong as men, there are things we can do better. Next time, you will see women's names on your planting list. At that time, I hope you can also do as you say, treat everyone equally. She had seen too many privileges and restrictions placed on women, and she understood them deeply. Every privilege was predicated on concession and weakness. She didn't want such privileges. Fia lowered her hand, then suddenly remembered. Oh, what did you just say your Great Xia instructor said? Tang Lei glanced at her quietly. He said women can hold up half the sky. Fia was taken aback. The female prisoners, who had been whispering among themselves in the corner, suddenly fell silent. Women hold up half the sky. It was a compliment, a right. It was also a responsibility. After a while, Fia came to her senses and chuckled softly. Good. I should go to Great Xia sometime and see what kind of great person could say such a thing. She turned and waved, ignoring Vakara's attempt to stop her. All right, you all heard that. Go back. The female prisoners glanced silently at Tang Lei, then left with complicated expressions. Ladov murmured, are they serious? Tang Lei smiled, whether they're serious or not, we'll see what they do. Looking back, both Great Xia and the Russians have had no shortage of outstanding women. Strength isn't necessarily limited by gender. But to think you can have a voice without working just because you're a woman? Dream on. He then turned to the still somewhat bewildered male prisoners. What's wrong? Are you chickening out? Don't you want them to participate in the farming too? Chicken my ass. The male prisoners suddenly realized, it's just a competition. We're not afraid. Hey, who said we're afraid to compete? Are you looking down on us men? I'll definitely start work before them. Tang Lei looked at the excited crowd below and clapped with satisfaction. Very good. Well done. Then keep it up, looking forward to everyone's results. Hearing this, the prisoners immediately scattered, forming small groups. Those with chives discussed planting methods, those without discussed where their reform attitude hadn't been good enough. Their enthusiasm for labor was unprecedented. Ladov took a breath and whispered, "Tang, I suddenly feel that you're a bit terrifying. A few words, and both male and female prisoners are going crazy over labor farming for you." Tang Lei shrugged. "What are you talking about? Isn't this all for themselves? Wouldn't it be better to reform themselves, become new people, and get out there to breathe free air as soon as possible?" Ladov hesitated, thinking to himself, "That's not necessarily true." Tang Lei ignored him, tossed his hair, and left only two burly figures standing there, dumbfounded. "Dennis, Ivan, what are you two standing there for?" The twin brothers clutched their chests, looking southwest, and suddenly spoke. "She's so beautiful. She's so hot. We're doomed, Tang, we're in trouble." Tang Lei, "You two were already doomed, weren't you? You've even covered the hole with dirt." He slapped them both. "Then what are you standing there for? Go after her. She was looking for me, wasn't she? Perfect, I'll tell her I'm free this afternoon." Tang Lei wasn't in a hurry. But after today's scene where a female prisoner publicly declared she was going to farm, he figured, if they didn't talk to her soon, Fia might be in danger. Her actions were practically tantamount to threatening to defect by stepping on Roman's face. The Dennis brothers scratched their heads and quickly ran off. When Tang Lei returned to the canteen, he first greeted Anton. He said he might have something to discuss after lunch and could come over if he had time, but he'd barely put down his phone a moment later. Tang Lei saw Anton, carrying a stack of documents, steadily stride into the fifth canteen. "Tang Lei, sir," I said after lunch. "They haven't even started cooking yet." Anton waved dismissively, "It's alright, I'll wait. I can handle official business here too." Waiting for food? How ingenious. Tang Lei scratched his head, "Okay, as long as it doesn't affect his regular meal service. After all, this is his job." Flipping through the freezer, Tang Lei found several large bags of mutton. "Let's stir-fry some mutton as the main dish today." Just then, another group of people rushed in cheerfully. "What? Meat?" It was the construction team from the logistics department working next door. Maxim proudly announced, "Tang, we're the first one today." Then he saw Anton. "Hey, fifth warden, it's not time to leave work yet." Anton calmly replied, "I'm working, don't call. Anyway, Sergey will be leaving early soon." Maxim was speechless upon hearing his old friend and superior's name. Okay. He really didn't have the confidence to argue. He coughed lightly. "Chef Tang, is there anything we can help you with?" He needed to prove that the logistics department was more conscientious than the other freeloaders. Tang Lei smiled, "No need, it's just our job. You guys wait." He glanced at the mutton and noticed it was all skin and bone, and an idea formed in his mind. "Let's make a dry pot mutton." "Xiao yeah, come help chop it." Yelena jumped out at the suggestion. "Okay." She wielded the knife and began chopping, the blade flashing, her movements practiced, and with each slice, blood and flesh splattered. The logistics staff shrank back in surprise. "Forget it, we can't help." Tang Lei then began chopping scallions, ginger, and garlic. This dry pot wasn't actually the name of a dish, but a cooking method. It originated in Sichuan cuisine. The dry part means no water is added, the meat is first fried until half cooked, then served on a small stove underneath to slowly cook. But Tang Lei certainly couldn't let every prisoner have a pot, so he decided to create a modified version. He blanched the mutton and set it aside, then first made scallion oil. The essence of dry pot lies in this oil. This dish requires 2 layers of oil. The first is scallion oil made by frying onions, scallions, and ginger. This removes the mutton's gamey smell. Among all the meats people eat, mutton has a relatively strong odor, so Tang Lei paid extra attention to this step. After frying the mutton in the scallion oil, he added salt, wine, and soy sauce, completely removing the gamey smell. Then he simmered it over low heat to maintain its tender texture. After simmering for half an hour, the mutton was almost cooked. But this wasn't the dry pot yet. Tang Lei poured in another layer of oil, this time with garlic and chili peppers. Once fragrant, he added the tender mutton to the pot. Sizzle! The oil and water mingled, and the aroma immediately filled the air. This time, Tang Lei didn't add a drop of water. He relied entirely on the fragrant oil to sear the lamb until it was crispy and fragrant. The lamb's skin rolled up, dry yet crispy. Even the little bit of fat was rendered, releasing its own juices, making it rich but not greasy. The lamb underneath was completely free of any gamey smell, only tender and fresh, paired with the rich, dark sauce. Finally, he tore off a couple of stalks of chives and stir-fried them briefly, adding a touch of freshness to the meat. Not bad, not bad. Tang Lei picked up a piece for himself, quite satisfied. This method was a bit troublesome, but its merit lay in the delicious taste and high versatility. If he couldn't think of anything else to make in the future, he could just make a dry pot of vegetables, dry pot shrimp, dry pot bullfrog, or something like that. "Oh, I forgot, there are no bullfrogs here." Tang Lei regretfully ladled the dish out and covered it with a lid. This was because it wasn't mealtime yet, and the dish needed to be kept warm until the rest of the food was ready. The regulars who often freeloaded were quite used to this seeing but not eating part, so they simply turned their heads away. Only one voice rang out. "Hey, Chef Tang, can I have a couple of bites first?" Hiss. Tang Lei looked up, somewhat helplessly. "Oh, manager. You're here too. It's still early for lunch." Sergey, as expected, also left work early and was now standing by the window, staring for who knows how long. "Sergey, have you no shame? Come back and line up." Before Tang Lei could speak, Anton had already walked over and unceremoniously pulled him away. "I only looked at some documents for a while. You think you can sneak ahead of me?" Sergey struggled. "What are you talking about? I live in the 5th canteen now, I'm the closest to Chef Tang." "Anton, it's the distance between you and people, not the distance between you and the food. Go line up." Tang Lei comforted him. "Don't rush, there are still a few dishes left, you won't get to eat now." All the people who had arrived early to freeload gave him a wry look, then turned away. "Good for him, don't try that next time." Tang Lei smiled, then picked out the ever-present potatoes from the kitchen, preparing to stir-fry some potato and pork slices. Pick a few more cabbages, stir-fry them in a spicy and sour sauce, perfect with rice. Looking at the cabbages, Tang Lei suddenly remembered something and called out to Sergey. "Minister, get me some glass noodles sometime." How could cabbage be complete without braised cabbage and pork with glass noodles? And yesterday's chive pancakes were missing a bite, what a pity. It can also be used to make steamed buns, dumplings, with chives. Sergey scratched his head. Glass noodles? Are they expensive? Not expensive, Tang Lei pointed to the cabbages. Ask around northeast China, places where cabbage is sold by the truckload, they definitely have them. Okay, I'll ask later. Tang Lei nodded in satisfaction, thinking of making a tomato and egg soup as well. A simple 3 dishes and a soup. Maybe I can pickle some spicy cabbage sometime, to eat with porridge or noodles for breakfast or dinner. No need for lunch, don't make it like a Korean state banquet, too much to handle. As he busied himself, the 5th canteen gradually filled up. First came Alex, who came to help, then the prisoners who wanted to finish eating early and wash the dishes. Finally, Old Six rushed over from the 2nd canteen. It wasn't even mealtime yet, but the 5th canteen was already bustling. Once this group started eating, a new wave of the fastest-running prisoners sprinted into the 5th canteen. A long line instantly formed at the food windows. At the back of the line, the Dennis brothers cautiously smiled apologetically. Hey, ma'am, we didn't mean to be so long-winded. We were just a little nervous about confessing our feelings for the first time." Fia stomped her foot angrily. "You've been in jail for years. What are you pretending to be innocent for? Don't be innocent now. I finally got out, and I wanted to eat here while we were talking. We've already waited this long, what's the point of eating? Damn it. It's so hard for her to negotiate a deal on an empty stomach." Ivan scratched his head. "We usually have a spot available." "Wait a minute, I'll go find a few of my buddies and ask if I can trade my portion for tomorrow's for a bowl." Fia frowned and glanced at the two men. "Aren't you two going to eat?" "Dennis, we won't starve." Fia snorted. "Fine, I'll go find Tang Lei." "Hey, wait a minute, madam." Fia slipped through the crowd and went to the window. This time, facing Tang Lei, she had completely forgotten about posing last time, she was just annoyed. "Hey, I'm here to discuss cooperation in good faith, at least, you should give me something to eat." Tang Lei looked up from the pot, glanced at Fei, then at the endless queue, and knew that queuing normally meant there wouldn't be any food. "This, lady, you're a bit unlucky." But Fei was related to Luo Meng, and this time she was here to surrender and discuss a deal, so Tang Lei couldn't just send her to another cafeteria. Tang Lei was thinking of scraping some food from the bottom of the pot for her when Yelena suddenly said decisively, "How about I share some with you?" Fei was a little surprised. No matter what, she was the one who tricked Yelena last time, which made her a little embarrassed. "And I remember you said last time, you could finish it?" Yelena nodded. "I can finish it, but I'm willing to share with you. I heard about what happened this morning from Brother Tang. I like people who don't look down on themselves." But after saying that, she looked at her own bowl with heartache. You didn't eat much, did you?" Fia hesitated. "Not much, thank you." The two brothers, Dennis and his brother, watched from behind, winking gratefully at Yelena. "Thank you, little witch. I'll never ask you to let go of Chef Tang again." Tang Lei looked up in a second. Get lost. Watching Fia and the others leave, Tang Lei ruffled Yelena's hair. "You actually shared some with her?" Yelena hugged the bowl tightly and nodded. "Brother Tang, when I first started working at the department, many people thought I was a woman and couldn't do the job. But in fact, I did all those jobs well. Actually, I think gender and nationality aren't that important." But, Tang Lei paused. "You're right. No wonder this little girl didn't look down on him, a man from Great Xia, back then. That's good. Yelena nodded, then looked at the bowl. Tang Lei, I'll give you an extra meal this afternoon. Yay! Sergey, who was in the kitchen, heard the noise and jumped in. Me too. Anton, did you get the money? What are you eating for? Give it to the Fifth Ward first. I can get the money for you this afternoon. Tang Lei chuckled, no problem, but let's finish eating and talk business first. I think Mrs. FIA has something important to tell us. Anton's expression turned serious. You mean, about Roman? Tang Lei nodded silently. The group finally became serious. After all the prisoners had finished eating, they cleaned up the dishes. FIA also chased the Dennis brothers away. Tang Lei glanced outside and closed the door to the fifth dining hall. Alright, now that there are no outsiders. Mrs. Fia, you must be aware of your current situation. It's time to discuss some things. Fia gave a light snort, glancing at Anton first. I wanted to see you, but I didn't expect the incorruptible warden to be here as well. Before I speak, I need to confirm one thing. Warden, are you reliable? Are you willing to trust me, a prisoner? Anton calmly looked at her. I trust Tang. You were introduced by him, so of course I trust him. That's good. Fia breathed a soft sigh of relief. What I wanted to say was. She hesitated for a moment. We're not afraid, we're professionally trained, Tang Lei continued. Go on. Fia, then I'll get straight to the point. You all probably know about the big commotion that led to Lieutenant Roman's promotion from Ward 2 to Acting Ward 2, right? Anton nodded. In Ward 1, right after the chief warden passed away. Fia, yes, what I need to confess is. That commotion was a deal between Roman and me. What? Really? Anton and Sergey blurted out. Suppressing the internal strife in Ward 1 was the biggest reason Roman was able to become acting warden. But now, this great achievement was actually orchestrated by Roman himself. And he used this trick of colluding with prisoners to deceive everyone. He even tricked the warden's adjutant into resigning, freeing Ward 1 from the control of the Kirill family. This is truly, incredibly audacious. The two exchanged a glance, suddenly noticing that another person present seemed a bit out of place. Tang, aren't you surprised? Tang Lei was drinking water when he heard this and paused, remembering the nuances of social interaction. Oh, I am quite surprised. Seeing the complicated looks in his two superiors' eyes, Tang Lei touched his nose. Actually, it's all right. You're surprised because you only looked at the case files and didn't meet her in person. He nodded to Fia. After all, Fia had personally come to see him several times. Especially after her strange look at me last time, and the Dennis brothers' comment, one look in her eyes, and I'm dizzy. Tang Lei had some idea of this woman's abilities. You manipulate emotions, control people's minds, and hypnotize them through eye contact? Fia smiled, a hint of arrogance on her face. Before coming here, I had a PhD in psychology. Anton looked at Tang Lei in surprise. That was my oversight. Tang, what did she do to you? You weren't hurt, were you? Tang Lei hesitated. What did she do? He burned himself eating a steamed bun, caught a mouse, got humiliated, and was inexplicably terrified. Is this something he can talk about? That's not important. FIA said resolutely. Let's get down to business. I have evidence of our deal. It's a contract I hid to prevent him from discarding me after he's served his purpose. Only I know where it is. It has his signature and fingerprint on it. Anton and Sergey exchanged another glance, both seeing a barely concealed tension in their eyes. Collusion with a criminal, serious dereliction of duty. Even the Leff family isn't so easy to protect. Add to that Roman's embezzlement and misappropriation of public funds over the years. With multiple charges against him, Roman has no chance of redemption. Where is it? Anton asked in a low voice. Hey, no rush, Fia smiled slightly, waving her finger. Roman asked me for a favor, promising to reduce my sentence by 2 years. You want this evidence, but what can you give me in return? Anton frowned. He was always tough and upright with criminals and was very uncomfortable with this kind of deal, but the evidence in Fia's hands was indeed very important. Anton hesitated. A reduced sentence is not possible. I've checked your file, you're in for heinous murder. Releasing you early would be irresponsible to the others. Fia chuckled, but you really need it right now, don't you? Anton was about to speak when Tang Lei put down his cup and said calmly, it's not just us who need it. Roman's side is probably already pressuring you to take action, right? And you simply can't do it. Otherwise, you wouldn't have rashly chosen sides. Not offending either side is the most cost-effective approach. Madam, you haven't mentioned a word about your situation. Fia's eyes flickered. She was indeed intentionally steering the conversation, avoiding the topic of her embarrassing situation. Unexpectedly, before Anton could see through her, Tang Lei had already exposed her. Tang Lei said calmly, if you know so much, and it's useless to Roman, I think you should take a look at Minister Sergey. He patted Sergei on the shoulder. Sergei instantly realized what was happening and pulled up his sleeve. Look, Roman had him beaten up. He stabbed right through. FIA's lips twitched. Sergei then unwrapped the bandage on his forehead. See that? It's so long. If this were your big, wavy hair. FIA glanced at the long bald scar, then thought of herself, and gasped, hiss. This is too ugly. She couldn't accept it. Tang Lei, see? Don't want to go bald? Confess now. Once you hand over the evidence, we'll protect you immediately. Anton also realized what was happening. Right, if you confess, you'll receive leniency. Regarding your collusion with Roman to cause trouble, I can consider leniency. After all, with this evidence leaked, even if Feya acted on Roman's orders, she couldn't escape the fact that she was the one who did it. Her sentence will probably be extended. Feya subconsciously touched her red hair, realizing that there wasn't much room for negotiation left for her. Her expression was bitter, trying to grasp at the last hope. Evidence, I can provide it, a reduced sentence, or not, okay. I can even personally testify against Roman, but… Anton nodded, okay, I understand. I'll do my best to clear you up, let you be a witness, then you won't get an extra sentence. No! Feya interrupted him, dejectedly. Fine, more punishment it is. I mean, I've sacrificed so much. You have to give me, and us female prisoners, something. Anton was bewildered. Isn't more punishment a benefit? Is he getting old, or have times changed? Can't keep up with the prisoners' thinking? Feya snorted. Anyway, going out will just be a bunch of trouble. I've figured it out. Staying here isn't bad either, good food and drink, and people to play with. So, I'll hand over the evidence and identify Roman. Shouldn't we female prisoners get some special treats? Didn't they say the male prisoners can consume some mysterious Eastern power? Anton froze. Sergei also pondered for 2 seconds. Wait, Tang, what kind of mysterious power do the male prisoners have? The logistics department also. Anton, money, money, money. Where's your money? Sergei covered his head and shrank back. Anton, you're so boring. Tang Lei blinked and thought for a moment. That's like a men's gas station. Isn't that just a women's beauty salon? Special offer, you mean? Dull skin? Unhealthy complexion? Need whitening and beautifying products? Feiya's eyes lit up. This is perfect. Tang Lei, or chapped lips? Split ends? Need moisturizing? Feiya nodded repeatedly. Siberia is dry and cold. They wouldn't provide any chemical skincare products in prison. This is exactly what she needs. Tang Lei, or, those few days every month when your stomach hurts? Need something to warm you up and dispel the cold? You have that too? Feiya was truly stunned. Her voice rose. You have to understand, even the toughest women from Russia are still normal human beings. Besides, only the Chinese understand the importance of drinking plenty of hot water. The Russian women, on the other hand, drink anything, including ice and alcohol. The pain they experience is far more excruciating than that of Chinese women. However, outside of prison, they commonly use painkillers. But once inside, unless it's life-threatening, who gives them painkillers? They just have to endure it themselves. While beauty and skincare are nice, they're more of a bonus. But pain relief during this time is a real lifesaver. Tang Lei, you're not lying to me, are you? Can eating really stop the pain? Tang Lei thought for a moment. Everyone's constitution is different, so I can't guarantee anything, but it will definitely provide some relief. The health-preserving recipes of Xia are all-encompassing and all-encompassing. It's definitely not just a matter of drinking more hot water. For example, there's brown sugar ginger tea, longan and red date warming soup, brown sugar poached eggs, and so on. Back then, Tang Lei knew nothing about these things. It was his father who cooked them for him every month. And he would also give him earnest advice. Don't underestimate these little snacks and drinks. They're a man's lifesaver. Every few days like this, listen to whatever she says, keep some brown sugar water handy, and settle any scores later. During this special period, we lower our heads, and she'll feel incredibly guilty afterwards, all gentle and considerate. She'll do whatever you say. This isn't cowardice. It's a man's wisdom. Of course, if she's still bossy and constantly causing trouble afterward, then we'll dump her. That's problematic, and we can't tolerate it. Tang Lei originally thought this was a universal wisdom among married men worldwide. Yelena shook her head. We never do that. Hearing her explanation, Tang Lei realized. It turns out these Russian women not only rely on medication during their periods, but they're also incredibly wild at other times. Everyone says Russian women are beautiful when they're young, so why do they change so drastically after marriage and children? Partly it's due to a daily diet high in oil, sugar, and alcohol. The other part is simply a lack of skincare. The Great Xia dynasty has a tradition of postpartum confinement, a crucial period for women's physical recovery and nutritional replenishment. Improper confinement can lead to lifelong health problems. But what about the Russians? Their religious beliefs dictate that newborns cannot see outsiders for 40 days, including relatives and friends. During this time, only the mother, still recovering from childbirth, tirelessly cares for the infant day and night. It's no wonder her body struggles. Fatigue, weakened immunity, slowed metabolism, coupled with a high-calorie diet. The result is weight gain and decreased appearance. Tang Lei frowned as he listened to this. He didn't want to criticize other people's religions, but from the perspective of the great Xia people, it was outrageous. Yelena sighed, everyone's like that. Fia hummed softly, yes, Tang, the women in your country are very fortunate. Born into a country that cherishes them. Anton stammered, we cherish them too. He looked at Tang Lei for help. What? Any special supplies? Pack some up for me too? I'll pay extra. Oh, and I heard you're all doting fathers. He stammered, I have a daughter, Tang, any experience you can share? At this moment, he completely forgot his past disdain for the masculinity of great Xia men. Anton was afraid that if he told his daughter what he'd heard today, she'd want to run off to great Xia no matter what. Fia said impatiently, you can talk about that later. Tell me about my reward first. Tang, if we female prisoners reform well, can you arrange all those beauty treatments, pain-relieving foods, etc.? Actually, I also know some other secrets about Roman, and the wardens of the 3rd and 4th wards. Our intelligence-gathering capabilities are top-notch. What else do you need? Sergei and Anton listened in silence. Just a moment ago it was a transaction, a back and forth. Now it's turned into a one-sided sales pitch. With the cooperation like this, what else could they say? It's all thanks to Tang Lei carrying them. Tang Lei stroked his chin. Actually, he'd had this idea since the beginning, and now Fia's request had made his thoughts even clearer. I have a suggestion, sir. Regarding the special needs of our male and female prisoners, in the spirit of humanitarianism, we could allocate a fixed amount of special food each week, distributed to those who are most active in reform or who have performed meritorious service. This merit, as Fia just mentioned, could be intelligence gathering, improving farming techniques, or, in short, anything that contributes to the development of our 5th prison district can be rewarded. Prisoners need something to look forward to. We really can't provide enough seeds and seedlings for farming right now, so let's make up for it in these ways. Tang Lei blinked. With something to look forward to, they'll work honestly and be motivated. Commander Anton, Mrs. Fia, what do you think? Of course, Fia has already done a good job, and I promise to prioritize your request. Fia nodded, okay, no problem. My subordinates call me Big Sister, and I can't forget them. Since you say that effort can achieve it, I'm relieved. Is there anything else I need to cooperate with? I can continue. Tang Lei looked at Anton, and saw a rare look of bewilderment on the usually stern officer's face. Several large characters were clearly visible. That's it? But Anton also understood that this reward system was entirely beneficial to the 5th prison district, so, even in his bewilderment, he nodded. Great. Excellent method, but it will trouble Chef Tang again. I'll add money. Tang Lei smiled with satisfaction. Having a reliable and knowledgeable superior is great. Alright, then I'll tell you the location, Fia said. That contract is hidden behind Roman's office, in a drawer in the archives of the 2nd prison ward. Sergei, what? You hid it right under Roman's nose? Fia shrugged, otherwise, my cell would have been searched several times over. The most dangerous place is the safest. At least for now, Roman hasn't found it. Sergei scratched his head, but that's difficult to get. The archives keys are always kept by each ward. What? The key? Maxim, who had been half asleep and hadn't been paying attention, suddenly looked up. The archives? I have it. Sergei was stunned, how do you have it? Maxim, is it possible that I'm one of only 2 engineers in the prison? I even built that archives room. I can find most of the keys to this prison. Everyone was stunned, their gazes towards him complicated. Sorry, because I'm so good at freeloading, I almost forgot. Maxim actually has real skills. Sergei rubbed his temples. Then, find an opportunity to go get it. Perfect, the 2nd prison district shouldn't suspect you too much. Maxim nodded. Okay, I'll go this afternoon. To get the money sooner. To eat dessert. The logistics department can't fall behind. A crucial conversation ended so easily. Fia stood up first, I'm going back to tell my people. Okay, Anton waved his hand, I'll call 2 prison guards to protect you. He was also keeping an eye on Fia to prevent her from turning against him. However, Anton felt that with Tang Lei's tempting offer, the possibility was zero. A resolute glint flashed in Fia's eyes. Sure enough, it's better to stick with those who have food to eat. What Roman? Not familiar with him. Don't get involved. Then I'll wait for Maxim to bring back that contract. Anton wiped his mouth, making sure he was full and had packed food for his wife and daughter before standing up. Once he gets it back, I'll contact someone to send it out. Romero probably hasn't realized we've obtained the crucial evidence yet, and hasn't used the left family's blockade. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be out soon. Until then, everyone should try to maintain normal operations and not alert Romeo. Tang Lei nodded. I guess I'm out of the picture. He glanced towards the stove and breathed a sigh of relief. He really didn't want to resort to this unless absolutely necessary. What demands did Anton and Sergei have of him now? Hearing this, he exclaimed, No, Chef Tang, you've already worked so hard. Leave the rest to us. We'll allocate funds for the 5th prison district today, and it'll be delivered this afternoon. Give us any desserts first. Anton finished speaking and left. Sergei followed closely behind, and just as he was about to leave, he suddenly turned back. Chef Tang, I just remembered something. I heard your 5th prison district planted another 2,000 leafy greens? Where did they come from? He didn't recall the prison purchasing any leafy greens for planting. Tang Lei, without batting an eye, casually bluffed, Oh, I soaked the seeds myself. Water culture seedlings then transplanted into soil? Everyone in Great Xia knows how. Sergei was filled with respect. I see. I've heard that even a casual Great Xia person can grow vegetables on their own balcony. Truly a great agricultural nation, living up to its reputation. I was just thinking that if you need any of this stuff next time, come to our logistics department, grow it so we can benefit too. He shook his head regretfully and left. Tang Lei stroked his chin. Sergei had given him a heads up. Seeds and seedlings are easy to hide. But what if it's a whole tree or something? Say it was dug up from behind a birch forest? That's a bit difficult. I'll really have to think about that then. The small meeting in the 5th canteen ended, and on the other side, Fia returned to her cell. The female prisoners gathered around her, waiting for her to make a decision. Big sister, are we really going to have to reform ourselves properly? Yes, Fia nodded. From today onwards, we'll be the same as the other prisoners, obeying the rules of the 5th ward, and striving to be the most upright and diligent. Reform yourselves properly and become new people. You don't need to listen to Roman anymore. Bacala panicked first. No, Lord Roman said. Before she could finish, Fia turned to the 2 prison guards who had followed her outside the cell. Did you hear that? She's Roman's mole, arrest her. Before the 2 guards could react, Bacala stared in shock. You dare betray us. She immediately reached out to grab Fia's neck, her eyes filled with murderous intent. As long as she killed her, Lord Roman's secret wouldn't be. Bang! A muffled thud. Bacala fell face first to the ground, revealing the pale blonde girl behind her. It's you? Fia asked in surprise. Yelena smiled, her eyes narrowed, appearing harmless. Brother Tang just remembered he wanted me to bring you something, and I just made it in time. She easily lifted Vicara's tall, muscular body and tossed him to the 2 guards who had missed their turn. Then she pulled out a small wooden box and handed it to Fia. A reward from the 5th canteen. Fia opened it and found a box of snow-white lard, emitting a faint, sweet fragrance. What's this? The female prisoners peered curiously. Yelena smiled. Lard, oh. Upon hearing it was lard, the group looked blank. Eating? Doesn't seem like it. Lard is indeed used in the everyday dishes of the Russians, but that's just large chunks of fatty meat grilled, sprinkled with salt, and eaten with potatoes. Greasy and a bit fishy. Unlike this, which has a sweet and fragrant aroma. Yelena shook her head. It's made from food, but it's used to moisturize and treat dry, cracked skin. You can use it on your face and hands. Why don't you try it? Hearing this, the group of women's eyes lit up. Fia took it, generously offering, Want to try them all? Someone asked curiously, Why does it smell sweet? Yelena, Brother Tang said he added beeswax. Linden beeswax from Siberia, plus scraps from when Tang Lei rendered lard. With a little kneading, the small box became a budget-friendly alternative to classic Chinese products from Great Xia. Yelena captivated the group of female prisoners, who gathered around, unable to put it down. It really doesn't smell fishy. So fragrant, so moisturizing. My hands were cracked. Ugh, this awful place. I think this is just as good as cosmetics from outside. You can make food? Do the people of Great Xia know everything? They looked at the small wooden box with envy. This was a rare treasure in Siberia. This is nothing, Fei said smoothly. Chef Tang already said. She broke off a large, fragrant piece of pancake for the female prisoners. Skin care and whitening, moisturizing, and even special delicacies for those days of the month. As long as you reform well and earn merit, you'll have a chance to go to the 5th canteen to get them. As soon as she finished speaking, the female prisoner's eyes lit up like headlights. That's great. Earn merit? How do we earn merit? What are the requirements? After Fei finished explaining, seeing the group of female prisoners rubbing their hands together eagerly, she finally asked, Then, what about Luo Mang? The female prisoners shook their heads repeatedly. filled with righteous indignation. I'm not listening. He's nobody. All he does is make empty promises about reduced sentences. Nothing beats a real reward. He even threatens people. He thinks all women should be played by him. Pa, idiot. I've disliked him for a long time. We don't know him. We really don't know him. Since being transferred here, these female prisoners' daily goal has been to seduce men, and they haven't succeeded. They were already feeling frustrated and bored. A few days ago, they could even laugh at these male prisoners. They're already in jail, no money, no benefits. What's the point of working themselves to the bone every day? Now they just feel it's over. They've been deceived by men. They deserve to work themselves to the bone. They were wrong. Deceiving men is nothing compared to becoming beautiful and healthy. They're going to get involved. They're going to get involved too. The two prison guards outside the door looked at this scene of frenzied activity, dumbfounded. Hiss, why does this look so familiar? It's like when Tang led people to farm before. I have a feeling Tang is a bit like one of those terrifying talents from our fighting nation. Maybe because he's from Great Xia? The two shook their heads and dragged the unconscious Vakera out together. Come on, let's take him for questioning. This should be the last mole in the second prison district, right? Probably. This mole wouldn't last long anyway. Those who weren't caught surrendered after a couple of meals. No point. They left, grumbling to themselves. Meanwhile, in the second prison district office, Roman, who had been waiting for news for so long, finally slammed his fist on the table. Where is he? Where is my man? The squad that went to kill Sergei vanished without a trace. They haven't found them yet. The people who contacted Fiya's side and disrupted the 5th prison district, they haven't sent back a single message. Roman is feeling completely lost every day. His mentality is about to collapse. He roared, no matter the outcome, at least let me hear some news. His adjutant, Levra, suddenly glanced down at his phone and hesitated before speaking. Sir, the latest news from the female prisoners. Roman was overjoyed. Speak. Levra closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The female prisoners refused to send any more messages. Mrs. Fiya left a message. She said she's busy with labor reform and isn't familiar with the second prison district. Roman was dumbfounded. Her? Labor reform? She's gone mad? This news is worse than not hearing it at all. She wants to die, I'll grant her wish. Her name is. Before he could finish, Roman suddenly remembered. His trusted lieutenant, the private squad leader trained specifically for assassination. He still hasn't been found. Damn it. He went to kill a useless Sergei. Could he possibly get lost all the way to the Arctic? Levra's expression was grave. He had a bad feeling. But facing his volatile superior, he dared not say more, only whispering, I've already arranged for people to keep searching. Roman, panting heavily, said, forget it, I have others. How's Sergei now? Send someone else to kill him. And Fiya. I need to teach her a lesson. Levra hesitated. Minister Sergei is now staying in the 5th mess hall. Roman? Lefra, he and Tang Lei are always together, and there are always many people at work. We haven't found an opportunity to make a move. Didn't you say we couldn't touch Tang Lei? Roman gritted his teeth. Yes. He can't be touched for now. We have to keep him around to appease that annoying old man. But a cook? How did he get involved with the logistics minister? Do the Great Xia people really have some kind of mysterious art, capable of casting spells and giving people mind-altering potions? Lefra, and about Fiya, the 5th prison district is under martial law starting today because Tang Lei got new plants, similar to the chili peppers from last time. They need to focus on farming, so this guy is also difficult to kill. It's Tang Lei again. Roman said irritably, just tell me, what can you do now? Useless. Lefra hesitated, then heard hurried footsteps outside the door. A prison guard entered, his face pale. Captain, the person you're looking for, we found him. Levra, as if grasping at a straw to save his career, hurriedly asked, where? The prison guard, in the cave. It's already scattered. Ugh. He finally couldn't hold it in any longer and vomited. What? Levra's vision went black. His job. Roman abruptly stood up. Beneath his furious voice lay barely suppressed terror. Who did it? No, something's wrong here. Roman was dizzy and had a vague sense of foreboding. He kicked Levra, go contact the main family. This wasn't something he could handle alone. His life was in danger. Get people here. Quickly. Prepare to seal off the perimeter of the Siberian prison. Levra, kicked and scrambling, hurriedly replied. Yes, I'll contact them right now. He pushed open the door and suddenly noticed the archives room not far away, and paused. This room door. Wasn't it locked before? Levra hesitated as he walked towards the archives room, when he suddenly saw Lena in a white coat emerge, carrying a stack of documents. You! Lena shrank back. I'm here to retrieve a batch of prisoners' medical records. Levra noticed her strange expression and was about to ask more when he suddenly heard Roman's angry roar behind him. Useless! What are you dawdling for? Yes, yes. Levra no longer cared about the archives room and just hurriedly replied. Leave as soon as you're done. Don't annoy the superior. Lena nodded. Left. Lena glanced at the archives door, pursed her lips, and whispered, Don't forget what you promised me. Then she turned and walked towards Roman's office, a gentle, obedient smile returning to her face. Darling, who made you angry again? Ugh. The office door clicked shut. The woman's gasp subsided. Maxim pushed open the door to the archives room, stood still for a few seconds, locked the door again, and strode away. 20 minutes later. Tang! Maxim rushed into the fifth canteen. The contract, I brought it. He pulled a crumpled document from his pocket. Oh, Tang Lei, who was rendering lard, didn't pay much attention to the noise. You can take this first, and give it to Commander Anton when he arrives. No way. Maxim shook his head frantically. Sergei gave it to you, so I have to give it to you too. Tang Lei, is this some kind of strange competition? He said helplessly, then wait a moment, my hands are covered in lard. Maxim sat down, waited a while, and then suddenly said, Tang, when I went to get the contract, I almost got caught. A woman saved me in the end. Tang Lei looked up in surprise. That was a bit dangerous. And what kind of woman would help at that time? Maxim, she also had a condition. It's, if Roman falls. She wants to come to the 5th prison district, preferably a job related to the canteen. Oh, right, she said her name is Lena. Puffed, cough. Tang Lei quickly turned his head, avoiding contaminating his lard with saliva. Lena. If I remember correctly, this woman is Roman's mistress, isn't she? This. Tang Lei's feelings instantly became complicated. Roman, oh Roman, how could he have fallen to such a state? The only villain he knew was from a certain ageless elementary school anime. Everyone's a mole. Tang Lei scratched his head. If it's a big help, fine, I have no objection, it depends on Commander Anton. Maxim slapped his forehead. Oh right, I forgot again. Commander Anton is the 5th prison chief. He was always carefree, and after saying this, he felt even more relieved, and was able to enthusiastically go to the pot again. Tang, what are you making? Soup. Tang Lei quickly waved his hand to prevent this man from drinking the lard instead of soup. I'm rendering lard. The funding for the 5th prison district just arrived, and I'm about to make some dessert. This enthusiasm stemmed from giving Feiya a prize. It was because of that box of lard paste that Tang Lei realized he'd almost used up the pork fat he'd rendered and stored, so he decided to render a large pot more. Although lard is called oil, to render it clear and white, water needs to be added. This moisture prevents the lard from turning yellow or burning. Since we've rendered the lard, let's make something sweet too. Let's use this. Lard can be used to make sweets? Sugar. Maxim circled the pot, seemingly able to absorb the sugary aroma from within. Tang Lei thought for a moment. Sure, lard candy, but I'm in a good mood today, so I'll make you something a little more complicated. Only in modern society could this dessert be considered slightly complicated. Decades ago, if a restaurant had too many customers, the chef would get angry. This was the traditional northeastern Chinese dessert, snow-clad red bean paste. Also called snow-coated red bean paste, beautiful red bean paste. Along with 3 no stick and candied sweet potatoes, it was known as the chef's nemesis dish. Legend has it that if you collect all 3 dishes at mealtimes, you can summon a chef wielding a cleaver. The reason? These 3 ingredients. Too much labor. Too much oil. This snow-clad red bean paste, for example, has simple ingredients: egg whites, red bean paste, and starch. But these egg whites had to be whipped from a runny liquid into a meringue strong enough to stand chopsticks upright. Back in the day, before egg beaters existed, this dessert was even a test dish for top-level chefs. It took at least 10 minutes of beating with 3 or 4 chopsticks. Tang Lei calculated the number of guards in the 5th prison ward and decisively abandoned his self-torture attempt. Let's use technology. Technology changes destiny. Taking out the egg beater that Lao Lu had generously donated, Tang Lei poured in the egg whites, with the yolks removed, and began whipping. He also took out flour and starch. Maxim looked thoughtfully at the bowls and jars. Chef Tang, the 5th canteen has developed quite quickly, hasn't it? He remembered when they first came to build it. It was a tiny, poor canteen. In the blink of an eye, all sorts of facilities were provided, even more than he had seen in the 3rd and 4th canteens. Tang Lei smiled. This is also one of the wisdoms of the great Xia. Maxim, explain in detail? Tang Lei, no guns, no cannons, the enemy no, Lao Lu made them for us. Maxim, He instinctively hugged himself, bewildered. Why did he sense a chilling murderous intent beneath Tang's gentle, harmless smile? This feeling was different from the ferocity of the fighting nation. Not fierce, but, Tang, are all the people of the Great Xia a bit kind-faced, ruthless, and black-handed? Tang Lei smiled. How could that be? You must be mistaken. We, the Great Xia, have been the most friendly nation for thousands of years. As for the methods we've inherited to survive for thousands of years, that's not something to be told to outsiders. You're busy, I won't bother you. Maxim shrugged and slipped away silently. Without his interference, Tang Lei moved even faster. The beaten egg whites and flour were mixed in a 1:1 ratio, then cornstarch was added and whipped until the air bubbles were almost invisible. Only a fluffy, snow-white mass remained in the pot, delicate and adorable. This was the snow coat. Next, Tang Lei took some sweetened red bean paste he had cooked and shaped it into small balls. He coated them with flour, drizzled a little lard on top, and then rolled them in the egg white mixture. He had to carefully scrape and adjust them with a spoon to prevent the snow coat from leaking through and looking unsightly. After a few turns, only a palm-sized white ball remained in the large spoon. Then, he rolled it in the lard that was simmering over low heat, and the snowball immediately floated to the surface. This is another point that takes a lot of effort from the chef to make this dessert. It doesn't absorb oil, but it's a dish that requires precise cooking time. It can only be cooked over low heat, flipped every few seconds. If the heat is too high, then it won't be a snow-white color, it'll be black and yellow. Too low a heat won't work either, it'll easily absorb oil and become greasy. In recent years, it's been widely claimed in Daxia that lard is bad, and restaurants have switched to vegetable oil in large quantities. But strangely enough, only lard can produce this snow-white color. So, Tang Lei, having the opportunity to render lard today, naturally couldn't waste it. The snow-white dumplings floated in the oil, puffing up in no time. They were scooped out and placed on a plate, each one looked like a cloud, snow-white and soft. Tang Lei fried several batches in one go, a good 1 or 200. Each batch had to be fried again to make them even fluffier. By the time he finished, almost the entire afternoon had passed. Even his stamina was starting to wane. Looking up, he was met with several pairs of eyes lined up at the window, peering expectantly. Tang Lei, it must be a hallucination. The bear has turned into a fluffy creature. Unbelievable. Leading the group was Anton's adjutant. Then came Latif, and several familiar 5th District prison guards. Finally, there was the incongruous Maxim. The adjutant asked expectantly, "Is it ready? Is this our 5th District Guard's portion?" "Yes," Tang Lei nodded. "It's a special supply of Daxia pastries requested by Commander Anton. Take it and share it with them. Judging by the quantity, it should be about 2 pastries per person." Anton was very generous, approving the money and asking for little, just 1 supply per month, any type, as long as it's sweet. Tang Lei did as he pleased. He even considered using the leftovers to make some long-lasting pastries when he had free time. When rewards were needed to improve the food, they'd just grab whatever was available. The main attraction was opening blind boxes. At this moment, Tang Lei had no idea that his spur-of-the-moment idea would become the prize that would be fought over by prison guards for years to come. But right now, the guards were ecstatic. The adjutant, all smiles, grabbed one first. Just as he put it in his mouth, his chewing suddenly slowed. So soft. It was as soft as cotton candy, or a cloud in the sky. With one sweet bite, the rich, sweet aroma of red bean paste melted in his mouth. The texture was delicate and soft. So sweet that the adjutant didn't want to swallow it, just holding it in his mouth, repeatedly savoring it with his tongue. God, I haven't had dessert in years. Is this a cake from Great Xia? I heard Great Xia used to only have hard pastries? Were soft cakes learned from the West? Tang Lei chuckled. Nonsense, Great Xia has tons of different styles of pastries, they have everything, it's just that the complicated ones are generally inaccessible to ordinary people. After all, when Great Xia produces high-quality food or goods, they are genuine luxury items, all crafted with skill, not the inflated prices of Western brands. Tang Lei, no rush, I'll make them for you slowly later. Great, great. A group of prison guards cheered. Then let's go share with the brothers now. They huddled around 2 large baskets and left. Their movements were more careful than escorting a serious criminal. Only Maxim remained, lying down, his face ashen, muttering, "The logistics department also wants. Everyone says eating sweets makes you happy." Then the reverse is true. Maxim thought it was perfectly normal for him to become depressed on the spot if he couldn't eat sweets. He quickly pulled a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket, shoved it into Tang Lei's hand, and urged, "The contract. Here you go. Go find Warden Anton. Kill Roman quickly. Get the money quickly. God, save the Russians. Everyone else gets dessert, but he can only smell it and not eat it. Who can stand this?" Maxim's mournful cries echoed through the 5th mess hall. Tang Lei was utterly helpless. "Let's wait a bit longer, it's almost time for the prisoners to eat." he still had to cook. But don't worry, Commander Anton will be here without being called. Maxim thought for a moment. That's right. I'll be the first one here. Let's eat first. He was going to channel his grief into energy and devour his food. Tang Lei smiled and began rummaging through the ingredients, pondering what to cook today. Making the snow-white red bean paste was a bit tiring. He wanted to take a little break. The usual braised beef and potatoes, stir-fried kung pao chicken, and a stir-fried cabbage with vinegar that would do. These dishes were all easy to prepare. Once the ingredients and seasonings were ready, the cooking time wasn't too demanding. Tang Lei decided that today he would simply direct Lao Lu and Ali to cook, while he provided guidance. The two had been learning for a short time. The biggest improvement was in their counting skills, which had shifted from focusing on grams and minutes. It gradually evolved into measuring spoonfuls, bottle caps, and pinches. The more quick-wit Alex even learned to taste the seasoning while cooking. Although they were still far from achieving the perfect a little or just right, Tang Lei was already quite satisfied. At this rate, once Alex's sentence was over, while he wouldn't be able to cook anything too elaborate, he should have no problem preparing a few standard Daxia dishes. With the ingredients ready, Tang Lei began preparations. Soon enough, Lao Bawan, Xiao Ya, Lao Lu, Alex, and the others arrived one after another. Hearing Tang Lei's plans, the two were a little nervous, but mostly excited. Okay, Chef Tang, watch closely. The first batch still required Tang Lei's supervision. By the second batch, the two were much more confident, and their hands no longer trembled when adding seasonings. After it was cooked, Tang Lei checked it. Not bad. It's passable. It's the kind of food that first-timers wouldn't find fault with. That is, if they haven't tried his cooking before. Good lad, keep up the good work. Try to practice some more, and you can work for his great Xia hot pot restaurant later. Old Lu was alright, but Ali was so excited he couldn't speak clearly. It's Tang, you taught me well, thank you, I thank you, my ancestors. For 8 lifetimes. Tang Lei, thanks, that's good, don't thank me anymore. Ali scratched his head, isn't that what they say? I heard from my cellmates that in Great Xia, thanking one's ancestors is the highest form of respect. Tang Lei rubbed his temples, that's not wrong. But you misspoke. Don't say that again. Speak properly. Oh. Ali grinned sheepishly. Old Lu looked at the two of them, hesitated, and silently turned his face away. Tang Lei didn't notice his actions, only pointing out how to control the heat. Just as he finished speaking, Anton walked in, his expression complex. Sir, you're here early. Tang Lei glanced at him, startled by his strange expression. What's wrong? Didn't the brothers like the snow-white red bean paste I made? No. Anton shook his head. His face seemed to be trying to laugh, yet also trying to cry, with a hint of anger, a struggle that strained his usually stiff facial muscles. I just received a lot of complaints. Anton rubbed his temples. Those bastards. Tell them to eat it themselves. What are they doing? They ran up to the prisoners, smacked their lips while eating, and made a bunch of prisoners howl like wolves. Even worse, they ran to other prison wards. Tang Lei only found out then. That afternoon, after the guards in Ward 5 received their snacks, they didn't just stand around eating, they had their own tasks. Some were responsible for handing them over to other prison wards. But these other people, they took a bite, and before they finished, they just held it in their hands. They didn't even greet anyone, just said one thing. Hey bro, how did you know the canteen made us this special treat? Hey bro, you even knew it was sweet? Ugh, it's so sweet. Sweeter than the candy sent from my hometown. I can only eat it slowly. Their tone was so troubled. Then their smiles were so bright. A guard from another prison ward, can't you finish it? Let me try some? The hand that was just showing off instantly disappeared. Forget it, I'll do it. After all, this is something only our 5th ward has. The 5th ward is always the poorest, located in the coldest and most barren place. This time, they finally found a treasure, and they're so eager they could get lost and circle the prison 3 times before returning. This infuriated the guards from the other wards. Damn it! This doesn't smell or look bad. It's a dessert. A few of the closer, bolder ones immediately coaxed, tricked, and even stole a bite. But after that bite, they felt even worse. It would have been better not to eat it at all. This is so delicious. Watching my buddies eat it is even more painful than not being able to get any myself. We're all suffering in Siberia, how come you're the only ones with dessert? The already fragile camaraderie crumbled instantly because of this little bit of snow-white red bean paste. After these lucky few described the taste of the snow-white red bean paste to everyone, the guards in the other wards were even more stunned. But no matter how anxious they were, there was no dessert. They talked and talked anxiously, finally finding their superior. With expectant eyes, they hinted. Sir, the canteen in Ward 5 has dessert. Every guard there gets some. The wardens of Wards 3 and 4 were dumbfounded. Why did you call me? They hadn't even had any themselves. And Roman had strictly controlled it. Anyone who sided with Ward 5 was going against Roman. But the guys who got to eat it said the outside was as soft as a cloud. The inside was sandy, sweet and sticky, a million times better than the only dumplings we could get our hands on. Wardens 3 and 4, that's enough. Shut up. Get back to your work. It's better not to say anything than to not get to eat it. If they didn't say anything, they could pretend the dessert was invisible. The bolder guards were driven away by the wardens, leaving only a few adjutants who remained. They were better informed than the guards. Sir, I heard from the people in Ward 5, there will be a new dessert every month from now on, it's a perk for Ward 5. This was like a devil's whisper. So, less than an hour after the Ward 5 guards received the snow-clad red bean paste, Anton was in his office when he received a probing question from the wardens of Wards 3 and 4. I heard you're making desserts? You have a pastry chef? Anton, oh no, it's our canteen's head chef. He made some, but we're short on money and there aren't many of us, so it's only enough for ourselves. The implication was clear, you can just look and see. He wouldn't give these two fair-weather friends any benefits without sincerity. The third and fourth wardens, their probing failing, immediately switched to reprimands. I'm going to file a complaint against you. Anton, control your people. Don't come to our cell block with food again. They're causing unrest. They angrily hung up the phone. So, that's it. I received a bunch of complaints, these bastards. Anton finished speaking inside. Tang Lei nodded, understanding. No wonder Anton looked both amused and speechless. But why was he also a little angry? After sighing, Anton slammed his hand on the table again. The worst part is, these bastards, 2 for each of them. They've all been distributed. They actually forgot. Give me one. Anton never expected this. As a diligent and dedicated warden, as a considerate superior, he actually was outmaneuvered by his own subordinate. That was the money I diverted, and he didn't get a single bite. Is this acceptable? So Tang, do you have any left? Anton asked expectantly. Tang Lei silently turned his head and glanced around the kitchen. Everyone looked away. Yelena quietly covered her mouth, hiding her still bulging cheeks. Tang Lei, maybe a minute ago there was some, but now, it's gone. Anton sighed wearily. Forget it, I knew it. It's alright, I can deduct it from the adjutant's pay. Next time, it won't matter what he eats, that kid. He'd teach him a lesson. While they were talking, several dishes were already being cooked. Maxim grabbed his food first before rushing over to Anton. Chief, the contract you requested is here. Go report it immediately. The sooner they kill Roman, the sooner they can have their snacks. Anton calmly served his food, no rush. You should hurry, another person hurriedly slipped in. It was Sergei, still wrapped in bandages. His brow furrowed. Anton, this might be bad. Oh, old Bavan, get me one too, lots of meat, no vegetables. Anton, what? Sergei also brought out his plate, then gave a wink. The group sat down together, Sergei lowering his voice. Roman might have been alerted. I received news that a large amount of supplies have suddenly been transferred from the second prison district. This means that the number of people in the second prison district who need supplies has increased. I'm afraid he's requesting reinforcements. Send those 2 pieces of evidence you and I have out as soon as possible. Don't forget, although he's stupid, he has a family behind him. If Lev wants to control everything here, we really can't say for sure. After all, there are only 2 or 3 stations connecting this place to the outside world. Anton's brow furrowed. He picked up his bowl, went to Tang Lei to get 2 pieces of evidence, and hurriedly left. This was the first time he had come without finishing his meal in the 5th canteen. Tang Lei watched his retreating figure and stroked his chin. He had a feeling. This officer's recent statement of barring any unforeseen circumstances sounded like a huge flag. 2 hours later, Anton returned to the 5th canteen, confirming Tang Lei's guess. By this time, the prisoners had finished their meals and gone home. Sergei and Maxim sat side by side, anxiously watching the doorway. They seemed to see their dessert sprout wings, eager to take flight. Anton slammed the door to the 5th mess hall shut and slammed his fist on the table. Too late. There are a few unfamiliar faces outside the prison. My men weren't even at the station when they were stopped, questioned, and searched. They said it was Roman's new decree. Damn it, thank goodness that kid was smart enough to sneak back, but it looks like the station is probably dangerous too. Sergei and Maxim's vision went black. It's over. They're really gone. Tang Lei walked over. Can you handle the traffic at the station? Are you driving yourself? Anton sighed. If you have people, you can definitely handle it, because there are only a few stations and supply points anyway. Most of Siberia is undeveloped tundra. This isn't Great Xia, where you can find food anywhere. The land is vast and sparsely populated, plus the climate is extremely cold. Many Russians have missed supply points and frozen to death in their vehicles, going unnoticed for years. That's why, if the Leff family had controlled the route well, these two pieces of evidence really can't escape this frozen land. Yelena nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, I drove home along the railway and through towns. It took me ages to find my way back. Sergei said with a headache. We kept it a secret, and no one went to settle scores with Roman, did they? How did we alarm him? Anton's expression turned grave. I heard one of his men died, but we don't know who. Wait. He suddenly realized. Was it that night? Sergei scratched his head. Ah, was it that group that tried to kill me and then were killed by God's intervention? They were discovered. The two exchanged a glance. We were careless. Anton lamented. Why didn't you bury the hole properly? Sergei, are you even speaking human language? I was practically unconscious when I got back. I didn't even find God. Besides, I secretly had someone check the next day, and there were no traces. Anton, they say some animal came and dug up the bones. Yelena quietly covered her mouth, a hint of guilt in her blue eyes. Ah, has her technique become rusty from not practicing for so long? She whispered, Brother Tang, I'm going to get a glass of water. Tang Lei nodded. Hot water. Yelena responded and ran off, looking around the kitchen before taking out her phone. Hello, Captain. After a long series of beeps, the call finally connected. A cold voice came from the other end. I'm on vacation, Alexeika. Yelena whispered, Captain, do you want the military merit? The cold voice raised its voice slightly. I remember you saved up your vacation time to go home. Still thinking about changing jobs? Yelena, yeah, it's about something that happened around my house. The Siberian prison, Captain, you know it, right? There's a warden there who's a second-generation rich kid. He's embezzled a lot of money. The cold voice said, I'm not your captain now, I don't work overtime, and besides, my job doesn't include fighting with families. Yelena, we already have evidence. We just can't get it out. Captain, come and get it, report it, it'll be a merit. The voice paused, then why don't you go yourself? Don't tell me you can't even do this. Yelena shook her head. I have to protect Tang, an important witness. I can't leave. She glanced outside. Anyway, Captain, come quickly. The military merit is waiting for you. This was the best solution she could think of. This could be considered making up for the mistake caused by his lack of skill. At the same time, Tang Lei stroked his chin. I do have a way to get the evidence out. If we're lucky enough, we might not even need to send it out. We could finish off Luo Meng. However, what? Tang Lei's expression turned serious. The price could be a huge amount. The fifth canteen might face a catastrophe. Anton didn't understand what could destroy the canteen, and just breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay, at worst I'll just get you another place to build. As long as Tang is still around. The cafeteria is still a problem? Alright, just don't blame me later. Tang Lei took a deep breath and calculated with his fingers. Let's wait and see. The opportunity will probably be within the next day or two. The group was completely confused. However, considering the series of mysterious Eastern forces that had appeared recently, Sergei waved his hand reassuringly. Okay, it's all yours, Chef Tang. We'll cooperate fully. But at this moment, he hadn't expected it either. This opportunity actually appeared unexpectedly, thanks to his cooperation. It arrived without warning. That evening, after the conversation, Sergei lay in bed, unable to sleep, so he got up to sneak a bite. He was sleeping in the mess hall. Wouldn't it be a shame not to sneak a bite? He rummaged around, looking for nothing, then suddenly realized. That's right. In this mess hall, there's practically nothing left that's immediately edible. He walked back dejectedly, when suddenly he noticed a black jar under the stove. Was this ever here before? Sergei thought for a moment. Could it be some snacks Tang made? Let me see. He carefully lifted the jar. Wow, it's quite heavy. There must be a lot of good stuff. With hopeful anticipation, Sergei rolled up his sleeves and forcefully pried open the tightly sealed lid. Oh woo-oo! A howl suddenly echoed through the fifth mess hall at midnight. Following that was an indescribable stench. If I had to describe it. Tang! Help! My nose is blind. Sergei plopped down on the ground, wailing. Tang, why did you put poison gas in the kitchen? This is inhumane. Wah! The smell was like a septic tank dug in the ground. It was stinky, a little fishy, and if you smelled closely, it even seemed a bit sour. Forget it, I can't smell it too closely. Sergei had been eagerly approaching it just now. Now, it felt like his sense of smell had instantly failed him. He was completely numb. Tang Lei had sensed something was wrong the moment he was overwhelmed by the smell. And then, hearing the noise. Sigh. Nothing more to say. Let's go out and rescue them. Maxim and Yelena were also startled awake. Before they could speak, they smelled the odor. Ugh. Tang, Brother Tang, did the toilet pipes explode? Tang Lei shook his head, ran out, and first dragged the jar aside and tightly sealed it. He was afraid that the minister, in his haste, would smash the stinky liquid he had painstakingly preserved. Then he pulled the man up and sighed. "Why did you go looking for this when you have so much edible food?" Sergei looked at the jar in horror. "Tang, you still kept it? This is Pandora's box. Opening it will bring disaster." He had never imagined, in such a delicious canteen, there would be something so terrifying. Tang Lei comforted him. No, it's meant to bring good luck." It was his fault, though he had heard that this stinky liquid could make the neighbors move out. He hadn't experienced it firsthand, so he hadn't hidden the jar properly. "Oh, right, I need to check how the fermentation is going." Tang Lei nudged Sergei back, gesturing for Maxim and Yelena, who had followed, to cover their noses as well. Then, he took a deep breath and opened the jar again. This time, he deliberately stirred it a couple of times with tongs. Good. The soy milk was still a harmless milky white with a slight yellow tinge. The fish and shrimp inside had become rotten and rancid. Tang Lei silently scooped the rotten fish and shrimp out and threw them into the trash can. Turning around, he saw the three of them pressed tightly against the wall, as if they wanted to disappear into it. Brother Tang, Yelena, having already endured the baptism of pickled auk, was still relatively resilient. She said, holding her breath, "This trash can is useless. Sergei, throw away the ladle too." Hopeless. If Tang Lei hadn't held a special place in their hearts, they might have wanted to throw him away too. A group of people who barely even ate canned herring couldn't understand it. How could this stuff smell this bad? Tang Lei sighed. He didn't want to either. Actually, in Great Xia, they generally use plants for pickling now. The taste isn't as pungent, and it's safer. Using rotten fish and shrimp, if not handled carefully, can easily lead to poisoning even for experienced cooks. But those ingredients like amaranth and fermented black beans, they didn't have any of those here. Besides, this stuff has to smell bad to achieve the desired effect. Just as he was about to start his charade, there was a knock on the door of the fifth canteen. "Chef Tang? Are you all right?" Several prison guards, assigned by Anton to guard the area day and night, heard the commotion inside and rushed over. They were knocking urgently, so Tang Lei simply grabbed his large ladle and went to open the door. "Are you all right? What's that smell?" "Ugh." The two prison guards' vision blurred. Now, we're in trouble. "Chef Tang, you're developing poison gas?" Tang Lei was both amused and exasperated. No, I'm just making food." "Sorry, brother, why don't you come in and sit down?" No. The two prison guards shook their heads frantically. This was the first time they'd ever felt the fifth canteen was so terrifying. This smell, like feces, they're supposed to eat this. Even their gazes towards Tang Lei held a newfound respect and fear. "Chef, this is punishment for the prisoners, right? We don't need to eat, right? Tang Lei, you can eat it if you want." He'd made plenty of stinky filth anyway. The two prison guards' legs went weak, and they retreated step by step. "Tang Lei, hey, don't run. It smells bad but tastes good." No need." "Ha! What tastes good?" Two completely different voices rang out. As the two prison guards turned and ran, a tall, burly man appeared from the side of the corridor. Seeing Tang Lei, he waved happily. "Hey, Chef Tang. Long time no see. I just finished developing a new dish, herring pizza. I left late, and when I got back I heard all this commotion. Sounds like you guys are talking about food too? Want to try my creation tonight?" I haven't caught a lucky person to try it yet. It was none other than Kirill, the genius head chef of Ward 1. Tang Lei smiled, ignoring the complex meaning behind the word catch. "No rush, I'm also developing a new dish, and I was planning to discuss it with you." Oh. Kirill's eyes lit up as he smelled the aroma. "This tastes really good. It's like going back home." Sergei and Maxim, who had just recovered a little, peeked out, nearly collapsing again upon hearing this. "Seriously? You guys actually eat this?" Tang Lei shook his head. "Of course not, it's just a seasoning." He glanced at the time. "It's getting late, why don't you check if you like it? My new dish will be ready tomorrow." He lifted the jar lid again. Maxim and Sergei dashed off, leaving only Yelena still standing there. She tried to discern. I think it's better than pickled auk. Although both smell bad. But this one smells, a complex kind of stench. "Good eye," Kirill said, also joining in with great interest. "Tang, what's this made of? It tastes amazing. Is this a specialty of Great Xia? I didn't expect Great Xia to have such refined taste." Tang Lei smiled. "Great Xia cuisine has everything. Don't even mention this stinky tofu. If necessary, they could make a whole table of stinky dishes. Come tomorrow, I'll treat you well." "Okay," Kirill said excitedly. "Thank you so much, Tang. There aren't many people here with taste like mine. You're as kind as family, Tang. Tomorrow, I'll definitely come early." In just one night, The legend of the fifth canteen's fermented stench spread rapidly. It reached its peak after a group of staff members came to freeload. There was no other way. Tang Lei had been tinkering with that stinky water since early morning. The water fermented with meat, unlike the water made with amaranth and fermented black beans, turned a dark green. Although the tofu soaked in it tasted the same, it just didn't look right. So Tang Lei even scavenged a handful of aged tea leaves from Sergei's storeroom, brewed them, and used them for coloring. Then he pulled out some technology food-grade ferrous sulfate and salt and boiled them together. Once the tea turned black, Tang Lei threw the tofu into soak, then put it back into the stinky water to soak again. He shook his head as he soaked. Technology is good, but it's not a long-term solution. In the future, when he has time, he should make some dessya sauce himself and keep it on hand. Fermented black beans, fermented bean curd, broad bean paste, sesame paste, oyster sauce. These are all useful and easy to store. If you're really hungry, a flatbread or steamed bun with soybean paste is also a good option. Soak the tofu for about 10 minutes, then take it out. This is the raw stinky tofu. It can be stored for a long time, and you can fry it again when you want to eat it. Tang Lei covered the raw tofu and set it aside. Then he set up a pot, threw in 2 pork bones, and started simmering a rich bone broth. This is a popular way of eating stinky tofu in Xiangzhou, Daxia. Don't underestimate this simple tofu dish. It's prepared with great care. After frying the stinky tofu, it must be served with the broth and chili sauce, so that people eat the tofu and drink the broth as well. That's what makes it delicious. The sauce, of course, has to be made by Tang Lei himself. The chili peppers in the 5th Prison District's fields have started to bear fruit after nearly a month. But looking at their still green skins, the prisoners are reluctant to pick them now. Fortunately, there weren't many people to serve this time, so Tang Lei simply bought some small red chilies and dried chilies from the system store. He chopped the garlic and small red chilies and fried them until they released their moisture and aroma, then added the dried chilies. After adding a little salt and soy sauce, he had a pot of fragrant chili sauce. Later, he could add some broth, a drizzle of vinegar, and some more minced garlic. It was truly delicious. Oh right, and for some people, there's cilantro. Tang Lei stroked his chin, wondering if he should actually plant some cilantro and how Tunia cordata. He remembered that a certain fast food brand in Daxia had recently launched cilantro ice cream, although after its launch, both those who liked it and those who didn't remained silent. But at least it showed. Cilantro is something that people who like it truly can't live without. He just didn't know how well the Russians would accept it. He pondered this while keeping an eye on the 2 pots. The broth and chili sauce each had their own unique aroma. Then look at the raw tofu on the side. Still so smelly. To be honest, the process of making it is more appetizing than the final product. In Tang Lei's memory, there are many versions of the origin of this stinky tofu. But basically, it's about a powerful figure who, during a period of hardship, let the tofu spoil and couldn't bear to throw it away. Upon tasting it, he discovered it was both smelly and delicious, and so, after becoming wealthy, he ordered everyone to eat it. This shows the powerful influence of a tycoon, and the various ways of frying, deep frying, and adding sauces in later generations. This shows the wisdom and effort of generations of hardworking foodies. At least this stuff is actually quite delicious now. Tang Lei put away the stir-fried chili sauce and looked up. The group of freeloaders sitting in a row looked over expectantly, removing the wads of paper from their noses. Is it over? Tang, I see you're making normal things now. Do we get something to eat? Tang Lei smiled. The stinky tofu is ready. I'm also planning to make some soy milk and pickle a stinky mandarin fish. How about you guys have some soy milk to tide you over? With that, the group dashed off, each one in a frantic rush. Ah, I just remembered I still have some documents to check. Oh right, we have a handover today. Only old Bavan and Yelena were left, with nowhere to go, so they stuffed the wads of paper back into their nostrils and sighed deeply. Tang, will we get anything to eat for lunch today? The stench is overwhelming. Old Baban strongly suspected that whatever he cooked for lunch today would be rotten. Tang Lei sighed helplessly. That's why I said, is the 5th canteen going through a trial by fire? Old BA1 wished he could go back to just a day ago and fiercely question Anton. What were you so indifferent about back then? At the crucial moment, Maxim stepped forward. After being provoked last night, he slipped away at the crack of dawn. Now he bravely appeared at the entrance of the 5th canteen. Chef Tang, we've prepared a side room for you. It's the one that's been under construction. You move this jar, there, please. This is the devil's jar. Tang Lei, I remember, you said those 2 side rooms would take 3 months to build. It hasn't even been a month yet. Maxim, we took some initiative. Anyway, now one side room is usable. The other still needs 3 months. Tang Lei, fine, just for stinky tofu, even Marxist-Leninist philosophy has been brought out. Keep nagging, maybe then. Ahem. Tang Lei shook his head. Alright, I'll entertain Kirill in the side hall later. He also felt the stench was indeed overpowering. To avoid ruining his other dishes, he'd better move it. Moving it to the side hall, Tang Lei confidently prepared another pot of fermented bean juice. This time, he used the same starter from last time, greatly shortening the fermentation time. As for the stinky mandarin fish, Tang Lei took a deep breath, scooped up another spoonful of the stinky brine, added salt and spices. After mixing, he took out the mandarin fish that he had cleaned and waited for 2 days earlier. The mandarin fish now had a faint stinky smell, and the flesh was sticky. But because it was salted on both sides, although it smelled bad, it wouldn't spoil. Tang Lei soaked the fish in the seasoned stinky brine and, as usual, stuffed it under the stove. There are many ways to pickle stinky mandarin fish. In the sweltering summer, you could simply salt it, place it in a well-ventilated area, and wait 10 days or so. But in the Siberian climate, it wouldn't even last 10 days. It would harden in a day, turn to stone in 2-3 days, and it would be ready to be passed down through generations. So Tang Lei had to use this quick method to pickle it. After finishing everything, he breathed a huge sigh of relief. It wasn't easy. Finally, he had the hook for fishing for Cyrillics on the line. Now, he just had to wait for a bite. Tang Lei returned to the main hall of the 5th canteen and watched as a group of people busily washed the canteen with alcohol disinfectant. Only then could they finally start cooking. Even so, the prisoners who came to the 5th canteen today all looked resentful. They could still smell the stench, a lingering fear, yet they couldn't bear to put down their bowls. They could only cautiously ask Tang Lei, "Chef Tang, is this your new torture method? Eating feces? We've been behaving very well lately." Tang Lei was speechless. "I'm just a cook. I don't care about torture, thank you." The prisoners looked at him with awe, their eyes clearly seeing. "You look even more terrifying than the ones in charge now. Tang Lei, do you know what it means to smell the worst but taste the best? Your appreciation level is lacking." As soon as he finished speaking, a cheerful voice rang out, echoing, "That's right. Tang, you're absolutely right." Kirill's tall figure entered the 5th canteen, carrying a box. "Hi, Tang, I've come to visit you. I also brought you a gift." After the strawberry dumpling incident, Tang Lei immediately became wary upon seeing the box. "It's not dumplings, is it?" "Kirill, no. Where would I get such good stuff? But I brought a carefully baked herring and apple pie. You'll definitely like it." Alright, that's enough." Tang Lei promptly stopped Kirill's enthusiastic hand. "A guest is a guest, try what I prepared first. This box. I absolutely can't open it here." He pulled Kirill to a side hall and first cooked a bowl of soy milk. "Here, have a taste." He even specially fried some fried dough rings for Kirill. Although this is a common breakfast item in Great Xia, here, such formalities aren't so important. Kirill's eyes lit up as soon as he smelled the rancid aroma. After taking a sip, he simply closed his eyes and savored it. Not bad, not bad. This unique aroma, this refreshing taste. A perfect balance of sour and pungent. Pure, natural deliciousness. He didn't even bother to eat a few bites of the fried dough rings. He tilted his head back and quickly downed the entire bowl of soy milk. Holding the empty bowl, Kirill was both surprised and delighted. You see, although the entire Kirill family had a tradition of eating pungent foods, they were still somewhat aware of whether their tastes were acceptable to the general public. First, there was the eldest brother who poured canned food into his army rations and almost got kicked out. Later, even in prison, no one wanted to eat his special food. Therefore, generation after generation of Kirills could only try harder. He tried his best to maintain this little quirk of his using other abilities. However, no matter how strong their military capabilities were, no matter how good their cooking skills were, they couldn't change the fact that there's a limited supply of smelly, yet safe and healthy food in the world that wouldn't land them in the hospital. It's just that there aren't many of them to begin with. To be honest, it wasn't that Kirill wanted to cook everything with fermented herring. It's just that the only smelly food he could easily get his hands on and cook was fermented herring. As for making his own smelly food, just look at how even a seasoned expert in pickling stinky tofu in the Great Xia dynasty could end up in the hospital. That shows how dangerous this flavor truly is. The stench comes entirely from bacterial fermentation. Problems only become apparent after you've eaten it and passed out. Kirill wasn't that reckless. Over the years, relying on his culinary skills, he had developed quite a few ways to eat fermented herring. But no matter how delicious it is, if you eat too much, you'll get tired of it. Upon tasting the fermented mung bean juice, Kirill was utterly astonished. Comparing it to canned herring soup? Boring. I'm sick of it. This new fermented mung bean juice is so refreshing. It's hot, and upon closer tasting, you can even discern a subtle bean aroma amidst the sour and pungent smell. Tang! This stuff is really delicious. Can I take some home? Kirill said expectantly, I want a cup every morning before bed. Tang Lei, if you like it, that's fine. I'll give you a recipe later. You have to follow it strictly. Kirill was surprised. You're just giving me a recipe. He was a chef too. He naturally understood Tang Lei's generosity. High-end recipes, those are people who earn a living, who would just give them away like that. Tang, are you sure? If you really give them to me, I won't take them for free, I'll pay you. His family has nothing else. They have a lot of money. Tang Lei, it's okay, there's plenty of this stuff in Daxia, it's not worth much. He didn't want to make a living off soy milk. This is just a drink. Wait, there's another snack. There's another? Kirill was even more excited. Tang Lei took out some dark, mushy tofu and rolled it in the oil. A pungent smell immediately spread. As the oil sizzled, the flat tofu slowly puffed up. The aroma of deep frying slowly wafted out. It smelled awful. When all the tofu was perfectly round, Tang Lei scooped them out one by one. He poked it with a fork. Snap! A very soft sound rang in Tang Lei's ears. The tofu was fried until crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Piercing the charred, blackened exterior revealed a white, soft core. Then, a spoonful of minced garlic and chili peppers was added. The square tofu pieces, black and reddish-brown, sizzled as they hit the chili sauce while still steaming. The pungent aroma mingled with the charred fragrance, combined with the garlicky and spicy flavors. Kirill sniffed deeply. So fragrant. It's not over yet. Tang Lei scooped up another spoonful of broth and poured it over. This rich bone broth, simmered all morning, was now incredibly flavorful and delicious. As soon as it was poured over, the already cracked tofu immediately absorbed the broth, becoming even more delicious. Tang Lei then handed over the bowl. Kirill eagerly took it and took a big bite. The crispy, not yet softened tofu exterior broke open with a bite, and a mouthful of broth flowed into his mouth. The tofu inside was delicate, and it smelled incredibly pungent. But once you tasted it, the stench vanished completely, replaced by an increasingly delicious aroma with each chew, paired perfectly with that perfectly fried, fragrant chili sauce. Salty, savory, spicy, and fragrant. Delicious. Kirill swallowed it in one gulp, then eagerly shoveled more into the pot. If the tofu hadn't been still piping hot from the pan, he could have stuffed several pieces in one go. Tang! This flavor! So potent! It smelled just as bad as canned herring, but it tasted so much better than canned herring. Hiss! So stimulating! So spicy! Kirill had never experienced the chili frenzy of the 5th prison district. Even though Tang Lei had reduced the spiciness, he was still panting heavily from the heat. Sweat beaded on his forehead, but he showed no sign of putting down his bowl. The spiciness mixed with the pungent aroma actually whetted his appetite, making him want to eat more and more. He ate until he had stuffed about 10 pieces of tofu into his mouth. Only then did Kirill look at the bowl with a lingering sense of satisfaction. It's all? He reluctantly poured the last drop of broth into his mouth. He said shyly, Tang, can you sell me this too? To find something so pungent yet fragrant, how rare it must be. Kirill now regretted it. Why hadn't he gone to Great Xia sooner? He looked at Tang Lei expectantly. Tang, you might know something about my family. My dad, my mom, and a whole bunch of relatives. They all love this. If you can sell me how to make it, believe me, Tang, as long as it doesn't violate any principles, the Kirill family will be your friends forever. If Anton were present, he probably wouldn't have been able to utter this promise. The Kirill family. Aloof, powerful, wealthy, and influential. And with eccentric personalities. Notoriously difficult to befriend. And they actually say they want to make friends. Tang Lei smiled slightly. I understand. Of course, I can give you this formula, but it's a bit of a pity. What's a pity? Kirill asked urgently. Tang, if you have any concerns or difficulties, just say so. I'll definitely help you if I can. Tang Lei smiled slightly. Hey, you've misunderstood. I mean, actually I have a lot of stinky dishes. It's just that, there are too few people here who like this kind of food. Just the two of us, we can't even fill a table. Like this stinky mandarin fish, I just started pickling it. In a couple of days, once it's fully pickled, the meat will be so tender and delicate. Kirill sniffed it, nodding repeatedly. Great. I love this taste. Then I'll come back in a couple of days. Tang Lei, no rush. In our Great Xia, we also have a special delicacy for entertaining guests, cow dung hot pot. Ever heard of it? It smells just as good as canned herring, but the more you eat, the more delicious it becomes. You can also cook all sorts of meats and vegetables in it. Unfortunately, there are too few of us. It's not worth it. It's worth it. Kirill exclaimed anxiously. But once he started speaking, he also stammered. Who else in this prison could afford to put together such a feast? Tang Lei continued, there's also dry pot stir-fry, dusan 3 sour dishes, delicious staple food, snail rice noodles, and a digestive soup for after dinner. These are all famous dishes of the Great Xia. Each has its own unique stench. Each one smells even stronger than these two today. Kirill listened intently, his eyes burning with excitement as he stared at Tang Lei, wanting to swear brotherhood with him on the spot. But then Tang Lei suddenly shook his head and sighed. Forget it, anyway, no one here likes to eat these things except you. I've been complaining about these for so long today, sigh. I guess I won't make them anymore. Kirill was both anxious and saddened upon hearing this. No, Tang. I love them. My whole family loves them. The Kirill family can't live without you. He was truly tired of canned herring. If others don't eat, it's because they don't appreciate it. We can't just not make it. Sigh, back when my cousin was still alive, we could sneak a bite together. Now that he's gone, there's no one to keep me company. Tang Lei nodded. Yeah, a meal only tastes good when you have someone with you. Like Commander Anton, he invited some old comrades over the other day for a good meal, and they're still happy about it. What? Kirill slapped his thigh, suddenly realizing, that's right. I can invite my family over too. Tang, you wait. We won't be lonely anymore. How could he forget? Their positions as head cooks in the prison ward couldn't be absent. His parents and brothers had plenty of free time. Even if they weren't free, with food available, why would they not come? Kirill exclaimed excitedly, it's perfect timing. I haven't been home in ages. Let's get everyone together. Tang, could you cook a meal? We don't need fancy dishes, just something pungent. Don't worry about the ingredients. Whatever you need, just get it from me. If you don't have it, just tell me, I have money. If you don't mind, I can even help you out. Tang Lei smiled, sure. The more the merrier. Kirill excitedly gave him a bear hug. You're such a good guy, Tang. From now on, you're a good brother to the Kirill family. I'm going to make a call right now. Kirill took off running, leaving Tang Lei with a slight smile. Tang, your smile, it's making me a little uneasy. Anton, wearing a gas mask, emerged from the kitchen, casting a complex expression from behind the mask. This is your plan? Yeah, Tang Lei smiled, squeezing 2 crumpled pieces of paper from his nose. He took a breath and silently stuffed them back in. Roman has power, he can blockade the stations along the way. Then why not use magic to defeat magic? It can stop ordinary people, but against a more powerful family, he won't be able to stop them, will he? It doesn't matter if they can't be sent out. Just send someone to collect them. Tang Lei, I remember you said that the former warden did a very good job when he was in office. And even the family heir was thrown in. The Kirill family must take the Siberian prisons very seriously. To use a low EQ analogy, a reliable and responsible father becomes disabled, is forced to divorce his wife, and has his son, whom he raised single-handedly, taken away. If this were never seen, it would be fine. If he saw his son being starved and beaten by his stepfather, would he let that go? The Kirill family only lost an heir. It wasn't the whole family that collapsed. Although they haven't tried to take back Ward 1, they still have the head chef. Based on the information leaked by Yarov, Tang Lei guessed. This family isn't incapable of dealing with the Roman and Lev families and taking back Ward 1. It's more like they're held back by something else. Otherwise, Roman wouldn't have panicked so much over the news that Kirill is coming back. Tang Lei shrugged, so, next, we just wait. When he comes, we'll have a meal, hand over the stuff, and that's it. Isn't that more comfortable than running around trying to find a solution? Although there's an old saying in Great Xia, if the mountain won't come to me, I'll go to the mountain. But what if the mountain also had feelings and desires? It's not impossible that he might come over voluntarily. Anton was stunned. That's simple? Tang Lei, yeah, what else? His brain doesn't need much complicated treatment, does it? Anton silently shut his mouth. It seems that's true? To be honest, Tang Lei had only ever done eating and drinking, he'd never even been to the second prison ward. It was all thanks to Luo Meng's relentless gratification. But thinking about it carefully, it seemed like eating and drinking were present everywhere. Anton was terrified by the thought and turned to another question that filled him with even more panic. Tang, what you just mentioned is even more disgusting than these two. Are you serious? Tang Lei took a deep breath. Yes, to be honest, I think that's the most difficult thing. He had to cook a huge table full of food, and he couldn't wear a gas mask. Fortunately, Kirill is still relatively easy to deal with. He doesn't know that our Great Xia also has pickled vegetables from southern Anhui, fermented tofu sheets from Shaoxing, and duck eggs soaked in virgin urine from Yangchun. Anton didn't say a word, turned and left. Tang Lei, hey, sir, where are you going? Anton, to inform Maxim that this side hall needs to be partitioned off into a disinfection room near the entrance. Tang Lei watched his retreating figure and shook his head. The sir still doesn't understand our Great Xia enough. He stroked his chin, starting to worry again. These stinky vegetables aren't difficult to make. The difficult part is how to ferment them before Kirill's family arrives. Like the three sour flavors of Dusan shrimp: hydrochloride, stinky sour, and fermented sour. Each requires fermentation for anywhere from 3 months to a year. It's too late to start now. Maybe I could make a beef offal hot pot and stinky mandarin fish first, and then slowly provide the recipes for the rest? He paced back and forth, pondering, feeling like he'd forgotten something, until he went outside and saw groups of prisoners chatting about chives as they passed by. Tang Lei slapped his forehead. Oh, I forgot. He still had a cheat code. Hey, system, get up and get to work. 2 quick beeps, and the system voice appeared. Hello, host. Points-based loan service is always online. Tang Lei was speechless. Why are you bringing up points right away? Are you obsessed with points? It hurts our feelings. The system voice was utterly emotionless. This chef god system is a product of Great Xia, possessing Great Xia's fine traditions. Don't talk to the system about feelings, it hurts the system. Tang Lei rubbed his nose, thinking, so your fine tradition is being a money grubber. Then he thought about it again. Well, that's not wrong. Who doesn't love making a little money? He poked the system. Let's not talk about loaning points. I have a problem I urgently need you to help me with. It's this fermented stinky vegetable. Can you think of a way to finish it early? The system immediately became listless. The system exists to urge the host to complete tasks. Host, you should actively complete tasks to earn rewards, not use it as a tool when you need something. Tang Lei rubbed his nose. Then reaching 10,000 repeat customers is a bit difficult. The definition of a repeat customer is someone who has eaten there once. But given the size of the 5th canteen, even with constant snacks and drinks being distributed, the growth rate of repeat customers has inevitably slowed down. Tang Lei has been watching the numbers every day. They've reached 9980 plus, just a few dozen more people short, and it just won't go up. But he doesn't know who else hasn't eaten there yet. He can't exactly go to other prison areas with a megaphone distributing food and drinks. So he's just resigned himself to waiting. And you're not giving out enough tasks. Like today, Brother Kirill said he was bringing his whole family for dinner. Shouldn't you give him a task to build connections? The system replied listlessly, there aren't many tasks because it's not. Click. There's another reason for not building connections. The host's level isn't high enough yet. In short, no tasks, no rewards, no cheating. Tang Lei was silent for 2 seconds, then, add points? Tang Lei borrow points. The system's electronic voice humanized slightly. Serving the host is every system's professional duty. What does the host want to ferment? Just prepare the food to ferment and give it to me. Points will be charged depending on the situation. Tang Lei sighed, as if he could already see himself burdened with a huge loan. I'll go prepare it for you right away. Speaking of which, system, why are you so eager for these repeat customer points? Is it good for you? Tang Lei wasn't asking this because he was thinking of cracking any system passwords. He was simply thinking about all the ancestors behind this silly system. During holidays, wouldn't it be necessary to offer them tributes? But the system remained silent. Seeing he couldn't get an answer, Tang Lei shook his head. Fine, it can't escape anyway. He'd better focus on preparing the stinky feast he'd made for Kirill's family. According to Tang Lei's recipe, first and foremost, the most important ingredient for fermentation was the Dusan 3 sours. The Dusan 3 sours is a general term for hydrochloric acid, shrimp sourness, and stinky sourness, a common side dish from Qianzhou, Daxia. Sometimes it's eaten alone as a sauce, sometimes it's stir-fried with meat or vegetables. Each of the three has a distinct flavor. The ingredients for these 3 sours are actually quite normal. Green vegetables, small river shrimp, and even some rather delicate-looking balsam flowers. But this seemingly simple ingredient, when fermented, produces the most awful of the 3 sour flavors. It needs a full year of fermentation, and once opened, it's a fresh yellow-green liquid. It's said to be a local favorite when mixed with braised pork intestines and cooked in a dry pot. But considering there are no balsam flowers in Siberia, Tang Lei decided to skip it. He'd go for the pickled shrimp first. The ingredients for this pickled shrimp are the simplest, and the flavor is mild, acceptable to most people. It's like a small pickled vegetable, sweet and sour. Tang Lei returned to the 5th canteen, and after disinfecting, he brought out another jar. He layered the vegetables, chili peppers, salt, sugar, etc., and sealed it. The others recoiled at the sight of the jar, seemingly still reeling from the trauma. Only Yelena managed to stay on the side, tilting her head to watch. She always believed, if it won't kill me, it's edible, and anything edible is worth a try. So she bravely asked a question. Can I eat this, Brother Tang? Why don't you take a bite first? I'm afraid if I cover it up again, it won't be edible. Tang Lei highly praised her intelligence. You're right, but you can't eat it. I'll make you something delicious later. Look how hungry the child is. She's even thinking of just eating the dry vegetable leaves. Sergei, who was standing some distance away, breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. That's great, Tang. We were all worried that you wouldn't make any normal dishes until after you've finished entertaining Kirill. They couldn't stand the stinky food after only half a day of cooking. Tang Lei smiled. No. He also needed to regain his sense of smell. He'd suffocate if he kept stuffing his mouth with paper. Looking at Sergei, Tang Lei suddenly remembered his points loan. Old Xia, I have a suggestion. Look, Roman isn't going to pay up anytime soon. But we brothers can't just watch others eat. How about this? I'll arrange some for your logistics department too. The money you owe, consider it a loan from me, how about it? Let's call it a dessert loan. Although there will be interest when you pay it back. But you can enjoy it in advance. Sergei scratched his head. You can do that. As the logistics manager who routinely counts money, he naturally understands the cost of advance consumption. But, he swallowed hard, then can we make something we haven't tried before? Tang Lei smiled, sure. Sergei's mind went blank, great. I want to consume. He was so disgusted by the stinky jar last night that he wanted to go see God. Plus, the snow white bean paste from the 5th prison district had also been shown to the logistics department. Shouldn't they all eat something good together? Tang Lei nodded with satisfaction. Money wasn't the main issue. The main problem was that he'd gotten soaked in the rain and taken out a points loan, so he wanted to tear apart someone else's umbrella too. Tang Lei sealed the hydrochloric acid jar and started working on the shrimp pickling. Shrimp pickling was a bit more complicated, since it involved meat. The pickling and spoilage process required extra care. Besides small shrimp, he also needed wine, fermented glutinous rice, etc. Tang Lei, already heavily in debt, simply bought fermented glutinous rice directly from the online store, glancing around. Isn't Lao Lu here? He wanted to borrow some shrimp. Yelena shook her head. He hadn't even finished cooking today when he was called away. He said he had something to do, and probably won't be able to come for the next few days. Tang Lei thought for a moment. Oh, then it must be the Leff family arriving. They're here to back you up, so Roman will definitely have to treat them to a private meal. Tang Lei wasn't flustered at all, simply saying calmly, they arrived pretty quickly. Sergei hesitated, then, is it alright if 6th brother goes back? He also has the surname Leff, aren't you afraid he might be Roman's spy? Tang Lei shook his head, it's fine, I only have one kitchen, let him see. Anyway, he won't get any food, he's the one who's suffering. Besides, 6th brother isn't a big problem. Sergei became respectful, is he someone you trust? When did you win him over? Tang Lei, no, I mean, he doesn't have the brains. Sergei's praise suddenly faltered. Well, he's at least a high-level chef. If he hadn't been in the major competition right after arriving at prison, getting completely overwhelmed by Tang Lei's combo punches, he could probably be a head chef at a Michelin-starred restaurant outside. Tang Lei smiled, I'm not saying he's not intelligent. It's just that Lao Lu, unlike Luo Meng, has a bit of his brain twisted. They say the line between genius and madness is thin. Lao Lu, seemingly arrogant, his arrogance is actually just his culinary skills. Just seeing him eagerly running to the 5th canteen, cutting whatever he's told to cut. Tang Lei knew this guy was simply obsessed with cooking. In Xia terms, he's a madman. He's got all his intelligence and emotional intelligence focused on cooking. As for cultivating relationships with the family and scheming, his brain probably hasn't even developed that yet. So, Tang Lei said casually, we can still ask him for ingredients. Yelena, could you borrow some shrimp for me when you have time? The small Arctic shrimp. Yelena, okay. She ran off cheerfully, her movements practiced, leaving Sergei dumbfounded. Was this really borrowing? Tang Lei clapped his hands, put the 2 jars aside, and brought over a new one. This jar was also for the system to ferment. But the fermentation time for this dish was rather peculiar. It was a specialty of Lishan in Great Xia and Tang. Back in China, Tang Lei had heard of the soup's many accolades. Things like 1,000-year-old swill, a soup passed down through 3 generations, the soup remains even after the person is gone, hundreds of years of swill, and so on. But it wasn't until he searched the system this time that Tang Lei discovered, the people of Lishan aren't stupid, they've already improved it. A century ago, in the mountainous region of Gizhu, the climate was hot and humid. Isolated by the mountains, food was difficult to preserve, yet people were reluctant to throw it away. So they poured it all into jars and stored it. Over time, this surprisingly evolved into a dish that helped the mountain people survive famine. But this food survived not only because it smelled bad and tasted terrible. With abundant resources, the people of Lishan had long since begun using fresh ingredients to ferment soups. The normal method was to first stir-fry glutinous rice and other grains until slightly mushy, then add rice water and seal the jar to ferment. After a few days, this grain soup became a liquid similar to yeast water. This was the base of Ntang, a type of fermented soup. Then, soybeans, bean sprouts, bamboo shoots, ferns, pork, etc., were added, all of which were blanched to kill bacteria, stir-fried until dry, and then pickled together in the jar. A more sophisticated version would also include local mountain herbs and plant leaves. As a result, the resulting in tang, while still retaining a pungent odor. But when used for stewing soups and cooking, it has a rich, tangy flavor that's good for the stomach and even has nourishing properties. Tang Lei could only sigh in admiration. Truly, the environment shapes the people. The people of Lishan didn't even use any pharmacology, they simply experimented generation after generation to find the most suitable ingredients and herbs for pickling, and they created this unique delicacy. Isn't this much better than the fermented herring that's been stagnant for hundreds of years despite abundant resources? The Kuril family is truly pitiful. Tang Lei prepared the glutinous rice and rice water, then sealed it in a jar. He waited until Yelena returned, skipping and hopping, carrying a bag of shrimp, and then pickled the shrimp as well. Only then did he wave goodbye to Sergei and the others. Tired, take a rest. See you for dinner. Sergei quickly stopped him, chuckling, hey, wait a minute, our dessert loan? Tang Lei waved his hand, after dinner, or tomorrow during the day. The brothers will definitely have some in the next couple of days. Good brother. Sergei was satisfied. Then I'll continue checking the accounts. At this crucial moment, he had to be extremely vigilant. He wanted to try and get as many loans as possible for Roman when the Kuril family arrived. Yelena reluctantly glanced around the kitchen, confirming there was nothing left to eat for the time being, and said, I'm going to exercise now, Tang Ge. Call me if anything comes up. She needed to check on the place where they dug the hole to bury the person. What went wrong? After everyone dispersed, Tang Lei breathed a sigh of relief and slipped into the break room carrying the jars. Hey system, time to get to work. 2 jars of pickled cabbage and 1 jar of herbal soup. I'll be adding some more ingredients to this soup. He explained the pickling temperature and requirements to the system in detail. Then the system beeped. Loan of 5,200 points, thank you for your patronage. More than 5,000. Tang Lei exploded, are you serious? His 10,000 returning customers mission only earned him 10,000 points. System, you can't be so shady. Just cut it in half. The system beeped, not shady. It's actually 5,210. I've rounded it down by 10. The points loan is shaped like a love letter. Aren't you touched? Tang Lei, do you think I dare touch you? The system beeped twice more. This is different. This time, host, you wanted to shorten the fermentation time. That's a high-tech requirement. My consumption is also greater. And after I finish fermenting, these foods are far superior to anything you could ferment yourself. 1 point, 1 delicious meal. Honest and fair. Tang Lei, I didn't really want anything that good. Kirill was already eating canned herring, what more could he want? The system's electronic voice almost screamed, no, this system doesn't produce counterfeit or substandard products. Besides, even if you had the time, you couldn't ferment it yourself. Tang Lei thought about it and was speechless. It was true. Fermentation requires temperature and humidity. What did he have in this Siberian permafrost plain? It wasn't drinking hot soup, it was eating ice blocks. He couldn't rely entirely on his stove. Helplessly, Tang Lei could only shake his head. Fine, then you ferment it. Anyway, once this jar is fermented, it can be used for a long time. Just like this hot soup, when it's almost finished, you can process another batch of ingredients in the same way. Then add white wine and salt, and marinate it with the original broth. Just like fermented bean curd and the starter for dough. It might really last for many years. The system beeped cheerfully, and the next second, Tang Lei's area in front of him suddenly vanished. The 3 jars had disappeared without a trace. Tang Lei closed his eyes and poked the system. Where did you hide all of these? Do you have some space inside you? Can I store things in it? System, no. Tang Lei, don't be so stingy. Let me see. System, no, those are them. Click. It suddenly jammed again. At the same moment, Tang Lei, still with his eyes closed, suddenly found himself in front of a familiar patch of land. It was the place where those old men had taken turns whipping him. Tang Lei instinctively covered his head. Then he realized that there wasn't a single ancestor here this time. The ground was completely empty. Tang Lei looked around, a little panicked. Ancestors? Ancestors, where are you all? Did I anger you and drive you away? Although I didn't offer you any sacrifices before. I'm not being unfilial. Should I wake up now and go offer you, stinky tofu? The words had barely left his lips. Suddenly, a curious voice reached Tang Lei's ears. What's stinky tofu? Tang Lei looked up and suddenly saw a person standing under a large tree not far away. She was dressed in white, her black hair piled up like a cloud. Seeing him look at her, the woman smiled slightly. Despite her youthful face, Tang Lei sensed a kind of kindness in her smile. He dared not be presumptuous and bowed slightly. Greetings, ancestor. The woman nodded. You're the successor they chose this time? Tang Lei hesitated for a moment. If you mean you're bound to the chef god system, then yes. but to the formal level of successor, it didn't seem so. So far, his biggest interaction with his ancestors was probably getting 2 beatings. Tang Lei touched his head with lingering fear. The woman laughed. That's probably not the right time yet. Why don't you tell me first, what is stinky tofu? I'll calculate the day you're ready to inherit the mantle. Tang Lei hesitated. If he told her, would he get another beating? It's something that smells bad but tastes good. Although it smells like a toilet, it does taste delicious. Tang Lei became increasingly uneasy as he spoke. The woman was also taken aback. That's strange. I don't recall ever receiving an offering with this smell. Tang Lei smiled wryly, thinking that he wouldn't normally dare to offer something that had gone bad to his ancestors. Wouldn't that be asking for a beating? But looking at her now, this kind-looking woman was indeed an ancestor. He looked around. Senior, could you tell me where this space is? Dream or reality? The woman in white smiled. You'll know later. Tang Lei was helpless against the riddle-solving prodigy, and could only ask, where did the other ancestors go? Did they go visiting? The woman laughed. I'm the one who's visiting. They went to pick up a young man. He's not here right now, so I came to help watch over him for a while. Tang Lei was taken aback. Pick up? A young man? People will come? The woman in white's smile became even more benevolent. Of course they will, but they're only relatively young compared to us. Don't you understand? We've never been gods. Throughout the centuries, naturally, generations of outstanding individuals will rise to stand shoulder to shoulder with us. However, this time it's also related to food, so they all went to join the fun. Tang Lei blinked, thought for a moment, and suddenly understood. Senior. The woman in white smiled gently, still as benevolent as ever. She gently waved her sleeve, stroking Tang Lei's hair like a mother. Don't be sad. Your ancestors are watching over you. The system had relayed these words before, but at that time, Tang Lei hadn't reacted strongly. Now, hearing it again, he froze, his mind racing. He only snapped out of his daze when the woman spoke again. All right, what do you need? Go ahead and do it. Tang Lei shook his head. Nothing much. I just asked the system to help ferment 3 jars of something. I wanted to see where it put the jars. Mainly. Tang Lei scratched his head, quite embarrassed. I'm afraid that once it's fermented, it will smell bad to our ancestors. He was truly afraid that the scene from that night at the 5th canteen would repeat itself here with the system. It didn't matter if he tricked a blind Sergei, but what if he tricked his ancestors? That would be utter disrespect. The woman in white thought for a moment. It's all right. As long as it's not wasteful, and it's food made for consumption, they won't mind. After all, we understand this nation better than anyone else. If they weren't forced to, who would choose to eat the stinky food instead of the good? The source of all these stinky delicacies is often poverty and hardship. Food is scarce and difficult to preserve. But this nation has always been resilient and intelligent. Thus, the stinky flavors born of hardship have become distinctive delicacies through generations of effort. The woman in white smiled. How could we dislike such a resilient child? Tang Lei also breathed a sigh of relief. He never felt that frugality during difficult times was shameful, and he didn't feel that making these stinky dishes was an insult to his image. He was just afraid of getting a beating from his ancestors. Now, with the white-clad woman's words, he felt much more at ease. However, before finally leaving, Tang Lei's curiosity was piqued. Senior, forgive my ignorance, I was blind to your greatness. May I ask who you are? The white-clad woman held out her hand. What does this remind you of? Tang Lei looked down and saw a snow-white cocoon in her palm. He subconsciously asked, a silkworm cocoon? A silkworm? It reminds me of fried silkworm pupae, fried cicadas, roasted grasshoppers, centipede roasts. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine, and he quickly stopped talking and looked up. The white-clad woman's kind smile vanished instantly. She slammed her palms together and coldly shouted, Ji Xian Yuan, who told you to teach your successor to want to eat everything you see? Come out here. A thunderous boom echoed in the air. Tang Lei jerked his eyes open and sprang to his feet on the bed. Damn it. Luckily, I got away quickly. Why do I feel like I'm going to get a serious beating this time? Maybe I shouldn't contact the system for a while. Tang Lei clutched his heart, thinking tremblingly. Then it dawned on him. Silkworm cocoons. Isn't that Lizu, the goddess who pioneered sericulture? No wonder she was dressed in white and had such a kind smile. So she really was the original empress, the mother goddess who ruled the world. And now he's going to blow up someone else's silkworm cocoons. Hiss. Tang Lei gasped again, his mind racing. What should he offer to appease his ancestor? Just then, the system suddenly dinged. Congratulations, host, a mandatory mission has been triggered. Eat 50 kinds of insect delicacies within a year. No fewer than 20 of each kind. Tang Lei was dumbfounded. Mandatory? What does that mean? System, if you don't eat enough, your fortune, luck, and romantic luck will be deducted. After saying this, the system shut up, refusing to respond no matter how much you poked it. It was either stunned by anger or dumbfounded. No! Holy crap! Tang Lei collapsed back onto the bed, wishing he could bang his head on the ground. This is revenge. It must be. Revenge from his ancestors, terrifying indeed. Why did he have to be so sarcastic? Damn it, destroy him. Tang Lei thought with a headache. How many insects are there in Siberia? To collect enough, does he have to go back to Great Xia Yunzhou to dig them up? Help! He silently groaned in the kitchen of the 5th canteen. Meanwhile, Lao Lu, who had already returned to the 2nd canteen, frowned. He was used to helping out in the 5th canteen, cooking. Being called back by Roman to run a private kitchen felt somewhat unfamiliar. Perhaps it was because the place did seem much emptier. Roman, accompanied by Lena, was leading a group of people into the 2nd canteen. Look, this is the best canteen in the entire prison. I specifically reserved a private kitchen window. It's not open to the prisoners today, so they don't spoil our fun. Lao Lu looked at the dozen or so kitchen helpers around him, somewhat bewildered. Today, are we only cooking for a few people? Roman, yes, don't waste your skills on those lowly prisoners, Gleb. He turned to the 3 or 5 men behind him. That way, the dishes won't be ruined. The men behind him, all wearing beanies, laughed. Indeed, Roman, you really know how to enjoy yourself. Not bad, not bad. Roman laughed heartily. This is all for the Left family. The Siberian prison may be remote, but it's a piece of fat meat. If we manage it well, we'll be the emperors here. Several men from the Left family nodded. It's just a little strange. This 2nd canteen is clearly very well decorated. Why is it so empty? Roman paused, stunned. He always waited for his adjutant or Lena to bring him food. He never bothered to squeeze into the canteen with others. Only now, with someone saying this, did he realize. Greb, what happened? I remember the 2nd canteen was fully equipped. Old Six nodded. It's fully equipped now, no problems at all, cousin. Although the machines had all been sent to the 5th canteen, Tang Lei hadn't taken any of the ingredients. Even just now, Yelena had taken a bag of shrimp. But the people in the 2nd canteen had gotten some training. During this time, he had been practicing his knife skills diligently, slicing and dicing, and had even helped the canteen's kitchen helpers discard their equipment. Now everyone can cut very fast. What more could he want? Old Six was incredibly satisfied. Roman was stunned by his resolute expression. He couldn't help but think, is that so? Did he remember wrong from the beginning? Never mind, he'd just allocate some money and supplies to the 2nd canteen later. He changed the subject and started talking about business. Alright, Gleb, bring out the steak and prawns I got the other day. Treat these brothers well. Gleb, gripping his knife, said hesitantly. So, the prisoners aren't getting any food today? He remembered that no matter what Tang Lei was busy with, even if he was making stink bombs, he would always arrange for the canteen to provide food in advance. He said it was part of his job. But Roman clearly wasn't planning on having communal meals, and said unhappily, what's wrong with them missing a meal or two? They're serving time, not on vacation. Alright, enough nonsense, just do what I tell you to do. Old Six hesitated. Are you sure you want pan-fried steak and prawns? I have a better way to cook them. He thought Tang's braised beef and braised prawns were more delicious, but Roman and the rest of the Left family didn't think so. Do it the way you learned from Master Artyom. Greb, we want authentic Michelin-starred cuisine, understand? 6th brother sighed. Fine. Even though he himself now found the bland food tasteless. But after all, he was his cousin who had given him the job, so he had no choice but to comply. Several steaks were served. The men of the Left family all removed their beanies, revealing uniformly bald heads, though the degree of baldness varied. A testament to their strong genetic inheritance. They elegantly forked their steaks. Not bad. No wonder he's Master Artyom's direct disciple. Roman, you're living the good life, haha, I'm envious. Hearing their praise, Lao Lu suddenly felt a surge of superiority. He silently shook his head inwardly. This is considered delicious? He felt a pang of regret. Compared to the others, Lao Liu's eating was rather bland. He merely swallowed a few bites to keep them company. The more he ate, the more he felt this bloody, gooey stuff was inedible. Looking up, he saw Lena also taking small bites of her steak, her eyes filled with the same perfunctory and disgusted expression. Lao Lu and she exchanged a glance, instantly understanding everything. Same plight. Both were forced to eat with someone else. While the others were still enthusiastically eating, it wasn't until Roman started talking business that they began. The 2nd canteen was now empty, leaving only them. Roman felt that besides his family and his deeply loving mistress, the only other people present were his own family and his mistress, so he didn't bother with any pretense. He said directly, I called you all here because something unsettling happened in prison a few days ago. It's said that the Kirill family member is coming back. Upon hearing this, the others fell silent. Lef, sitting at the head of the table, spoke slowly. The Kirill family is rumored to have found him. However, even if they found him, he's half crippled. He won't be coming back. Roman was delighted and breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. However, this half-truthful news of his return has actually encouraged our logistics minister. He's trying to use my ledgers to blackmail me, demanding the money I embezzled over the past year. One of Lef's chuckled. Haha, what a brave fool. He wasn't surprised at all by Roman's embezzlement of public funds, simply saying calmly, "So, he's still breathing?" Roman's face was cold. He shouldn't be breathing anymore. As you know, I have a special squad that does this kind of work. I sent men the very day he asked for the money. But, even now, Sergei is still alive. And the men I sent to do it that night were found dead in a pit, including my elite squad leader. Clang a soft sound, and Lena's fork fell onto the table. She quickly said, "I'm sorry, sir, I'm a little scared." "Useless woman," Roman muttered, not taking it seriously. "But the problem is, Sergei isn't from a military background, he has no ability to kill. I still haven't found out who did it. I think this is a huge threat to our Lev family. As long as Kirill doesn't return, Sergei will die sooner or later." But this mysterious killer made Roman uneasy. "Therefore, I hope to rely on your strength to eliminate the threat so that our Lev family can operate here for a longer period." The others nodded. "I see. That makes sense. It's all right, we've brought some elites with us. As long as the person who made the move is still breathing, we can find them even by digging through frozen ground." Roman grinned. "Then it's all up to you. Oh, by the way, since we've already sealed off the prison, how about we?" His eyes hardened. "Take out the 5th prison ward chief who refused to take sides, and Sergei too. Would that work?" These two men had no powerful backing, and he had a large number of talented subordinates who could easily replace them. All it took was a small accident. Lef, seated at the head of the table, smiled. "No family? That's not a problem." Roman nodded, his gaze cold. He hadn't originally planned to act so hastily and brutally. Kirill wouldn't be back anyway, and his acting warden would remain in office for a long time. Sergei was a weak opportunist, Anton had no relatives, and the 5th ward was dirt poor. These two posed no threat to him whatsoever. But who knew that these two would suddenly become like completely different people? The 5th ward, without any material support, was living peacefully and without complaint. Now, Roman dared not delay any longer. The sooner the better. "It's a pity we can't kill those damned Great Xia people too." Lef, at the head of the table, gave an "oh." "What, are there still people from Great Xia here?" Roman snorted. "He's a clueless cook from Great Xia." The other Lefs were even more surprised. "A cook? Haha, coming here to cook? Who would eat that? We, the fighting nation, don't eat the food those pretty boys eat." Old Six frowned, hesitating to speak. How should he put it? Now, people in the prison are fighting tooth and nail for a spot washing dishes in the 5th canteen? Across from him, Lena's face showed genuine embarrassment. She must have remembered the rumor that even dogs wouldn't eat the food in the 5th canteen. So much so that Roman's face was slapped during the assessment. Roman also paused, avoiding the topic, and snorted coldly. This cunning Great Xia man, if it weren't for the fact that he got the favor of an inspector. He then recounted how General Vladimir had passed through the prison and specifically requested Tang Lei to cook. Finally, he said bitterly, "If it weren't for the inspector, I would have sent him to meet God long ago." The Lefs exchanged bewildered glances, a sudden sting running down their spines. A Great Xia man, why would the inspector make him cook? He must have used some trick to fool the inspector. Roman nodded. "Fortunately, it was only a month-long period. Presumably, once we've dealt with Sergei and Anton, Vladimir will be back. After this meal, Tang Lei's death is imminent." Old Six was stunned. He had been diligently working odd jobs in the 5th canteen since the assessment ended. He never expected his cousin really wanted to kill Tang Lei. Just then, Valerie Lef, sitting at the head of the table, smiled. "Roman, have you gone mad? Just find a few people, throw some food into his canteen, and a few of them will die from it. Solve that, right?" Roman was stunned, then overjoyed. "That's it. The Russians take food safety very seriously. Once something goes wrong, Vladimir won't be able to eat there anymore. That Xia man will be finished." Old Liu's hand trembled, and he suddenly spoke. "No, it's ouch." He wanted to say that it was a desecration of food. Poisoning is deadly, harmful to people, and a waste of food. God will not forgive it. Before he could finish speaking, a sudden pain shot through his leg. Before old Lu could ask Lena why she kicked him, Valerie spoke up. "Greb, do you have any objections?" His gaze was sinister. Old Lu shuddered, his last instinct for survival making him immediately shut up. Lena, observing their expressions, whispered, Perhaps the head chef means poisoning in the kitchen could harm innocent people. Valerie smiled. What innocent person could a criminal be? Besides, going against the Leff family deserves a gruesome death. He turned to the sixth brother, a subtle warning. Greb, you also have the surname Leviticus. The sixth brother was silent for a long time. I understand. Valerie's gaze was terrifying. He dared not speak further, only wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. He had been wearing a chef's hat while cooking. Now, taking it off, his bald head was immediately revealed. But his head. Several Leff's gazes suddenly turned towards him, frowning as they stared at the head. Someone hesitated. Roman, are you sure Gleb is one of our Leff family? Roman was also stunned. This doesn't make sense. Gleb, weren't you already half bald when you first arrived? How come after all this time? Not only has he not gone bald, his hair even seems a bit thicker. This doesn't make sense. You're such a loner. A group of Leffs simultaneously reached up and touched their heads, their eyes full of suspicion. Is there something wrong with your genes? Or did you use some kind of miracle drug? Roman, who knew Old Six's head best, was the most anxious. You have a way to cure this, why didn't you tell me? Old Six also looked bewildered. He touched his head, hesitating. I didn't take any medicine. I just ate at the 5th canteen. Could it be because of the leeks I ate recently? Several Leffs, what are leeks? Old Six explained, they're a mysterious power from the east. And the other dishes Tang made, like roasted lamb testicles, braised bull penis, stewed chicken. He seemed to have said something like, that organ is a man's second life. If it's replenished, your back won't ache, your legs won't hurt, your hair won't fall out, and you'll have a great appetite. The Leffs exchanged glances. Really? The results are right in front of us. Old Six, I don't know about the hair, but I definitely feel much better. Everyone in the 5th ward was bursting with energy during that time. I even heard that the new female prisoners secretly found lovers and were living the high life. Valerie, I think I heard that some things in the East are very mysterious. They're not under God's jurisdiction. The men looked at each other, their eyes filled with longing. Roman's forehead veins throbbed. The scene before him suddenly felt eerily familiar. It was as if he were reliving that chef's assessment. When the 3 or 4 supervisors swore their loyalty to him while vying to add more food, he said warily, don't overthink it. Maybe this is just the cunning Great Xia man exaggerating. He's an enemy hindering our Leff family. You haven't forgotten, have you? The others quickly shook their heads. No, how could we? The words of that cunning Great Xia man are unreliable. But, looking at Gleb's head, they couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. The baldness in their Leff family was hereditary. They had tried every medical treatment to treat their scalps, with little success. The hair loss worsened day by day. Now, Gleb wasn't so bald? Valerie pondered for a moment. Greb, I think what you said earlier makes sense. This matter of poisoning the 5th canteen. We need to be cautious and postpone it. Roman was extremely wary. Is it really just a postponement? Valerie, of course, but right now the important thing is to focus our efforts on catching that mysterious assassin. Roman frowned, all right. But I have a piece of advice for everyone. Absolutely do not eat anything from the 5th canteen. It contains a bewitching potion from the east. The Leffs exchanged glances. Don't worry, it won't. We'd rather starve than eat it. They were just curious. Wanting to take a look is normal, right? Roman was relieved. All right, then let's toast to the future of the Leff family. Cheers. Hurrah! Only Lao Lu and Lena exchanged a complicated glance. They felt this scene, and these few words. The repetition rate was too high, and the person who said those words earlier. The two silently lowered their heads and covered their faces. They wouldn't say anything more. Their faces hurt. Meanwhile, in the 5th canteen, Tang Lei was also covering his face and wailing. Ancestors. I was wrong, ancestors. I'll never serve stinky tofu again, nor eat silkworm pupae. Stop your magic. No matter how pitiful his cries, the system showed no sign of revoking the forced mission. Sometimes, the voice that used to speak after him would disappear. He wondered if his ancestors had gone to settle scores. Tang Lei's attempt to play the victim failed, and he could only helplessly get up. Well, at least his ancestors hadn't come to smash his head in yet. Life could still go on. This forced mission still had a year left. He could still relax for a while. Perhaps, he could start by looking for insects in the nearby birch forest? Just as he was thinking this, the door to the 5th canteen was pushed open with a bang. Sergei dragged in a small cart. The cart was full of his ledgers, documents, pens, and paper. Tang Lei was taken aback. Minister, did you bring your entire desk? Sergei sighed and shook his head. There's no other way. I just took a look. The Leff family is here. I could tell they're no good. The outside is sealed off now. What if they get murderous and kill me in my office? So he simply moved his office to the cafeteria. Tang Lei sighed, will it work? Once I start, it won't be quiet. Sergey, it'll work, it'll work. We're just waiting for you to start. As long as you don't make a stink bomb, anything else is fine. Tang Lei smiled, ahem, the stink bomb will be done in a couple of days. It's basically all prepared. He looked at Sergey, who was relieved. Since you're here, I might as well make some snacks for the logistics department. It'll also encourage this guy to pay off his dessert loan. Sergey nodded repeatedly, looking expectant. What are we having today? Tang Lei took out flour and sugar. Something I mentioned last time but haven't made. Honey-dew melon. This snack is also called sugar moon. It was once very popular in Daxia. It was one of the 8 treasures of Suzhou, along with honey 3-cut pastry, crispy strips, sesame slices, peanut candy, coin cake, glutinous rice strips, and osmanthus crisp candy. Also known as the 8 Great Delicacies, it was popular throughout the country. However, with the changing times, like its hometown Suzhou, it gradually declined. In recent decades, Daxia has produced a new type of melon, named honeydew melon. It takes its name from the rich sweetness of this dessert. So much so that nowadays, people mostly use melon to make yangjiaomi, a type of sweet pastry, and no longer recognize this traditional dessert. The ingredients for yangjiaomi are simple ordinary flour, oil, and sugar. The only clever part is how to fill the dough with honey without damaging the crust. Then it's shaped into a puffed-up, hollow horn shape. Tang Lei found the recipe in a basic pastry book, starting with the flour. As usual, he first added water and lard to form clumps, then kneaded it into a dough. After kneading, let the dough rest briefly until it's less firm. Then, scoop it back into a smooth ball and let it rest again. This dough, having rested twice, is soft enough to be easily rolled into a thin sheet and has enough oil for the filling. It will also puff up better when frying. While the dough was resting, Tang Lei stir-fried a batch of flour. This flour is used to seal the edges of the honey croissant, locking in the honey flavor. It also helps the pastry keep longer. In Daxia, even coating this pastry directly with wheat flour or glutinous rice flour makes it unbearably sweet. But then, Tang Lei thought for a moment and simply added another handful of powdered sugar. Sweet! It had to be extra sweet. The flour was fried until slightly yellow, then taken out of the pan. Next, a pot of sugar syrup was boiled. In Great Xia, to suit the palates of the Chinese, maltose was already used at this step to reduce sweetness. But now, Tang Lei naturally poured in 2 large bags of white sugar. Looking up, he saw Sergey had stopped looking at his documents and was staring intently at the kitchen. Tang Lei felt a little guilty. Is it too sweet? Sergey shook his head vigorously, moved. Tang, I knew you were a good friend. You didn't put in this much sugar when you made it for Anton. You're truly my good brother. Tang Lei, okay, never mind then. So remember to pay back the dessert loan, he reminded him, go look at the documents. He was working hard, why should everyone else just stand by and watch? Nobody's allowed to sit still. Sergey quickly lowered his head, brimming with energy, like he'd been injected with chicken blood. Tang Lei nodded in satisfaction and continued working on his syrup. The syrup was ready when it was bubbling vigorously and thick enough. He set the syrup aside to cool. Tang Lei then took out the dough he'd just rested and rolled it into a thin sheet. Finally, he brushed a layer of oil on top, folded it in half, and rolled it until it was flat. This was the base of the dough. But to make it into a horn shape, he needed a mold. Tang Lei didn't have a proper mold, so he simply cut open a tin bottle. He pressed the round opening against the edge of the dough, and there it was, a perfect little crescent moon. After making one, Tang Lei heated oil in a pan, and the crescent moons floated to the surface immediately. The previously flat crescent moons, after rolling around in the oil a few times, immediately expanded from the heat. In no time, they turned into plump, round moons. But these moons were still empty. Tang Lei had previously thought that the honey inside the horn-shaped honeydew melons was poured in by cutting them open at this point. Then some method was used to seal them together. After seeing how the system did it, he realized the honey actually went in by itself. The piping hot crescents were scooped out and immediately immersed in deliberately cooled syrup. Due to the temperature difference, the crescents unconsciously began to absorb the syrup. As long as the temperature difference was large enough, no extra steps were needed. The crescents could absorb all the syrup. Tang Lei couldn't help but admire the ingenuity of those who had come before him. After frying and soaking all the crescents, half an hour passed. Tang Lei used a slotted spoon to scoop out the plump crescents and coated them in the pre-cooked flour and sugar powder. The slightly yellowish, sticky crescent-shaped pastries, upon contact with the snow-white flour, instantly transformed into adorable sugar moons. The steps for making this were even fewer than for making honey-glazed pastries, so Tang Lei made it effortlessly, easily filling a large pot. After stacking them in the basket, before even taking them out, Tang Lei saw Sergey suddenly stand up. Tang Lei shook his head helplessly. Sure enough, This guy had been staring at the pot the whole time. Sergei chuckled. Snacks, my little darling, my beauty. He rubbed his hands together, watching Tang Lei take out the basket, his drool practically dripping. Tang Lei, wait a minute, don't forget to share some with the others. Don't let it turn into a tragedy like the one at the 5th canteen. A group of prison guards forgot to distribute the supplies to their superior, and now the adjutant has been practically dead for days. What if Sergei forgets to distribute them to the logistics staff? Tang Lei couldn't guarantee he wouldn't get a beating. Sergei, haha, of course. I need to go find my dear Maxim first. These bastards. Now they have to say I'm the best boss ever. He picked up his basket and was about to run out when suddenly, the door to the 5th mess hall rang again. Several people walked in. Stop. Several men wearing beanies walked in. Valerie, leading the group, stared intently at Sergei at the basket in his hands. What are you carrying? He asked, his hand already outstretched. The Leff family was used to being domineering and arrogant. Now, they considered the Siberian prison their family's property. Earlier outside, Valerie had smelled a warm, sweet aroma. Seeing Sergei holding it like a precious treasure, ready to share, before he could even process it, his hand instinctively blocked his way. Sergei was startled by the sound, his hand just about to rise above his head. But seeing where Valerie's hand was pointing, his upward hand immediately curved. He clutched the basket tightly. He recognized them too, the menacing Leffs, the ones who might have landed him in the office. But this was the 5th mess hall. Encouraged by the sweet aroma and emboldened by the 5th canteen's perk, Sergei's audacity swelled. Sorry, this is from our logistics department. No one is allowed to sample it. Unless God himself arrives today. No one is taking it. Logistics department. Valerie's triangular eyes gave Sergei a sinister look, then he grinned. Oh, you're the head of logistics. His chilling gaze immediately reminded Sergei of the night he was impaled by a crossbow bolt. His head throbbed, his confidence instantly wilted, and he weakly turned his head. Tang! Help! Valerie sneered. Tang? The new great xia cook at the 5th canteen? Tang Lei was cutting dough to prepare another batch when he heard this and poked his head out from the kitchen. What? His height wasn't particularly tall compared to this group of Russians, and his face looked rather amiable. He looked like someone easy to bully. Valerie chuckled dismissively, about to scare him a bit. Suddenly, Tang Lei flicked his wrist. 2 kitchen knives flew from his hand, soaring through the air. With a whoosh, the blades crossed and slammed into the cutting board. They landed firmly. The blades vibrated slightly, a buzzing sound carrying from the kitchen all the way to Valerie's ears. His words suddenly caught in his throat. Tang Lei casually tossed the knives aside, lifted his apron to wipe his hands, and came out. What did you want to say? Sergei quickly moved closer to him, his large frame masking a look of grievance. Tang, they tried to steal my pastries. The other Leffs were visibly embarrassed. What are you saying? They sounded like 3-year-old brats. Who were they insulting? Who wants your pastries? Sergei was delighted. Perfect, I'm leaving. He turned to run away, but Valerie suddenly raised his hand. Wait. He scrutinized Tang Lei. Pastry? I remember you're just a cook, not a pastry chef. Warden Roman sent me here to inspect prison security. You're making pastries for people without proper credentials. That's a big problem. And you won't even let us taste them. What if there's a food safety issue? Sergei was dumbfounded. Are people this unreasonable now, fighting over food? Valerie glared at him. Shut up. I'm a legitimate supervisor. He was also observing Tang Lei's expression. Whether he ate or not didn't matter. What Valerie wanted to test was this cook's attitude towards them. Tang Lei's knife-throwing maneuver just now made him suspicious. Could this mysterious great Xia man be the one who killed the Leff family's elite assassins? If he harbored hostility towards their difficulties, he would definitely leave traces. If he was just an ordinary person. Valerie's eyes flickered, considering the possibility of directly intimidating the cook and forcing him to hand over the secret recipe for hair growth. But then Tang Lei calmly said, "Oh, that's it." He patted Sergei. "They're afraid it's poisoned. Eat one to show them." Sergei was waiting for these words. Upon hearing this, he immediately grabbed a honeydew melon and took a big bite. The outer shell is crisp and fragrant. The inside slurp. The thick, sticky amber-colored honey slowly dripped out, clinging to the edge of the plump crescent-shaped melon. Then Sergei eagerly sucked it back in. The crispy fried crust was crunchy, and chewing it with the syrup added a pure sweetness and a fragrant wheat flavor, making it very satisfying. After showing off one, he couldn't resist grabbing 2 more, completely absorbed in showing them off. Until he saw the growing murderous intent in the eyes of the Leffs. Sergei finally stopped eating, letting out a satisfied sigh. Tang, no wonder you told me to share before I ate. This thing was small, gone in a few bites. If he ate it first, he might have unknowingly shown it off. Tang Lei shrugged. I was just worried about your safety, afraid you'd get beaten up. Sergei glanced at the dark-faced Lefs and whispered, it doesn't seem very safe now. Tang Lei smiled. Gentlemen, you've eaten, and there's no poisoning, so what's the problem? The Lefs, this is a damn big problem. We're not trying to make things difficult for you, not to make you tempt us in front of everyone. Those standing at the back couldn't help but whisper to their companions. Roman said we can't eat anything from the fifth canteen? Even desserts? Desserts have a magic potion effect too. Valerie glared coldly at the few spineless guys behind him, then turned back and said, make us some too, since he ate it. He wouldn't eat anything someone else had touched. But this little thing does look rather interesting. Left behind him whispered, boss, didn't you say you wouldn't eat it? Valerie squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth, shut up, this is the supervisor. But Tang Lei shook his head. I'm not making any more, I'm going to rest. He patted Sergei, stop showing off, do you think you're showing off tangerines? Go distribute them. Otherwise, Maxim will definitely be the first to turn against his old friend. Sergei, delicious. What are tangerines? I want some too. Ouch. Tang Lei gently patted his injured arm, instantly bringing him to his senses. The dangerous individuals who wanted to kill him were still there, and their murderous intent was growing stronger. Sergei dared not speak further, giving Tang Lei a worried glance before picking up his basket and leaving. He knew his own fighting abilities perfectly well. If a fight broke out, he'd be nothing more than a target and a liability. He needed to hurry and call for backup. As soon as he left, the atmosphere in the fifth mess hall instantly froze. Valerie stared at Tang Lei and said softly, you should know who we are. Tang Lei, in turn, scrutinized their woolen hats. Relatives of acting warden Roman? He couldn't help but wonder if the heads these people were hiding were all uniquely bald. Valerie raised his chin. Indeed, we all come from the Left family. Great Xia man, you should have heard of our name. So, can I consider your refusal to work for us as disrespect for the Left family? He stared intently at Tang Lei, waiting for this pretty boy man to yield, but Tang Lei shook his head again. No, it has nothing to do with that, Tang Lei said sincerely. It's because you didn't pay me enough. Valerie's eyes widened. Money? That's it? Don't you understand the influence of the Left family? Tang Lei, I don't work for free, thank you. Valerie was speechless. This can't be compared to money? Tang Lei raised his hand. No empty promises, no fluff. My private kitchen has a fixed price, okay. If you were in prison, we could negotiate, but you're all outsiders. I have no obligation to provide services, do I? Lef, who had been eagerly waiting in the back, keenly grasped the key point. How can we negotiate with prisoners? Can they eat whatever they want? Tang Lei smiled. No, if prisoners can't pay, they can come to me for a dessert loan. The interest isn't high, 20%, honest and fair. Lef's eyes widened. You bastard, are you from Great Xia? How can you be so greedy? What happened to the Great Xia people being the most hospitable and generous? Tang Lei immediately thought of the countless diplomatic gifts the Great Xia had given throughout history, and a pang of pain shot through his heart. Times have changed. Let whoever wants to show off their great power by giving money away do it. He wouldn't be a victim. The most greedy Lef hesitated for a moment. How much is one? The person next to him immediately kicked him. You really want to buy it? Tang Lei smiled. Not sold individually, 50,000 per pot. This price was indeed not cheap compared to domestic prices. However, Tang Lei was well versed in the art of tailoring his approach to the person. Isn't this a family? Aren't they noble lords? Wouldn't it be beneath their status if he didn't offer something expensive? Valerie snorted coldly, raising his hand to pull out his card. Only 50,000, I'll just. But as soon as he spoke, seeing Tang Lei's smile, he suddenly realized. He came to test him, to make things difficult. How did he end up spending money? His throat tightened, and his hand trembled slightly as he pulled out his card. He was furious. Tang Lei said considerately, it's alright, the logistics minister only managed to eat after a long time. It's no big deal if he doesn't get to. Bang! Valerie slammed his card on the table. Who are you insulting? Give me 2 pots. Okay, Tang Lei said, quite satisfied, 100,000. Go to the logistics department to pay. This pot cost less than 5,000. Lef got face, and he got money. Everyone was satisfied. How perfect. But Valerie didn't look happy. He threw down his card, then seemed to come to his senses, his brows furrowing deeply. His companion behind him whispered, Boss, you said you wouldn't eat even if you starved. Valerie glared at him angrily. Why the hell didn't you say so earlier? Whatever, I can just feed it to the dogs. What are you waiting for? Let's go somewhere else. Valerie didn't want to stay in this fifth canteen any longer. There must be some kind of curse here, making people lose their minds. Tang Lei flashed a perfect business smile. Once the logistics department receives the money, I'll start making it. Add another 50,000 and I can deliver it directly to your door. You guys can go without worry. Valerie glared at him coldly. Great Xiao man, I hope you'll still be this lively and energetic next time we meet. He turned and left with his men. Just as he stepped outside, he saw a blurry figure, accompanied by cheerful voices. Brother Tang, I'm back. The minister said there's something delicious. Wow. Yelena was returning when she ran into Valerie and the others pushing open the door. She nearly bumped into them and stopped abruptly. Excuse me, she said repeatedly, bowing her head as she tried to run into the canteen. But suddenly, someone reached out and stopped her. You. Valerie scrutinized her blonde hair. You are, that little girl, Jaeger? Yelena's face instantly turned cold. She took 2 steps back. My name isn't Jaeger. Who are you? Valerie chuckled. Valerie Leff, one of your fiancé candidates. I'm here today, firstly to help Roman with some things, and secondly. Yelena stared at him expressionlessly. Oh, on personal business? Not appointed by the government? Not in official capacity, not someone Commander Anton and her father said they couldn't just hit. That means, disappearing for a bit won't cause any major problems? She made up her mind and said coldly, get out of my way. Valerie wouldn't let go. I've seen your picture. Madame Jaeger said her daughter is going through a rebellious phase, hiding in a Siberian prison and refusing to honor her engagement. This time, she's asking us to help her take you. He reached out to grab the girl's slender wrist, but as soon as he touched it, he felt something strange. A young girl's arm. Could it be so hard? Yelena let him grab her, a sudden cold glint in her eyes, her wrist about to tighten. Suddenly, Tang Lei's voice came from the cafeteria. Little yeah, you're back. Valerie's voice had been a bit loud, and Tang Lei, hearing the commotion, was worried that Yelena might run into these bastards. He grabbed his knife and went out. Valerie also heard the voice. But what surprised him even more was, the instant that voice rang out, the girl's icy expression suddenly melted, revealing a smile. She cheerfully replied, Hey, I'm back. The words were barely out of her mouth when, snap. Valerie hadn't even seen what happened. Yelena's pale wrist had slipped from his grasp. Without looking back, she skipped and hopped into the 5th canteen. But as she walked, a kick. Ouch. Valerie suddenly doubled over. A sharp pain shot through his foot. It felt like being run over by an elephant. Boss, what happened? Boss, did that woman hit you? All of you, shut up. Valerie spat out the words through gritted teeth. I'm fine. Keep looking for clues. He, Valerie, a burly man of 6 feet 9 inches, couldn't possibly be crippled by a little girl's kick. And Mrs. Jaeger never said that. What kind of mutant is her daughter? She's just an ordinary girl, at most a pretty face. He limped to his feet, leaning against the wall. This is wrong, there must be something wrong. Investigate, search around the 5th canteen. There must be a curse nearby. Yes, the other left said solemnly, quickly making the sign of the cross. We'll go right now. A group of people, still somewhat dazed, went off to hunt for the curse. In the 5th canteen, Tang Lei brought out a large plate of honeydew melon. Here, save the best. Delicious. Tang Ge, you're the best. Yelena ate them happily, one after another. She said, Tang Ge, I saw a few more rabbits today. Tang Lei, huh? More? Should we catch them again? Yelena thought for a moment, let's try. There are quite a few, digging holes might be a bit slow, but we still have to catch them, otherwise it's annoying. Tang Lei wasn't worried about the rabbits. Sure, we can make spicy rabbit heads. The chili peppers were almost ready. Yelena paused in her act of showing off the honeydew melon. No, isn't that a bit inappropriate? This was the first time Tang Lei had heard Yelena express doubt about a type of food, so he enthusiastically explained. Little yeah, do you think rabbits are too cute to eat? Actually, rabbit heads are even cuter. Let's not even talk about roasted rabbit legs, hand-shredded rabbit, or cold-served rabbit. Just take this rabbit head, for example. First braised, then fried, then stir-fried. It's incredibly spicy and flavorful. The cheek meat is lean and fragrant, the rabbit tongue is chewy and bouncy, and the rabbit brain is so tender it melts in your mouth. Sigh, back in Daxia, I could brag about it all afternoon. It was cheap and delicious. A masterpiece among braised dishes. Tang Lei himself was getting hungry just talking about it, and he started making plans. Should he start by making a batch of braised rabbit heads? Yelena's eyes lit up as she listened, nodding repeatedly, slurping up honeydew melon seeds while drooling. It smells so good. I want to eat it. Tang Lei rubbed his hands expectantly. So, after you catch them? Yelena suddenly froze. A few seconds later, a genuine look of pain and disgust for the rabbits appeared on her face. No, they're too dirty. Wait a while. After we're done, I'll go catch some clean ones right away. She suddenly became very anxious. Or, should she go get them tonight? Tang Lei wasn't in a hurry, just taking it as the girl's vanity. Okay, you can pick a few that look nice and you like later, and I'll cook them for you. By the way, there shouldn't be any protection laws for rabbits, right? Yelena searched on her phone. No, there are many snow hares, and this says Siberian hares are bigger than domestic rabbits, Tang Ji. Tang Lei nodded in satisfaction, bigger is better. It would be a waste not to eat them after they've grown so big. They were chatting happily when the cafeteria door opened. Anton rushed in, looking extremely anxious. I'm the warden of the 5th ward. If you have any problems, come at me. Wait, sir. His righteous posture suddenly froze, his eyes widening. No, Sergey told me a fight is about to break out in the 5th canteen. What's going on here? Where's the peace and quiet? Tang Lei, haha, how could a fight break out? I have the best temper. Anton, Tang Lei casually added another pot of honeydew soup to the pot, offering a reminder. The logistics department might receive 100,000 rubles soon, remember to check. Isn't the 5th prison district short of funds? After deducting my costs, we'll split the rest 50-50. Maybe there'll be over 90,000. Anton, He hesitated, asking, this money, was it stolen? Tang Lei, what are you thinking? I'm law-abiding. He casually mentioned the few lefts, concluding, a few wealthy scoundrels, sugar daddies delivered it. Anton's face was complicated. Although he was genuinely happy to hear about a money pit, but amidst his happiness, he couldn't help but raise a small question. The best temper? Tang Lei smiled slightly, yes, harmony brings wealth. Anton, it certainly brought wealth, and it seems there's no problem. He warned worriedly, they didn't gain anything this time, but Tang, you need to be careful in the coming days. The Left family loves to use underhanded tactics, assassinations and poisonings are commonplace. You're just an ordinary person who hasn't experienced this. Before the words were even finished, the cafeteria door slammed open again. A half-bald figure rushed in, panting, his voice low and furtive. Tang, I have a secret to tell you. Someone's trying to poison, He ran a few steps faster and suddenly saw Anton and Yelena, hidden by Sergey's cart, standing in front of Tang Lei. The two looked at him silently, their eyes filled with speechlessness. Old 6. Great, he's speechless too. Why the hell are there so many people in this cafeteria again? It's not even mealtime. Tang Lei looked at the three of them, staring at each other, and comforted them. Well, it's always like this, actually. Usually, when they don't cook, old Bhavan and Yelena take turns. If they light a fire, even more people pop out from the corners to gather around the pot. Tang Lei was used to it. Old Liu's eyes widened upon hearing this, a hurt feeling washing over him. So you guys get food even outside of mealtimes? He desperately wanted to ask why no one called him, but before he could utter a word, he remembered what he had come to discuss, and immediately wilted. Never mind, I understand. With that surname and being from District 2, he was indeed not trusted. Tang Lei scratched his head. I forgot. He really forgot. After all, old Liu had the District 2 canteen to manage, and Tang Lei figured he was probably quite busy, so he generally didn't bother him. Seeing old Liu's wide, surprised eyes, Tang Lei guiltily touched his nose. It's alright, look at Ali, he can't get any food either. This guy was still a convict, after all, and practically nothing. Old Liu's mood improved somewhat, but remembering his business, he sighed. Sigh, about today's matter, I only wanted to tell you. Anton said expressionlessly, we all know, Lef was going to poison us, right? Old 6 nodded and then shook his head. I only had that thought, then I heard the food here can promote hair growth, so I didn't do it. But, sigh, He understood the family infighting and power struggles. But to ruin delicious food to harm someone? Old 6 thought about it again and still couldn't accept it. After speaking, he was completely dejected. I was just reminding you, it doesn't necessarily mean you'd poison us. If you're stopped before you can do it, could you not pursue it? Old 6 had been agonizing over this matter ever since lunch. If he didn't say anything, he was afraid he might have actually poisoned us. If he did say something, that would be betraying the family. His newly grown hair was almost falling out from worry. Finally, Lena couldn't bear to see him like this and told him to ask Tang Lei. Tang Lei was just a cook, they wouldn't arrest him outright. Old Liu came running, but he hadn't expected so many people here. Anton's face turned serious, he was about to sternly refuse old Liu. Just then, Tang Lei waved his hand. Hey, that's easy. Come on, old Liu, let me talk to you. Tell me first, what benefits does your family give you? Let's see if we can resolve your treatment issue first. Old Liu, still a little dazed, started thinking, raised me? Tang Lei, was that done by your parents, or is the money your parents received from the family? The 6th son shook his head. No, I'm from a collateral branch of the family, I'm not entitled to inherit the family fortune. That's why he was grateful to Roman for finding him a job. Tang Lei, think about it, you yourself are some kind of master, aren't you? The sixth son, Master Artyom. Tang Lei, oh right, you said you're a master's disciple, how could you lack a job? Think about it, you could have had a bright future outside, but because of the family, you were called here to work in this communal kitchen. Is that a good job? The sixth son, it's actually pretty good to be in the fifth canteen. I can learn a lot. Tang Lei patted him affectionately. You can still come to the fifth canteen in the future, I said. See, your family hasn't given you any benefits at all. And you still expect repayment. Roman isn't a very good leader either. Why do you care if they live or die? He reasoned with him and appealed to his emotions. Roman's collapse has nothing to do with you. You can still work in the cafeteria. At worst, you can quit cafeteria 2 and come work at cafeteria 5. I'll make the decision. You're appointed as the sous chef. Old Liu's eyes lit up. He was suddenly tempted. Being a sous chef meant not having to deal with the mess at the second canteen, and he could hang out at the fifth canteen anytime. And there was delicious food, desserts, and the mysterious Eastern energy that could be cultivated. So, if that's the case, it seems like the collapse of the Leff family really isn't a big deal. He was just a cook, and that was his life's work. He wasn't very close to the family, and even his own family looked down on him. His biggest connection to the family was just sharing the same surname. Tang Lei, you weren't here about the poisoning, so whatever Leff did has nothing to do with you. If anything happens, just tell me. This period is over, and we'll continue cooking as usual. Come to the fifth canteen, eat and drink well, learn and practice as you please. My life won't be affected at all, right? Well, it will be affected. Old Liu took a deep breath, making up his mind. I understand, Leff has limitations. So, I'm not surnamed Leff anymore, Tang. Thank you. You woke me up. Otherwise, I might have lost myself in the pursuit of culinary skills. He suddenly stood up, radiating a glow of faith. I'm leaving, Tang. Remember your promise. After this period, you must call me back to cook. Tang Lei watched his resolute back and scratched his head. He was doing ideological work, not brainwashing. This sense of conviction doesn't have to be so strong. He then looked at Anton, and suddenly saw Anton sitting up straight, looking like he was waiting for a lecture. Do I need to do some ideological work? Tang Lei. Sir, wake up. Oh, Anton suddenly snapped out of his daze, a little embarrassed. Nothing, I just suddenly felt you looked familiar. Although this rank no longer existed when I enlisted, there are still rumors about people like that in the unit. Tang Lei shook his head. I was just being reasonable, it's not that mystical. But there is something I do need your help with, sir. Anton nodded. What is it? Tang Lei turned and grabbed a bag from the kitchen. Could you please go to the nearby slaughterhouse and find me a cow? Live. Anton thought he misheard. What, you want to eat the first bite of raw beef that hasn't been exposed to the sun? Tang Lei rubbed his nose, thinking that what he was going to make might be even worse than raw beef. No, I need to make cow dung hot pot. Cow dung is actually a liquid, also called herbal soup. Like sheep's dung soup, it has a complex production process. Due to its unique odor and origin, some call it cow dung soup. However, it's actually quite different from feces. Cows have 4 stomachs, and their digestive process is unique. After eating grass, it first enters the rumen. The rumen doesn't contain digestive juices, but it does contain microorganisms, where the grass undergoes initial fermentation. Then it's repeatedly regurgitated, chewed, and moved to the next stomach, until finally it's truly digested. Cows have their own instincts when it comes to eating. Cows eat a wide variety of grasses, and they are naturally selective. They choose high-quality grasses and herbs. After this instinctive selection, the rumen performs another selection. The microorganisms in the stomach act as a natural sauerkraut jar, fermenting the most nutritious parts of the plants. Several days in advance, selectively feeding cattle with hay and fodder begins. After several days of this process, cleansing their digestive system, they are finally fed herbal medicine. Half an hour later, the cattle are slaughtered, their stomachs removed, and the selected, partially fermented herbs are extracted. After several steps of repeated sterilization and disinfection, spices are added, and impurities are removed, resulting in a bowl of slightly yellowish-green herbal soup. This is cow bile. This stuff smells terrible, but it actually has considerable culinary and medicinal value. When used as a soup base with meat or in hot pot, it has a rich, tangy flavor and even anti-inflammatory and detoxifying properties. In some ways, it's similar to honey. Both utilize the natural instincts of living organisms to create food. The people of the Great Xia dynasty have been eating this for over 1,000 years. Ancient texts record cattle and sheep intestines, roughly washed and arranged in soup, are served to diners. The stench is unbearable, but eating it brings great joy. However, because the areas where cow and sheep intestines are eaten are somewhat isolated, few people know about it. Through word of mouth, it became known as excrement and urine. Tang Lei only discovered this dish's long history after checking the system. However, while researching, he unexpectedly discovered. Modernly, because of the rumor that cow dung is cow excrement, many unscrupulous merchants actually use real excrement to make it, hoping to make tourists from other places truly seek excrement. Even authentic cow dung is now suspected of being fake. This is outrageous. Real cow dung actually has a faint grassy and spice flavor. Those real excrement-smelling cow dung reminded Tang Lei of the stinky tofu that was also rumored to be pickled in latrines. This is truly beyond words. Tang Lei sighed and showed the bag of medicinal herbs to Anton. Polygonum multiflorum, kudzu root, mung beans, Euplurum chinense, Codonosize pilosula, all normal herbs. The cow loves them, and they don't cause any problems. This bag was naturally obtained through deductions from the system. For this, Tang Lei incurred another debt of points. But Tang Lei, feeling guilty for angering his ancestors, accepted it without saying a word. This, on the contrary, made the system quite happy. The amount given was generous. Of course, the points deducted were also ruthless. I wrote a list. Find a cow according to my instructions and feed it accordingly. After it's finished, we'll make a whole cow feast with the other parts. Consider it compensation. The 5th prison ward, about to be tormented by the stench. Anton's Adam's apple bob. Okay, no problem. He'd definitely find the biggest one. Tang Lei thought for a moment, then added, and the officer too. You need to be careful these next few days, especially your wife and daughter. Oh, I almost forgot, I also need to remind Lao Lu to ask his parents what they're saying, lest he accidentally get them into trouble. Anton, after being lectured for so long, scratched his head. Tang, I really think you're a lot like. Tang Lei quickly said, don't be like that. Go on. Oh, right, and about this pot of honeydew melon, don't forget to go to the logistics department to collect the money later. Anton nodded and left. Tang Lei watched his retreating figure and took a deep breath. Little yeah, are you ready for the catastrophe? Yelena clenched her small fists. Don't be afraid. Brother Tang, it's just a few rabbits, left. I'll protect you. Tang Lei was stunned. No, what I meant was, I'm about to cook a whole stinky feast, and I might have to help out. You and old Bavan and the others. Have you prepared your gas masks? Yelena's previously resolute face. Suddenly, a hint of hesitation appeared. She stammered, do you really need help? Then I need to go find some equipment. After saying this, Yelena's eyes held a look of resolute determination. Not running away on the spot was the greatest act of kindness she could show Tang Lei. Tang Lei couldn't help but laugh. It's okay, come on, maybe you'll get used to it and love the taste. Given Yelena's potential as a foodie, Tang Lei thought she might even become a kindred spirit with Kirill's family, sharing a similar love for stinky food. Kirill just called me, saying his family is on their way and will arrive the day after tomorrow. I'll prepare the ingredients in the next 2 days. Although it was a stinky feast, Tang Lei still prepared a proper menu. First, they served a bowl of fermented mung bean soup to whet the appetite, followed by refreshing pickled vegetables, and then stir-fried shrimp, pickled beef, and fatty intestines. Then came the main course, beef offal hot pot, stinky mandarin fish, and finally, a hearty soup to aid digestion, accompanied by stinky tofu as a dessert. Perfect. After writing this, Tang Lei gasped. It was hard to imagine his survival situation from now on. Yelena peeked over, then quickly turned away again. Tang Ji, you're busy, I won't bother you. I just noticed signs of other animals near my rabbit hole, I need to go check it out. Tang Lei called after her, hey, wait a minute, while you're at it, pick a bunch of chilies from the chili patch in the 5th prison district. He turned his head and saw another pot of freshly made honeydew melon. Take this with you, tell them it's a dessert, and you can exchange it for chilies. It was also a demonstration for everyone, proving that the reward of exchanging planting for delicious food wasn't just empty talk. However, Tang Lei's initial thought was simple, he only mentioned that it could be exchanged for spicy food. Now they've switched to honeydew chili peppers, and to avoid any objections from the prisoners, Tang Lei specifically instructed that it had to be voluntary. Yelena glanced at the pot, realizing that Tang Lei didn't really understand her that well. How could they not want to? They'd be lucky if they didn't fight over it. She grabbed a bag and skipped off to find Anton's adjutant, explaining the situation. The adjutant immediately led her to the chili pepper patch that the prisoners were so vigilantly guarding. It was working hours, and the prisoners were all busy, so no one noticed them coming in. Several prison guards, holding electric batons, huddled together at a distance. They exuded a sense of powerlessness, like outsiders. The adjutant walked over, hey, what are you doing? The prisoners aren't slacking off, so you're slacking off? The guards looked bitter and complained. We didn't want this either. Ever since Tang ordered us to plant leeks, it's been like this, sigh. The male and female prisoners are competing for work now. They don't even see us, all they care about is labor. It's unbelievable. I've been a prison guard here for so many years, and this is the first time I've felt so dispensable, to the point that these guards feel incredibly guilty for not being involved in the work. The only solace they can find is huddling with their idle colleagues. One guard sighed, "We even hope a few fools will come along. Let them cause trouble, get into a fight, so they can lessen their guilt and feel like their wages aren't wasted." And they were also thinking, a riot. Merit. Access to the fifth canteen, in exchange for food and drink. It's a pity these prisoners are so obedient. The adjutant. Very good, the fifth ward is probably the most harmonious place in the entire Siberian prison, he thought silently. But this harmony was quickly shattered. Yelena looked left and right, finding no one paying attention to them, and simply held up the bag and shouted loudly, "Notification, notification. Tang's canteen needs a batch of chili peppers." Whoosh! A group of people who had been working diligently just moments before instantly looked up. Eyes lit up. Yelena blinked. "Tang isn't making spicy snacks right now, but he made this new dessert. I'll trade it with you." She pulled one out of the bag, crunched off half, and showed off the incredibly tempting sticky honey inside. "There's only one bag of this. One whole, ripe chili pepper can be exchanged for 5. Ugly chili peppers can be exchanged for 2. While supplies last, anyone willing to exchange?" "I'm willing." Before she could finish, Dennis was the first to raise his hand. He stared intently at the bag in Yelena's hand, his mouth watering uncontrollably. Desserts. Previously, the desserts Tang Lei made were only for prison staff. The prisoners couldn't get any. But they were all Russians. Their souls were etched with plenty of alcohol and sugar. In fact, the prisoners were even more excited. Since arriving here, some people had managed to get their hands on some alcohol and sugar privately. But openly, it was impossible. And how many people had the ability? Most were like these unlucky souls in the 5th prison ward, without any connections, locked up for years, eating frozen fish. Although the food had greatly improved since Tang Lei arrived, but the allure of desserts was undeniable. So, just hearing those 2 words, even without recognizing the appearance of the chili peppers Yelena held in her hand, Dennis shouted firmly, "I'm willing to trade all my chili peppers for them." The other prisoners who didn't get the chance to grow chili peppers became distressed. They tried to bluff. "Don't rush, this isn't a spiciness we've ever tasted, we've never even seen it before, what if we traded away too much?" The prisoners who already had chili peppers weren't stupid, they all cast disdainful glances at him. "Stop talking nonsense. Has the 5th canteen ever given us anything unfairly? I heard about it a while ago. The 5th canteen started serving desserts, but only to the guards. This bag today, they probably made too much and left some for us, right? Sigh, I was just a little mischievous before, and the other day the guard in charge of me brought some kind of snow-white red bean paste dessert, saying it was a special treat, and he even came right up to my bars to eat it in front of me. He's a devil." The sweet aroma was so enticing, even through the bars, he was sniffing frantically, trying to inhale the sugary scent. A group of people were arguing amongst themselves, but none of them were willing to lower their raised hands. "Change. We'll all change. I went first. My chili pepper is bigger. It looks better." The intensity of the tug-of-war made the eyes of the idle guards light up instantly. "Keep order. One at a time." That's what they said, but their eyes were filled with quick, "Let's fight." Their desserts were counting on this fight. However, with desserts in front of them, everyone's IQ skyrocketed. This brawl ultimately turned into a quiet queue for desserts after Yelena's slap. Harmonious, friendly, and very well-mannered. The other group of people who had just searched the 5th prison ward were completely bewildered. The men in woolen hats saw this scene from a great distance. Someone murmured, "Boss, you said, the prisoners are sharing food now. Is it the kind we spent 100,000 on and still haven't gotten any?" In economics, there's a concept called sunk cost. It refers to costs incurred in the past for something that cannot be changed. With sunk costs, something you wouldn't normally care about can suddenly become excruciatingly painful. For example, Tang Lei's college roommate was just following the trend of fawning over a goddess. The goddess left him with the comment, "You're a good person," and then got into a rich second-generation's car. This guy, all smiles, turned around and saw that the red envelope, a digital gift, had already been claimed, and his heart shattered instantly. Or, for example, Valerian has now thrown away 100,000, but can only watch others enjoy honeydew melon. It hurts. It hurts so much. Valerian pressed his chest, taking deep breaths, constantly reminding himself. He didn't really want to eat it. He didn't care at all. He was just heartbroken about the money. No, the noble Lef wasn't short of money. He just felt like he'd been played by this despicable great Xia person. His face darkened, and he pointed to someone behind him. "Go, listen to what they're doing." Soon after, the young Lef returned, recounting the story of growing chili peppers in exchange for desserts. His expression was utterly bewildered. In prison, they can do this. Theoretically, the second ward, under Roman's control, should be the best managed. But this fifth ward, it's like it's mutated. I heard that Great Xia Cook has invented all sorts of novel things. Like growing crops for food, earning merit for food, monthly selection of outstanding prisoners and guards. Has he gone mad? This is a fucking place for suffering. Isn't this just attracting everyone to prison? Valerie's thick eyebrows furrowed, and he suddenly said, perhaps, this Great Xia man is even more terrifying than Sergei and Anton. Coming up with these crude rewards and punishments isn't difficult. The difficult part is that both prisoners and guards actually believed it. Unknowingly, they've been led astray by this Great Xia man. Valerie, thinking back on the 100,000 he'd just paid, hardened his eyes. This man can't live. Lev, who had just asked the question, hesitated. Then, should we get rid of him? Boss, there's still the hair regrowth formula. Valerie snorted. He can't stay in prison. After dealing with Roman's matter, we must find a way to get this Great Xia man. Take him away. Take him back to the family. The others nodded repeatedly. Boss is right. Should we continue investigating, boss? We've reached the end of the 5th prison district, and haven't found any suspicious individuals yet. Valerie pondered for a moment. That's about enough for today. Let's go back to that burial pit tomorrow and look for more clues. Damn it, who could have done this so cleanly? Boss, where do we go now? Valerie, to the logistics department, of course. The money's gone, but the stuff's in. This deal can't afford to lose money again. They paid no attention to the prisoners still queuing for snacks. Naturally, they didn't notice. Many pairs of eyes were openly and secretly observing them. FIA didn't have chili peppers, but Dennis, sharing his food, naturally didn't forget her. At this moment, she slowly savored a sweet, plump moon-shaped snack, watching the few lefts, a glint of light flashing in her eyes. I think these guys are trying to cause trouble? For Tang, for merit, everyone understands, right? Meanwhile, at a train station on a remote, frozen snowfield, a group of people wrapped in thick furs escorted a wheelchair off the train. Nikita, are you all right? The woman from the Russian tribe at the front was quite tall. She carried a large bag in one hand and helped support the wheelchair with the other, her tone tinged with concern. The person in the wheelchair looked to be in his 30s or 40s, also wrapped in thick blankets, his woolen hat pulled low, revealing pale skin. Compared to the typical build of the Russian people, he could be described as frail. Hearing the woman's greeting, he coughed lightly. I'm fine, don't worry too much about me. I know this place very well. The woman sighed. Oh, my unlucky son. He only talks about good food, but doesn't even say what it is. If I don't let you have a bite, I'll beat him to death. The man named Nikita laughed heartily. It's not his fault. In my current state, I'm afraid only God's holy water and communion would be enough to make me eat a couple of bites. He casually raised his hand. A bony arm peeked out from under his fur. The woman hissed softly and quickly covered him with the arm. Don't get cold. Another person returned with the train tickets, frowning. What's wrong with this station? Why are there suddenly so many people checking things? They seem to be from the Lev family. Is there a problem at the prison? I haven't heard anything about it. Never mind, food and drink are more important. Let's go, we're almost there. If I get some sleep tonight, I can beat that brat up tomorrow morning. They pushed the wheelchair back and quickly disappeared into the cold wind, leaving no trace. At this moment, Tang Lei was still busy. Kirill in the first prison ward was unaware that he had unwittingly been beaten up. He had arranged everything at the first canteen in advance and excitedly rushed to the 5th canteen. Tang, they're coming tomorrow. Is there anything I can do today? I can help you. Tang Lei considered for a moment. Okay, you're just in time. Old Bavan, who had been called back, also breathed a sigh of relief. Does that mean we don't need to come? Tang Lei chuckled. That's right, we can save on gas masks. A huge win. I'll get all the ingredients to the side hall to cook in a bit. Old Bavan nodded solemnly. Okay, I'll seal off the side hall immediately and activate the emergency disinfection plan. Send everyone away beforehand, so no one will come in while you're eating. Kirill scratched his head. No need, haha, my family is very hospitable, I don't mind being disturbed. In fact, if someone were willing to come over during the meal, the Kirill family would definitely offer them a set of cutlery. For this family, which had suffered from a lack of appreciation for certain tastes, as long as someone likes to eat smelly food, they can't be all that bad. That's the Kirill family's motto for friendship. Stinky family. Old Baban said coldly, it's not that I'm afraid of disturbing you, it's to avoid accidental injury. Kirill. He sadly went to comfort himself with the soy milk Tang Lei had made. Tang Lei dismissed Old Bavan and returned to the kitchen to avoid Kirill, mentally tapping the system. Hey, system, are my hydrochloric acid, shrimp acid, and broth ready? The next second, a roar echoed in his mind. So it was you. Kid, I'm fishing. I'm growing herbs. I'm boxing. This place. It stinks. The roars of his ancestors were deafening. Tang Lei instinctively lowered his head and clutched his forehead. I was wrong. I was wrong. I'll never do it again. The voice in his mind sneered. The next moment, with a bang, several jars appeared out of thin air. Instantly, a smell of a toilet that hadn't been cleaned for decades swept through the entire kitchen. Ugh! Tang Lei gasped first. System! How can there be such a strong smell? The system's voice sounded weakly. I didn't know. It's just been fermenting for a year, isn't it? Tang Lei looked and exclaimed in shock, holy crap, how did these jars open? System, shouldn't you inspect the goods before delivery after fermentation? Tang Lei quickly pulled out 2 crumpled pieces of paper and stuffed them into his nose, his heart filled with despair. So you opened them for inspection next to your ancestors' vegetable garden and fish pond? Damn it! Just say you want a different host. The system argued. Even I didn't expect this. With my knowledge, a year is nothing. In some parts of Great Xia, it's customary to serve guests pork that's been stored for 30 years. The longer the time, the more precious it is. Tang Lei, trying to fool me, huh? Don't even think about it. Shut up, I'm going to eat soon. The system said aggrievedly, okay, but I still have to say, congratulations, host, you've triggered another mandatory task. Tang Lei felt a sense of foreboding. What? System, within a year, eat pork that's been stored for over 30 years. Host, the best way to overcome fear is to face it. Good luck. You can eat it. Tang Lei's vision went black at #Yuan. He never imagined that becoming a culinary master would involve so many trials. The system whispered it wasn't originally necessary, but host, you. So cheeky. Honestly, there aren't many people in this world who can anger all 3 emperors in one go. At this point, the system's voice suddenly became a bit more human. Next time you come to this space, I'll have a good chat with you. Tang Lei, hiss. He rubbed his head, seriously doubting if it was still intact. Could it be that one day I'll be able to withstand the beatings of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors? In a sense, wouldn't this be another form of ancestor worship? Just as he was feeling melancholy, an excited head popped out from outside the lounge. Kirill exclaimed enthusiastically, Tang, I smell something awful. Is it prepared for us? Tang Lei gave him a resentful look. Yes, move it. Cover it tightly and move it to the side hall. Don't let him see it again. His head hurt. Luckily, everyone had already run away. In the end, no one was harmed by the disastrous smell except Tang Lei. Kirill sniffed left and right, almost fainting from the intoxication. Tang, have I arrived in heaven? Tang Lei's expression was complicated. He couldn't tell if he was overjoyed or simply overwhelmed by the stench. He couldn't understand how this family's genes had developed such a taste. Was this evolution or regression? Seeing Kirill's cheerful expression, Tang Lei confirmed again, are you sure you're arriving tomorrow? Earlier? Kirill nodded, yes, my parents, and maybe a few uncles and aunts are coming? They only said 5 or 6. They'll arrive tomorrow morning, and we'll eat lunch. I'll arrange things at the cafeteria and then come help you. Tang Lei took a deep breath and solemnly said, okay. He was ready to face the tribulation. That evening, Tang Lei disinfected himself and returned to the 5th canteen. With the help of Alex and Old Man Bawan, he arranged the day's meals. He announced the decision to spend the next day in solitary confinement in the side hall. Anton, who cared for his subordinates, immediately said he would send away all the guards near the 5th canteen. Sergei also said he would remind the logistics department to avoid the area, and the construction work by Maxim would be temporarily suspended. With everything ready, Tang Lei lay down early to rest, then got up and went out first. Although the Kirill family wouldn't be eating until noon, the ingredients had to be prepared starting in the morning. At the prison gate, Yelena waved, Brother Tang, over here, over here. The large SUV was parked behind her. It had also been driven there early that morning. After getting in the car, she asked, Brother Tang, why are you going to find the cow yourself? Why not just have the slaughterhouse kill it and deliver it? Tang Lei shook the bag in his hand. I still need to feed it one last time. And I heard that you slaughter cattle here by electrocuting them first? Yelena blinked. I'm not sure, I think so. They probably also use an air gun, which is even faster. Tang Lei smiled. Although it's faster, the blood isn't drained properly, and the meat tends to have an unpleasant smell and be fishy. He had long heard that in Europe, it's common practice not to drain the blood completely, which is considered a violation of humanitarian principles. Therefore, large, commonly consumed livestock are electrocuted first. Less commonly eaten animals like deer and horses require special licenses to be processed. This is to ensure that these animals die without suffering. For this reason, in regions influenced by Western culture, supermarkets generally only sell frozen fish, not live fish. After all, selling live fish for consumption is also considered inhumane. Naturally, the days of people crowding around basins waiting for fish to die at the fish stalls in the Daxia market were over. As for another version, it's said to be that same guy who brought dumplings to Siberia again. Back then, while traveling across Eurasia, he brought along many cattle and sheep as part of his army, ordering them to be slaughtered without bleeding to preserve all the nutrients. In the end, he inexplicably etched a symbol of Western culture into his culture. This is something no one wants to mention anymore. In short, Tang Lei didn't quite understand, nor did he want to respect, the flexible humanitarian standards applied to animals and humans in Western culture. In his opinion, all that talk was less reliable than the Star Crescent cult. At least they chanted prayers devoutly while swiftly draining the blood before eating. All that nonsense, eating well is the only real thing. So Tang Lei simply asked Anton to arrange a time with the slaughterhouse, and came to slaughter the cattle himself. He'd initially worried that Yelena might resist if he mentioned bleeding the cow first. But the moment she heard there was even tastier meat, the little girl floored the accelerator. She even asked enthusiastically, "Brother Tang, how are you going to kill it? Do you need any weapons?" "I have some spare tools in my trunk." Tang Lei thought to himself, what could possibly be in the car? No need for that. If you have a toolbox, just find me a screwdriver. Yelena was taken aback. Tang Lei was also surprised. Lots of tools, no screwdriver. Yelena, yes. I'll look for it in a bit. The slaughterhouse was still located on the edge of the only small town. Less than an hour later, the SUV fishtailed at the entrance. Yelena climbed into the back of the car and rummaged around for a while before emerging, awkwardly handing Tang Lei an old screwdriver. "It's been so long since I've used this kind of tool. But Brother Tang, that cow must weigh at least several hundred pounds. Are you sure you want to use this?" She glanced worriedly at her trunk. Actually, she was thinking she had a few saws and a long knife she could use. If she controlled the force well, she could probably behead it. Tang Lei, unaware of what she was thinking about that might not pass censorship, weighed the screwdriver in his hand and smiled. "That's fine." On June 1st, the author, confident in their youth and strength, and stubbornly claiming immunity to all poisons despite being in the toxic community, boasted about a kid's meal, a popular online meal service. However, upon checking for updates at 10 p.m., they discovered their entire body ached, and their temperature had reached 38 degrees Celsius. Thus, they were forced to resume work at the beginning of the month. This month's leave is used up. From now on, double updates daily are guaranteed, with occasional extra updates. I sincerely hope all readers will take this as a lesson and take care of their health. A constant reminder. Upon arriving at the slaughterhouse, a cow had already been let out. The staff member in charge looked utterly bewildered. "You're the new cook at the prison? These past few months, your prison has been getting quite a few surprises, huh? You want awful, live cattle, and you even feed them using special methods. What, is this cow going to heaven?" Tang Lei rubbed his nose. "It certainly is heaven. But it's Kirill's heaven, whether it's someone else's hell is another matter." He then grabbed a large bag of herbs. "Haven't fed it this morning, have you? Come on, let me feed it. I'll slaughter it myself and take it with me. Just lend me the space for a bit." "Thanks, brother." The man hesitated. "Are you sure? Without proper equipment, this big guy is difficult to slaughter. Stomping on you is no joke. A cow weighs several hundred kilograms. It looks docile usually, but when it really goes berserk, one stomp can kill." Tang Lei nodded. "Don't worry, I've got my tools ready. You can come check on it when you have time, maybe in about half an hour." The staff member hesitated before leaving. Tang Lei mixed some hay with herbs and began feeding the cow its last meal. This was a robust Simmental cow, different from the old yellow cattle of Daxia. It was a dual-purpose breed, used for both dairy and meat. A model of a working-class cow. However, looking at it, Tang Lei felt that this cow might have been born on a livestock farm, never having worked in the fields. A clear, innocent foolishness shone in its large eyes. It was still slowly grazing. The hay was mostly dry and yellow, which made Tang Lei look somewhat helpless. The best cow broth is actually made in spring, when the grass is tender and green. At this time, when feeding the cow broth, they don't even give it water, for fear that the tender grass will dissolve in its stomach. However, having come to Siberia, Tang Lei had already made many compromises. So, after the bull finished eating and digested for half an hour, he found 2 ropes and tied them to its horns, one on each side. Then he covered the bull's eyes with a cloth. The bull seemed to realize something was wrong, but before it could understand, Tang Lei reached out and touched the back of its head. There was a small dent there. Yelena tilted her head and looked at him. "Brother Tang, should we help?" Before she finished speaking, Tang Lei, holding a screwdriver, stabbed it down into the bull's head. A very soft plop sound. The screwdriver was completely embedded in the back of its head. Tang Lei casually clapped his hands. "Done." "What did you say, Yelena?" "Yelena, huh? That's done." Compared to the bull's head, the screwdriver was as small as a toothpick. This actually worked. Just as he finished speaking, a deafening boom. The massive bull, weighing 1,000 pounds, buckled at its knees. Not even a scream. Yelena froze. At the same time, another bewildered voice rang out. Damn it, that's it. Tang Lei looked and saw it was the slaughterhouse worker who had returned. Seeing the fallen bull, his eyes darted around. He had even returned early, fearing this great Xia man would be trampled to death by the bull. But, this bull, which usually required several people to pull the equipment, just collapsed with a thud. Tang Lei calmly said, yes, it's over. This attack directly damaged the nerves in the back of the head. The next step was simply to slit the throat and bleed the animal. The slaughterhouse workers stared blankly for a long time. This is De Xia Kung Fu. Tang Lei smiled. There's no such thing as so much skill. Many people in De Xia know this method of slaughtering. In the old days, those who could slaughter cattle were skilled craftsmen, and beef was expensive. During festivals and market days, when a truck arrived, villagers who wanted to slaughter cattle or buy the freshest beef would gather around to watch. Tang Lei had also watched. He even witnessed a group of children watching the scene, heartbroken and shedding tears, then tearfully downing 2 large bowls of cooked beef. However, De Xia mostly slaughtered yellow cattle. Water buffalo, these farming partners, possessing a certain intelligence, were generally not slaughtered for food. Therefore, facing livestock meant for meat, Tang Lei felt no emotion. Plus, with the system's modifications, he could find the vital points with a glance, making his actions naturally swift and decisive. However, even after the slaughter was over, Tang Lei felt there was something strange about Yelena's gaze. Little yeah, is there a problem? Yelena murmured, Brother Tang, are you interested in changing careers? My captain will definitely like you. She sounded like she was trying to kill him. Just as she finished speaking, she suddenly realized, oh no, don't change careers. Brother Tang, if you change careers, my dad, everyone in the 5th prison ward, will all starve. You'd better keep this a secret. Tang Lei smiled, it's not that serious. What's this? It's just one of the basic skills of a cook. Basic? The slaughterhouse worker was stunned. Had he been away from home for too long and become out of touch with the times? Since when did even a casual cook have to be able to take down a cow? Wait a minute, are they going to evolve into tearing a bear apart with their bare hands? Tang Lei said calmly, yeah, what kind of cook can you be if you can't even cook ingredients? Have you not heard of the legendary Butcher Ding, who skillfully butchered an ox 1,000 years ago? The sounds he made while slaughtering the cow could even be described as melodious. Tang Lei knew he was far from that level. After draining the blood, he didn't even bother with a knife to cut the hide, he simply used his fists to carefully pound it open. This allowed the skin and flesh to separate naturally, preserving as much of the hide as possible. Tang Lei was quick, and Yelena, after watching for a while, also came to help. A large piece of hide was quickly cut off, which Tang Lei folded and carefully put away. Don't throw it away, this hide can be used in cooking. It can be fried or stewed, it can be used for teething, it's nourishing, and we won't be without it at the whole cow feast later. The slaughterhouse worker stopped and squatted to the side watching. Upon hearing whole cow feast, his eyes suddenly widened. Brother, are you hosting a whole cow feast in prison? That's some serious treatment. He rubbed his hands together, embarrassed. Is it takeout? I've slaughtered cows my whole life, and I've never even eaten cowhide. Tang Lei chuckled, these kinds of elaborate meals are usually for our staff's small gatherings. You can come if you want. I'll talk to Commander Anton later and invite you. Just don't disrupt the prison's normal operations. It's just one more mouth to feed. The man nodded repeatedly, no problem, no problem. He could say that even before Tang Lei explained. He even suddenly had a dangerous thought. For a fleeting moment, he thought he might inquire about the lightest crime punishable by imprisonment in Siberia, but he quickly regained his senses, realizing he must have been obsessed with slaughtering cows every day. It's just a cowhide. Haven't he eaten enough beef already? But then he saw Tang Lei smile, cowhide is nothing, there's so much more to eat from a cow. With that, he twirled his knife, heading straight for the main event of their trip, cutting open the cow's stomach. The knife made a slice. A pungent, sour stench immediately assaulted his nostrils. The scene was already filled with the smell of blood, but the stench from the stomach had taken on a whole new dimension. It held its own against the thick stench of blood. The slaughterhouse worker covered his nose, hurry up and throw it away. Don't let the meat rot. I'll help you throw it away, throw it away. Before he could finish, he saw the mysterious Great Xia Man. Carefully, cherish it. A large clump of greenish-yellow fodder was scooped from the cow's stomach and stuffed into a bag. That's enough, this trip was worthwhile. A full 50 pounds of fodder. That's enough to make hundreds of pounds of soup, definitely enough to feed Kirill's whole family. The worker covered his nose, his vision blurred. Was it too late for him to find an excuse not to eat? After filling the cow dung container, Tang Lei began cutting up the other parts. A cow's meat is divided into many different cuts, each with a different texture. Unlike Western cuisine where only the steak is highlighted, this method is different. In Daxia, every part of the cow, inside and out, has its own name and way of eating. Restaurants like Lingdong Beef Hot Pot and Chaozhou Beef Banquet, which have become popular in Daxia in recent years, often display a cow-shaped sign on their walls. The labels clearly indicated the neck meat, brisket, chuck, fat, and tendon, etc. Some were tender and cooked quickly in the pan. Some had tendons and membranes, making them slightly crunchy, and could also be stir-fried. Others became more fragrant the longer they simmered in soup. As he was talking, Tang Lei suddenly felt a familiar gaze and turned his head. "Hey, buddy, wipe your drool." The slaughterhouse workers squatted on the ground beside them, their eyes fixed intently on the cows, as if trying to carve the names onto their hides. You're such a skilled cook. How did you come up with so many variations?" "My son studies in the capital, and he's told me that even the steakhouses don't have this many options." Tang Lei grinned. "A steak, no matter how you look at it, is just one piece, at most from different breeds of cattle. That's too narrow-minded, so boring." Seriously speaking, the classification of beef in Daxia is several times more complex than the various premium names for steaks. This vividly illustrates another slogan of Lingdong Beef Restaurant: "No cow leaves here alive." The main selling point is that everything is delicious. Not delicious? That's because you don't know how to cook it. But Tang Lei had to go back and clean up the stinky feast today. He didn't have time to meticulously cut it up. He just gave a casual remark and then proceeded to roughly separate it into several large pieces along the bone seams. Besides the beef, he also started preparing the offal. "Beef tripe, good stuff, we can blanch it later. Take the intestines too." "Never mind, give me all the miscellaneous stuff. I'll clean it up when we get back." "Beef tongue, beef eyes, can't forget them. They're delicious too." "Beef bones? Take some too, we can make braised beef bones or beef bone soup later." Bull penis? Take this treasure too. This stuff is a hot commodity in prison now. Last time, several guards even chipped in to have him cook it for them. As for the results, well, more and more guards were circling the fifth canteen with strange smiles on their faces. Before long, the entire 1,000-pound cow was clearly dissected by Tang Lei, the blood rinsed off, and loaded into the SUV. Thank goodness the truck could hold it all. The slaughterhouse workers listened the whole time, and by the end, they couldn't resist helping out. After Tang Lei and Yelena finished packing, he was still a little dazed. He was listening. His mouth was watering uncontrollably, then he saw things he couldn't understand, and quickly swallowed it back. Was this beef even safe to eat? Just as he was hesitating, Tang Lei said, "By the way, could you give me some pig intestines too?" "Thanks, brother, I'll treat you to meat later." The worker's face unconsciously broke into a smile. Sure. I'll go find some for you right away." A moment later, he watched the SUV drive away, scratching his head. God, am I about to step into heaven or hell? Of course, Tang Lei couldn't answer that question at this moment. They had already run 2 miles. The market town was too far. By the time they returned, it was already around 10 in the morning. Yelena helped unload the things first, then ran off in a flash. "Tang Lei, where are you going? Kirill hasn't arrived yet. Why don't you put on your gas mask?" Yelena didn't turn around. "He'll be here soon. I'll go get him." 10 minutes later, Tang Lei had just put the things down when, sure enough, he saw Kirill being shoved into the side hall. Then, bang! The door was locked tight, as if some kind of demon was locked inside. "Tang Lei, hey? The people who are eating haven't arrived yet?" Kirill scratched his head. "It's okay, they'll definitely be able to get in if they want to." "Tang, let me help you first." Tang Lei could only tell him to go and start boiling the soy milk. Then, he took out the fodder extracted from the 50 pounds of cow stomach and set up a large pot. First, he poured it into water, filtering and washing away impurities repeatedly. Then he added Sichuan peppercorns, ginger, dried tangerine peel, herbs, and other spices, and simmered it all together. At this point, a pungent smell filled the air, making Kirill peek out from afar. But once it boiled, the smell actually lessened. Tang Lei then took out the cow gall and squeezed out the bile. Cow gall is bitter, but it has heat-clearing properties and is also a medicinal ingredient, one of the reasons why the cow bile soup tastes slightly bitter. After the spices were fully cooked and infused into the fodder broth, he added chili peppers, scallions, ginger, and salt to taste, just like a normal hot pot. A pot of pungent yet fragrant broth was ready. This broth is delicious for cooking tender and flavorful beef, and also great for stir-frying beef in a dry pot for a spicy and stimulating experience. It's good in every way. It's just that most diners would need to pinch their noses shut when trying it. Meanwhile, Kirill had finished cooking the fermented bean juice. Tang Lei then instructed him to take the fermented bean curd to pickle. At the same time, he began processing the last ingredient he had requested: pig intestines. In Daxia, this is also called fatty intestines. It's delicious, but difficult to clean. Properly cleaned intestines are soft and chewy, becoming more fragrant the more you chew. Improperly cleaned intestines, Well, then, some of the original flavor, not quite suitable for human consumption, is retained. Tang Lei first rinsed the intestines inside and out to remove the impurities, then took a large basin. He added vinegar and salt, then tossed the intestines in. Soak. After soaking for half an hour, he took them out and repeatedly scrubbed and rubbed them, until the outer layer of mucus was completely removed, and the intestines looked like clean, pure intestines. Tang Lei pulled up the intestines, poured some water in, inserted 2 fingers, twisted them deftly, and poured it out. He added more water. The intestines were turned inside out like a sleeve, revealing the sebaceous tissue and lymph nodes inside. These were the source of the intestines' pungent smell. Normally, they were torn off and thrown away, avoiding the inner membrane, otherwise they would lack chewiness. However, considering the Kuril family's unique taste, Tang Lei carefully tore off the fat and other parts and placed them in a basin, staring at it in deep thought. This strong pungent smell, should he throw it away or not? Would the Kuril family find it too overpowering if he kept it? Tang Lei hesitated, picking up the basin and moving it towards the trash can. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. Wait, leave the basin. Tang Lei turned around and saw several tall, burly men in fur coats surrounding a wheelchair, entering one after another. He immediately understood. The Kuril family arrived quickly. Those physiques truly a family trait of robust builds. The man at the head of the group shouted something and then scurried over with great interest. You're the chef from Great Xia that Gennady mentioned? The one he called the Hope of God? This dish smells delicious. Is it edible? Let us try it. Tang Lei coughed lightly. It's the cook, no need for the divine gift, this bowl. No need either. There'll be something better later. It's still shit, it's not appropriate. He habitually greeted them. Have you eaten this morning? If not, there's some soy milk, have some to tide you over, Kuril. Oh no. Tang Lei looked at the large group of Kurils in front of him and then remembered that was their surname. Actually, this guy in the first canteen should be called Gennady Kuril. According to the Russian language information stored in the system, Gennady means genius. Considering the various ingenious ideas this guy developed using canned herring in the first canteen, Tang Lei could only say, this name really wasn't a bad choice. Gennady, please get a few bowls of soy milk, I'll fry a couple of fried dough rings to go with it. As soon as he finished speaking, Kiril's eyes lit up. He turned around and kicked Gennady. You little brat, can't you learn from others? You can't even speak properly, just staring blankly at us. Gennady jumped up with a loud cry, looking utterly aggrieved. Brother! Mom! Why didn't you tell me cousin was here too? He even forgot the soy milk in his hand and rushed to the wheelchair. Cousin! Where have you been? You've been busy for so long. I've missed you so much here. When are you coming back to work? Tang Lei was also stunned, then peeked out. Hearing Gennady say this, could it be that the mysterious warden has also come? No wonder he's in a wheelchair, he really is seriously injured? He glanced at the wheelchair. The person in the wheelchair slowly raised his hand. Ahem, stay away from me. Gennady was deeply hurt. Cousin, even though I couldn't control the first ward after you left, and could only force feed them herring and let them rot away, you can't despise me, sob. Am I still your most trusted man? The tall, strong woman beside him couldn't bear it any longer and grabbed his good-for-nothing son. You want to kill your brother? Gennady, huh? Nikita finally managed to take off his hat and sighed. My most trusted cousin, you almost crushed me to death. Gennady's eyes lingered on his exposed wrist, his pupils shrinking sharply. Cousin, your hand. Who did this to you? The man before him was pale, frail, and skin and bones. Where was the once spirited man who commanded the Siberian prison? Nikita gave a bitter smile and said softly, I probably won't be able to return to my post for the rest of my life. This kind of useless piece of trash, so fragile, wouldn't even last in prison. Even in Russia, a land of warriors, it's difficult to gain a foothold. Tang Lei was also surprised, thinking that no wonder the Kuril family said they had found him, but he hadn't returned to prison to resume his duties. The sudden loss of their heir, and the uncertainty of whether there would be another, wasn't just a blow. For the family, it meant weakness and danger. Thinking this, Tang Lei stepped out of the kitchen, took 2 steps closer, and carefully observed Nikita's limbs. After a moment, he spoke. You have anorexia? This person's limbs were abnormally thin. The bones were protruding. It was clearly severe malnutrition, completely violating biological instincts. Tang Lei had seen this situation before. It was like some young girls in Daxia, weighing only 80 or 90 pounds, desperately trying to lose weight, eventually developing anorexia. Strictly speaking, anorexia isn't a physical illness. It's a psychological disorder that prevents one from eating. The patient's digestive system is normal, but the human brain is incredibly complex. Strong psychological states can trigger the digestive system to send signals that they cannot eat. Even if the person is hungry, they will vomit whatever they eat. Therefore, surgery and advanced medical equipment cannot cure this condition, they can only prolong life. If the patient cannot resolve their inner conflict, there's nothing that can be done. Hearing Tang Lei say this, Nikita raised an eyebrow in surprise. You know? Yes, I do have anorexia tendencies. And there's a high chance it's incurable. Gennadi's face paled. Why? We have money. Cousin, you can't give up on treatment. If anorexia isn't treated, people really can die. Nikita shook her head. There was nothing I could do, Gennadi. Aren't you curious why one of my adjutants didn't come back from the mission I went on with? Gennadi was taken aback. Nikita lowered his eyes. If a person in dire straits, forced to consume the corpses of their own kind, do you think he could still eat anything? Gennadi stammered. He. Nikita's gaze was indifferent. I had a mission then, I couldn't vomit. But when the mission was completed, Gennadi clearly realized it too, his face paling. But cousin, you finally came back. You sacrificed yourself for the mission, and now you have nothing left, and what about the prison? The thought that a good-for-nothing like Roman could act as warden filled Gennadi with a deep sense of injustice. His cousin was the most outstanding heir of the Kirill family. He possessed all the brains that his brute brothers hadn't fully developed. But such an outstanding person, gone just like that? Nikita shook his head. Loyalty to the motherland is the most fundamental tenet of everyone nurtured by this land. I have no regrets. The other Kirills beside him sighed, remaining silent. They had money and power. But in the face of life and death, money truly meant nothing. They had really tried everything they could find to eat with Nikita. Except for a few bites of canned herring, nothing else was palatable. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come after receiving Gennadi's vague phone call. Now they asked for nothing else but for Nikita to eat a few more bites. A cure was impossible, every extra bite was a chance to prolong her life. Thinking of this, the tall, strong woman kicked Gennadi again. So hurry up and get the delicious food you mentioned. Let your cousin try some. Didn't the chef from Great Xia ask you to make some soy milk? Where is it? Gennadi, kicked again, seemed to be about to grab it. Suddenly, Tang Lei, deep in thought, raised his hand to stop him. Wait, that might not be suitable. He glanced at Nikita while searching for recipes in his mental system. He remembered that fermented mung bean juice wasn't easy to digest. There was another dish that would be more suitable. If all went well, perhaps. Nikita noticed his scrutiny and smiled faintly. Hello, the new head chef of the 5th canteen? I haven't seen you before, but you should have guessed who I am. Gennadi told his family he found an excellent chef from Great Xia and warmly invited us here for a small gathering. His face was pale and weak, but a sharp glint remained in his eyes. I was thinking about this on the way here. Perhaps, you invited us. Something you want to say? Tang Lei raised an eyebrow, inwardly impressed. Impressive. No wonder they're the family heirs. The Kirill family is indeed not to be underestimated. Just as he finished thinking this, he heard the others, including Gennadi, utter a bewildered sound. Ah, is that so? Their eyes, hidden behind thick fur, were as clear as the cow that had just been butchered this morning. Nikita laboriously rubbed his temples with his thin arm. Tang Lei chuckled, frankly saying, half, I guess. The other half, I really wanted to treat you all to a meal. Gennadi is also my friend. In the first assessment I encountered after arriving here, he was the only one who reached out to me. Although that assessment wasn't even considered a major challenge for Tang Lei at the time, Gennadi's reaction, so different from the other head chefs in the cafeteria, gave Tang Lei a somewhat favorable impression of this family. I told him then that I'd talk to him later. It would be even better if you guys liked him too. After all, I'm just a cook. He could have simply thrown the 2 pieces of evidence at Nikita when she asked that question. But Tang Lei felt that if he had, things might have turned sour with that family. A smart and highly responsible person like Nikita probably wouldn't be able to eat anything. Tang Lei respected everyone who loved their country and was willing to sacrifice for it, even if their homeland wasn't the same. Oh, except for those from Japan, South Korea, the West, and those who caused trouble for Great Xia. Putting those aside, Tang Lei was still willing to maintain his respect. So in the end, he simply said, now that we're in the cafeteria, let's eat first. Nothing's more important than food. Nikita smiled, okay. But don't make me any later, I'll just share some with them. Don't waste food if you can't finish it. He'd worked here for many years and naturally understood the scarcity of resources in Siberia. Tang Lei glanced at him, then thought about Roman's lavish meals. No way. The contrast was too stark. He had to get this smart boss back quickly. So he waved his hand at Nikita. Don't worry, this wasn't for you anyway. His stomach, worn down by anorexia, couldn't just eat anything. Nikita choked, hesitating to speak. What was going on? He was the one who requested it. Why did he suddenly have a bad feeling, like he might regret it? After speaking, Tang Lei ignored him and first pulled the dazed Gennadi aside to prepare hot soy milk for everyone except Nikita. In the kitchen, Gennadi, wiping his eyes, approached. Tang, ya, Tang, please give my cousin something to eat, please save him, ya. Tang Lei pushed him away speechlessly. I didn't say no. Go about your business, there's something he can eat. Don't panic, there's also the mysterious power of the East. Really, Tang? Gennady was about to cry again. Tang, if you can get my cousin to eat something, I don't even need to believe in God anymore. I'll believe in you Eastern. Wait, what do you great Xia people believe in? Tang Lei thought for a moment. That's hard to say, our beliefs are more flexible. If he can eat it later, just give my ancestors 2 bowls of rice. Gennady nodded repeatedly and went to cook the soy milk. Tang Lei checked the time. It was past 10 o'clock. Too early for lunch, too late for breakfast. He decided to have some fermented mung bean juice as a soup, along with a fried dough ring, and enjoy it slowly. To Tang Lei, the fried dough ring looked a bit like a horizontally sliced yushao, Chinese fried dough stick. The ingredients were almost identical. Flour, salt, a little baking soda and baking powder, kneaded until smooth, then left to rest. This process was repeated several times. Tang Lei had prepared the dough before leaving that morning. Now, all he had to do was cut it into small pieces of equal width, stick them together, and make a slit down the center to create a dough ring. The only step requiring some skill was frying. To make the fried dough ring perfectly round, it had to be spun while frying. Not by rotating the pan, of course, but by poking it with chopsticks after it floated to the surface of the oil. Then it would start spinning clockwise inside the ring. The faster you spin it, the rounder the fried dough rings become, until they're set. Tang Lei carefully controlled the heat, dropping off one after each turn, returning to flip them after about 10. They were fried until golden brown on both sides before being scooped out and placed on a plate. While one plate was finished, Gennady had already served the fermented mung bean juice. 6 members of the Kirill family had come this time, 5 besides Nikita, who couldn't drink. According to Gennady, the oldest were his parents, Joseph and Damara. His mother had taken her husband's surname after marriage, also becoming Kirill. The others were his brothers from his generation. Seeing the 2 of them come out, the others rushed to serve the food. The younger ones couldn't wait to smell the fermented mung bean juice first. That's the sour, pungent smell I wanted. Authentic. Nikita also smelled the sour, pungent smell, and a hint of hesitation appeared on his face. This tastes. It actually seems pretty good? Not bad at all, even better than canned herring. At this moment, Gennady came out and gave a demonstration. Look, this fermented bean juice, you can drink it directly, or you can soak it in fried dough rings. The golden brown dough rings were soaked in the slightly yellow fermented bean juice, then a bite. It smelled awful. It tasted sour. But as soon as you chewed it, underneath the sour and pungent smell, a faint aroma of beans emerged, and a rich, caramelized wheat aroma. The fried dough rings were fresh out of the oven, so crispy they crumbled at the slightest touch, making a crunching sound in your mouth. The more you chewed, the more fragrant it became. This fragrance also had a hint of saltiness, which, mixed with the fermented bean juice, added another layer of flavor to the sour and pungent smell. It was very delicious. Several Kirills followed suit, soaking one in their own juice and popping it into their mouths, their eyes widening in amazement. Does it smell bad? Does it smell good? I can't tell, it's delicious. These rings are even crispier than our cookie rings. This soup is good too, such a complex flavor. I suddenly think the herring soup is a bit so-so. They talked while shoving the fried dough rings into their mouths. Although the large family wasn't short of money, the brothers had eaten together since childhood. They were used to fighting over them, and now, seeing only about 10 fried dough rings on the plate, they stuffed them in without a word. Father Joseph had to raise his voice. Boys, show some manners. What about the family's reputation? Damn it, leave some for me. Don't forget who brought you here. The next generation had to argue. Dad/uncle were adults now. They watched as Joseph, using his elder's strength, forcibly snatched the last piece, then broke off half and handed it to him under his wife's watchful eye. A collective sigh escaped their lips. Having confirmed there was nothing left to eat, they turned to Nikita. Actually, Gennady said we could have brought our cousin ourselves. Right, cousin. Nikita sat in her wheelchair, her pale face expressionless. Thank you, you still remember me. Why didn't you think of me when we were eating? At that moment, Nikita suddenly felt he was like a decoy. The kind that could be dragged in and forced into a fight at any time just to eat. But he quickly dismissed the thought. No way, no way. In the whole world, besides the Kirill family, who else would go to the trouble of researching so many stinky delicacies to lure them in? The Kirills, hearing this, scratched their heads sheepishly. Haha, how could that be? Big brother, we've always had you in our hearts. Didn't Tang say you couldn't eat it? Besides, didn't you say you couldn't eat? You'd throw up as soon as you tried? Nikita snorted, remaining silent. He probably couldn't eat it. But now, smelling this sour stench, he surprisingly felt a long-lost curiosity about food. He wanted to know what this stuff actually tasted like. However, Nikita's rationality remained. He attributed this to not having eaten any new, pungent food in a long time, coupled with the fact that the others were eating with such relish, creating an illusion. Yes. He slowly rubbed his unresponsive stomach. It was probably just an illusion. Nikita sighed. What are you fighting over? It's not like this is the only dish today. The main courses are coming up. Let's see how you stuff yourselves after you're full. His words finally calmed them down a bit. They didn't immediately head to the kitchen to pester for more food and drinks. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Tang Lei was almost finished with the next dish. After the soup, it was time for the stir-fries. Tang Lei first took out the jars of hydrochloric acid in shrimp broth. Gennady leaned closer. Hydrochloric acid? Won't that kill someone, Tang? Tang Lei explained, no, it's just a kind of pickled vegetable made with salt. Or rather, originally it was salt, but now, it's said that some versions have optimized away the salt itself, but the sourness can't be optimized. There's a saying in Qianzhou, if you don't eat sour food for 3 days, you'll walk unsteadily. And Dushan, where this pickled shrimp is from, is a major pickling-loving region in Qianzhou. For them, pickled shrimp, stinky sour, can be a vegetable, or it can be cooked, boiled, or stewed. The possibilities are endless. Today, Tang Lei is preparing one cold dish and one stir-fry. Hydrochloric acid is a type of vegetable pickled with salt, sugar, and wine. The flavor is relatively simple, and it's fine to eat it directly. The pickled shrimp, on the other hand, will be used to make a pickled beef and pork intestine hot pot. The pork intestines will first be blanched in boiling water. These things shrink when blanched. A pound of pork intestines, after blanching, would probably yield only a little over 3 ounces. Luckily, Tang Lei had saved enough for the whole family. He didn't bother throwing away the bowl of greasy, smelly pork intestine oil. Since the family didn't mind, Tang Lei put it in a corner. After blanching the intestines, he picked out a piece of marbled beef, sliced it, and it was ready to stir-fry. As usual, he first added oil, ginger slices, chili peppers, and Sichuan peppercorns, and stir-fried until fragrant. The hot oil sizzled when it touched the spices, releasing a rich aroma. Then he added the thin slices of beef and pork intestines and stir-fried them together. The hot oil cooked very quickly. In just a few stirs, the beef slices changed color. The aroma of the meat followed. At this point, Kirill's family was still able to sit still. But when Tang Lei scooped the half-cooked beef and pork intestines out of the pan and started pouring a red sauce into it, their eyes immediately lit up. The pickled shrimp was so pungent that the shrimp were unrecognizable, leaving only a thick, red liquid. Poured into the pot, a strong, pungent odor immediately filled the air. This pickled shrimp was the second most pungent of the 3 famous pickled shrimp dishes from Dushan. Its origin was the rotting flesh of the shrimp. However, because the shrimp were clean and fresh, the long pickling process had completely masked the fishy smell with alcohol. Only the pungent aroma and freshness remained. Since it was raw meat during pickling, it naturally needed to be stir-fried before eating. In Daxia, the authentic version would also include chili powder, stir-frying it until fragrant. However, considering the tastes of the Russians and the fact that the pickled shrimp itself was spicy, Tang Lei temporarily spared everyone's appetite. This pickled shrimp was also peculiar. It smelled terrifying when raw, but after being cooked, the pungent odor actually improved. Even someone with a normal palate like Tang Lei could detect a faint fragrance within the pungent smell. He touched his nose, wondering if a chef's fate was to reconcile with all sorts of strange and unusual things. Once the shrimp was cooked through in the pan, it was time to put the half-cooked beef and pork intestines back in. This stir-frying would bring out the aroma and, well, the stench of the various ingredients. They blended together. Daxia cuisine emphasizes a perfect balance of color, aroma, and flavor. A pot of meat always needs a touch of green. So Tang Lei added some celery and fennel seeds at the end, both for seasoning and as a garnish. He added too much sourness to the shrimp. After stir-frying a pot of meat, there was almost half a pot of broth left. The brown broth coated the meat, bubbling and simmering, carrying a fragrant yet pungent odor all the way out of the kitchen. The Kirill family, feeling puffed up, started swallowing hard again. They didn't know what Tang Lei had made, so they could only close their eyes and try to guess. It smells awful. Is it fermented herring with meat? There's the sound of oil. Could it be fried herring? With Chef Gennady absent, only the most experienced cook, Damara, resolutely declared, it's not herring. The others objected. If it's not herring, then what is it? It's definitely not pickled auk. Even the Kirill family. They thought pickled auk was unacceptable. Pickled auk has no texture, it's just water. And it's full of poop. They weren't eating stinky food to get poop. But, besides these few, who else would make stinky food? They knew how unpopular their family's taste was. Damara snorted. A bunch of idiots. Canned herring doesn't smell that good. Ever since she married Joseph and inexplicably been assimilated by the Kirill family's tastes, she had tried many ways to cook herring. But this taste, it's stinky, it's meaty, and there are spices I can't identify, it's making my nose itch. This is a high-class stinky smell. How could the pure stench of canned herring compare? That brat Gennady. Why didn't he say so sooner? In fact, their original request of Tang Lei was just enough for 1 or 2 stinky dishes besides the canned herring. Now there are 3. Maybe even more. God, praise be to the chefs of Great Xia. While they were arguing outside, Tang Lei was plating the dishes inside. There were 2 more main dishes to come, beef offal hot pot and stinky mandarin fish, along with soup. But leaving him to wait idly wouldn't do, so Tang Lei decided to serve the 2 stir-fried dishes first. Incidentally, these 2 dishes were also relatively palatable to Nikita. He called over Gennady, took the plates out, and even heated up a steamed bun he'd prepared earlier, saying to Nikita, "You can try these 2 first, they'll be better for your stomach." Upon hearing this, Nikita, who considered himself devoid of appetite, suddenly brightened up. Finally, it was his turn. The pickled vegetables are refreshing and appetizing, and the steamed buns are easier to digest, Tang Lei explained. But ultimately, it depends on whether you're interested in the taste. The other Kirills stopped eating and looked over expectantly. Nikita nodded reservedly. "Thank you for your trouble. I'll try it." He scooped up a spoonful of pickled vegetables and put it in his mouth. A faint pungent smell, combined with the sourness and pungent aroma of alcohol, exploded on his tongue. Nikita chewed slightly, the crisp vegetables making a crunching sound in his mouth. The rich, sour, and spicy juice immediately overflowed, stimulating his taste buds, and his mouth began to water, something he hadn't done in a long time. Nikita was somewhat stunned. This taste was a bit too intense. He subconsciously took another bite of the steamed bun. The soft, warm white steamed bun was easy to bite into, with a pure wheat aroma and a hint of sweetness. Served with sauerkraut broth, it was perfect with rice. He ate slowly, while the others held their breath, watching his mouth and whispering amongst themselves. He didn't throw up. Really? Why does this dish smell like alcohol? It smells just as good as our vodka. Is it high-proof liquor from Great Xia? Hey, Big Brother swallowed. God. He took another bite. God, can you help me? I want to eat too. Damara watched Nikita take 2 bites and then excitedly clutched her chest. That's enough. That's more than eating canned herring. Joseph, however, was still a little worried. Wait a bit longer, he might throw up again. Before he could finish, Tang Lei, who hadn't left yet, asked Nikita with a smile, "Is it to your liking?" Nikita nodded, "Not bad." Before he could elaborate, Tang Lei nodded in satisfaction. "That's enough for now. You can only eat this much, and beef isn't easy for you to digest." He waved to the others. "What are you standing there for? Eat." "Oh, right, keep an eye on Nikita. Don't let him eat another bite." "Nikita? Wait a minute, isn't he a patient? Wasn't he only able to eat a couple of bites?" Watching Tang Lei swiftly move the plate away, leaving him only half a steamed bun, this elite heir looked unusually lost and helpless. "Actually, I think I can still eat a little." Tang Lei smiled slightly. "Listen to the chef, not your opinion, but mine." He said to the others, "If you want him to get better, keep a close eye on him. Every extra bite he eats means 1 less dish." Upon hearing this, the faces of the Kirills turned serious. They all exclaimed, "Yes, Chef Tang, we won't back down. For Big Brother's sake. Big Brother, wait until it's ready before you eat. I won't fight you for it. Wow, this pot smells so bad. It smells so good. Eat up." Nikita took a deep breath, closed his eyes, out of sight, out of mind. But the sounds and aromas of the cooked rice permeated everything. "What's this? It's soft, smells so bad, but it's also so chewy. The more you chew, the better it smells." Family. Is it supposed to be pork intestines? It's so tough, so incredibly tender. Ouch, spicy, so spicy. But the spiciness is so satisfying, haha, so refreshing. How come this meat is both smelly and delicious? I've never tasted anything like it before. Forget the meat, didn't you guys notice that the broth is the most flavorful part? Dip this steamed bun in it, and I think I could eat at least 3. Nikita sat to one side, as if abandoned by the world. He took a deep breath, a deep breath. Finally, he couldn't help but open his eyes, silently staring at the pot, clutching the steamed bun in deep thought. What were these bears describing? What exactly did it taste like? Meanwhile, Gennady, having helped cut a bunch of meat slices for the hot pot, curiously leaned over. "Tang, your cousin finally managed to eat, why aren't you letting him?" Tang Lei smiled. "Because anorexia is a psychological issue. He's been stimulated by the unfamiliar spicy and sour flavors, he hasn't had time to think about the things that prevent him from eating. If you let him eat like this, he'll throw up again after a few bites." There's a saying, the more unattainable something is, the more you want it. What you can't have tastes the best. Let him watch others eat. The more he craves it, the faster he'll recover. Exactly, it might be a little cruel to him. Gennady shrank back, casting a sympathetic glance at his cousin, but his actions were resolute. I understand. I believe you, Tang. He now seemed to understand the essence of the fifth dining hall. That is, unconditionally trust Tang, and the mysterious Eastern power. Tang Lei was already numb to the fact that these Russians would inexplicably be brainwashed after spending some time with them. The beef offal hot pot was ready, and he was engrossed in preparing another main dish, stinky mandarin fish. This fish is a representative of Anhui cuisine. Throughout Anhui, the most abundant pungent delicacies are found in Xianzhou and Huizhou. Their origins are largely similar. Food shortages led to a particular reliance on pickling to extend shelf life. However, each region has its own pickling methods. Xianzhou is hot and humid, so fermentation is preferred. Huizhou's stinky dishes, on the other hand, are often salt-cured. There's an old Huizhou folk song. If you didn't do good deeds in your past life, you'd be born in Huizhou. At 13 or 14, you'd be thrown out into the world. This refers to the fact that many Huizhou merchants set off at a young age. Combined with their strong desire to make money before returning home, Huizhou merchants often only saw their families once every 10 years or more. It's a traditional version of going to the city to work. Among them were people from Xianan who made a living selling salt from the river. While working as bricklayers, they would pickle fish under their bricks. Over time, this became the stinky mandarin fish they produced. The one Tang Lei held, after several days of air drying, had turned a coppery green color, and its gills were reddish. He first soaked it in clean water, then made diagonal cuts on both sides of the fish. Tang Lei made sure to check it carefully while cutting. The raw fish had a strong, pungent odor, not the smell of cow dung or stinky tofu, but something else entirely. The smell of stinky feet, or the piles of fish scales after a seafood market closes in the summer. That smell. But there was no putrid stench, indicating the pickling was done perfectly. That was the effect he wanted. Heated oil in a pan, he first fried the raw fish. Tang Lei controlled the heat perfectly, frying the leopard print fish skin without any damage, until both sides were golden brown before removing it. At this moment, the pungent stench subtly shifted, taking a turn for the better, with a hint of mingled stench and aroma. Not pouring out all the oil from frying the fish, Tang Lei added chili peppers, ginger, and garlic, sautéing them until fragrant, while still carrying the stench. Amidst the strong, pungent aroma of the spices, he added the fermented mandarin fish, water, and light soy sauce. While simmering, the broth was continuously poured over the fish, allowing the cuts to absorb the flavor. No salt was added at the end. The sauce was simply reduced over high heat until thickened, then it was ready to be plated. Over there, the beef offal hot pot was also served. Both dishes, placed together, each had its own unique, pungent odor. The Kurils at the table had almost finished the two stir-fries, but upon seeing the two main dishes, they immediately perked up. Tang Lei laughed. Come on, try this fish. How does it compare to your canned herring? Upon hearing it was fish, the Kuril family felt a surge of familiarity. But looking at this fish, with its pungent yet fragrant aroma, they became uncertain. This was the same species as their jars of pale, almost rotten fish. Was it the same fish? Without a word, Father Bear Joseph gently picked up a piece. Beneath the reddish sauce, the translucent, supple skin peeled away, revealing a snow-white interior. Tender, as smooth as a clove of garlic. He carefully tasted it, somewhat incredulous. So pungent. Yet, it's actually, normally fresh and tender. Such fragrant fish, not even bones. The stinky mandarin fish was already salted, the saltiness and umami already infused into the flesh. Now, cooked, it was perfectly seasoned, with a hint of spiciness. It was even more flavorful than ordinary fresh fish. Truly smells pungent, but tastes delicious. Upon hearing there were no bones, Mama Bear Damara immediately cut off a large piece with her knife and ate it heartily, tears welling in her eyes. She never imagined that one day, her tastes before and after marriage would so harmoniously blend together. Now, thinking back to that fishy, tasteless pickled herring? Sorry, she couldn't remember. She decisively abandoned the canned herring, determined to quickly build a good relationship with this great Xia chef. The future of the Kuril family's happiness rested on this. Thinking this, she hesitantly nudged her husband. Nikita doesn't want to come back, can we count on our son? Joseph, without even looking up, quickly replied, what kind of hope are you talking about? Joining the army, getting involved in politics, taking over the first prison ward? Don't even think about it. Maybe he can learn to cook this delicious stinky dish. Damara, no. This kid has been here so long and all he knows how to cook is herring. I don't believe a word he says. I'm going to do it myself. Do we have any connections to get me here as a kitchen helper? Joseph finally looked up, staring blankly at his wife, speechless for a long time. Nikita, who had been listening intently for a long time, was now quite helpless. Auntie, don't be ridiculous, how can you come to the prison? Brilliant. Joseph slapped his thigh. Madam, how clever you are. If you can learn, our family will be the happiest branch of the Kirill family. Although he came to prolong Nikita's life, he couldn't forget about his own long-term sustainable food. Ha ha. By the way, madam, if you're learning to cook, as a family member, can I come and go as I please? Hey son, come here, let me ask you something. Nikita stared in disbelief. Wait, you guys really? Not really. Unfortunately, his body was too weak, and his feeble voice was drowned out by the clattering of the group eating. He was marveling at the surreal nature of the world when Tang Lei wiped his hands and walked over. So, want some fish? Nikita nodded instinctively. Yes. Tang Lei smiled. Fish is easy to digest, you can have a couple of pieces. This time, Nikita couldn't bear the silence any longer and spoke with all his might. Uncle Joseph, Chef Tang said I can eat. His gaze fell on the mandarin fish, extremely eager. There was only one fish. The 5 of them had already eaten more than half of it. Joseph was initially delighted to hear that Nikita could eat. Great, I'll cut it for you right away. Cut it. His hand, which was about to cut the fish, suddenly hesitated. Nikita, it's not that uncle doesn't want to give you any, it's just that you, can't eat much, right? Nikita clutched his steamed bun tightly. Chef Tang said I can eat 2 pieces. Joseph finally regained his senses, remembering why he had come, and scratched his head sheepishly before cutting him 2 pieces. All the brothers looked over expectantly, concerned. Big brother, it's okay, don't force yourself if you can't eat. We're afraid you'll feel uncomfortable. Normally, Nikita would have been genuinely touched. Now, he silently rolled his eyes, and quickly stuffed the fish meat into his mouth with the steamed bun in his hand. The tender fish meat melted in his mouth with a single bite, leaving only a pungent, fresh, and delicious taste in his mouth. Perhaps it was because it tasted good, or perhaps it was because these people had just eaten so excessively in front of him. Nikita swallowed 2 pieces of fish and half a steamed bun in a few bites. His esophagus, parched from lack of food, was extremely dry. He ate too quickly, and felt a sharp pain, his stomach churning. Suddenly, a small bowl of greenish-blue, foul-smelling soup appeared before him. Tang Lei, holding a bowl of beef offal soup freshly ladled from the hot pot, asked him, "Want some?" Nikita was choking, and the bowl of greenish-blue soup in front of him, though it looked like a witch's potion pot, but the smell was undeniably a stench mixed with the scent of fresh grass, quite appealing. He immediately took it and gulped it down. The first taste was slightly bitter. After the bitterness came an indescribable herbal aroma. It went perfectly with the cooked beef, beef bones, and the pickled vegetables Tang Lei had added. Sour, spicy, and fragrant. He drank gulp after gulp, as if his shriveled internal organs were finding solace. The churning in his stomach subsided silently. Nikita finished, staring blankly at the bowl. A very good taste. Before today, he had never imagined that such a foul odor could contain so much fragrance. This deliciousness completely transcended his quirks. It was a taste that any ordinary person could love. He was thrilled and looked up, about to say something more, when he saw Tang Lei put away the bowl, uttering another devilish whisper. If you like it, that's fine, but you can only drink this 1 sip. He also gestured to the others. Come on, never had hot pot before? Let me teach you. Once the pot boils, you can put your vegetables in. After you're done, you can make your own dipping sauce, like this. This beef hot pot is amazing, it cooks in seconds, so fresh and tender. And this brisket fat, the more you chew, the more fragrant it becomes. You can even cook leafy greens. I made you a half and half, try it out and see if you can handle the spiciness. We had this spiciness tested in prison before, it's even scarier than vodka. A group of Kirill listened intently, starting to cook their vegetables. Oh, it really is. Brother Tang, is this how they eat it in Great Xia? Great Xia is so amazing, little Tang, tell your uncle. Without realizing it, even the way they address each other has changed. Nikita took another deep breath, clenching his fists. The world has abandoned him again. His hands are so itchy. Have these people even considered this? This is a prison. If it were when he was still here, if it were before, he would have insisted on eating his fill first. At that moment, the usually serious and composed air of Kirill suddenly conjured up a whole host of childish revenge plans, but he quickly snapped back to reality. Nikita rubbed his stomach and gave a wry smile. What was he daydreaming about now? Here, he wouldn't even feel hunger. In his entire life. Gurgle. A faint sound suddenly broke the silence. Nikita's eyes widened in shock. God, he really felt hungry. Nikita stared in disbelief at his stomach. It had been shriveled for a long time, just skin and bones hanging on. Even he himself didn't think he was alive. But now, instead of nausea and vomiting, it was sending out signals of hunger. Nikita abruptly looked up at Tang Lei. My stomach? Tang Lei smiled. Tang, a type of offal soup, is made from cow's stomach and has anti-inflammatory, detoxifying, stomach strengthening, and spleen-tonifying effects. Plus, the herbs in it were all obtained by him through the system. System-made products are always top-notch. Tang Lei wasn't surprised by Nikita's reaction. He simply shook the empty bowl at him and turned to go back to the kitchen. Suddenly, Nikita's weak voice came from behind him. "Chef Tang, can you save me?" At the same time, the system beeped in Tang Lei's mind. Special person detected, Nikita Kirill. Triggering expanding connections for Kirill's ally. Heal Nikita, help him regain his health, and return to the Siberian prison. Rewards upon completion, plus 1 lottery draw, 1 special gift. Tang Lei was stunned. System, isn't it a bit lazy to issue a mission so late? Also, I know about the lottery draw, but what's this special gift? The system beeped. The expanding connections mission requires the strong will of the person involved to appear. Tang Lei understood. So Nikita had a mental breakdown before and didn't want to live anymore. So now, after being coveted for so long, he's finally experiencing the beauty of life? System, as for the special gift, you'll know once you receive it. Okay, Tang Lei muttered in his mind, just don't let it be another bug where you max out the favorability rating. The system, looking guilty, fell silent. Tang Lei turned to Nikita and said, if you want to live, you can be saved. However, you have to stay here. While anorexia is primarily psychological, long-term malnutrition has damaged and degenerated all the internal organs. Eating a few bites isn't difficult, but a complete recovery to its previous state requires slow and gradual treatment. Nikita hesitated for a moment, then glanced at the Kirill family, intending to discuss something. Just then, the group was huddled around a pot, enthusiastically cooking beef. Not a single person had noticed the conversation. Nikita took another deep breath. Okay, I'll stay. Not only will she stay, she'll recover quickly and be reinstated. These people who are only good for eating and drinking, get them all out of prison and make them work. Tang Lei saw it too, and he exchanged a silent glance with Nikita. Cough, try to recover soon. Your family still needs you a lot. Nikita helplessly covered his face. Yeah, oh well, I'm used to it. The Kirill family's rise to a renowned military and political dynasty was inseparable from the brute force of others, and the ability to crowdfund a single genius in each generation. Now, the next generation hasn't been crowdfunded yet. Nikita, speechless, felt his survival instincts grow stronger. He temporarily set aside his family ties and said expressionlessly, will there be anything else I can eat next? While they're busy, I'll eat first. Even if he can't eat much, being the first to taste it is a victory. Tang Lei thought for a moment. You shouldn't eat the stinky tofu yet, bean products are hard to digest. Half a bowl of rice soaked in herbal soup, please. He returned to the kitchen and opened the last jar. A yellowish-green color filled the air, and a pungent, sour smell immediately wafted out. Tang Lei, without batting an eye, moved a little further away, thinking to himself that he had truly mastered the art. Now he could even distinguish the different kinds of stench. This herbal soup, for example, was primarily sour and pungent. It was said to make a very tangy and rich flavor when used for rice or stir-fries. As for whether it was true, let Nikita experience it for herself. The side hall of the 5th canteen was bustling with activity. Not far outside, however, silence reigned. Valerie Leff and the rest of the Leff family stood in the cold wind, watching the burial pit. Before them, a large dog hesitated at the edge of the pit. No matter how much the people behind them urged it, it dared not approach. What's going on? Valerie said irritably. I called it to smell the scent, what's it afraid of? The younger Leff, holding the dog, frowned. Maybe it's the scent of a large animal? Valerie raised an eyebrow. Don't tell me. Our people have been torn apart by some tiger or bear and used as food reserves. What animal could dig such a big hole? It could only have been done by a person. The young man looked distressed after being scolded, struggling for a long time. It used to be quite clever, maybe it's hungry? Valerie found it amusing. Has the Leff family fallen so low that even the dog is starving? The young man whispered, well, we agreed yesterday. That honeydew, was it supposed to be for the dog? So he hadn't fed the dog this morning. He was thinking that the 100,000 taels couldn't be wasted. But when it arrived this morning, I went to get the dog. And when he came back, feeding the dog? What? Feeding the dog? It's as if this plate of honeydew never existed. The plate was eaten cleaner than if it had been washed. Even he himself didn't get a bite. He's filled with regret now. So much so that he and the dog both look rather listless. Valerie was speechless for a moment, finally managing to squeeze out 2 words. Pathetic. The young man looked up, his eyes filled with resentment. Boss, why didn't you save me one? Valerie, we're on business. It's just a sweet treat. Once we're done, take this great Xia chef with you. You can eat as much as you want. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a chilling killing intent behind him. Who? Valerie whirled around. Before he could even see anything amiss, he heard another voice. What have you found out? Roman rushed over. I think a group of people went to jail today, but I don't know where they came from. I feel something's not right. Have you found anything? Hurry up and resolve this. Valerie frowned. We're investigating, don't rush. Roman paced back and forth. How can I not be anxious? Sigh, never mind, I think I just heard you say something. The great Xia chef? The young left said, yes. Roman, why didn't you say earlier that this chef is really good at making desserts? They didn't call for food after they finished eating this morning. Under Roman's suddenly fierce gaze and Valerie's speechless look, the young man finally realized something was wrong. What did I say wrong? Roman gritted his teeth, enunciating each word clearly. You guys still ate food from the 5th canteen? Valerie sighed. Roman, it's not like you were poisoned. Why are you so nervous? I think this great Xia cook is useful. We should take him back to the Left family. Roman almost wanted to grab his clothes and yell at him. You're like this and you still say you weren't poisoned. He shouted fiercely. Take him back? Impossible. He must die here, die. Whoosh. Before he could finish speaking, a sharp whooshing sound suddenly appeared. Valerie roared. Roman, get down. As he spoke, Valerie kicked out, shoving Roman a meter away, sending him tumbling to the ground. But it was too late. Roman lay on the ground, touching his head. My hair. A mysterious, unpredictable glint of light flashed, and his already thinning hair instantly worsened. But quickly, he forgot about his hair. Blood gushed out. Roman clutched his head, screaming, assassination. Guards! Valerie roared, drawing his gun. Stop yelling. Wasn't the target clear enough? Several lefts drew their weapons, frantically searching for the attacker while looking for cover. But they were in a wasteland, and before they could find anything, another dark flash appeared. This time, Valerie finally saw the attacker. A man in black, moving like a shadow. Bang bang bang. A burst of gunfire rang out, but the shadow was unharmed. He moved with a swift, ethereal grace, appearing before the man holding the dog. The young man was trying to negotiate with the dog about who would protect whom, and he happened to be closest to the pit. Before Valef could fire, 2 screams rang out. Ah! Woof! Both man and dog rolled into the pit. Valerie's hand holding the gun trembled slightly. While the Russians didn't prohibit all firearms, they strictly controlled handguns. This was because handguns were small, quick to fire, and easier to use for assassination. As a member of Valef, Valerie naturally ignored this prohibition and always carried a handgun. But even the fastest gun couldn't keep up with the Shadow's agility. He had to order, stay calm, be careful. Woof! Another scream. Another man was kicked into the crater like a ball. Seeing that only he and Roman were left, Valerie steeled his resolve. You two, hold them off. I'll take Roman and call for backup. They were the leaders, they couldn't die. He had brought an assassination squad with him, and with Roman's men, there were about 20 of them. The dark figure before them was probably the one they had been searching for, the one who had attacked earlier. But no matter how strong he was, under the barrage of fire, he had no chance of survival. As long as they could hold out until the others arrived. The remaining 2 lefts exchanged a glance, their faces filled with, is this even human? Forget holding them off, they couldn't even hit him with a single shot. But they also understood that this was their moment to sacrifice themselves for their family, so without another word, they charged forward. Valerie grabbed Roman and sprinted, rushing into the nearest building. Roman stumbled. I've already contacted someone, coming right away. Find a rendezvous point. This is the 5th prison district? The 2 closed the door, just catching their breath, when suddenly a loud crash came from behind. Thump! A tremendous force struck, and the door swung open. Damn it! What monster! Valerie didn't hesitate, grabbing the man and running. He faced 3 forks in the road, unable to recognize any of them, but he spotted the middle one as the most spacious and well-maintained. He charged straight towards it. As he ran, he kept glancing back. But then the dark figure suddenly stopped chasing. The figure raised its hand. Hey, you can't go there. Valerian thought to himself, I'd be a fool to listen to you, and charged forward. The dark figure froze, then stamped its foot a few seconds later. Why won't you listen to advice? Ugh, I have to find a gas mask right now. Valerian and his companion, having shaken off the dark figure, finally breathed a sigh of relief. They're alive, the others will be here in 5 minutes. Let them come pick them up, Roman said, glancing up and then frowning. 5th dining hall? Wasn't this the entrance to the 5th dining hall? However, the main hall was wide open, empty, but the side hall was lit up, as if someone was busy at work. Valerian recognized it too. Oh, that's the great Xia chef's territory. He was considering whether to go in and grab something to eat to calm his wildly beating heart. Suddenly, Roman said, Valerie, lend me your gun. Valerie, without suspicion, handed it over. What do you want? Roman stared menacingly into the side hall. Since I'm already here, and since assassins have come to kill me, then a cook's death. It's normal, isn't it? With that, he suddenly raised his hand and fired 2 shots at the door lock. Bang bang. The door swung open. Roman laughed wildly. You lowly great Xia people. Let's see who can save us this time. Ugh. A cloud of white steam rushed in, the heat carrying like a toilet that hadn't been cleaned in 10 years, or like stinky socks that hadn't been washed in 10 years, or like, in short, the powerful mental attack rendered Roman speechless, almost vomiting. You despicable great Xia people, you cooked shit in the canteen? He raised his gun with his last ounce of rage, about to fire. The steaming white mist dissipated. A group of burly bears sat at the dining table, frowning as they watched him. Each of them had a chilling gaze, their killing intent palpable. Each of them carried the stench of real, hardened blood. But that wasn't the most terrifying thing. Even with this group of giants around, Roman's gaze fell directly on the wheelchair beside him. A pale, thin man with a face Roman knew all too well, a face like a nightmare. That man, who could always see through his every move. That man who always held him in the shadows. Thump! Roman's legs buckled, and he knelt on the spot. Nikita, you. Nikita looked at him calmly, seemingly unsurprised, only letting out a soft sigh. Roman, long time no see. Yes. How have you been lately? Roman instinctively forced a smile, as if he were back in his old work reporting days. Nikita shook his head. Not so good. However, seeing you storm into the cafeteria with a gun, about to shoot a cook, can I assume you're not so happy either? The words fell, and an intense sense of oppression washed over him. Roman could barely speak. Valerie, standing behind him, stepped forward. Looking at the group and Nikita, he suddenly smiled. I see, ugh. He forced a smile, maintaining his cold demeanor. I heard the heir of the Kirill family is crippled. I didn't expect to see a cripple here. A pleasure to meet you, Nikita Kirill, esteemed former warden. Upon hearing this, the Kirill family immediately stood up. Damara carefully pushed the pot back to avoid being caught in the crossfire. The others stood beside Nikita, sneering. Kid, do you want to die? Valerie scoffed. I say, your Kirill family doesn't just have a handful of people, yet you dare to run around with your heir? I originally just wanted to settle some minor matters, but I didn't expect such an unexpected gain. Roman is right. Since there's an assassin targeting the acting warden, then let a few visitors die while we're at it. No problem, right? Let's do it. The words had barely left his lips. A group of heavily armed men stormed in. Their guns were pointed directly at Kirill and his men. Joseph roared, Lev, you dare. Valerie chuckled. If we were outside, I really wouldn't dare. But who told you to be so few now, and unarmed? Don't worry, the signal checkpoints along the way are still controlled by the Lev family. News of your deaths. I'll find a suitable reason to send it back. Roman, kneeling on the ground, saw the small team he had carefully trained. His trembling knees regained their strength. He scrambled to his feet, gripping the table leg, and grinned maliciously. I didn't expect this, Nikita. Even someone as clever as you can make a fool of yourself. He was extremely confident. 20-odd men against 5, and one of them was partially paralyzed. The advantage was his. Valerie waved his hand. Stop talking nonsense, attack. Instantly, more than 20 gun muzzles simultaneously spat fire. At the same time, Joseph roared. Several Kirills together pulled up a long metal dining table in the canteen. Using it as a shield, they blocked the first wave of fire. This won't do, Joseph gritted his teeth. We need to break through, find our vehicle. There are weapons there. I have one too, someone come and get it, Nikita said in a deep voice. He laboriously pulled a gun barrel from under his wheelchair. And 94. A voice said, wow, it's awesome, brother, this is the first time I've seen one in person. Nikita subconsciously said, yes, this is one of my favorites too, high accuracy at long range, and good for close combat. Halfway through his sentence, he suddenly realized something was wrong and turned his head. Chef Tang. Someone stealthily crept to his wheelchair, admiring the gun barrel. Who else could it be but Tang Lei? Gennady was following behind. A group of Kirills exchanged bewildered glances. One of them tentatively reached his hand out from the metal tabletop, then quickly withdrew it. Ouch, a scratch. It's a real gun. No way. Chef Tang. Gennady was fine. Why are you out here too? Are we fighting? Are you serious about just squatting here chatting? Tang Lei shrugged. The commotion was too loud. I even chopped my vegetables crookedly, so I had to come and check. He just happened to run into someone who was too sick to walk, yet still managed to pull out a gun from a wheelchair. Wow. These Russians are truly a fighting nation, they're all tough guys. Nikita said, this has nothing to do with you. You can hide in the kitchen later. He suddenly remembered Roman rushing in with a gun to kill Tang Lei, his throat tightened, and he finally realized what was going on. Wait, you? Tang Lei sighed, it's just a coincidence. This whole thing, from beginning to end, seems too much of his doing. It's just that the timing of the explosion was somewhat unexpected. Was Roman too stupid, or were these people just too unlucky? Now that they've met, there's no need to think about how to present evidence and persuade the Kirill family to help get rid of Roman. The Lev family is practically treasoning, the evidence is irrefutable. Joseph didn't think much of it. He wiped the blood from the scrape on his forehead and said hurriedly, Chef Tang, you're a weak and unassuming cook. Hide in the back. We'll draw their fire. You take Nikita and try to charge out. By the way, here's this gun. For self-defense. Tang Lei shook his head, no, guns are banned in our country. I've never trained in them. Give it to me, and it'll just be a fire poker. Besides, what can one gun do? I found you some other weapons. He waved his hand. Kirill and the others turned around and looked. An iron pot? A chopping board? A fire poker? Tang Lei smiled. You guys clearly haven't seen the heroic figure of our cooks charging forward with iron pots hanging from their chests. Don't be so narrow-minded, brothers. These are clearly shields, bricks, and physical holy swords. He waved his hand. You guys take these first. I have a bold idea. Listen to my orders. After saying that, he suddenly stood up and threw what he was holding out. Bang! The thing exploded instantly in midair. A spray of yellow-green-red-white liquid and sticky fat poured down. Ugh! You! The gunfire abruptly ceased. The assassins of Lev, who were firing, were suddenly hit by a strong, pungent stench. Caught off guard, their eyes stung from the stench. Damn it! Poison gas! Gas! Ugh! Ugh! Tang Lei waved his hand. Now! Charge! Kirill and his men, carrying iron pots and other utensils, charged forward. The already short distance in the canteen instantly shrank. In just a few seconds, a group of burly men had reached them, their fists and cooking utensils slamming down. Damn it! That's our food! Bang! Wasted on you! Ack! Why should we reward you? Gennady, clutching Nikita's N94, fired repeatedly while shouting with intense grief and indignation. Die! Tang Lei, still standing beside Nikita's wheelchair, coughed lightly. Actually, it's not a waste. It's all scraps. If necessary, we'll leave a few alive to lick clean. It's basically just various uncooked, stinky vegetable scraps, pickled tofu brine, and raw pig intestines. Nikita looked up, giving him a complicated look, and suddenly said, interested in developing a career with the Kirill family. I think you'd be perfect. Putting everything else aside. Just one thing. When he yelled charge, these brutes really went for it. Tang Lei shook his head. No, I'm just a cook. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly raised his hand. A flash of cold light. A cleaver was flung out. Sparks flew through the air. Squeak. Thud. A bullet was sliced in two mid-air, rolling to the ground along with the cleaver. That's all. Tang Lei finished his sentence, stepping in front of Nikita and casually grabbing a silver dinner knife from the table and tossing it around. He asked, somewhat puzzled. Nikita, don't you feel like someone's been aiming at your head and eyes? Nikita frowned, mimicking a bullet's trajectory, and suddenly said, 3 o'clock. Behind that pillar. Tang Lei acted immediately. A scream rang out from behind the pillar, revealing Valerie's face. Tang Lei chuckled, not bad, quite skilled. No wonder you're my sugar daddy. While Lev and Kirill were locked in a chaotic battle, Valerie even knew how to sneak in. He really wasn't fooled. Valerie's hand was bleeding profusely, and even though he could no longer hold the gun, his eyes were still filled with murderous intent. Upon hearing Tang Lei mention his sugar daddy, he roared and charged forward. Cook! It's all your fault. You dared to betray the Lev family. I even thought, you deserve to die. Tang Lei swung another kitchen knife. However, this time Valerie seemed to have been injected with adrenaline. The knife pierced his leg, but he felt no pain. He charged forward like a madman, his hands viciously grabbing at Tang Lei's neck. Cook! You've run out of weapons. Valerie grinned maliciously, his imposing figure a head taller than Tang Lei. Just as expected of the great Xia's little white. Bang! Another sound. Tang Lei casually picked up the heavy iron basin behind him and smacked him on the forehead, utterly speechless. Used up the cooking utensils? Pretty boy? Who do you think you are? Doesn't he understand the value of a canteen chef flipping woks and cooking for hours? Valerie's eyes gleamed from the blow, tears streaming down his face, and he plopped down on the ground. A wave of despair washed over him. A cook? Are cooks really such terrifying creatures? Tang Lei shook his head. If you don't court death, you won't die. Why deliberately become a victim? Valerie spat out blood. I never expected this. The Lev family didn't lose to Kirill. But, it's you who's suffered this fate. God is unjust. With his last ounce of strength, he roared at the top of his lungs. Stop fighting! Run! Run! Go back and report. Disrupt the 5th prison district. Tell the prisoners to escape. Ugh! A cold, foul-smelling lump was suddenly shoved into his mouth. Valerie, ugh, ugh. What is this? Tang Lei, the original flavor of pig intestines. I haven't had time to throw it away yet. Ugh, isn't that eating shit? Valerie let out a long retching sound. Finally, unable to hold it in any longer, his eyes rolled back. He fainted to the ground. Tang Lei breathed a sigh of relief, stood up, and looked at the battlefield not far away. Under the combined assault of mental and physical attacks, the left assassins, armed with guns and knives, were being steadily pushed back, pinned to the ground and beaten by several Kirils. Some were already half dead, thankfully in a better state. Those still conscious were subconsciously vomiting while fighting, their fighting ability plummeting. Tang Lei nodded. Back in my school days, there was a saying about group fights. A mop dipped in shit, Lou Bulletin reincarnated. Seeing it today, it's true. Nikita was silent for a long time, then said seriously, that makes sense. Perhaps the Kiril family could develop some new tactics in this direction in the future. But, we can't use food anymore. Even someone as rational as him felt a pang of heartache. Tang Lei chuckled and stretched. Definitely not. Wasting food will get you a beating from your ancestors. We're almost done fighting. I'll contact Commander Anton and prepare to take over the aftermath. Nikita nodded, his voice cold. Lef's actions suggest he doesn't want to stay here any longer. He counted the number of people, then suddenly frowned. Wait a minute. 3 or 4 people are missing. And where's Roman? Tang Lei raised an eyebrow, realizing Roman was indeed nowhere to be seen. A scourge lives on forever. He probably saw Valerie was about to be gone and ran away. He wasn't panicked. This is Ward 5, he can't escape. Nikita frowned. We can't let our guard down with Left scum. He can't escape on his own, but some of his men have guns. If he kills a guard, incites a prison break, and then escapes in the chaos to inform Left's family, this will be a huge mess. He laboriously called Gennady over. What about the men I left for you in Ward 1? How many are left? Although I know you definitely can't save most of them, but bring as many as you can. Hold the 2nd prison ward. If Roman tries to escape back to his base, intercept him on the spot. The 5th prison ward must also be placed under martial law. Contact Anton and be prepared to deal with riots and escapes at any time, if necessary. Nikita closed his eyes slightly. Abandon Roman. Stabilize the Siberian prison first. The responsibility entrusted by the state should take precedence over family interests. Tang Lei looked at his arrangements and scratched his head. The arrangements are good, but I think, maybe, it's unnecessary. Meanwhile, in the labor camp area of the 5th prison ward, a group of prisoners were diligently working in the fields, unaware that 2 or 3 people were peeking out from the shadows behind them. Huff, huff, damn great Xia people. Roman gasped for breath. And damn Kirill. His subordinate, covered in blood, hung up the phone behind him. Sir, it's bad. Martial law has been declared in the entire prison area. Should we go back to Section 2? Roman said decisively, no, idiots. They'll definitely guess we're going back to Section 2 and ambush us on the way. We'll go right here. His face hardened, and he raised his gun, firing at the nearest guard. A muffled groan escaped his lips, and the guard fell to the ground. A group of prisoners froze, about to crowd around to see what was happening. Then Roman and 2 lefts jumped out, shouting, "Do you want your freedom?" Silence fell. The prisoners stared at him silently, their eyes seemingly undergoing a subtle change. Roman assumed they were just surprised and continued. What? Have you all been in prison too long? Have you all lost your fighting spirit? I'm Roman Leff. If you want freedom, come with me. Kill these guards. I guarantee you'll all be free. Before he finished speaking, a female prisoner stepped forward excitedly. Are you serious? We can kill guards too. Of course. Roman grinned maliciously. He had no suspicion of this delicate and frail female prisoner, even showing her the gun in his hand. Look, just like this. Thud. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his cheek, and his hand went empty. The female prisoner nimbly sprang up and snatched the gun, cursing angrily. Freedom my ass. The instant the gun left her hand, the surrounding prisoners surged forward in unison. Who the hell wants freedom? Don't frame innocent people. I've already reformed. I still want a farm. You bastard, coming to trick us now, what a wicked intention. Help! Several well-informed female prisoners shouted, we know him. This is Luo Meng, the one from Zone 2 who gave Chef Tang a hard time. Grab him. Beat him up. A great achievement, family. The 5th canteen is waiting for us. Delicious food is calling. Charge! Charge! Hundreds of male and female prisoners surged forward. Asterisk. The two left family assassins were stunned. They had never seen such a large number of prisoners charging forward. And weren't they here to rescue these prisoners and give them freedom? What happened to the prison break and riot? What the hell are you pretending to be, law-abiding prisoners in prison? This world, it's gone mad. The crowd surged forward, instantly engulfing the two men. In their last moments, they tried to see their commander. But Roman, without a second thought, kicked each of them. He shoved them into the crowd. He then turned and ran. You don't matter, I can't die. I am the noble Lef. I can't die. Taking advantage of the moment his last two men were submerged, Roman ran frantically out of the area, muttering to himself, I want to go back. But now, where could he go? Suddenly, Roman's eyes lit up. He remembered, he still had people he could use. He pulled out his phone. Lena, where are you? Come, pick me up. Didn't you want to marry me? This time, I'll take you home. I'll make you Mrs. Lef. After a moment of anxious waiting, Lena finally came into Roman's view. He habitually cursed, why so slow? Stupid. Then he remembered that this woman was his last straw, and his tone changed. Never mind, is your car still here? Let's leave. Swipe your ID card. Lena looked at him timidly. You're going back to the Lef family, right? Of course. Roman said, didn't you always say you didn't want to be a mistress and wanted an identity? He forced a smile. This time when we go back, we'll get married. Lena, I'm sure you've been looking forward to this for a long time. Lena smiled. I am looking forward to it, darling. Come on, let's go find the car. She turned around first. Roman breathed a sigh of relief and followed, secretly pleased with himself. Thank goodness, he still had this mistress. Lena was the one who had been with him the longest, the most obedient and considerate, and the most like, Lena. But no matter how much she resembled him, she was just a plaything. She actually thought the noble Lef would marry her? Ha ha. Women immersed in love are truly foolish yet useful. As they walked, Roman painted a rosy picture for Lena. Lena's face was full of sweet smiles, her eyes growing increasingly expectant. But Roman suddenly stopped, looking around suspiciously. Where is this? The corridor before him was unfamiliar, but why? He smelled that lingering, haunting stench again. The stench that could kill. Lena clenched her fists nervously, forcing a smile. Darling, is this a shortcut? Haven't you been here before? The exit is just ahead. No. The moment Roman smelled that stench, he could almost see Valerie getting a beating. A splitting headache shot through him. No. Take another route. He turned to leave. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept up from behind. Roman instinctively turned to block it, immediately letting out a scream. Ah, Lee, you! A scalpel had appeared in the hand of his gentle, seemingly frail mistress. You betrayed me! Roman roared. Lena forcefully pulled the scalpel back, gripping it tightly with both hands. Her voice trembled slightly, but her hands were remarkably steady. It's not a betrayal, is it? Sir, you seem to have forgotten. Besides being your mistress, I also have a job as a prison medic. She lunged forward. I've truly been looking forward to the bright future you can offer me. So, stay here. At that moment, her frail body suddenly burst forth with boundless courage. After this job, she would be the hero. You bastard! Roman roared, pulling a dagger from his boot to meet her attack. He was, after all, a former soldier. Although Lena's scalpel aimed straight for a vital spot, it lacked power. After a few blows, she was punched in the stomach and rolled to the ground. Bitch! Who gave you the audacity to betray me? Roman stomped on her body, still somewhat incredulous. Lena, almost gasping for breath from the pain, suddenly struggled upon hearing those two words. She screamed, cursing wildly. Bitch, you fucking bitch. I've put up with you for too long. You couldn't even catch that monster. So you fucking act tough with other women. You're the most despicable bitch in Siberia. Let me tell you, she'll never love you. Ha ha, neither will I. You think I really love you and want to marry you, that's why I'm your mistress and let you beat me? Bullshit. What I want is status. Preferential treatment. I'm not fucking despicable. I wouldn't even look at a bald, premature ejaculator like you. Ugh. She gasped in pain. Enough. Roman's face turned red and purple with anger, and he raised his dagger high. This will show you the price of betraying me. Lena lay on the ground, a look of despair and resentment in her eyes. She hadn't really expected that she could subdue a grown man with her strength. She was planning to quietly bring him nearby and then alert him, but in the end, she was just a little short. If only she had that monster's strength. If only. A sudden gust of wind blew, and she smelled the scent of snowflakes, tinged with a sweetness. Then, a muffled thud. Roman's eyes rolled back as he was slapped to the ground. Behind him appeared a head wearing a gas mask. Lena's pupils constricted. You are. Yelena. The gas mask was removed, and a blonde, blue-eyed girl crouched down, leaning close to her. It's me. Were you fighting? Image of a doll peeking out. Lena froze. What are you doing here? Yelena looked innocent and sincere. You were yelling so loudly, weren't you trying to get someone to come? Lena sat up uncomfortably. I just thought that cursing him might get more attention than shouting for help. After all, that bastard always needs to hear a woman curse him before he can believe he's really trash. Yelena thought for a moment. You're right, I've learned my lesson. Speaking of which, I remember you were dating him, so why are you suddenly helping us? She kicked Roman. Lena opened her mouth, unsure what to say. Was she turned against him by a single fish skin dumpling? Or was it that Tang Lei, and the people in the 5th prison district, had shown her the future she had once longed for but never had? Yelena thought for a moment. It's all the same, it's all about food, it's normal. Lena tried to argue. It's not that superficial. Even if I didn't eat that one bite. Her words suddenly stopped, and a hand was outstretched in front of her. Yelena took out 2 honey horns from her pocket, popped one into her mouth, and asked, "Want some?" Yes. Lena, as if afraid she would change her mind, snatched the horn and stuffed it into her mouth to chew. The moment the sweet syrup spread in her mouth, Lena suddenly felt a lump in her throat. I've been with Roman for so long, and I haven't even had a single dessert. Wah, he's such a useless piece of trash. Tang Lei won't give me any. Wah, I quit. I'm going to the 5th prison area. Wah. Yelena hurriedly swallowed the sago syrup. Hey, don't cry. It's no use crying now. Lena choked back tears. You heard me say you just now. Yelena said I was a monster? Lena, yeah, one night, I clearly saw it was you. Humph. What, are you going to refuse me any too, and beat me up? Wah. Yelena shook her head. This really is the last one. And it was you that night. Monsters aren't so bad. Hey, don't cry. I'll show you something funny. She picked up Roman and shook him. Soon, Roman opened his eyes. Ugh. Ouch. Yelena punched him, then turned to Lena and said, "You can beat up monsters, want to learn? I think you might have the potential to be my colleague." Lena hesitated, wiping away her tears, then suddenly felt a surge of interest. She stopped crying and, imitating Yelena's posture, threw a powerful punch. Yelena used her as a punching bag. Right, this angle, grip tightly. Hey, your nails are too long, you might hurt yourself, maybe next time put some poison in your nails. When Tang Lei, Nikita, and the others arrived, what they saw was Roman, his face completely disfigured, swollen like a pig's head. 2 women, heads close together, were brimming with enthusiasm. Ladies, Tang Lei coughed lightly. After you finish hitting this punching bag, please spare me some breath, okay? Yelena, seeing it was him, exclaimed and tossed Roman aside. Brother Tang, you're finally here. So tired, he's so heavy. Tang Lei smiled wryly. Cleansing up the stench took a little longer. The most serious problem was that the biological weapon didn't distinguish between friend and foe, forcing even the guards in the 5th prison ward to be delayed. Thank you for your hard work, Yelena. I'll make you a whole beef feast to make you stronger. And some snacks, milk tea, and other treats. Yelena's eyes lit up, and she pulled Lena up. And her. She did a great job. I was just passing by picking up heads. Lena was speechless for a moment. She was, after all, a defector, and hadn't dared to speak earlier, but now Yelena slapped her. Don't you want to eat? Then give me. No. I want to. Lena quickly abandoned her reserve. And I have something too. If I can do something good, could I come to the 5th ward? I've known Roman for many years. I can identify his crimes. Tang Lei and Nikita exchanged a glance. Nikita nodded. Yes, Roman will be stripped of his positions as warden and acting warden of the 2nd ward. I'll discuss this with you in detail after I'm reinstated. Lena breathed a sigh of relief, immediately swaying as if about to collapse. Tang Lei said at the opportune moment, So yeah, take her to see if she's injured. Yelena nodded and helped her up. Only after the 2 girls had walked away did Nikita shake his head. Chef Tang, I really underestimated you. You wouldn't be thinking, this one was also turned against us by the food in the 5th dining hall? Tang Lei rubbed his nose. What else could it be? After all, I'm just a cook. Nikita chuckled. That makes sense. Maybe I should give all the cooks a raise. Tang Lei smiled. I knew you'd be a more reliable boss than Roman. As long as you talk money, we'll have feelings for each other. Just then, perhaps his own name triggered him. Roman, who was slumped at his feet, let out a weak groan. Tang Lei. You dare. Tang Lei squatted down, grabbed his collar, and scrutinized his pig-like face. Lieutenant Roman, perhaps you still remember. When you saw me in the 5th mess hall, what did you call me again? Roman's swollen eyelids constricted sharply. He immediately remembered that day. He dressed up carefully to see Yelena, but he saw this damned Xia man cuddling with her. And Yelena, his Yelena. Why did she hit him? Why wasn't she the beautiful girl he had imagined? Roman's mind was in turmoil, but ultimately, he remembered the insults he had blurted out. Fear filled his eyes. Tang Lei smiled slightly. You insulted my country and my people back then. But, out of a sense of propriety, I didn't retaliate. Now, don't you think your face is more suited to that statement you made back then? Roman's lips trembled. He looked at Tang Lei, then at Nikita behind him. He finally understood. The left family name couldn't save him. The fear of death finally overwhelmed his arrogance. I was wrong. I shouldn't have said that about you. I shouldn't have said about Great Xia. I'm a pig, a pig. Tang Lei smiled. Really? Luo Meng nodded repeatedly. Yes, please, spare me. I'm willing to accept legal punishment. I repent to God. Tang Lei, a Great Xia person, no, you are my Great Xia grandfather, ancestor. He begged incoherently. At this moment, dignity didn't matter. As long as he survived, through the law, the left family could still get him out. But Tang Lei shook his head, somewhat disgusted. Forget it, I don't have a bald, prematurely ejaculating grandson like you. Roman shrieked, I have money, power. I'll give you anything you want. Tang Lei shrugged, money's fine, but why would I bother with you if I wanted power? I bothered with you because I just wanted to be a peaceful cook. Oh right, there's something I forgot to tell you. Tang Lei grinned, remember when I told you about General Vladimir and that inspector coming? He lowered his voice, speaking sincerely. I was just kidding. Pfft. Roman's eyes widened suddenly. You! Ah! The next moment, he covered his eyes and screamed in agony. Tang Lei stood up, blood dripping from his hands. He wiped his hands. Since you're so determined to be a pig, then I'll help you get what you ask for. If you want to be reborn as a pig in your next life, you can come find me again. I'll make sure you have everything arranged perfectly. Nikita, sitting in his wheelchair, didn't approach. He was silent for a moment, then suddenly realized the lobule of the prefrontal cortex. He remembered the world's first psychosurgery procedure, born in the 1940s and 50s, lobotomy. The American doctor who invented it discovered that destroying just one part of the brain could calm a manic psychotic patient. This discovery earned him the Nobel Prize at the time. Although years later, this experiment was proven to be extremely inhumane. But, in that era, a large number of patients were indeed subjected to the surgery. Even an extremely simple version evolved. No operating room needed, simply use electric shocks to render the patient unconscious, then directly insert an ice pick and hammer through the eye socket to destroy that part of the brain's nerves. This man became a complete idiot from that moment on. At that moment, amidst Roman's screams, Tang Lei opened his hand. The icicle he had been holding in his palm was now mostly melted. He said calmly, illusions hanging from the eaves by the door, just what I had. Killing this man might be difficult to explain, but I wouldn't feel at ease leaving him alive either. There's an old saying in Great Xia, to cut the weeds, pull out the roots. Such a person destined to have irreconcilable personal grudges. I'll do it myself. He had no saintly heart. Nikita sighed helplessly. Tang, this is something the Kirill family should bear. You shouldn't have gotten involved with Lef. Tang Lei thoroughly wiped his hands clean, raising an eyebrow at her words. Bear what? The murder weapon is now waterlogged. Roman was just unlucky enough to poke his own head while walking. What's the problem? Who did it? Who saw it? Nikita was stunned. Tang Lei smiled slightly. Chief Warden, sometimes you don't have to be so righteous. Nikita, this. He rubbed his temples, then suddenly laughed. You're right. Indeed, I need to get out more. I can't stay cooped up at home. Spending too much time with brutes is making me lose my mind. Tang Lei left the rolling Roman on the ground, pushed Nikita's wheelchair, and turned to walk away. By the way, what about Valerie and the others? Are they dead? Nikita, no. What do you think? If we did another one, the method wouldn't be as easy to execute, would it? Tang Lei, no need. Only Roman is useless, unusable. The others can still be put to good use. They're rich. Rich, what a wonderful adjective. Especially when that money is about to be ripped off. Tang Lei pushed Nikita back to the side hall where the fight had taken place. Upon entering, he saw the subdued Lefs, including Valerie, all handcuffed. They were hung in a row beside the dining table. They all looked dejected. Tang Lei looked at their bruised and swollen faces. They're hurling insults at him. He just thought they looked like fat sheep, quite adorable. I think, maybe we can detain these people and extort money from them before the Left family figures out the situation. Tell them, if they don't pay, we'll kill them. Valerie roared, asterisk. You Great Xia people, if you have the guts, kill me now. The situation was hopeless. He understood that his survival was now a stain, a burden on his family. But then he saw Tang Lei nod and say to Nikita, He's so conscientious. I suggest a thorough investigation. Nikita agreed, I think so too. He's much bolder than Roman, and might even be one of the Left family's heirs. Tang Lei, one of them? They have so many heirs? Nikita was speechless. Well, their family is a bit lewd. They have a ton of legitimate and illegitimate children, and they don't care. The one who survives is the head of the family. The advantage is that they do have a certain quality, but the side effects. Tang Lei suddenly understood. No wonder. He already had a baldness gene. With proper care, he might have survived a little longer. But with this hobby, how could his hair possibly survive? That's true, a toad chasing a frog, ugly people playing with flowers. Tang Lei shook his head. We need to investigate. He's valuable, let's fleece him more. Nikita, yeah, after the money's in, we can also report them for shooting and injuring people here. Sending him to a labor camp wouldn't be a waste. Anyway, releasing him is out of the question. The two exchanged a glance, both seeing admiration in each other's eyes. Brilliant. Valerie. Valerie was shocked by the two's cunning scheme. You, shameless. God above. You two devils. Can't you be human? The two glanced at him, their eyes full of pity. Valerie, the Left family won't let you get away with this. Tang Lei slapped his forehead. Oh, I almost forgot, didn't Left also send men to block the routes into the Siberian prison? Is there any way to deal with this? Don't let anyone get away and report back. Before Nikita could reply, Joseph walked over. Don't worry about that. His scrape had already been simply bandaged. After dealing with these people, several Kirils had been sent to work, leaving only him and Damara to keep watch. Of course, not to watch the people. Mainly to keep an eye on the two pots they hadn't finished eating from. Nikita whispered, Uncle, don't let your guard down. They have a lot of people, and we came with too few this time. No. Joseph scratched his head sheepishly. Actually, when I smelled something delicious and knew there was good food. I told my family. Then your parents, my brother, and others who were free or had things to do but weren't so important. They simply formed a convoy and came over. They should be on their way now. Perfect for cleaning up the Left family along the way. Nikita, he muttered to himself, this is surprising. Can good food make people smarter? Valerie's eyes widened in fury. You, at #%. Nikita noticed his expression and said to Tang Lei with concern, Chef Tang, are you sure you don't need to carry some guns for self-defense? I'm worried he might pounce on you and bite you. Tang Lei, of course, knew he was implying possible retaliation from the Left family. He thought for a moment and still said, forget it, I'm really not used to using guns. I'll practice other forms of self-defense. This kind of thing is really hard to get approved in Great Xia. Joseph also found this somewhat strange. Seriously, why is the Great Xia so strict about gun control? If it's to prevent shootings, wouldn't it be better to control handguns like we do? Tang Lei's expression was complicated. Well, if we didn't ban them, it wouldn't be as simple as just playing with handguns. To be honest, when it comes to tough people in the world these days, Russia and the United States are definitely on the list. But few people know. The Great Xia is truly known for its simple and honest people, and its strong sense of martial spirit. Tang Lei remembered that when the new Great Xia was first established, it didn't ban firearms and ammunition. But not long after, a battle of Guangji Bridge broke out among the people. Young men from two villages got into a fight over a traffic accident involving bicycles. The winner went home, the loser called for reinforcements. In the end, they destroyed each other's farmland, pastures, pear trees, and mink farms. They even drew up detailed battle plans in coordination. Weapons rapidly upgraded from kitchen knives and clubs to homemade sulfuric acid, landmines, and explosives. They adopted guerrilla warfare tactics, blowing up bridges and blocking roads. During this time, they also beat up several police officers who tried to break up the fight and assaulted the local court president. Ultimately, the People's Liberation Army intervened, seizing 72 automatic rifles, 18 light and heavy machine guns, and 4,000 rounds of ammunition. A few years later, a robbery involving 300 jin, approximately 150 caddies, of lard erupted between the two villages. The villagers immediately deployed their cannons, bombarding the other village with fire. The other village retaliated fiercely, blocking roads and seizing high ground for a firefight. Just how outrageous was the military preparedness of these two villages? The villagers even built 9 canteens, with all men between the ages of 18 and 50 working, and the remaining women and children handling logistical support. The widows and orphans of the fallen were entrusted to the care of relatives. They had even planned for their future. After intervention and mediation, 460 kilograms of explosives, 2,700 detonators, and 1,500 meters of fuse were seized. So, the Great Xia's guns are truly formidable. When they fight, they're incredibly ruthless. And everyone is bound by blood ties and clans. A village becomes a united front. They're all brothers, fathers and sons fighting side by side. If they say they'll fight to the death, they really mean it. Joseph and Nikita were both stunned. What? The fighting nation? Who exactly is the fighting nation? Tang Lei coughed lightly, saying reservedly, it's all in the past. Now we're law-abiding and the most approachable people around. Look, I wouldn't even take a gun now. His knife is faster than a gun anyway. Nikita was silent for a moment. Okay, alright then. Chef Tang, you must be careful. Valerie roared in despair, are you sure it's him who needs to be careful? You son of a bitch, are the people of Great Xia ever kind? Tang Lei, still want to eat authentic pork intestine oil? Valerie quickly shut his mouth, managing a comical sound. Joseph looked at him, why do I suddenly feel a little cold? Haha, Chef Tang, since you're here, you can watch them. I won't bother you. Nikita also said helplessly, alright, I'll go clean up the mess first and chat with Anton. See you later. See you later, Tang Lei smiled, I'll take a break. I'm not good at scheming, so I won't get involved. It'll be time to make dinner soon. A chef, after all, should focus on his job. Joseph's eyes lit up, great. See you at dinner time. The two of them, one pushing the other, quickly disappeared through the door. A moment later, old Bhavan, wearing a gas mask, slipped in. Tang, did you throw away that stinky stuff? Damn, why are there so many people here? He almost stepped on Valerie's foot, earning an angry but speechless glare in return. Tang Lei, who was cleaning up the pots and pans, said helplessly upon hearing this, there might be more later. In the short time that followed, several more lefts were handcuffed and thrown in. They were all picked up from outside. According to the guards in the 5th prison ward who brought them in, these men were sprawled out on the path from outside to the canteen. They hadn't gotten up yet. Old Bhavan hissed softly, is this considered over? Tang Lei thought for a moment, yes, the rest is just finishing up. Old Bhavan breathed a sigh of relief, then you can finally cook normal meals. You can move back to the 5th canteen now. You haven't done much these past couple of days, and Lao Lu hasn't come either. Thanks to that kid Ali, he covered for me, but if you hadn't come back soon, I would have had to resort to frozen fish. Tang Lei, don't worry, you can cook normally tonight or tomorrow. Thanks for your hard work, brothers. Old Bhawan sighed, saying solemnly, it's nothing. We know you're doing important things, and we can only help you within our capabilities. Tang, if you really feel bad, hurry up and make something good to eat. The chili peppers are ready too. Hurry up. Everyone's waiting. Seeing that he hadn't said much before revealing his true colors, Tang Lei chuckled and said, alright, I'll make something good for the brothers this afternoon. Old Bhawan also smiled, right, by the way, have you seen Yelena? That girl. She's disappeared again. The words had barely left her lips when Yelena leaped in from outside like a summoned beast. Dad, Brother Tang, I heard you say there was something good to eat. Oh, right, she said, pulling on the rope and dragging in a large heap of stuff. Commander Nikita said we need to collect the still-breathing lefts to collect debts, it'll be rewarded. I found a few. Tang Lei glanced over, oh, they're all familiar faces. These were the lefts who had come with Valerie that day. But now, all their arrogance was gone, they were haphazardly shoved together, their faces contorted in pain. The youngest one at the top had a bandage around his neck and was carrying a dog that was also wrapped in bandages. He was dragged in and first gave Valerie a pitiful look. Big brother, I'm sorry, I didn't die. Valerie looked at them, then at himself, overwhelmed with emotion, and could only sigh. Fine, let them live. He had already sent these brothers to their deaths once for the family. This time, the trial is enough, you're all just collateral relatives. If you can leave, then leave. Several lefts had tears in their eyes, whether from gratitude or pain, it was hard to tell. Yelena was mercilessly handcuffing them one by one, not caring whether they had broken arms or legs. After she finished handcuffing them all, Yelena jumped up, I'm exhausted. Shall we eat now, Tang? Tang Lei carefully sealed the pot that Kirill's family hadn't eaten from, making sure no new stench would escape. He glanced at the time. It seems a bit early. Let's make some snacks to calm our nerves. Nikita and the others will be back later to discuss the cleanup. He stood in the kitchen, quite emotional. Sure enough, compared to scheming and plotting, the place he knew best was the stove. Let me think, for chatting and snacking, how about a small fried snack? To be honest, this was the snack with the most names Tang Lei knew. In northern China, it's called small fried snack, while in the south it's called glutinous rice strips or smiling snack. A similar version near Tang Lei's hometown is called grasshopper leg. An even more common and simple name is fruit. During holidays, he liked to fry several large bags of it. He'd stroll through the streets, chatting and watching TV while snacking. Easy to make, delicious, and keeps well. The ingredients are simple too. Honey, water, oil, and baking soda mixed together, stirred thoroughly for 25 minutes. Add flour, knead the dough repeatedly using a folding motion until smooth, then shape it as desired. After that, it's up to you. Cut it into small pieces, strips, or balls. Cut it however you like. Then heat oil in a pan and fry the dough pieces until golden brown and crispy. At this point, you can already smell the pure aroma of noodles. Yelena and old Bawan helped cut the noodles, occasionally peeking in and drooling. Those who were close by were fine, but the lefts who were still handcuffed to the table legs were in a difficult situation. That chef from the Great Xia dynasty is cooking again. Someone whispered. Is it the kind we ate this morning? No, it smells fresh. Stop talking, I didn't even get to eat it this morning, boo-hoo. Woof woof. The dog echoed dejectedly. Valerie had to say coldly, stop talking, the moment to test your will has arrived. That's the devil's feast. Tang Lei didn't hear their argument, he was busy making sugar. The sugar-to-water ratio was 1:1, cooked until it could be pulled into threads, then some honey was added. Then the crispy fried dough balls could be tossed in and stirred. While the pan was hot, the dough balls quickly coated with a layer of glistening sugar. On the other side, several toppings were prepared. The most traditional was to coat them with sesame seeds. A thick layer of white sesame seeds was encased in the soft sugar coating, releasing an irresistible aroma. For those who liked it cloyingly sweet, they mixed in powdered sugar. Once it was firmly packed, it became a snow-white fried dough. There was also the option of eating it plain, just the glistening sugar coating, which was also quite delicious. Tang Lei deftly fried the dumplings, then handed them to Lao Bawan and Yelena to mix. While they were working, the two of them were also stealing bites. It smells so good. Yelena picked up a dumpling thickly coated with sesame seeds, her eyes squinting as she ate. Crunchy and sweet. Lao Bawan picked up a sugar-coated dumpling. Wow, it looks hard, but it's actually quite crumbly. His teeth could easily crush it. Really good. One more. They were busy in showing off, and Tang Lei tossed another batch in and picked one up too. Not bad. It's crumbly enough while it's hot, but it'll have a different flavor when it cools down. Did you hear anything? It sounds like gurgle. Thud. Tang Lei muttered, what's going on? Who's swallowing? Gurgle. Tang Lei was a little confused. What, are there people starving in my kitchen? He peeked in again, then fell silent. Well, a group of lefts were handcuffed to a table not far away. Except for Valerie, who was still bravely keeping his eyes closed, the others. Half were clutching their stomachs, half were swallowing hard. They were craning their necks in all sorts of contorted positions, looking this way. Seeing him looking over, the left shrank back, yet also seemed expectant. The dog wagged its tail first, woof. The dog owner's eyes mirrored its own. So, the kitchen wasn't hungry, were they too? But then Tang Lei pulled his head back. Oh, dogs don't count. Woof woof woof. The dog shut up, but the owner's eyes lit up. He was about to declare his species. Suddenly feeling a stern gaze, he immediately wilted. Big brother, I didn't want to eat. Valerie glared at him, exasperated, and was about to give them a pep talk. Just then, a clattering sound came from inside. Sergei and Maxim cheerfully scurried in, calling out loudly. Tang, I heard you came out of your seclusion? Ugh, it smells a bit bad, but I can smell the desserts. I can still bear it. Tang Lei looked up. You're out, you guys got here pretty fast. Of course. Sergei laughed heartily. The news that the fifth canteen is open again has spread everywhere. So he came right away? He'd only taken 2 steps when he tripped. Damn it, Lef. Valerie couldn't take it anymore. You bastards, can't you find me somewhere else? Every time someone walks in, you want to step on his foot. Sergei and his companion ignored him, stepping over to him. Tang, what do you want to eat? Break some off. Tang Lei waved his hand. Help yourself. He started frying the next batch. The two quickly picked up a few small, golden brown sesame-coated cakes. Wow, not as sweet this time, but it smells so good. Crispy. The sesame seeds on the sugar coating scattered in their mouths, then were chewed carefully, making a crunching sound. The left swallowed hard. The door opened again. Anton walked in. Tang, I heard you were firing? Am I late? Tang Lei was somewhat surprised. Yes, you were, but sir, weren't you supposed to be cleaning up? Anton, oh, I didn't have much to do, just tidied up the 5th ward. The 5th ward caught 2 left family assassins this time, both barely clinging to life. They'll be handed over in a few minutes. The only wounded is a prison guard. He was shot by Roman, but thankfully not in any vital organs. Anton's expression was somewhat complicated. Actually, he was quickly surrounded and protected by the inmates, who gave him emergency first aid. The scene was so harmonious, it was like a family affair between guards and prisoners. When I went to see him just now, he reported the list of active inmates to me and asked if it counted as merit, and if he could get a few more bowls of rice. Tang Lei paused. That's good. If he can eat, then it's not a big deal. But another person present didn't feel so good. What? Valerie's voice was weak and anxious as he spoke from the corner of the table. What nonsense are you talking about? They didn't escape. Anton's serious face broke into a smile. Yes, after dealing with your family, the prisoners all went back to work on their own. They didn't even miss today's labor camp assignment. They said 2 people weren't enough, the credit wasn't enough to go around, and suggested sending more next time to benefit the prison. Valerie's vision blurred. Then what about Roman? He didn't escape either? Well, Anton and Tang Lei exchanged a glance, unusually considerate. I think it's better if you don't know. Valerie jolted, you guys. Anton concluded, anyway, I've done what I absolutely had to do, and the rest I left to the adjutant. He doesn't get any this time. Finally, he could get revenge for not getting to vent his anger over Sui and Dusha last time. Speaking of which, he strode forward, shoving Sergei aside. Give me some, give me some. I have a wife and daughter. I'm packing my things and leaving. The other lefts exchanged glances, their eyes filled with despair and anguish. The door opened again. Tang Lei didn't even bother to look up. Wait a minute, the pot will be ready soon. This time, it wasn't the foodies who came. It's alright, we're not in a hurry to eat, it's just that some of the work has already been arranged. It was Joseph and his wife, pushing Nikita back. Their family was more interested in the smell, plus they usually had plenty of desserts when they ate out. So, they weren't as enthusiastic this time. Warden! Sergei's eyes widened, you're finally back. He excitedly ran out, showing Nikita his still healing arm and the bald patch on his head, passionately complaining. Warden. Look what Roman did to me while you were gone. Thank goodness I have a devout faith in God. I'm loyal to you. You're finally back, Wait. Your body. Nikita calmed the agitated Sergei down, comforting him. I'm fine, I'll get better soon. You did a great job, Sergei. I won't forget your contribution, and I'll make Roman pay. Sector 2 is already being recaptured. Roman was down, and most of his private army was inexplicably captured. With Nikita's influence, Sector 1 quickly returned to the Kirill family's control. Sector 2 was mostly composed of remnants, not a threat. So, the next key issue to discuss was dealing with Roman and Leviticus. Logically, this should have been a formal meeting with several involved parties. But how many people were actually involved? What about the logistics minister and the 5th warden who were tasked with bringing down Roman? In the cafeteria. Where's the evidence? In the cafeteria. And Lev, who still needs to be dealt with? Also in the cafeteria. Never mind then, Nikita will head straight back to Tang Lei. He assured Sergei, don't worry, I'll investigate the funds embezzled by Sector 2 over the years. Thank you for your hard work, logistics department. The missing funds will be made up. Sergei excitedly whimpered, that's good. I can pay off my dessert loan soon. Once the money comes, I'll move into the cafeteria and eat my fill. Oh, right. He slapped his forehead, turned around, and ran back. Nikita was completely confused. You need to produce evidence? No rush. Sergei rushed back to the kitchen in a panic, shoving Anton aside. Anton, I knew it. Do you need to pack this much for your wife and kids? This huge piece is what I just divided up for myself. Don't even think about sneaking a bite when I'm not looking. Nikita. Anton pretended not to hear, nodding solemnly at Nikita. Sir, I've also prepared a detailed performance report for this year, which I will convey to you later. Rest assured, everything in the 5th prison district is still under control, and we will always be loyal to the country. His words were righteous and moving. The person, but honestly guarded the boxes of pastries, refusing to budge an inch. Nikita. He wanted to rub his temples again. He felt a jolt of unease that had occurred in the past year. What earth-shattering changes had taken place in the prison? More terrifying than Roman's misdeeds. Only Tang Lei, the one truly busy preparing the food, couldn't stand it anymore. He directly chased them away. Stop fighting. If you want to fight, go to the dance studio. You want to talk business, huh? Let's go outside. I'll get the evidence for you after I finish frying this batch. He probably didn't need to get involved in the rest. He just wanted to fry some snacks in peace. Yelena and old Bavan nodded in agreement. Yes. That way, only they would get to eat. Sergei and the others reluctantly came out, carrying a plate of fried dough sticks. Nikita couldn't bear to watch. Sergei, don't bother stuffing them in your clothes, no one will steal them from you. Sergei smiled sheepishly and placed the plate of golden dough sticks on the table. Okay, I believe you. But then Damara suddenly tentatively reached out her hand. Smells pretty good? I'll just try one. Crunch, crunch. Sergei's eyes widened suddenly. A bad premonition immediately surged into his heart. But before he could speak, Joseph, true to his belief that if his wife ate it, he would too, grabbed one without a word. He exclaimed in surprise, "This is good. It smells quite nice, different from cake. I don't think I've ever had this before." "Yes, we haven't. Let's have a couple more to try." "Sergei, wait, what? You guys agreed? Not interested? Mr. and Mrs. Kirill. Joseph smiled sheepishly. We just like to eat smelly things, we're not superhuman. How could they not tell if it was good or not? Young man, don't be so stingy. I'm your boss's elder, share some. The group took turns eating, leaving only the boss himself, who had been used as a figurehead, standing there dumbfounded. Nikita took a deep breath, thinking to himself, never mind. We just went through a fierce battle. Everyone worked hard. As an excellent leader, he should be more tolerant. He silently reached out and touched the golden biscuit. Suddenly, another hand grabbed him. Damara said sternly, no. We need to ask Chef Tang first, is Nikita allowed to eat this? From afar, Tang Lei tossed out 2 words, no. Did you hear that, Nikita? Damara pulled the plate away. Quick, Joseph, let's get 2 more. Nikita, what kind of person does this? To hell with tolerance. He slammed his thin arm on the table. Stop eating. Let's get down to business. And Chef Tang, you come out too. Let's talk. And you too, old Bawan, don't back down either. There was no point in keeping what was happening below a secret from these people. They wanted him to get soaked, huh? Then nobody should use the umbrella. Under the double intimidation of the family heir and his boss, the group finally withdrew their grip, and Tang Lei scooped up the last pot and came out. His eyes held a hint of resentment. Nikita pretended not to notice, clearing her throat with difficulty. Roman has been imprisoned. Although he won't regain his senses, he will still go through the proper procedures and face trial. This time, no one will try to save a useless person. Tang Lei nodded, acknowledging this solution. Later, after the Kirill family has broken through the left family's blockade, both pieces of evidence will be submitted together. Together with Roman's trial, I will extract the money he embezzled and misappropriated from the left family. Sergei, your job is to prepare the bills and reports, and get ready to ask for money. Sergei nodded vigorously, I know this. I've been preparing for it for a while. Nikita nodded, after that, it's my reinstatement. While there weren't many obstacles, it still required going through the formal procedures and submitting reports to higher UPS. That would take time. There was also the fact that the second ward was missing its leader, and the first ward was plagued with problems due to Roman's meddling. Another mountain of trouble. Nikita had plans for this. Anton, your 5th ward should still have the fewest prisoners and be relatively relaxed. And I trust you. Therefore, the position of 2nd ward warden is currently vacant. Roman's people can't be used. I hope you can take over some of the prisoners from the 2nd ward. This was both a promotion for Anton and a way to relieve Nikita's own pressure. If he were still healthy, he wouldn't have needed to delegate these things, but he's still weak and needs recuperation. Given the 5th ward's outstanding contribution this time, they truly deserve recognition. Anton's eyes lit up. He could tell Nikita was grooming him to be the prison's second-in-command. More prisoners meant more power, more supplies, and, Anton suggested, in that case, I think the 5th ward needs expansion. Especially, the mess hall. There's not enough space. More space is needed for food and drink. Tang Lei, wait? He quickly looked at Anton. Expansion meant, he'd have to work even harder? This superior. How could someone with thick eyebrows and big eyes like this suddenly become a crook? Anton gave him a reassuring look. Of course, we need to increase manpower. Tang, I think we can select more people from the prisoners and, the guards to help you. The equipment will definitely be in place. Most importantly, more money. Tang Lei, well, it's not like we can't consider it. Nikita nodded, that makes sense. We'll discuss it in detail later. And the commendations for this operation, for the prisoners and guards. I heard your 5th prison district has its own system? Anton proudly puffed out his chest, yes. Sir, you don't need to worry. You just need to approve the money. Nikita had to scrutinize his old subordinate repeatedly. Anton, I remember you used to. You didn't mention money that often, did you? Anton smiled, sir, times have changed. Before, the 5th prison district was poor and small, struggling to maintain itself, with little hope. Now it's different. Now we can work hard, reform, make money, then come back and buy good food and drink. This is truly changing everyone's lives. Sir, I understand now, whether you're a guard or a prisoner. We're all human. We all just want a better life. We're willing to work hard for it, and we have unwavering faith in a bright future. I think that's the meaning of reform. Prisoners suffer and repent here, guards faithfully perform their duties. They may all have anger, complaints, and unvented pain. But now, Tang's delicious food tells them, as long as they strive in the right direction, their future is still bright. Nikita paused, then looked deeply at Tang Lei and smiled. You're right. The changes you've made over the past year have surprised me. Perhaps I have another reason to thank the chef. He rubbed his temples. I shouldn't have been so harsh on you. He pointed to the plate. Eat if you want. Yay! Everyone cheered, several hands reaching out in unison. Nikita also smiled and extended his hand. Chef Tang, perhaps you could relax my rule for a moment? I'll just have one bite. Tang Lei was both amused and exasperated. This is high in sugar and oil. Oh well, just one bite. Thinking about it, Nikita was truly pitiful. He could only watch others eat. While others picked up food, he gnawed on a steamed bun. Intellectually speaking, he had to do most of the work. If he wasn't given a bite soon, Tang Lei was afraid he'd go crazy from holding it in. Nikita, satisfied, picked up a piece and put it in his mouth. A beeping sound went off in Tang Lei's mind. The long-awaited mission completion notification finally appeared. Returning customer +1. Total returning customers 10,000/10,000. Congratulations, host. You have finally completed main mission 3. Congratulations, host. You have successfully advanced to intermediate chef. Tang Lei was stunned. Good heavens. Long before the Kirill family arrived, his mission bar had already reached 9980+, slowly crawling. He hadn't even paid attention to it. Unexpectedly, the last few returning customers actually ended up being the visitors from Kirill. Finally, I've become an intermediate chef. Tang Lei breathed a sigh of relief. Stop with the pleasantries, just tell me what the reward is. The next moment, a warm current flowed through his entire body. System, congratulations, host. You have obtained the intermediate chef physique. Easily discerning the saltiness of ingredients. An indestructible stomach. The strength to toss a wok all day. Tang Lei. Well, how should I put it? Pretty impressive. But could it be a little more fantastical? Not so down to earth. System and a brain capable of withstanding the teachings of seniors. Tang Lei? What do you mean, system? Explain yourself clearly. So, enhancing your physique is for better endurance of beatings? No, ancestral sacrifices. Unbreakable, System, this is tailor-made for the host. Please look for the reasons within yourself. In addition, completing the task grants 1 mystery lottery chance, and completing it faster grants an additional lottery chance. Tang Lei sighed. I already thought this task was quite long, and it's considered fast? The system snorted, then suddenly changed its tone. How can the art of cooking be easy? An ordinary culinary student can master the basics in a year, cook everyday dishes in 2 years, and only after 3 years of honing their skills can they prepare truly exceptional dishes. Endure the hardship of standing for long periods while tossing the wok, endure the loneliness of holidays and the cold and heat of midday breaks. Skill has no limits, and one must never leave the stove. Kid, you have talent and opportunity, but don't be impatient. There's still so much to learn about eating. Tang Lei's expression turned serious, and he rubbed his throbbing head. I understand. Another beep. The system's voice turned electronic again. 2 chances to draw a prize. Host, do you want to draw now? Tang Lei was much more casual about the system itself. He thought for a moment. Wait, we're still in a meeting. It's not a good time to cast a lucky draw. This time, he was determined to find an auspicious time, then burn incense, bathe, and wash his hands before drawing a super awesome prize. Tang. Nikita's voice pulled Tang Lei out of his reverie. Tang Lei, what's up? Is there something I need? Wait a minute, I was spacing out. How many bites have you had? Nikita, without changing her expression, stuffed the last piece of pastry into her mouth. Ahem, let's get down to business. I wanted to ask, is the cost of making these pastries high? Tang Lei asked warily. The raw materials aren't expensive, it's just a matter of manpower. What are you planning? Nikita smiled. I think the reward system in the 5th canteen is pretty good. How about we promote these desserts to the 1st ward? He hadn't lacked food this past year, and besides, he couldn't eat anything, so he hadn't thought much of it. But just now, after fighting with a few people for it, the smell immediately made him crave it. Nikita considered it. He knew the current state of the prison. Apart from Gennady Kirill being able to make fruit pies, there really weren't any desserts. But fruit was too luxurious here. Most of it came from canned goods. If Tang Lei's little treats could be promoted, he believed that the staff of the 1st ward, no, the entire prison, would be eager to get involved. Nikita's eyes lit up at the thought. However, considering that directly proposing it to the entire prison might cause Tang Lei to quit, for now, let's start with Ward 1, so everyone can get food. Don't worry, I have money. I'll raise. Moreover, Nikita was even considering Wards 3 and 4, regarding Roman. They're really fickle. After he left, those 2 wards went completely into seclusion. They probably still don't know he's back. Perhaps this could be used to increase the intensity of work in those 2 wards, to strengthen their ideological defenses. Tang Lei stroked his chin. This, Nikita seems like a workaholic? I have a feeling he's thinking about things that would get him hung up on a lamppost outside. Just then, a faint voice came from behind him. Well, since everyone needs to get food, how about? Tang Lei turned his head. Several lefts grimaced, while Valerie kept his eyes closed and remained silent, choosing to ignore the situation. The young left holding the dog stammered. Give us some too, give us some? We're prisoners of war, right? The Russians and the Great Xiao were at least humane towards prisoners of war, weren't they? Eating and drinking in front of them was too painful. He whispered, if it really comes down to it, the dog is innocent. Well, at worst, he'd share with the dog. Tang Lei glanced at them silently and patted old Bawan. Don't you still have a bunch of frozen fish you can't get rid of? Give them some. They shouldn't starve, it'll be hard to get money from them. Old Bawan slapped his thigh. You're so thoughtful, Tang. My frozen fish are unsold. How long are they going to stay here? Let them eat frozen fish for the time being. The lefts all looked up, their eyes wide. What the hell? This is torture. Young left, what? You prisoners don't even eat frozen fish. Shouldn't we at least be treated the same as the inmates? Anton snorted. Who are you looking down on? Do you know how hardworking and well-mannered the prisoners in our 5th ward are these days? They're not like you. Don't try to pull strings. When you're locked up, you won't be able to come to the 5th ward either. Now there's a hierarchy of contempt in prisons. It's not like you can just come to the 5th ward for reformation whenever you want. The lefts have settled down. When did they, the sons of wealthy families, become so undesirable even by the prison? This is blatant discrimination. They looked at Valerie expectantly. Big brother, our family has some connections, right? Can you get us into the 5th ward? If all else fails, just donate money. Back in the day, you could buy official positions and degrees, couldn't you? Valerie's forehead veins bulged. Have you all lost your brains? This damn jail time is comparable to official positions and degrees? He was utterly exasperated by these brainless idiots. Valerie let out a heavy breath and said to the group, then, if we could help you, get more ransom from the left family. Couldn't you at least give them some normal prisoner treatment? Tang Lei. Great, at least they're willing to pay up now. The left family is lucky to have you all. Valerie snorted, then turned his head away, muttering. Anyway, it wasn't exactly honest money. He was a member of the left family and never denied their cunning methods. So, spend some money to make things better for yourself and your brothers. It's not that hard to accept. The main problem is, they've been eating and drinking well outside. Now they're all covered in injuries. If they keep eating frozen fish every day, Valerie doubted they would last long, ending up like their old selves, frozen in the permafrost. Nikita was speechless. I was thinking of discussing how to deal with these lefts. Now it seems, they've all cooperated this well. Well, it's alright then. Alright, then they'll stay in the 5th prison ward for the next few days. As for where you'll end up in jail, that depends on how well the left family pulls the strings. Good luck to you lot. The lefts looked at each other with complicated expressions. This world is too hard. Even getting a jail spot is a struggle. But regardless, the matter was resolved smoothly. It was faster than anyone expected. The lefts, who promised to cooperate, were taken for basic medical treatment. After finishing their business, the others glanced at the time and decided not to leave. They waited for their meal. Tang, are those 2 pots of leftovers still there? Joseph asked expectantly. Tang Lei nodded. They're still there for you. Also, I made some snacks, stinky tofu. The frying method has been given to Gennady. Just have him handle it. I'm busy preparing dinner for the prisoners in District 5. Everyone's worked hard. I'll make some more after you finish this meal. Damara quickly shook her head. No rush, no rush. Chef Tang, we know you're the head chef of District 5, not our personal chef. We're already very satisfied that you've given us such a stinky feast. Besides, we understand our tastes. We'll eat in the side hall so we don't disturb your meal in the main hall. After saying that, she cleared her throat sheepishly. Well, cough, do you need any helpers here? Absolutely no other meaning. It's just that I'm retired and have nothing to do. I can't bear to see you young people working so hard. A group of people silently cast a glance at her. I'll just quietly watch you make things up. JPG. Nikita rubbed her temples. Auntie, you are also the pillars of the Kirill family. It's not appropriate for you to stay in prison for so long. Besides, you're retired. How can we let you continue to work so hard? Damara became anxious. Nikita, you can't just leave us here and kick us out. I'm going to tell your mother. You secretly ate alone. And you didn't follow the chef's orders. You just stole several bites. Nikita. He helplessly closed his eyes and quickly changed his words to protect himself. Cough, I didn't mean that. I mean, Chef Tang, would you be willing to share some of the recipes for the stinky dishes with us? The Kirill family is willing to pay a price that will satisfy you. He was speechless. 1 or 2 of them, already meritorious, are rushing off to jail to suffer. What are they thinking? Wouldn't it be better to take it home to eat? Not to mention, what about when his parents and other people come? Nikita didn't even want to calculate how many former military and political figures would be there. Besides, you can come, but those of us who haven't retired yet can't. Uncle and aunt, don't even mention helping out here. I'm afraid if you help, they won't leave. When grandpa and the others find out, they'll settle scores sooner or later. I'll be here performing my duties normally, they won't be able to touch me. But I can't guarantee I won't be caught. Joseph hissed softly, rubbing his head, still shaken. Right. Hey Nikita, you're so smart. As expected of our heir, haha. Nikita closed his eyes wearily. So, Chef Tang, do you have any ideas? Tang Lei thought for a moment, then went and brought out several large jars. I also have a method. These are some pickled vegetables I made. I can tell you how to pickle them. Later, I can also give you a portion of the herbal soup. Don't rush to drink it. Disinfect it with white wine and salt, then fill it with the stir-fried ingredients. After pickling for a while, it will be a whole jar. Each time you're almost finished, save a portion and do this. This jar can be used indefinitely. With these pickled vegetables as accompaniments, you can cook normally, just like Gennadi's fermented herring. However, this stuff will definitely taste better stir-fried than fermented herring. Joseph's eyes lit up. A portion? Not really. Will you sell the whole jar? Tang Lei, that's quite expensive. He was still a little reluctant. After all, it was the first fermentation produced by the system, and it had taken so many points from him. Joseph and Damara exchanged a glance. 1 million. Is that okay? Add another million, and buy the recipe. Tang Lei. Good heavens. All told, it's worth over 100,000 great xia coins. The cost, not counting the points loan generated by the system, is at most 800 for the raw materials in 3 jars. The recipe, well, it's not unique to Tang Lei, there are plenty of others out there. He earned 150,000 with tears in his eyes. Besides, he earned those points by doing tasks anyway, so it's not a complete loss. Tang Lei thought for a moment. Okay, 3 for 200. No. Joseph shook his head, sincerely saying, how can it be 2 million in total? That's too little. 1 jar, 2 million. Tang Lei made a decision in a second. Thank you, boss. I'll also give you a recipe for pickled vegetables later. Go home and find out where you can find bamboo shoots. I'll teach you how to make snail rice noodles. It's incredibly fragrant, pungent, and convenient. Just add boiling water, and you can eat it anywhere. That's great. Joseph exclaimed excitedly. Tang, you're such a sincere person. Kirill will forever remember your friendship. Tang Lei was also very happy. Indeed, a deep friendship. We were never meant to be. It's all thanks to you sending money. The two looked at each other, appreciating each other's kindness, completely satisfied. Tang Lei forced a smile. Well, when you leave in a couple of days, I'll fill the jars for you to take back with you. Now, let's finish up what we didn't finish at lunch. I'm busy now. After making the arrangements, Tang Lei returned to the kitchen, took out his phone, did some calculations, and his face broke into a wide grin. This investment could probably cover a down payment on a house in Daxia. But the thought of a down payment made Tang Lei feel a little disheartened. Perhaps it was because he'd been away from city life for too long. He now felt that not buying a house wasn't necessarily a bad thing. He could always go back to his hometown in the countryside. It was just the marriage. Tang Lei glanced outside subconsciously, then looked away again, muttering, forget it, I don't want to think about it. It's still a long way off. System, check the almanac for me, send some good luck. I want to participate in the lottery. Your diligence brings you a beautiful life. Your health ensures you're always healthy. Amidst cheerful music, Tang Lei solemnly checked the almanac to make sure he hadn't broken any taboos. He then devoutly washed his hands. Ancestors above. A twitching left eye means good fortune, a twitching right eye. His right eyelid suddenly twitched. Pa! Tang Lei said decisively. Feudal superstition. System, draw. A golden light flashed. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a tea tree from the mysterious lottery pool. Tang Lei's eyes widened abruptly. What? It's the one I'm thinking of, a living tree? From within the golden sphere of light, a large tree suddenly appeared. It wasn't tall, even somewhat like a shrub. It stood rooted on a cliff. Lush and verdant, a deep green with purple hues, bathed in golden light, it looked like a tree draped in a red robe. Holy crap! Tang Lei murmured. System, don't tell me, you dug up a whole Da Hong Pao tree for me. What is Da Hong Pao? One of the 6 major tea categories of the Great Xia dynasty, the most representative type of oolong tea. The earliest mother tree grew on the rugged rocks of the Min Mountains, hence it's also called rock tea. Hundreds of years ago, a scholar was traveling to the capital for the imperial examinations when he collapsed from excruciating abdominal pain at the foot of the mountain. An old monk in the mountains brewed tea with the tree leaves and cured him. The scholar left a message saying he would repay the favor upon achieving success. Soon after, he indeed passed the examinations with top honors. On his way home after receiving the results, he returned to the tree and draped his red robe, the symbol of his academic achievement, over it. Thus, the tree was named Da Hong Pao. 100 years later, the scholar had long since vanished into history, but the tea's reputation grew ever stronger. Its effects antibacterial and anti-inflammatory, aiding digestion, reducing greasiness, anti-cancer and anti-aging, and so on. Their benefits kept multiplying. By the time Tang Lei found out, the original few century-old mother trees had already been protected. The trees circulating in the market were all offspring of those mother trees. But Tang Lei suddenly became unsure about this one produced by the system. The system explained, "It's not one of those trees." Tang Lei breathed a sigh of relief. "System, it's a completely new and optimized tree cultivated by me. It can adapt to the local climate. If this tree finds a suitable place, even a single leaf can be more powerful than 100. Tang Lei, huh? System, you're so amazing? System, I've always been the most, That's why they say food is the most important thing for people." Tang Lei scratched his head. "Wait, didn't you consume a lot of energy fermenting those jars last time? With this tree, can you handle it?" System, that's fine. Everything in the host's prize pool was prepared long ago, no extra consumption is needed. Tang Lei was stunned, then suddenly noticed something. "You were prepared all along? Adapted to the Siberian climate? Little system, you." Beep! The system suddenly let out a piercing scream. "Warning! Warning! Don't bully me anymore. I'm calling for help." Okay. Tang Lei was startled and quickly covered his head, shouting, "I won't ask anymore." He didn't want to be slapped by his ancestors one by one for the time being. "Let's get back to the tree. This tree, where are you putting it? This isn't a seedling or anything. A tree suddenly sprouting from the permafrost isn't easy to hide, is it? System, I've already found a place to put it in the deserted area behind the birch forest. You can find it yourself later, but please note that if you want to transplant it, you must ensure the soil and water are suitable." Tang Lei nodded. "Okay, I'll go find it after I finish these last 2 days. It's fine if you give me something edible, but tea leaves, I don't really like drinking them." "Wait." Tang Lei slapped his forehead. "My milk tea. Good heavens. Here it comes." The system reminded him, tea leaves also have various effects and can be used in cooking. Also, perhaps the host needs the corresponding tea-making techniques. Tang Lei thought about it and realized it was true. You can't just steep tea leaves in water while they're still on the tree. "Give me a set." System, you've finally been considerate. The system replied considerately, "Okay, plus 100 points, thank you for your patronage." Tang Lei, I'm praising your thoughtfulness, not your heartlessness. The system ignored him. "Host, you have one more chance to draw a prize. Want to draw now?" Tang Lei gritted his teeth. Drawl. He thought, the tea tree has appeared. Looks like my luck's good today. Continuing, a flash of dark light appeared. A piece, a dark, round thing suddenly landed in Tang Lei's hand. Tang Lei looked at it from left to right, squeezed it. "No way, mud?" He took a bite, skeptical. "Damn, it's really dirt." The next moment, the palm-sized black lump suddenly wriggled. It seemed to want to grow, but after struggling for a moment, it remained motionless. The system voice announced, "Congratulations, host. You've drawn Tired Breath of Earth." A line of small text flashed in Tang Lei's mind. "It's too tired, and in a bad mood. It's too weak to breathe infinitely, but if it has something it likes." Tang Lei held the small lump of black mud, speechless for a long time. How to put it? He never imagined that one day, this mythical, high-class thing, would be in his hands? But it's practically useless. He doesn't even know what it can do. Is this good luck or bad luck? The system whispered, "If you raise it properly, it'll be very powerful." Tang Lei, "Then how do I raise it?" System, "I don't know. It's been like this for a long time, I don't know what's bothering it. But it really likes you. These kinds of treasures are my most prized possessions. If it hadn't come looking for you, you'd be in trouble." Wah! It shut up again. Tang Lei almost choked. "You make it sound so easy." He poked the breath of earth. "What, are you? A little mud spirit? What do you want?" The breath of earth didn't move. Tang Lei thought for a moment, then simply found a small stainless steel bowl and poked 2 holes in the bottom with a fire poker. He placed it by the window. Then he put the breathing soil inside and poured in some water. It looked like a flower pot. He then grabbed some ginger and garlic cloves from the stove and chopped them. "Since I don't know how to use it, I'll just use it as soil. Soil, after all, is for planting things." Suddenly, something seemed to have triggered it, and the clump of black mud began to tremble, instinctively enveloping the ginger and garlic inside. Tang Lei chuckled. "Not bad, very proactive. As long as it works, I'll find you some of your brothers and sisters' soil to keep you company, so you don't feel so withdrawn. Oh, and some unused wastewater, I'll use it as fertilizer." Oh, right. Don't move around when there's anyone else in the kitchen. Don't scare anyone. If you do, I'll put you outside. The black mud, which had been starting to expand, trembled at the words and quietly shrank back into the basin. Tang Lei didn't notice its movements. He had already turned around and started working. Tonight was the first normal meal he had prepared since returning to the canteen after abandoning the stinky dishes. Tang Lei planned to serve the prisoners something good. Well, let's start with a sweet meat dish. Author's note: actually, while pondering the origins of the name Da Hong Pao, Big Red Robe, in the milk tea craze, I stumbled upon it. With the college entrance exams approaching, I thought, wow, this is worth writing about. And even envisioned various blessings. However, due to my colleague's assessment that my typing speed is so slow even a chicken can type faster than me, by the time I finally finished writing, the college entrance exams had already ended 2 days ago. But it's okay, there's still the middle school entrance exam. And next year's college entrance exam. Life has so many tests to take. There's always time. I wish all my readers could be like Ding Xian, the scholar from 350 years ago, who, through years of hard work, finally earned his Da Hong Pao. Not necessarily passing the imperial examinations with flying colors, but certainly becoming the top scholar in your own right. Generally speaking, the mere mention of sweet and savory dishes makes most people in Daxia frown. It sounds rather awful. But when you actually see the specific names, you know these dishes have a unique flavor and are quite popular with those who love sweet food. Take, for example, the universally loved sweet and sour pork with pineapple. Fried pork soaked in pineapple sauce, it's sweet and sour, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. It was a must-have dish for Tang Lei when he used to eat at banquets back home, the kind you couldn't fight with the kids for. Tonight, he's preparing another lamb dish. The name is very descriptive, it's like honey. In layman's terms, it's honey-glazed lamb. This dish's name is supposedly derived from a certain old hag. To be honest, Tang Lei was speechless when he looked up the recipe. This old hag doesn't do anything productive, but she's quite noticeable. She wants to eat a lot and eat well, and she loves extravagance. Tang Lei remembered that back then, this old hag was even the biggest customer of tourmaline from a certain football-loving country. It's hard to say whether her love of eating and playing contributed to the national treasury's deficit. This dish, it's like honey, was also a product of a series of coincidences. It's said that it was made by putting the wrong seasoning in, the cook wasn't beheaded, and so it's been passed down to this day. The cut used was the hind leg of a lamb. Tang Lei was making a large pot of food, so he didn't bother with anything fancy. He just rummaged out the lamb leg and tenderloin to thaw. While rummaging, he glanced at the already overflowing freezer, thinking that this whole beef feast needed to be prepared as soon as possible. This was overspending on meat. Unplanned. The freezer was about to overflow. Perhaps, when Kirill's relatives and friends came, he could also invite that guy from the slaughterhouse over, so they could all have a big meal together with the officers and guards. Tang Lei pondered the menu, and while the meat thawed, he found the potatoes and other vegetables. After making It's Like Honey, he'd make stir-fried mutton with scallions, add some vinegared shredded potatoes, and finally, a white radish soup. All done. Once the mutton was thawed, Ali and several prisoners on duty slipped into the canteen. Upon seeing Tang Lei, their eyes welled up with tears of excitement. Tang, you're finally back. We heard you were in the side hall today, and some of our brothers wanted to go and sniff around outside your door. Then they threw up like crazy. They couldn't even eat lunch. Tang Lei rubbed his nose. I told you I was in seclusion, stay away. Ali waved his hand. It's okay, let him throw up. It's good that you're back now. By the way, do you know what happened in our 5th prison area today? We did a great job. Ali exclaimed excitedly. I even rushed in and kicked him. Tang, he wouldn't have dared to do that before. Tang Lei laughed. I know, your rewards will still come from me, how could I not know? Don't worry, I'll arrange it for you as soon as I'm done. You definitely won't be able to refuse. He had already thought it through. Milk tea, that powerful weapon, could be used now. There's no shortage of milk here, and if the tea leaves can be as effective as the system says, 1 leaf is worth 100 leaves, that won't be lacking either. It's time to give the prisoners a taste of sweetness. Given the current situation in Great Xia, where almost everyone carries a cup of milk tea when they go out, this is absolutely devastating for the prisoners undergoing reform. Alex smiled sheepishly. Okay, we can't refuse anything you do. Oh, by the way, what about our chilies? Should we buy them? The first batch of chilies is already fully ripe. Tang Lei thought for a moment. Buy them. Perfect, with milk tea, I'll arrange another spicy snack for you. Oh, by the way, be careful when you're buying the chilies. Don't pull them up by the roots. Leaving the seedlings will allow them to continue bearing fruit. Of course, the prisoners laughed heartily. We've already memorized the chili planting methods perfectly. We know exactly how many leaves our seedlings have, how many centimeters they're growing. Amidst the laughter, one prisoner suddenly said, Chef Tang, I have another idea about the chilies. Tang Lei, The prisoner said, I've observed many people's chilies, and then I discovered, the chilies growing from each seedling aren't exactly the same in smell and spiciness. I smelled a lot. Now I have an idea, shouldn't we select some of the best ones, save them for seed, and cultivate them selectively? That way they have a chance to grow bigger, or spicier, and through generations of genetic selection. He got so excited that he started gesturing with his hands. His eyes were shining. Tang Lei was stunned. You smelled them? The prisoner said embarrassedly. Yeah, I didn't, but I was so hungry, so I lay down on the ground and carefully smelled every single chili. Tang Lei thought to himself, wow, kid, you're a real talent. He has his own ideas about farming. This is simply not something you'd expect from someone from a bear's den. What's your name? The prisoner excitedly replied, my name is Leon Levsky. Just call me Leon. Before I came in, I was almost finished with my agronomy degree. Tang Lei, so, what was it that you were missing? Leon froze, his eyes immediately reddening. Someone passing by picked all my fruit and flowers and gave them to their goddess. Wah! My graduation project. I studied for 5 years. I was even planning to go to Daxia for further studies. In a fit of rage, I killed him and buried him under my fruit. But my fruit is gone forever. Wah! Please, Tang, let me grow chili peppers. I read that chili pepper cultivation manual. I never imagined that a chili pepper cultivation manual from Daxia would benefit me so much. I'm willing to stay here for another 5 years, no, 10 years is fine too. This time, I'm determined to finish my graduation project. Tang Lei, good lad, you're a real talent. He quickly said, don't cry, don't cry. You, go back and make me a planting plan, I'll consider it. Tang Lei felt that now that he had tea trees in the breathing soil, a type of organic fertilizer, he might actually need knowledge about farming in the future. Developing it a little would be a way out. Leon wiped his eyes. Okay, I'll do it when I get back. But now I need to go clean up and prepare to wash the dishes. His graduation project had briefly clouded his judgment, but the desire to eat brought him back to his senses. Tang Lei chuckled. Alright, then I'll get ready to cut the mutton too. Alex, come here. Watch carefully, learn carefully. Tang Lei took the mutton out of the water. First, he removed the tendons and membranes, then sliced it diagonally into chunks, and further sliced it into willow leaf shapes. Several large chunks of mutton were quickly transformed into thin slices. Then, Tang Lei rolled up his sleeves. He added salt and water to the meat and began to mix it. This step was to make the mutton more tender. Once the mutton became slightly sticky, he poured in several raw eggs. Traditionally, this dish can be made with or without eggs. But Tang Lei added them, not for flavor, but mainly for the next step. After mixing the egg mixture evenly, he added cornstarch, sugar, and soy sauce. This was for coating and coloring. After coating, he set it aside, heated the oil in a wok, and then prepared a sauce. It's like honey is described as a sweet dish, but being only sweet can be cloying, so this sauce included white sugar and half the amount of vinegar. Add soy sauce, a spoonful of sesame oil, and a little cornstarch to thicken the sauce later. The oil in the wok is heated up, and Tang Lei slides the lamb slices along the edge of the wok. This is where the egg comes in handy. Without the egg wash to lubricate the meat, and if the cook isn't quick enough, the meat will inevitably clump together when fried. After mixing in the egg wash, Tang Lei flips the lamb slices in the wok. The lamb slices curl up individually, tender yet not sticky, each slice distinct. The meat slices are thin, so the oil doesn't need to be too hot, just fry them briefly until fragrant, then remove them. Then, using a spoonful of the rendered meat oil, stir-fry some minced ginger, then toss the lamb slices with the sauce into the fragrant ginger oil. Tang Lei casually picked up the wok to test it out. Seriously, this intermediate chef's physique is pretty good. Tossing the wok is getting easier every day. I feel like I could swing it 10 more times. With the wok tossed and turned, the oil was heated to high heat, and it sizzled a few times. And there it was, the sweet and sour, it's like honey, was ready. The golden red gravy coating the slices of meat drew attention from all directions. Tang Lei, under everyone's watchful eyes, stole a bite. Not bad. First time making it, didn't mess it up. The lamb was tender and juicy, sweet but not greasy, with a slightly sour aftertaste refreshing and appetizing. The gazes around him grew even more intense. The sounds of swallowing saliva rose and fell. Joseph and his wife, along with Nikita, were waiting for the rest of the Kirill family to return and report. They weren't in a hurry to go to the side hall. Now, seeing everyone's gazes, Damara couldn't help but feel tempted. She hesitated. How about we get some food and then go to the side hall? Sergei and Anton said in unison. Madam, don't you like smelly food? Sergei, this isn't good, really. How good can it be for prisoners? Their expressions were serious. 1 or 2 more mouths to feed, that's fine. But if there are a lot of gluttons, then things get serious. especially since the Kirill family is coming later. They're bringing their whole families to eat this stinky feast, and what if they find other things delicious too? The consequences are unimaginable. Damara, oh, really? Nikita rolled his eyes. I don't believe you. He calmly said, it's my duty to experience prisoner treatment firsthand today. Anton and Sergei exchanged a glance. Oh no, they forgot this is their old boss. He's not easily fooled. Nikita snorted, turned to Damara, and lowered his voice. So, Auntie, shouldn't I get a little more food later? Honestly, he found it strange. When he was alone, the thought of food made him want to vomit. He thought of that person. But then a whole group of people were scrambling for food and drink. He couldn't resist the urge to grab a bite too. He shouldn't be such a glutton, should he? Just then, Nikita heard Damara laugh sheepishly. This might not work. When it comes to food, you have to listen to Chef Tang. It's okay, darling, we'll describe the flavors to you when we eat. Nikita leaned back, slumped back into his wheelchair, and took a deep breath. Destroy it all. Tired. Unable to eat, he just kept inhaling. Suddenly, a mouthful of smoky, fragrant oil choked him, and Nikita coughed. His fragile internal organs throbbed, but he couldn't help taking another inhale. Perhaps because this time the cooking was done in large batches, several large stoves were burning brightly. The rich aroma of food wafted through the kitchen, filling the entire mess hall, much more lively than when they'd prepared a stinky feast for just a few of them. Through the glass, he could see Tang Lei stirring the oil with one hand, while old Bawan and Yelena helped chop vegetables. Alex struggled to hold the wok with both hands, learning to stir-fry. The sizzling sound of oil, the clanging of spatulas, and the laughter and shouts of several prisoners mingled together. Nikita, smelling the aroma and listening to these sounds, suddenly felt a sense of disorientation. How real the warmth of everyday life was. At this moment, he felt as if he had finally emerged from that nightmare. That icy tundra that had held his friends and confidants, and a part of him, had finally released him. I'm still alive. Nikita pressed his hand to his chest, feeling his heart pounding. Yes, sir, Anton whispered, thank God he didn't take you. You're still on Earth. The warmth of human life. The most comforting thing for mortals. Nikita paused, then chuckled softly. It's really good, on Earth. It is quite good, a fragrant aroma wafted over. Tang Lei brought over a small plate with just 2 pieces of meat and half a steamed bun. He smiled slightly, uttering a familiar devilish whisper. Sir, this is your portion for tonight. I've already told Gennady to make you a bowl of herbal soup later. It's already been prepared separately for you. Don't even think about eating another bite in front of me. Nikita slumped back into his wheelchair, muttering involuntarily. Anton, you're wrong, I'm actually in hell, right? Tang Lei ignored him. After reiterating the prohibition, he turned and went back to the kitchen. The stir-fried mutton with scallions could be cooked now. A large bowl of shredded potatoes had already been prepared. Shortly afterward, the bell rang signaling the end of the prisoner's workday, and 3 dishes and a soup were brought to the window. The Dennis brothers led the way, rushing in with a bandaged prison guard in tow. Tang, long time no see. Hee, we have new dishes today. I can smell the sweetness. Stop talking nonsense, line up. The prison guard groaned, I'm injured. Commander Anton gave me special permission to be first in line this time. Tang Lei looked over. Good heavens, it was Ladif. So, the unlucky prison guard who had been beaten was him. However, Ladif himself didn't seem to think he was unlucky. He brandished his cane, beaming, hey, finally, it's my turn to shine. Give me a lot, I want to take some back for my wife. Consider it my medal. Yelena quickly filled a plate for herself, picked up a large ladle, and sat down behind her father. Don't rush, one at a time. Today's dishes are sweet, she said, taking a bite herself first, her eyes crinkling with happiness. So delicious. While shoveling rice into her mouth, Yelena scratched her head. Had she forgotten something? Yelena tried to think for a while, but gave up after Tang Lei served her a bowl of soup. Forget it. I won't think about it anymore. If I can forget it, it's not a big deal. Meanwhile, hundreds of kilometers away on the permafrost, a black car stopped in front of a supply station. A tall figure got out of the car and took out her phone. Hello? No signal? Answer the phone. Alexei Deka. Where are you? A gust of cold wind blew past, filling her mouth with spittle. The tall figure spat, furious. Damn it. I flew all the way back from the equator to this godforsaken place. And you just disappeared? You just wait. Wait until I fill up the gas tank. Suddenly, a roar sounded in front of her. Beep beep. Car lights flashed, and one car after another lined up and stopped in front of the supply station. There were at least 10 vehicles. The tall figure narrowed her eyes. Several people got out of the cars to refuel. Seeing her, the leading man greeted her warmly. It's rare to run into anyone in this godforsaken place. Where are you going? The woman raised an eyebrow, recognizing the faces before her. Kirill, Major General? The gray-haired man said in surprise. Wow, you recognize me. But I've retired, no need for formalities, haha, I'm just an old father visiting his son now. The tall woman's eyes flashed. Visiting? You're going to the Siberian prison? Perfect, I'm going there too. My car's out of gas. Could you give me a ride? Major General Kirill waved his hand. Sure, young lady, we have a lot of cars this time. If you don't mind squeezing in, come on over. We expect to arrive by tonight, or tomorrow, or the day after. The Kirills exchanged glances, their eyes filled with anticipation. Don't worry, we're driving fast. By the way, what are you doing there? The woman snorted. Me too, visiting relatives. She locked her car and parked it at the supply depot. After the convoy filled up their tanks, they sped away and disappeared into the snowstorm. Back at the 5th mess hall, Tang Lei had finished arranging the meals. The prisoners, as usual, devoured everything, then washed and put away the dishes. Anton had taken the packed food home early to find his wife and daughters. He hadn't dared to tell them much during this time. He was afraid that Lef's retaliation would implicate them. Now, he could finally calm his wife and daughter's growing anger. Logistics Minister Sergei and his old buddy Maxim, those two bachelors. Logically, now that Roman was dealt with, they should be able to go home and get a good night's sleep. One of them said he couldn't sleep anywhere else, especially not in the dorm. The other said he was afraid of the dark and needed to stay with his buddies. They stubbornly refused to leave. Tang Lei, after realizing he couldn't persuade them, he gave up, packed his bags, and left with Yelena and old Bawan. He finally had a place to live alone. He didn't want to sleep in a shared dorm again. Heaven knows how loud those two snored at night. Like an excavator. They were so loud they couldn't even wake each other. No wonder they became such good brothers. He didn't forget to bring the little flower pot from the windowsill too. Yelena looked at him curiously. Brother Tang, when did you plant this? Are you going to take it back? Tang Lei nodded. I'm researching new cultivation techniques. I'll have to carry it with me from now on. Oh, by the way, Yelena, I might need to go somewhere later. Can I borrow your car? Yelena naturally had no objection. Sure, wherever you want to go, I'll drive you. Tang Lei thought for a moment. Sure. He had no doubts about Yelena. Back at old Bawan's house, Tang Lei quickly washed up, lay back on the bed, and finally let out a long sigh. Damn, I'm exhausted. The weight on his heart was finally lifted. Tang Lei mentally reviewed the dishes he made today and the dishes he would make tomorrow. He looked at the image of that big red peony plant again for a while, then suddenly remembered something. System, something's not right? Why didn't you give me a new task this time? He was too happy just now, he only remembered now. Usually, after one main storyline, the next one is always another, right? Why is there only a lottery this time? Just then, the system beeped. Host, have you forgotten? You still owe points. A full 10,000. That's your current task. Tang Lei spat out a mouthful of saliva. Pfft. Cough cough, damn it, when did it reach 10,000? The system rattled off its calculations. Fermentation costs over 5,000, then there are herbs, spices, all purchased from the shop. Miscellaneous, and finally, the tea-making technique. Congratulations, host, you are now also a 10,000 points borrower. Please work hard to pay off your loan. Only after you pay it off can you continue the main storyline. Finally, it whispered again. Anyway, I'm about to run out of points. Hurry up. Its system voice was unusually urgent. Tang Lei sighed. Fine, okay. Damn it, 10,000 repeat customers, and it took so long to collect them. These 10,000 points, another 10,000 repeat customers. Looks like I need to hurry up and get the spicy snacks and milk tea for the 5th canteen sorted. I also need to make some easily preservable, semi-finished products. I can't limit myself to the 5th canteen. I need to start a pyramid scheme, a salvation program. Let more prisoners enjoy delicious food. He asked again. Also, little system, where did you go with your points? Didn't you already have those in the shop? The system paused. I urgently need them. Hey, never mind, host, hurry up. Don't forget the hot pot restaurant mission. Complete the mission, and you'll get something good. Tang Lei muttered. Okay. I heard the Kirill family will arrive tomorrow or the day after. I'll prepare a whole cow feast first. He counted the cows and fell asleep to the sound of their mooing. When he opened his eyes again, it was already broad daylight. Tang Lei rushed to the 5th canteen. There was no one around. Old Bawan had only arrived at noon. Only Yelena and Sergei Maxim, who hadn't left, had been woken up. The three of them followed like tails. Tang, the early bird catches the worm. Don't we early birds get breakfast? Before those who can eat get here. Hurry up. Tang Lei chuckled. Okay, if you're free after you eat, stay and help out, or find someone from your men who's available. Handling 1,000 pounds of beef was a huge job, not to mention the hide and bones. He couldn't finish the work in a day by himself. Let's make breakfast first. We ate that old hag's mutton yesterday, so let's have some Manchu breakfast today. It'll be sweet, let's feed you all first. Tang Lei took out the flour, then the yeast and baking soda. Besides these basic ingredients, this breakfast also needed a few special ones: brown sugar, sesame paste, and dark soy sauce. It was none other than the nostalgic Kyoto snack sugar-coated baked bun. Some places simply call it sesame paste baked bun. He sprinkled the yeast into the flour, then added baking soda to make the bun crispier later. He added water, kneaded it, and let it rest. The dough had to be kneaded until smooth and fully rested for it to be fragrant and crispy. While the dough was resting, Tang Lei poured out the brown sugar, crushed it into fine pieces, and added the sesame paste. This sesame paste, of course, was homemade by Tang Lei in his spare time. Made with high-quality ingredients, it was so thick it could stick to chopsticks. When added to the brown sugar, it sizzled and crackled. The brown sugar immediately turned into a reddish-brown mass, emitting a sweet aroma. Yelena skillfully peeked out. "Can we eat it, Tang Ji? I smell the aroma." Tang Lei skillfully pushed her away. "You can't eat the filling." Yelena withdrew again, scribbling in her notebook. "Another filling you can't eat, remember." She finished writing, and Tang Lei had thoroughly stirred the brown sugar, and the dough had rested. He brushed oil on the work surface, pinched off pieces of dough, and rolled them into thin sheets. Tang Lei picked up the bowl of filling and, like spreading sauce, brushed a layer onto the dough, spreading it evenly. As he spread it, he remembered an old classmate of his, who had gone on to study art in high school. When they were painting in college, he often joked that if he didn't succeed in art, he could still work as a plasterer on a construction site. Now it seemed that making jianbing, Chinese crepes, or spreading sauce was also a viable option. After reminiscing about the past, only a deep red remained on the supple dough. Tang Lei rolled up his sleeves. Next comes the most craftsmanship part of making this sugar-coated sesame cake. This is something that machines still can't do. First, you have to roll up the dough, along with the sesame paste, from one side, into a roll, then flatten it. Roll it out into a thick, towel-like shape, fold it again, and continue rolling. Don't forget to brush on oil every now and then. The repeated folding is to allow the sugar and dough to overlap and blend evenly, achieving a perfect, layered effect. Brushing on oil keeps the dough soft and elastic. After folding it 3 times, roll it up again, cut it into small, palm-sized cylinders, pinch the edges to seal, and then, with a few twists and turns, shape it into a round ball. If you used a machine, this process of rolling, turning, and finally gently patting the dough would easily cause tears. It takes the chef's hands, with skillful rolling and turning, to finally give it a gentle pat. They were patted into small, brownish-red cakes. Then a layer of dark soy sauce was brushed on top. Generally, people think dark soy sauce is too salty for desserts. But actually, after baking, the soy sauce not only isn't salty, but it actually enhances the sweetness of the brown sugar. It also forms a reddish-brown crust on the surface, which is both visually appealing and gives it a slightly crispy texture. This, combined with the sweet and soft interior, adds even more texture. It's truly ingenious in every detail. Tang Lei made a lot this time, over 200 in total. He was quick and finished them all at once. After brushing on the dark soy sauce, he preheated the oven briefly and was ready to bake. Of course, the oven was a generous gift from Lao Lu. Thinking of Lao Lu, Tang Lei remembered that the man had mentioned remembering to call him to cook after everything was finished. But he was busy last night and seemed to have forgotten. Tang Lei rubbed his nose and called to Yelena. "Lilia, grab one to eat when it's done, and also go call Lao Lu for me. He doesn't cook in the morning anyway, call him over to help me process the cow. If I don't call him, I'm afraid he'll start crying again." Yelena also remembered Lao Liu's last report about Lef's poisoning and nodded. "Alright, since he's so sensible, I'll get him one too." The sugar syrup heated up quickly, taking less than 10 minutes in the oven before being pulled out. Maxim and Sergei were already squatting nearby, the two of them exclaiming how hot it was as they stuffed it into their mouths. Hot, delicious. The freshly baked sesame brown sugar seemed not yet solidified, blending with the aroma of the dough. After a bite of the caramelized crust, it was sweet and soft. The two of them ate one and took another, reluctant to part with them. Yelena, taking advantage of the thick clothing, grabbed 3 or 4 of them and ran outside. "Brother Tang, I'm going to call for help." Too lazy to drive, she skipped and hopped all the way from the 5th ward to the 2nd ward. She ate as she walked. This caused the patrolling guard on duty to instinctively crane his neck. "Did you smell anything?" "Yes. I've never smelled anything like it." "Where did it come from? Is it from the 5th canteen?" "It can only be the 5th canteen." A moment later, a secret code suddenly appeared in the guard's communication group. "Confidential, a new Holy Communion has been released at the Divine Land. First come, first served." Instantly, the guards on their off-duty shifts in Ward 5 understood. They secretly slipped towards the 5th canteen. Outside Ward 5, it was all very strange. The wardens of the 3rd and 4th wards arrived unusually early, huddled together discussing how to be a shrewd opportunist. As they chatted, their adjutant glanced at his phone and exclaimed in alarm, "Sir, the 5th ward is using coded language again." The wardens, upon hearing this, felt a headache coming on again. How annoying. Every time they say something nonsensical, then a while later they're showing off their food and drinks. Is it interesting? Exactly, and it's all stuff we've never seen before. How can it possibly taste good? They spoke with great confidence. Because, ever since a few clever guards from the 3rd and 4th wards snatched a bite of the snow-white red bean paste, it seemed no one had been able to manage to steal another bite. The grapes are sour when you can't have them, and the 2 wardens, being shrewd individuals, knew exactly how to comfort themselves and their subordinates. We're not the kind of people who can be lured away by a single bite of food. Heh. Just as they finished speaking, a guard's voice suddenly came from outside the door. "Are you Yelena from District 5? What are you eating?" Yelena, having run a long way, was catching her breath and taking a bite. Hearing this, she waved the sugar-coated sesame seed cake in her hand at the guard. "Breakfast, Tang Lei made it." The guard swallowed hard. I think I smell sweet sesame? Is it cake? You have cake again? It seems different from last time." Yelena shook her head decisively. "It's better than cake." "Oh, I forgot, you haven't tried ours, you wouldn't understand. But it's normal for it to be different from last time. Tang Lei makes new things all the time. We haven't repeated any of our snacks yet." After finishing her last bite, she skipped away. The guard outside gasped, then tried to launch into a tirade in the workgroup chat. "Brothers, I know the code. The 5th canteen has new desserts. They're even better than cake. I just ran into Yelena from District 5. She said their desserts are all different." "Wait, we all work together, can you please stop discriminating?" Inside the canteen, the wardens of Districts 3 and 4 were also a bit taken aback. They coughed lightly. "Young people are so impatient." Exactly. What's the big deal about a bite to eat? If you get involved with District 5 and anger Roman, what good will that do? Look at District 5, so poor and chaotic. He suddenly choked up. His adjutant also swallowed hard, speaking softly and humbly. "Then, sir, can we save up some money and provide desserts for the brothers too?" The 3rd warden had to stop his tactless adjutant. "Shut up. This is a prison. It's for reform, for suffering. It's not." Looking at the pleading adjutant, he suddenly couldn't continue. Yes. For these people, their future was basically over. But they were originally members of the country. The country needed cogs in the machine, so these people settled here. Many families had made their homes here. The area surrounding the Siberian prison, and the nearest town, was almost entirely inhabited by relatives of the prisoners. But cogs are there to keep the machine running, no less valuable than any other part. If they could live well, why should they suffer? He and the 4th warden exchanged a bitter smile. Damn it, Anton, despite being targeted like this, he's doing so well. It's illogical. Even though the 5th ward is so poor, they still get desserts. What do we lack compared to him? How about we try to sound out Commander Roman? If we can't do it openly, let's try buying some secretly. We can try stealing. Let's go. The 2 made up their minds and headed towards the 2nd ward. As they walked, they noticed something strange. What's going on? The atmosphere in the 2nd ward seems a little different. It used to be much more lax. Those powerful prisoners in the 2nd ward had alcohol and cigarettes. They could practically be the masters. Now they're so well behaved. "SHH, what are you doing interfering with Commander Roman's management?" The 3rd ward stopped talking, then suddenly frowned. "Wait, did you hear anything? It sounds like wheels? Who's pushing a cart?" As soon as he finished speaking, a rumbling sound grew louder as it came rushing towards them. Someone shouted from afar, "Make way! Make way! We're in a hurry!" The 3rd and 4th wardens paused, their eyes widening in shock. What was going on? Inside the prison, a group of people were pushing a wheelchair? They were speeding at breakneck speed. The 3rd warden couldn't help but rub his eyes. "Am I crazy, or have you gotten too bold? Stop right there. This is a restricted area. Who gave you permission to make such a racket? Who are you from?" Whoosh! A gust of wind swept past them, carrying a faint, weak voice. "Wait!" At that single word, the 3rd and 4th wardens were even more stunned. The 4th warden rubbed his head. "Am I dreaming?" That sound was "Warden!" A wheelchair came to a difficult stop a short distance away, turning a corner. Nikita straightened the blanket, sighed, and tried to appear composed. "Long time no see, Popov and Morozov. I haven't had a chance to see you yet." The 2 know, the 3rd and 4th wardens opened their mouths wide. "Warden, it really is you. You're back? When? Are you returning to Ward 1? But as they spoke, they noticed Nikita's thin limbs and became uncertain. Will you be reinstated? Nikita nodded, reassuring them. I only arrived yesterday. Don't worry, the reinstatement process is already underway. I'll be working with you two again soon. However, there's one difference. Besides Ward 1, I'm also now acting as warden for Ward 2. For matters concerning Ward 2, you can contact me or Anton directly. 3rd Ward, 2nd Ward, 4th Ward, Anton. The two exclaimed in surprise. Then, who is Roman? Nikita smiled. Roman, and the Leff family's influence in the 2nd Ward, has been eradicated. The purge is underway. If you have any objections, send me a report later, and I'll see it. Now. He waved his hand, directing his men behind him. All right, that's all. Head to the 5th dining hall, advance. A group of Kurils immediately pushed their wheelchairs excitedly, full speed ahead, towards the sugar-coated baked buns. Hurrah! The booming sounds faded into the distance, leaving only the 3rd and 4th Ward standing there, looking at each other in bewilderment. Ha! Luo Meng's down? Then, what's the point of us even looking for him? No, I'm so confused. Why is the warden at the 5th dining hall again? And Anton too? Anton's taken over? Wait, I should have known. Anton and Luo Meng didn't get along. Now that Luo Meng's down, The two spoke back and forth, their eyes unfocused, 1,000 words culminating in a single sentence. What's going on? How much have we missed? The officer was lost in thought. The two adjutants exchanged a glance and suddenly asked, does that mean we don't need to keep our distance from the 5th dining hall, oh no, the 5th prison area anymore? Is that okay? The two wardens were utterly speechless at their adjutant's single-minded focus on food. Can't you guys be more practical? Like, what gift should we prepare now? Go and try to get on Anton's good side. Don't let him turn on us two fence-sitters later. Did you keep a record of Roman's leniency towards prisoners and his illicit dealings this year? The four whispered amongst themselves for a while, then decided not to go to the 2nd prison ward. They should hurry back and discuss their next move. The atmosphere in the 3rd and 4th prison wards was heavy, but the 5th canteen was bustling with activity. When the Kuril family's wheelchair arrived in its mad dash, the baskets for sugar-coated sesame cakes were almost empty. Gennady grabbed all the baskets and distributed them to everyone, then slapped his forehead in frustration. The 1st ward is still too far from here. How about I apply for a dormitory here in the 5th ward later? Your cousin can manage the 1st ward. Joseph, Damara, good idea, son. When your parents come to visit, they can stay in your dormitory. Nikita, expressionless, rejected. Uncle, do you really just want to visit Gennady? Joseph smiled sheepishly. That's not a good idea. It'll hurt feelings if I say it. Nikita silently rolled his eyes. All right, eat quickly, it'll get cold. He sat in his wheelchair, sniffing as usual. Sigh, he knew the devilish Tang wouldn't let him eat. Just then, Tang Lei saw him and brought out a bowl. No need to act like I'm starving you. Here you are, a patience meal. Nikita wanted to sigh at the mention of a patience meal. That stuff was just plain porridge, water, and leafy greens. He started to feel nauseous again. But when the bowl was actually in front of him, Nikita looked down. It was a bowl of bright yellow liquid. Tang Lei explained, millet and pumpkin porridge, it's good for the stomach. Eat small meals frequently, drink slowly, and I'll add salted duck egg when you're better. Nikita tentatively reached out a spoon and took a spoonful. Sweet, soft pumpkin paired with thin, fluffy millet porridge. There might have been a spoonful of sugar. It was sweet and delicious, cooked to the point of needing no chewing. It swished gently in her mouth and went down. A warm current rolled into her stomach. Nikita paused, suddenly overwhelmed with mixed emotions. So this is a patience meal? It tastes good even when you're not sick. As soon as she finished speaking, several spoons suddenly appeared in front of her. A group of Kuril, who had been surrounding her, anxiously watching whether she could eat, suddenly reached out tentatively. How about some? Nikita slowly raised his head. You guys think you've been here too long? Want to go home early? With a whoosh, the spoons were quickly retracted. Ha, just kidding. You eat. Gennady chuckled as he broke sugar-coated buns for everyone. It's okay, we still have this, my cousin can't finish it. Nikita swallowed a mouthful of millet porridge, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. He felt he still had to find a way to get these people out of there as soon as possible. He'd come back when he was better. Just as he was making these plans, everything went dark. Old Six, wearing a chef's hat, walked over, nervously rubbing his hands together. Ahem, sir, I'm Lao Lu, Gleblev, the current head chef of the 2nd canteen. Nikita nodded. I know. Chef Tang told me you rushed over when you heard Lef was planning to poison someone. Roman and Lef's affairs are none of your business. Lao Lu breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, sir, but I was once a member of Left's group, so I'm resigning from my head chef position. Then he'd quickly head to the fifth canteen. Lao Lu was secretly excited. He had already planned it out, become the sous chef at the fifth canteen, and live there whenever he wanted. That kid Alex still has to go to labor camp. He definitely can't outmaneuver him. From now on, he'd be Tang's most trusted. Suddenly, Nikita shook his head. No, I won't treat you unfairly just because of your background. Besides, the second canteen can't function without someone. From now on, regardless of whether a new warden comes to the second prison ward, you'll be the head chef of the second canteen. Old Six, okay, alright? Nikita nodded meaningfully, yes. He smiled faintly. Would he let such a good tool go to waste? He's not like the other Kirils. Old Six, no, sir? Actually, you could be a little unfair. Nikita waved his hand while drinking his porridge, no need to say anything more. I swear on my surname that I will treat everyone fairly. Huff, huff. While the two were arguing, Tang Lei and Yelena had finished eating and were counting the beef. Just as the first piece of beef skin was laid out, Tang Lei saw Old Six return dejectedly. What, you're being told to keep working in the second canteen? Old Six looked like he'd lost his soul. Yeah, how could he not fire me? He should have seriously doubted me. He should have demoted me. Tang Lei rubbed his nose, thinking to himself, that's why he's Kiril, not Lef. Personal grudges and whether or not they're usable are two different things. It's just that Old Six is suffering. He offered a helpless consolation. It's a good thing, isn't it? The head chef's pay is high, and you're not with the Lef family anymore, so you're supporting yourself. Earning more is a good thing. Now that Roman's gone, it's fine if you want to open your own restaurant later. A master's disciple like you can't spend your whole life in prison, can you? Old Six scratched his head. That's not so bad, is it? Sigh, don't even mention master disciples, even the master himself has a lot of troubles. Forget it, cooking here is purer. But what you said makes sense. I need to save up some money and see if I can bring my parents over in a few years. Tang Lei, well, this is prison, bro. How can it be a good place? He failed to persuade any of them to leave, and now he wants to bring more? Has he awakened some kind of reverse brainwashing skill? Tang Lei could only shake his head and change the subject. Never mind, come help me scald the cowhide. This cowhide had been frozen ever since he brought it back that day, and the hair hadn't been cleaned. At this moment, Tang Lei was boiling several large kettles of water, and he called Yelena and Lao Lu to each take a kettle, pouring it over the cowhide. First, scald the hair. With a sizzle, white steam billowed up. After boiling the water, he picked up a cleaver and spatula and started scraping. This job wasn't very technical, and several Kirils, having finished their meal, came over to help. In no time, it was almost completely scraped off. The hair follicles were deeply embedded in the skin, and if they weren't cleaned properly, it would severely affect the taste, just like the small tuft of hair on a pig's trotter that's always unpleasant. Tang Lei then asked the logistics department for a small flamethrower. Seeing that the hair on that patch was particularly stubborn, he gently singed it off with fire and then scraped it off. Once the hair was removed, the cowhide was snow white. The remaining fat and other residue on the inside were washed off, and it was ready to cook. First, he blanched it in boiling water. The cowhide was too large, so he had to cut it into several pieces and put them into a pot with scallions, ginger, and white wine. They curled up immediately upon blanching. After blanching until slightly yellow, he took it out and scraped off all the fat on the inside, as it was mostly unpalatable. Just as Tang Lei was about to throw it away, he noticed something moving out of the corner of his eye. Turning his head, he saw a clump of black mud clinging to the edge of a stainless steel flower pot on the windowsill. Seeing Tang Lei turn around, it even slid down a little. Image of a cute little thing. Tang Lei scratched his head, turned his back to everyone, and whispered, "You want it?" The black mud shook itself. Tang Lei casually grabbed a piece of fat and tossed it into the basin, watching with amusement as the black mud neatly tucked the fatty meat into a ball. You eat meat? Tang Lei only remembered that when his family used to grow peonies, they had to pour meat broth into the soil every year and bury offal. That was to ensure the flowers, as big as bulls, could thrive. He hadn't expected this breathing soil to be so fertile, just like ordinary mud. He chuckled, then you won't go hungry in my kitchen from now on. After tossing away the fat, Tang Lei turned and picked up a handful of scallions. He rolled up the blanched beef skin and tied it with scallion leaves. Then, as usual, he first heated oil in a pot to caramelize the sugar until it turned a deep red, then added water, soy sauce, scallions, ginger, and chili peppers. He added Sichuan peppercorns, bay leaves, and other spices for flavor, all of which were then added to the pot. These spices were leftovers from when he changed the hot pot base, and they had a lot in common with the braising spices. The only thing missing was a touch of Shaoxing wine. Tang Lei sighed again, mentally considering making some yellow wine on the agenda. No drinking, can't we just cook? As soon as the spices hit the pot, the group crowded around to take a look. So many amazing leaves and fruits. Tang, is this something the great Xia likes to use? This flavor makes everything taste good. Tang Lei chuckled. Yes, in Great Xia we often say, if you put the right spices in the braising liquid, even choux solace will taste good. Janaji's eyes darted around, suddenly intrigued. Really? Want to try? Don't tell me, I really do have a pair of leather shoes. And a leather belt, also made of leather. Tang Lei quickly stopped them. No, eat something good. Actually, decades ago, these choux solace and leather belts would have been quite something. Because back then, they used real animal hides, without any special processing. Back then, people were poor, life was hard. Over 80 years ago, a Red Army unit traversed snow-capped mountains and grasslands, eating field mice, boiling leather belts, burning choux solace. They did it all. They ate these things, yet never stole a single grain of rice from the common people. Simply because they were the people's army. However, these leather products are absolutely inedible now. The manufacturing process has changed. Heavy metals have been added, eating them could lead to poisoning. After stopping a few reckless men, Tang Lei thought for a moment and kept a small piece of cowhide. The rest were bundled into cowhide rolls and put into the pot, with plenty of salt added, and the lid was on. Let it cook. This will take a long time, enough time to finish preparing the rest. Tang Lei then directed the others to help carry out the 1,000-pound beef. Put it down, let me tell you how to divide this beef. He glanced around. Just you few? Too slow, go and grab a couple more strong men. Before he finished speaking, someone said gruffly, Need help? We'll help. As the voice answered, a large group of people bundled up in woolen hats and coats burst through the door. The man at the head of the group immediately removed his hat, revealing a head of gray hair, and complained, Joseph, my brother, you just sent a message and then forgot about your own brother? It was Kirill's family. Major General Andrei Nikita complained, I finally managed to bring the whole family here. You didn't even come out to greet me. Luckily, I ran into someone knowledgeable on the way. Joseph, who was shredding beef in the kitchen, looked up at the sound. Damn, big brother. You came so fast. It's not my fault I forgot you. I was working. I didn't take my phone. Besides, your son Nikita didn't remember either, did he? Nikita, caught off guard, immediately clutched his chest under his father's questioning gaze. Cough cough, I'm so weak. Andrei's suspicious gaze instantly turned to concern. Don't get excited, Nikita. I heard you're feeling better? Nikita nodded. Yes, father. It's a long story. Andrei waved his hand. It's good that you're all right. No need to say more. He didn't want to touch on his son's painful memories, so he walked in first and greeted the people behind him. Come in, everyone. We've found the place. Joseph glanced behind him and was stunned. So many people? Third brother, little sister, are you all right? Tang Lei also peeked in. Wow, what a large family. A dozen or so people had arrived in a grand procession. The leaders, both men and women, were all tall, with high noses and deep-set features, clearly a family. Those following behind were probably their spouses and children. Tang Lei even saw two little teddy bears. Blonde hair and blue eyes, very cute. The youngest woman among the first few grinned, all that trouble at home. They've left it all to dad and the fourth son. Just call us back if there's a fight. Anyway, it's not a state of war yet. Tang Lei overheard this and understood. It seems the old head of the Kirill family, the fourth son, and Nikita, are the brains of each of the 3 generations of the Kirill family. Really, quite evenly distributed. No wonder the whole family is so harmonious. Andrei also saw Tang Lei and laughed. Hello, you must be the cook from Great Xia they were talking about. He was as kind as an ordinary father, showing no airs towards Tang Lei, simply saying, My son thanks you for taking care of him. The Kirill family will remember your friendship. Tang Lei smiled back, You're too kind. Nikita is an excellent boss, he deserves it. As he spoke, he spotted a familiar face in the crowd. You are, that butcher from the slaughterhouse? Oh, right, I asked Commander Anton to invite you. Andrei slapped his forehead, Look at me. I forgot to introduce him. This is the one I was talking about who knows what he's doing. He pulled the slaughterhouse worker over. We met this fellow on our way here. He was the one who told us that if we wanted to eat, we had to come to the 5th canteen. The worker was clearly seeing such a large crowd for the first time and was a little apprehensive. Seeing Tang Lei's familiar face, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. I said, You guys really came here for a meal? None of you look like ordinary people. I thought you were here on serious business. Andrei laughed heartily. Eating is the most important thing. No matter how important someone is, they still need to eat. But then he seemed a little puzzled. Speaking of which, we gave a ride to a young girl visiting relatives on the way, but she left on her own when we got there. We called her to come eat, but she said she was busy, had to settle accounts, and left. That's strange, settling accounts on an empty stomach. Can she even settle them properly? Tang Lei didn't take it seriously, casually saying, then she'll probably have to double the amount. Looks like the person she was settling accounts with is a bit unlucky. The worker nodded in agreement, wiping away a bead of sweat. Seeing that he was still a little nervous, Tang Lei simply asked, "Sorry, master, I just started processing the meat, so we might have to wait a while before we can eat. You're familiar with slaughtering cattle, why don't you come and help? You'll get the first bowl when we start eating." The worker was more than happy to oblige, quickly nodding, "Okay, sure, alright, just call me Boris. So, what do you want to do with this cow?" In the kitchen, the beef was already spread out on the floor. Tang Lei recalled the image of his deceased cow and gave instructions. "Don't bother with complicated cuts, just divide it into the main parts first. Back, belly, rump, oh no, the buttock, and the leg, divided into these 4 big pieces first." Several Kirils outside exchanged glances. "There's meat in the help section. Should we go too? We're here for the stinky feast, aren't we?" Someone hesitated. "We eat this beef every day at home, it's nothing special. The best dishes are just a few steaks, there's not enough for all of us." Nikita, being a patient, wasn't doing anything and was leisurely reading documents. Hearing their discussion, he, with a heart full of kinship, reminded them, "The stinky feast is delicious, and you shouldn't miss Tang's other dishes either. Don't blame me if you regret it later." His words immediately solidified the Kirill's resolve. Dad's listening to Dad, Dad's not listening to Little Four's not listening to Nikita. So they also peeked out, asking, "Need any help? We have more manpower. They're really strong. I don't know how to butcher a cow, I do. Hey, little sister, why did you hit me?" The woman slapped her clueless brother. "We're eating. What disgusting things are you saying? She went to the kitchen first, me. I've cooked at home. Sister-in-law Damara, let me help." Tang Lei looked and said, "Okay, just a few will do, not all of them, it's too crowded in here." In a short while, Boris, who had been butchering cows for many years, had already led a few men to pile up the beef, took a breath, and asked, "Tang, besides these few pieces of meat, do you want anything else?" Tang Lei quickly replied, "Yes, yes. The cow's head can be cooked alone or separately, and the cow's tongue is a delicious dish. The cow's tail, the bull's penis, keep them all. Keep some offal, we can process it later and eat it too." Boris clicked his tongue in amazement. "You really don't leave anything behind? You can eat everything from the cow except the hair and bones?" Tang Lei smiled, "Even the bones are okay. That's what you call a cow that died a worthy death. Come on, I'll tell you how to do it, and you guys collect your meat. Remember that." Tang Lei picked up the cleaver and started gesturing. First, the cow's back. The cow's back has 13 pairs of ribs, and the cut closest to the neck is the neck meat. This is a part of the cow that exercises daily. It has little fat, the muscle is tough, and the texture is just average. It's a relatively difficult cut to cook. You could consider braising it or cutting it into small pieces for soup. Frankly, in Tang Lei's opinion, neither beef neck nor pork neck is the most delicious. Those who prefer a chewier texture might like it more. However, scarcity drives up the price, and this cut is rare, so it's not cheap. After the neck comes the shoulder meat. This is roughly where the 1st to 5th pairs of ribs are located, in the front half of the cow's body. This is further divided into 2 pieces. The upper half is called the chuck, which has more fat and a decent texture. It's probably the 4th tenderest cut of the whole cow. In recent years, the US has also started using this cut to increase the number of steaks. However, Tang Lei hesitated for a moment. "Forget it, let's chop it into filling." He'd make beef and bean sprout buns, beef and radish dumplings, etc. This piece would be just the right firmness. The lower half of the chuck shoulder, on the other hand, yielded a lot more. The main reason was that this piece caught the eye of Lingdong Hot Pot Restaurant. The neck meat, the chuck skin, and the chuck handle all came from this. Sliced into thin, tender, pink pieces, and quickly boiled in the broth. So fresh and tender. Below was a piece of brisket, also called beef belly, similar to pork belly, with both fat and lean meat. This piece was more versatile. It could be grilled, roasted, or braised, but none of them were top-notch. It was roughly average in terms of cut from the cow. However, it's worth mentioning that below the chuck handle was a piece of brisket fat. This part, though called fat, wasn't actually the kind of fat that melts into water. It was a large piece of fatty membrane next to the cow's heart. Once blanched in the broth, it turned into a tender yellow piece, crisp and chewy with a wonderfully unique texture. However, there wasn't much of this cut, so Tang Lei personally cut it off and set it aside. Next up was the best part of the cow, the hindquarters. Old Lu recognized this piece immediately. This was his old trade steak production. "I know this. Should I cut it like a steak, Tang? But then I can't cook it well done, and it might not taste good." Tang Lei gave him a speechless glance. "Fine, buddy, after eating at the 5th canteen for a few days, even your old favorites aren't good anymore, huh?" Actually, it wasn't entirely old Liu's fault or the Western food. It was just that their cooking methods were too limited. This piece of beef, grilled, could only be cooked to medium rare, 5 to 7 minutes. Any more, well, it would be a real struggle to chew. It was, in reality, a necessary compromise to make it edible. Tang Lei was quite perplexed when he first looked through the whole cow's breakdown diagram in the system. It wasn't that he didn't know how to cook it, but the names of these cuts were too confusing. According to Western terminology, this cut from the 6th to the 13th ribs, ending at the cow's rump, is called tomahawk and sirloin respectively, from front to back. Then, a tender piece is taken from the middle of the sirloin and called sirloin. Below the sirloin, another tender piece, closer to the spine, is called filet mignon. Giving such a small area such fancy names is just too much. A person who doesn't know better might think there are many different kinds of food. Finally, Tang Lei looked up the Western terminology. Oh, isn't that just the tenderloin, also called beef tenderloin? Below that is the ribeye and brisket. Let's just have black pepper beef tenderloin, stir-fried beef cubes fragrant, tender, and without any blood or grit. And then some 5-spice beef brisket, or beef ribs stewed with tomatoes delicious and flavorful. This cut of beef is also called diao long or diao long ban in Lingdong hot pot, the tender part. However, Tang Lei figured there would be quite a few people coming to eat today. Besides Kirill's family, there would also be prison guards with free time. So, let's skip the hot pot and just cook it. The best parts of the cow are the back, the loin, and the rump. When he saw that Westerners simply call the loin and rump small sirloin, Tang Lei couldn't help but feel sorry for Western cuisine, which considers steak a top-tier delicacy. What else do these unlucky guys know besides sirloin? But this cut, up to the tail, roughly on the leg and the rump, is the cheapest part of the beef. Because cows rely on their 4 legs to work all day, this cut is low in fat and rough. It's used as a filling in beef burgers. But there's a way to enjoy this tough cut, Tang Lei declared. We'll make beef balls from this. It needs to be from the muscle fibers to have elasticity and chewiness. This cut also has another advantage, it has a strong beef flavor. So it's sometimes eaten raw. For example, a netizen who's doing well likes to use it for sashimi. They also like to use the monk's head cut from above the cow's knee for sukiyaki. To be honest, in Daxia, the newly popular sukiyaki is generally more expensive than hot pot. But the quality of this cut, Tang Lei could only say that if he bought it at the market, it would be good value for money. It's like choosing the relatively expensive part from the cheapest options, the best of a bad bunch. For him, it wasn't even considered superior to sliced meat for hot pot. He simply waved his hand, these pieces have no fat, I'll stir-fry them dry and make beef jerky. A few pieces from the back were taken, and the belly was brisket with fatty bits, what hot pot restaurants often call fatty beef rolls. Tang Lei thought for a moment, this piece has more fat, I'll take it out and freeze it in the snow. Once it's frozen solid, we'll make sauerkraut fatty beef rolls. We can also stir-fry it with pickled vegetables. The Kirill family will probably be very happy. Fatty beef is also a relatively easy to digest part of beef, which might allow Nikita to break his diet a little. However, if they eat like this, to avoid any unintended consequences, we might have to create a special space for their house. Tang Lei divided everything up over half a day, finding a place for the cow's back, belly, and rump. Finally, 4 cow legs were left. These cuts, also called beef shank, have different names for the front and hind legs. The front leg has 3 flower toe cuts, the hind leg has 5 flower toe cuts. It has to be said that the leg is a very delicious part of most livestock. Chicken legs, duck legs, and beef legs are no exception. This fully proves that proper exercise combined with fat makes for the most flavorful meat. As for those without legs, even better. The whole thing is delicious. At this moment, Tang Lei wasn't going to waste these large beef legs. He directed the men to take 1 each and begin butchering. Half braised, for potato stew with beef. Half stewed, for braised pork, ready around the same time as the beef skin. This cow weighs 1,000 pounds. Although removing the bones and other parts, plus the shrinkage during cooking, there certainly won't be as much meat. But a strong, able-bodied man can only eat about a pound of meat in one meal, right? Generally speaking, that's how it is. Tang Lei was genuinely worried that these Russian gluttons might have an extraordinary talent for eating. However, as he was talking, Tang Lei did some quick calculations. Well, this whole cow, after processing, didn't even include the head, penis, or offal. That's enough for a day. Tang Lei, calculating, felt like burying his face in his hands and shutting himself in his stomach. How much trouble had he gotten himself into? And besides cooking for these people, he also had to take care of the prisoners. This workload is unbelievable. He needs more money. Tang Lei squatted in front of the nearly divided beef, doing some calculations while his gaze gradually became unfocused. What happened to being a slacker, a lackey? When did his workload suddenly increase? The system beeped at the opportune moment. Host, you still have 10,000 points to borrow. You can't rest yet. The Kirill family and the prison guards are all potential repeat customers. Tang Lei sighed. I know, sigh, I just don't want to feel anything. Thinking about it suddenly makes me a little numb. When did I become so capable? System, host has always been quite capable. Tang Lei scratched his head. Are you being so considerate today? System, so, would you like to borrow some more seasonings, dear? I also have the yellow wine you wanted. Tang Lei, expressionless, get out of my way. Until you pay it all off, I'll be your grandson if I borrow again. Don't even think about it. I knew you were up to no good, little system. The system snorted in an electronic voice. Fine, fine, I'm genuinely praising the host. After all, since I was born, you're the only host I've ever seen who could piss off so many people. Impressive. Tang Lei, shut up. Damn it, why is this system being so sarcastic? He shook his head, trying to knock the system unconscious. He took a breath and stood up. Alright, that's about it. Everyone take a piece. Remember how we said to cook it. Those without cooking experience, help debone it first. Those with cooking experience, cut it according to my instructions. Thank goodness so many people came today. Lots of help. Within moments, old Bhavan arrived. Also present were Bella, in charge of procurement, the construction team, and others. The experienced volunteered to help, while the inexperienced wandered around chatting outside. This made things convenient for Nikita. He simply spread out the files and documents in the fifth canteen, grabbing people from various departments to talk to and verify the loopholes left by Roman over the past year. This vividly demonstrated that although he didn't lift a finger, he was certainly not just sitting around doing nothing. Meanwhile, Tang Lei, after making the arrangements, began to take stock of the remaining side dishes in the canteen, pondering, how should this meal be prepared? This cow was purchased with Warden Anton's own money and wasn't included in the prison's procurement of ingredients for the prisoners, so it was considered a welfare meal for the staff. The prisoners would have to cook several large pots of food separately, but since he was cooking, he would definitely be cooking in one place and wouldn't have time to travel back and forth. It doesn't seem right to just let the prisoners watch, but if they're allowed to eat their fill, this isn't enough. Each person wouldn't get more than a few slices. Wait, slices. Tang Lei slapped his thigh. How could he forget? There's another way, one that allows the staff to eat to their heart's content, and lets the prisoners have a taste too, and maybe even leave some left over. That's De Xia's two magical staple foods. Lanzhou beef noodles, Huainan beef vermicelli soup. What's so magical about them? One is that they're delicious. The other is, although both names contain beef, based on Tang Lei's years of experience eating beef, the shop owner would probably buy a cow and keep it as a family heirloom. The beef was sliced with incredible skill, as thin as paper. But these two bowls of noodle soup, despite the cost cutting, were made possible by the excellent base. There wasn't much meat, but the beef flavor was strong. The broth was primarily made from beef bones. Tang Lei and the other Kirill quickly removed most of the meat from the bones before calling a halt. Don't remove it too cleanly, leave some meat and marrow. Worker Boris's eyes widened. You're really going to eat those bones? Tang Lei smiled. Yes, the broth relies entirely on the bones. Usually, thigh bones are used for beef bone broth, but Tang Lei needed more, so he chopped up and added all the usable bones. He also took out several chicken carcasses, along with large pieces of beef bones, and soaked them in cold water to remove the blood. These chicken carcasses were also used to enhance the flavor. The ancients considered fish and mutton to be the epitome of freshness, having long ago discovered that cooking several meats together could bring out their most delicious flavors. The famous Xia dynasty dish, Buddha jumps over the wall, is said to have originated from this tradition, with the saying, the aroma of meat wafts through the neighborhood when the pot is opened. Even Buddha would abandon his meditation and jump over the wall to come. However, in modern times, the dish's deliciousness is more of a reputation. Because technological advancements, the availability of message, and a wider variety of delicious foods have made umami less of a rarity. Therefore, many people spend days preparing this dish only to find it's essentially just a pot of broth, which is somewhat disappointing. This is actually quite normal. After all, times change, and tastes evolve over decades or even centuries. For example, people used to add salt and pepper to their tea. This change isn't necessarily bad. The origin of Buddha jumps over the wall is even said to be that a few members of the beggars sect begged for food from various households and then cooked it together. Modern Buddha jumps over the wall is more often made by cooking seafood in a golden broth, emphasizing the preciousness of the ingredients. This fully proves that foodies never hesitate to eat and drink well. Tang Lei, however, had never intended to make Buddha jumps over the wall. Serving it in the cafeteria would always be awkward and incongruous, and more importantly, it might not even taste good. He might only have the opportunity to make it when he was cooking in his private kitchen. Thinking about it, his thoughts drifted further. Perhaps, next time that old fisherman Vladimir comes, he could prepare some proper, fancy dishes for him, like boiled cabbage and clear broth or something. But he didn't know when that man would arrive, and Tang Lei just hoped he would wait. He was really busy. After soaking the chicken carcass and beef bones in ice water for a while, Tang Lei took them out. The blood had already been mostly drained when the cow was slaughtered, so they didn't need to soak for too long. As he took them out, Tang Lei was still feeling regretful. This cow's blood could be made into a dish, but the cow's blood had clouded his judgment, and time was short. He hadn't even thought to take some. However, he glanced at Boris again. From the man's curious yet suspicious gaze, Tang Lei sensed getting good stuff from the slaughterhouse wouldn't be so difficult anymore. He had so many things that, once eaten, would never be thrown away again. He threw the large bones into a pot of cold water and turned on the heat to blanch them. He didn't forget to add scallions, ginger, and white wine to remove the fishy smell. This process of removing the fishy smell required careful control of the heat. Once the fire boils, you have to skim off the thick scum and blood foam on top. But the broth at the bottom absolutely cannot be poured out. Pouring it out will dilute the flavor, and even the marrow from the beef bones might be lost during cooking. That won't make for a good beef broth. You don't need to add too many spices, the point is to enjoy the pure flavor of this meaty broth. Old Lu, who had been watching and learning, was puzzled when he saw Tang Lei about to put the lid on. "Tang, aren't you making beef broth? Then, where's the meat? Aren't you going to put it in?" Tang Lei waved his hand. "How can you put the beef in here? If it's overcooked, you won't be able to see it. Don't you understand the essence of beef noodles? It's about seeing the beef and tasting the beef flavor, but without actually having much meat." The bone broth was simmering, and next came another time-consuming step: braised beef. Strictly speaking, the beef slices in beef noodles and vermicelli soup are slightly different from authentic braised beef. The beef in this dish only needs to be simmered with spices for 2 hours. The main focus is on the soup and noodles. Braised meat, on the other hand, has a much stronger flavor. But there's only a tiny amount of paper-thin slices of meat in the bowl of noodles. It doesn't matter much. Tang Lei was too lazy to switch between 2 pots to cook and braise simultaneously, so he simply did it all at once. 2 pieces of beef shank were trimmed and brought over, and several holes were poked in them. Otherwise, such a large piece of meat wouldn't absorb the flavor well when braised, and cutting it would cause it to shrink. After poking the holes, it couldn't be put into the pot immediately. It had to be marinated in soy sauce and white wine for a while. At this point, the meat hadn't been cooked yet, and the tissue was still soft, making it easier for the salt to penetrate. Then, the braising liquid was prepared. Back in the Great Xia dynasty, there was a common home-style braising method: just 13 spices, soy sauce, and water. Just boil it vigorously, and that's it. But if you want a braised beef to have a truly savory flavor, there are more tricks to it, starting with the braising oil. Because beef shank has a low fat content, without some oil, it tends to be dry and tough. Tang Lei instructed, "Sixth brother, go and scoop out that piece of chicken fat for me." Since he arrived, the kitchen has always kept its own rendered pork fat, chicken fat, and beef tallow on hand. This is because many dishes are only remembered when you're actually cooking them, so rendering some beforehand always comes in handy. And some ingredients aren't even visible or tasted once they're on the table, but they're indispensable. Like today's broth and braising oil. It uses chicken fat for aroma, and then adds vegetable oil. The animal fat is rich and flavorful, while the vegetable oil is refreshing, so adults choose to have both. 2 kinds of oil were added to the pan, followed by onions, ginger slices, and scallions, which were then stir-fried to enhance the aroma. A handful of celery was added to give the oil an extra layer of fragrance, preventing it from becoming greasy. Just as Tang Lei was thinking about adding cilantro, Lao Lu approached. Is this stir-fried vegetables? Onions and celery are the only edible parts of this pot, right? Does it really need so much oil? Why doesn't he understand? Tang Lei took the fried onions and other vegetables out and threw them away. "No, this is just the beginning of the preparation." Lao Lu, The charred, fragrant fried oil was set aside. Then, the sauce for the braising liquid was stir-fried. This sauce was made by Tang Lei, imitating a type of soybean paste from northeast China, with a very simple and unpretentious name. It was simply called Dejang, fermented soybean paste. The savory and fragrant Dejang was stir-fried in the pan, then water was added, and the pot of broth immediately turned a reddish-brown color. For a more refined touch, various kinds of broth would be used. But Tang Lei's broth had only been simmering for a short while, and with the added braising oil, it looked quite rich, so the expectations weren't as high. Old Lu watched Tang Lei put in the oil, sauce, and broth. "Shouldn't you add the meat now?" Tang Lei shook his head. "A little while longer. This was just the broth base." He hadn't even added the braising spices yet. He still needed to add Sichuan peppercorns, black pepper, ginger slices, angelica root, nutmeg, bay leaves, and about 10 other kinds. He washed them all, put them in a cloth bag, tossed them into the pot, and added salt. Only then could he add the meat. "Come on, grab a strong man, come and watch the pot for a bit. Bring it to a boil over high heat, then turn to low heat and simmer for 2 hours. Braised food can't be cooked over high heat too long and it'll become mushy, losing its chewy texture. It needs to be slow cooked first, then soaked in the braising liquid, allowing the meat to slowly absorb the flavors. That's how you achieve a fragrant, spicy, and not too greasy, savory and flavorful result. Especially since the tendons in this beef shank weren't removed, they're left until after braising. The meat is a deep reddish brown, the tendons are translucent. Tear off a piece and take a bite, chewy, flavorful, and not stringy. It's incredibly fragrant. Tang Lei finally put the lid on the pot, but Lao Lu was dumbfounded. This meat, it looks like it wasn't cut or stir-fried, but how come there are so many steps involved? His little notebook was a bit full. Tang Lei smiled. The initial braising preparation was a bit troublesome, but if you store it well, you can use it later. The braising liquid in Daxia's braised food shops almost all have their own unique secret recipes. After preparation, it's repeatedly boiled and soaked, often a family tradition passed down for decades. I'd forgotten, I could braise a few buckets of meat and keep them here later. Beef, pig's trotters, maybe some seaweed knots, dried tofu puffs. Sergey was peering out the window. He wasn't involved in the kitchen right now, he was just imagining the flavors by his nose. Hearing this, his eyes suddenly lit up. Tang, you're planning to braise it and keep it here? In the kitchen? Great. Maxim and I will watch it for you tonight. We guarantee no one will steal it. Anton had just submitted his work report for the past year to Nikita and, having nothing to do, was also wandering around nearby. Hearing this, he glanced at Sergey. Can you guarantee to your god that you two won't sneak a bite first? Sergey, this sleepwalking, how can that be considered stealing? Ha ha ha. We'll only eat a little, we won't finish. Actually, my faith isn't that strong. Old Six raised his hand. So you guys still live in the 5th canteen? Then I can live there too. I'm the cook. I have more self-control. I can also keep an eye on those who sneak bites. Sergey delivered a critical hit. Save your breath, 2nd canteen's head chef. The 2nd canteen isn't as close to the 5th canteen as the logistics department. Tang Lei watched as the group started to expose each other's shortcomings, speechless, and touched his nose. He suddenly realized the biggest difficulty in making braised meat in the kitchen was actually how to keep it after he got off work. If someone keeps coming to the canteen for a bite, the buckets will be empty overnight. Joseph of the Kirill family exclaimed, "That's easy. Tang, how many do you want? I'll buy them all. If I buy them all, you won't have to worry, right?" His face was full of honesty and sincerity. Sergey, however, was practically on edge. He quickly exchanged a glance with Maxim, Anton, and the others. This guy can't be left here. He's eating and taking things. At that moment, the prison authorities quickly formed a united front. They needed to talk to Nikita and figure out how to get these big shots out of here as soon as possible. Tang Lei watched their undercurrents and found it somewhat amusing. Try it first. I won't sell the recipe, I plan to put it in the hot pot restaurant that'll be opening soon. The recipe is simple and delicious once it's prepared, requiring little skill from the chef. It can be sold as a side dish at the restaurant. If you like it, you can come to the restaurant to eat later. I'll take care of things at the prison. Security has to be tight. Don't let them get stolen before you know it, just because you've finished braising them. Once the two most time-consuming steps are done, the rest is easy. Braised beef with potatoes is a must-have, of course. Add plenty of water to make the potatoes soft and crumbly, paired with a slightly spicy broth. Dip them into steamed buns, eat them with rice, and you can easily finish several bowls. Tang Lei felt a special connection while making it. Old Bawan, remember? I made this dish the first time I came. Old Bawan smiled. Hey, Tang, I even asked you if you came here to die. Nobody expected that in the blink of an eye, even Roman would be dead. Tang Lei not only survived, but he also revived District 5. Wait, Anton suddenly leaned over. I don't remember eating this? Tang, wasn't the braised pork I ate your first dish? Old Bawan shook his head. No. Xiao yeah, the Dennis brothers, and I were the first to eat Tang's food. Old friend, although we have a relationship, Tang and I are closer. Anton, but I have Tang's private chef gatherings. Sergey chimed in from the shadows in the corner. What? Tang? You're taking on private chefs? Why are you cooking for Anton but not for me? Am I, the logistics manager, not qualified? Tang, our friendship. Anton, some people haven't even finished paying off their dessert loans, and they still want to book private chefs. Ha. That's right, a weak voice came from behind. Nikita wheeled over to join the fun. Can I book a private chef? My savings are probably more than Sergey's. Tang Lei was both amused and exasperated. We'll see, I'm too busy right now. Let's see after this busy period. Don't say anything more, my head is starting to hurt, I don't know if I'll put something wrong in the food. The group then fell silent. They exchanged glances, offering forced smiles befitting colleagues. Anton, why didn't you say so earlier? You even booked a private chef. Tell me what you ate. Old Lu walked over to Tang, the steak. Oh no, the tenderloin is trimmed. Shall we cook it now? Tang Lei nodded. Cook it. First, go chop the peppers. The green and red peppers and onions were chopped and set aside. Tang Lei himself deftly removed the less appealing parts of the tenderloin, removing the connective tissue. These trimmed parts could be used to make brisket. The best, tender tenderloin was sliced, then cut into strips, and soaked in water with a little baking soda to tenderize the meat. After tenderizing, the meat was patted dry with kitchen paper to prevent it from becoming watery when marinating, which would affect its tenderness. Then salt, pepper, a touch of red wine for aroma, and soy sauce were added and stirred to allow the beef to absorb the initial saltiness. Similar to the previous honey-like lamb sauce, stir until slightly sticky, then add egg white. Next, coat the beef tenderloin with cornstarch, creating a thin layer. This layer should be neither dry nor powdery. This is called marinating. Finally, drizzle a small layer of olive oil. This serves two purposes: to preserve freshness and, like with the braising oil, to reduce greasiness. Tang Lei demonstrated, then taught others how to marinate the beef, while he heated the oil in a wok. When the oil reached medium heat, the tender, marinated beef tenderloin was lightly tossed in the oil and immediately turned brown. The aroma of the meat began to fill the air. What the kitchen staff had smelled earlier was the savory aroma of broth. Now, the stir-frying produced a different, even more intense, fragrance. It immediately distracted one of the kitchen staff. Not to mention that after Tang Lei finished marinating the beef, he quickly left a little oil in the wok and added scallions, ginger, onions, chili peppers, and black pepper. And with a quick stir-fry, the aroma of meat and spice wafted up with a sizzling sound of oil. The new Kurils exchanged glances, somewhat hesitant. Does our cook ever smell this good when he's cooking? I haven't been to the kitchen much, but I've watched Gennady cook. He seems to prefer grilling or frying. Gennady, I've never smelled anything this good when you cook. It doesn't smell this good even when you don't use canned herring. Gennady scratched his head speechlessly. That's because our cooking systems are different. I usually just use butter, olive oil, cheese, and spices like pepper and rosemary. To be honest, most of the bottles and jars in Tang's kitchen, I've never even seen them before. The Kuril family immediately gave a subtle look. Oh, so you're really that inexperienced. Gennady quickly cued another chef present. Look at Lao Lu. He even has an advanced chef's certificate. Lao Lu, you haven't seen that either, right? Lao Lu rolled his eyes. Although I haven't seen them, I at least have more of one ingredient than Tang. Gennady, huh? Lao Lu, I have a lot of salt: sea salt, pepper salt, rose salt, rock salt. Although they don't taste that different, their colors are so rich. They add to the visual appeal of the food. They increase the diner's appetite. I also have a lot of fancy salt containers, which ensures that sprinkling salt is an art form. Gennady, put. You know the taste isn't that different, huh? Old Six snorted, his confidence wavering. Damn it, there are only so many cooking methods. How can you convince people of their nobility without spouting some art? Don't grin like that. I've secretly memorized many of Tang's kitchen ingredients. They're different now. Roll. He's going to roll it up quietly, and then amaze everyone. Gennady suddenly felt a sense of crisis. What? You've betrayed your master Artyom? Old Six, how is this betraying your teacher? He even doubted whether his teacher himself could resist the temptation if he came and tasted it. He was increasingly finding that bland sashimi and steak weren't something anyone should enjoy eating. Gennady said, I don't think this is appropriate. How about I learn it? I can let you manage the cafeteria for a while. When he returns after his training, with proficient use of the great xia techniques, he'll surely be able to better blend the aroma and stench. He hadn't forgotten that the Kuril family had bought several jars of sourdough from Tang. Tang said it could be used as a side dish like fermented herring. His inspiration was already bursting forth. Old Six was getting impatient. Don't you have any martial ethics? The two of them crouched behind Tang Lei, processing the meat while launching into another round of elegant Russian folk songs. Until Tang Lei had stir-fried the beef tenderloin to a deep reddish-brown color and then added a spoonful of cornstarch slurry to create a glistening, viscous sauce. Only then did he realize what the two of them were doing behind him. So they each gave him a kick. Stop joking. Get up and go cut the beef ribs and beef cubes. Seeing that he seemed to have finished his work and could finally catch his breath, the kitchen staff all crowded around to ask him what was wrong. Tang, can I have a taste first? There's still a huge pile of beef, but it'll be a while. But this pot of beef tenderloin was cooked with their own eyes, smelling the aroma firsthand. Tang Lei thought for a moment. Who were we saying would eat first? Oh right, Master Boris. Here, have some to try first. Thank you for helping to divide the beef. Boris never expected that the first bite would bypass these important figures and fall on him. He hesitated, looking at the several distinguished-looking Kurils and Anton, and asked uncertainly, is it really okay? Several people stared eagerly, saying, eat up. We really should thank you for the first place on the steak. Hurry up. Tell us what it tastes like after you're done. Boris nodded excitedly and was the first to pick up a piece. I'll eat it. Hey, let me try it. How does it compare to the steak in Beijing? Upon hearing that it was being compared to steak, while the others watched with interest, Tang Lei immediately turned away to prepare the next dish. That thing that guzzled blood with every bite, relying solely on its good texture. And they want to compare it? Who do they think they are? Behind him, Boris hesitantly picked up a piece and popped it into his mouth. The tender beef tenderloin was coated in a rich sauce. With just a few chews, the savory juices burst forth. The black pepper and subtle hint of wine blended perfectly, and combined with the tender beef, Boris found it increasingly delicious with each chew. Before he knew it, he had swallowed several pieces. Hey, stop eating, give us some food, the onlookers urged impatiently. Boris, his head buried in his plate, stammered, wait a minute, I haven't even tasted it yet. Smack smack. Joseph, one of the few who had previously eaten at Tang Lei's awful feast, was the most impatient. He simply grabbed Boris by the collar. You've had a few bites and still can't taste it? Are your taste buds malfunctioning? Let me try. Boris instantly snapped out of it, wait, I can taste it now. Compared to steak, compared to. His eyes were a little dazed, and he hesitated for a moment before speaking. Strange, how can this thing be as tender as steak, and even more flavorful? He remembered when his son in the capital took him to eat steak, he specifically ordered it medium rare. He said that's what makes it tender. It was indeed tender, such a large piece of beef, not dry or tough, bursting with juice. But that water, it had no taste at all. Upon spitting it out, it was pure blood. His son even said that the blood wasn't fishy, so what was there to put up with for the tender meat? At this moment, Boris muttered, I knew that blood was unbearable. What's so special about it? No matter how much you try to describe it, it's not that delicious. It couldn't compare to this tender, chewy, and flavorful beef. He couldn't help but ask, Tang, does your prison cafeteria serve this every day? Do you do takeout? Before Tang Lei could speak, Sergei had already firmly refused. No time. One mouth to feed is fine, but takeout? That's not just a matter of one mouth to feed. Unless Boris eats in some remote mountain forest every day. In this prison, his logistics department and the 5th ward have so many mouths to feed. Nikita is here, so the 1st ward can't be kept in the dark either. And the 3rd and 4th wards. Who knows when more and more people will start coming to freeload. Sergei was already worrying about how to secure snacks and drinks for the logistics department, and now outsiders wanted to steal them? Dream on. Boris wasn't angry about being rejected. He pondered for a moment. Do you need more manpower? I work at the slaughterhouse. It must be troublesome for your logistics department to come and buy supplies so often. I can help with delivery. As long as he could get into the prison. Can't you even get a free meal? Oh, and my son too. He's about to graduate in the capital. Perfect for looking for a job. Joseph knew this all too well. Hey, buddy, I thought the same thing. My son works in this prison now, but he hardly ever gets to eat anything himself. Sigh, my useless son. Gennady looked up silently. Dad, have you forgotten who sent you here? Is father-son affection really this shallow? Damara chimed in, son, even though Nikita won't let me help out at the 5th canteen, Mom sees you're working hard at the 1st canteen too. Otherwise, Mom could stay. Gennady, huh? I'm not working hard? As long as I bring out the herring, the people at the 1st canteen are still. Damara, no, if I say you're working hard, then you are. The newly arrived Kirills scratched their heads and exchanged glances. Big brother, I feel like second brother has secretly eaten a lot of good stuff. Besides the stinky dishes, everything else is delicious? Maybe we should stay too. Ahem. Nikita coughed loudly. Grandpa and 4th uncle are still at home. Nikita, don't report everything. Your aunt and uncle are just worried about you and want to help you. The group chattered amongst themselves, while Tang Lei shook his head and started cooking the tomato stewed beef ribs. This dish was simple. First, fry the tomatoes until they're chopped, then add the beef and simmer slowly. The tomato flavor might be a bit bland on its own, so they usually add some tomato sauce. Actually, tomatoes from years ago had a much stronger flavor. Tang Lei remembers the tomatoes he ate as a child, big, red, and juicy, with a sweet and sour taste that was delicious even eaten raw. Whenever his mother chopped tomatoes, Tang Lei would loiter around the cutting board. He'd occasionally get a mouthful of tomato slices from his mother, especially since his mother had learned a cold dish from a restaurant and made it every day, called volcano snow. It was basically cold tomato salad topped with sugar. Although simple, it was a hit with the family, especially on hot days. By the time it was all gone, only a layer of sweet and sour tomato syrup remained on the plate. That's when Tang Lei would tilt his head back and gulp it down. It was so delicious. But in recent years, the tomato flavor seems to have become increasingly bland. So now Tang Lei just uses tomato sauce to make do. After simmering the pot of meatballs, Tang Lei turned around and noticed that the kitchen staff were all talk and no action. This wouldn't do. Tang Lei waved his hand, not tired. Huh. Great stamina. Go make some beef balls. Several burly men, each with a mallet, looked at each other, bewildered. Chef Tang, how long are we going to take? Tang Lei thought for a moment. Half an hour, please. Half an hour is enough? The men were quite confident. Tang Lei, after half an hour, remove the white tendons, add some salt, and continue pounding. At least an hour, don't stop. This time, the cursing and bickering in the kitchen finally subsided, replaced by muffled thuds. After a while, it became ouch, ouch. Is this any good, bro? Stop talking nonsense, I'm old, Gennady, come on. Young people, take over. Nikita glanced at them silently, then wheeled away. Sergei and the others stared in disbelief for a moment. We're busy. We'll be leaving now. Tang Lei calmly took a sip of water, watching everyone make beef balls, and nodded in satisfaction. These Russians are surprisingly strong. Actually, nowadays, the production areas of handmade beef balls in Great Xia don't really use pure handcrafting anymore. The most traditional beef balls don't even need any additional ingredients, you just pound the beef directly. Pound it vigorously until it becomes sticky, then change tools and pound it a little more until it changes color, then it's directly put into the pot and it'll be a lump. But this method has very low production capacity. A top-notch chef can only pound about 80 jin, 40 kilograms, a day. No more, or it'll cause a work injury. So Tang Lei didn't ask much of those who came to help. Just pound it until it's almost done, add some cornstarch and seasoning sauce, and that's it. A spoonful of butter stir-fried with scallions and ginger would make it even more fragrant. Watching the group diligently pounding the meat, Tang Lei stretched his wrists and removed the flour and other condiments. He knocked on the window again and pulled Sergei back. Minister, did you get the vermicelli I asked you to buy last time? Sergei thought for a moment. Oh, the one next to the truckload of cabbages? I got you a whole truckload. That's good, Tang Lei smiled. Make 2 kinds of staple food today. Tell the prisoners that if you make a lot, everyone will get some. Sergei, really? Are there enough ingredients? Tang Lei looked at the braising pot and smiled. Don't worry, as long as the vermicelli and flour supply is sufficient, I'll have plenty of meat left over. Tang Lei rolled up his sleeves, shooed the person preparing the beef to the other side, and prepared to start making today's 2 main dishes. Lanzhou beef noodles, Huainan beef vermicelli soup. These 2 main dishes each have their own emphasis. The beef noodles prioritize the aroma of the noodles, while the beef soup is more about the freshness of the broth. But in terms of preparation, they share a similar approach. Since they both use the same thinly sliced beef, Tang Lei decided to make them together. He got the vermicelli and soaked it in water. Then he started preparing the noodles. Lanzhou beef noodles have a mnemonic. 1 clear, 2 white, 3 green, 4 red, 5 yellow. Only when all 5 are present is it authentic Lanzhou beef noodles. And remember, it can't be called beef ramen. Adding just 1 word changes the origin. Just like Chongqing chicken pot doesn't originate from Chongqing, and even the people of Wanzhou are completely unaware that Wanzhou flat noodles come from there. The set of snacks is ready. The first clear part is the clear broth. Tang Lei glanced at it. The beef bone broth was gently bubbling, clear and fragrant. The second white part is the slices of white radish. It's said that radish must be added to this beef bone broth. Don't underestimate the white radish just because it has no flavor on its own. In the broth, it absorbs and enhances the flavor, and it also has certain health benefits. As the saying goes, eat radish in winter and ginger in summer, and you won't need a doctor's prescription, referring to the white radish. If it were a restaurant, a few slices of dried apple would be added at the end of the soup. With that fruity flavor, the beef broth would taste even sweeter. But Siberia. Tang Lei scratched his head, quickly turning off the system's beeping. Impossible. Ordering me is like begging your grandson. The 3 greens and 4 reds refer to the chili peppers, garlic sprouts, and cilantro added to the soup before serving. These ingredients are optional and can be added as needed, depending on personal preference. The final 5 yellows refer to the main event, the noodles. First, the dough is kneaded, with salt added during the kneading process until it forms a rough, mushy lump. Then it's set aside to rest. The dough shouldn't be kneaded until smooth, otherwise, it's difficult to add the crucial ingredient. Tang Lei placed the dough down and suddenly frowned. Oh no! The noodle-making agent is finished. Previously, they used to add lye water to the noodles for a more elastic texture, but they found that it wasn't healthy and switched to a high-tech noodle-making agent. But he hadn't made noodles in so long that he hadn't noticed it was all gone. The system, after holding back for a long time, finally started beeping wildly. Host, I have some high-efficiency ash water here. Beep beep, beep beep. Just a small loan. I promise I don't remember you saying that borrowing points is childish. Tang Lei rolled his eyes for a while, finally saying helplessly, loan. Damn it, broaden your horizons. I've been a childish person for countless generations. A person, once they overcome their own hurdle, becomes invincible. So much so that upon obtaining the ash water, Tang Lei even seemed thoughtful. System, what will you do to me if I refuse to repay your points loan? The system paused, then screamed. Host, look at your conscience. Can you bear to bully such a hard-working and pitiful system like me? Without points, I'm doomed. Wah! Tang Lei, as long as your ancestors don't die, you're done for. System, host, you have no heart. I appeared because of a very serious problem. Treating me like this will really cause a huge problem. Even they will. Crackling sound. A stuttering electrical current came through, and the system fell silent. Tang Lei frowned slightly. This concerns our ancestors, so this is difficult to handle. Is it that serious? Then I'll get to work quickly. However, when he asked the system again, it remained silent, so Tang Lei could only shake his head and knead the dough. Adding the lye water, the dough turned a pale yellow. This is the last one, 5 yellows. Kneading it well again, stretching it into long, smooth dough pieces, Tang Lei took a deep breath and lifted 2 pieces. Snap! With a flick of his wrist, the dough pieces were quickly slapped onto the work surface and lifted again, twisting into a pretzel shape in the air, then flattened. Repeating this several times, the dough became smooth. Now it was time to actually pull the noodles. Tang Lei was quite skilled at this. He pinched the dough into rings on both sides, one in each hand. Then he pulled it with force. He snapped it back together. That was 1 loop. 5 or 6 loops made a thin noodle. After pulling it a couple more times, about 7 or 8 loops, it became the hair-thin Lanzhou noodle. Tang Lei's hands were quick. With a few swift movements, the dough flew across the work surface. Then he put it down, and a thin noodle of even thickness appeared on the work surface. By this time, prisoners were starting to enter. This was the first batch, coming to help in the canteen. Alex, Dennis, and others were among them. As soon as they entered the canteen, they smelled a rich aroma of meat. Wow, Tang made it so early today? It smells so good. Wait, what the heck? Dennis glanced to the other side of the canteen and was startled. Why are there so many people? While prison guards and logistics personnel usually came to freeload, this was a far cry from the usual. And there were about 10 of them, crowding around a pale-faced man in a wheelchair looking at documents. Dennis gasped. Who did I see? Could it be that former chief of staff? Nikita Kirill. Dennis and his brother had been in the prison for a few years and had seen their share of the world. He was a troublemaker in his early years, first assigned to Section 2. Later, he offended FIA and couldn't resist causing trouble, wanting to escape. Actually, he had considered simply escaping. These days of paying their dues were getting harder and harder. They were living a life worse than death. They figured they might as well take a gamble. They grabbed a few others and prepared to cross the Section 2 security line. But they ran right into Nikita patrolling Section 2, and he found several loopholes in Roman's security. The Dennis brothers would never forget this. That terrifying Nikita pulled out a gun without a word. After a few gunshots, the Roman were stunned. The Dennis brothers turned their escape attempt into a small brawl. They ran to District 5. They couldn't afford to mess with him, absolutely couldn't. But now, this person they couldn't afford to mess with had actually returned like this? Were the people with him from the Kirill family? The prisoners all cowered. His status already put him at a disadvantage. Plus, apart from those 2 little bears, everyone else looked like they could chop someone up at any moment. The prisoners were scared, like mice before a cat. Ivan looked left and right, also starting to panic. We're doomed, boss. The Kirill family's here, and there are so many guards. They're definitely going to get the most food today. Will there be any for us prisoners? Latov, the prison guard who had been injured by Roman, walked past several prisoners with his arm bandaged. He rolled his eyes at Ivan's concerns. You're only worried about not having food after meeting the prison's highest-ranking officials? Ah, what else? The prisoners answered in unison. In this godforsaken place, what could be more important than food? Latov. Okay, it seems so. Just then, Tang Lei called out from afar. Alex, you guys, stop standing there, come help. Several burly men immediately smiled and squeezed towards the kitchen. Latov shook his head, watching their backs. Damn, they're so eager to work. You call these prisoners? These are clearly highly motivated laborers. He sighed, bowed to his superior Anton and his higher-up Nikita, and obediently sat down to wait for his meal. However, smelling the delicious aromas wafting from the kitchen and watching the prisoners bustling about, Latov felt a subtle envy. He quickly shook his head. A prison guard envying the prisoners? How could he have such a terrible thought? Nikita, lost in thought, beckoned to Latov. Come on, tell me, what exactly happened in Ward 5? Meanwhile, in the kitchen, several prisoners rushed in, their eyes meeting those of the Kirills helping out. Each was somewhat uncomfortable. The Kurils, from military and political backgrounds, didn't exactly look down on the prisoners, but they weren't exactly friendly either. The prisoners, on the other hand, were mostly cowardly. Frankly, many of those who came here had more than one life on their hands. But brute force and stabbing are not the same as going to war. It's fair to say that every soldier who has truly experienced war and survived has a different look in their eyes than ordinary people. Even the toughest would panic if they encountered someone who didn't value their life. However, this initial unease vanished quickly after Tang Lei spoke. Tang Lei expertly directed the group, Alex, go help me chop the offal and bean curd sheets. 2 more, go peel the potatoes. Remember how I taught you to peel potatoes with a spoon last time? Immediately, someone confidently puffed out their chest, unforgettable. There were probably countless others lining up to help with the dishes. No skill was too valuable to forget. Tang Lei was satisfied. Hey you, I remember you said you were a bricklayer. The prisoner scratched his head. Hee, Chef Tang, you still remember? That's right, I'm the one who built a wall around the boss's house because he wouldn't pay me. Tang Lei, ahem, enough of that, come here and knead the dough. It's similar to kneading cement, piling it up and adding water in the middle. After giving the instructions, he pointed to several pots and explained the lunch plan. Today, this beef was bought with Commander Anton's own money. It's not enough for everyone, so I have to cook it separately. But don't worry, I'll make sure you're all full. Today, we'll have a few stir-fried dishes, a potato and pork belly stew, and 2 main dishes. I'll cook more for the brothers when the vegetables come back. I've also thought of some spicy snacks and prizes for the brothers this time. I'll arrange them this week. The prisoners immediately relaxed, their faces beaming. We understand. As long as there's food, that's good. There's still so much food. Chef Tang, you've worked hard. Compared to frozen fish, and compared to the second district where the private chefs completely neglected to feed the prisoners, what more could you ask for? Besides, there's their exclusive reward. The prisoners even looked at the group of Kurils with a subtle glint in their eyes. Haha, this is something only found in prison. Even these big shots who just come and go don't have this. The Kurils, watching the prisoners suddenly go from timid to bustling about, felt a little puzzled. Genehi was also a bit confused. Your 5th canteen seems to have a pretty good relationship with the prisoners? His first canteen wasn't this peaceful. Tang Lei sighed, because we're poor, we don't have any proper kitchen helpers. We can't let any laborers slip by. Gennady, that's not right. These prisoners are mostly innocent. If you don't make them afraid of you, trouble might easily arise. Tang Lei smiled and grabbed Dennis. Afraid of me? Dennis honestly replied, yes, afraid you won't give us food. Tang Lei, aren't you afraid of these big shots? Dennis nonchalantly, hey, you said it yourself, they can't steal our food. What's there to be afraid of? Those who are afraid are just feeling guilty. We in District 5 are all honest prisoners now. We're all loyal to the canteen. Tang Lei patted him and let him go back to peeling potatoes. Very good. Very conscientious. My comrade, cough cough. He quickly stopped talking and shrugged at the group of Kurils. That's right. Joseph, unconvinced, simply squatted down next to Dennis. Hey bro, do you guys usually eat Tang's cooking in the cafeteria? What do you eat? Dennis's hands kept moving. He cooks when there are few people, and we help out when there are more. As for what we eat, it's hard to say. Joseph, Dennis racked his brains. Too many. Basically 3 dishes and a soup, 1 meat and 2 vegetable dishes, maybe 2 meat dishes later. We don't eat the same thing twice in a month. How do you explain it? Joseph, Dennis, and they have occasional events. Remember the spicy skewers? You guys didn't come, did you? There was even a spicy food eating contest. It was so delicious, I've never had anything like it outside. I guarantee you haven't either. Joseph retorted, my family's pretty rich. What haven't we eaten? Dennis wagged his finger, no, because only Tang has the ingredients. It's a prison special. They're all from our fields. Joseph instantly remembered the stinky dish Tang Lei had never seen before, the one that was astonishingly delicious. Hiss. Oh no, he's losing confidence. Dennis pressed on, and desserts, great Xia style, and soon there will be new prizes. Hee, I'm all ready. This time I also got to beat up Roman first and do my job. He was lost in thought, and Joseph swallowed hard. When are we eating? Can we buy some? Big brother, how about we build a house nearby, behind Nikita's back? Kirill slapped his spineless brother and frantically winked at Nikita outside. What's going on? What happened to the promised crime and rehabilitation? Nikita, outside the kitchen, received his gaze, and his CPU went numb. Is this how you rehabilitate someone? Anton took a sip of water, looked at the highly disciplined prisoners, and shrugged. Isn't this a successful rehabilitation? At first, he was confused, worried that Tang Lei might be too lenient with the prisoners. Now, he's come to terms with it. With Tang's ruthless heart and cruel methods, who could cause trouble in the fifth canteen? What's even more commendable is that, despite his formidable fighting skills, he never abuses his power. It's not hard to make people fear you, but to make them both fear and respect you, that's truly remarkable. The people of Daxia are incredible. They seem calm and unassuming, but they're extremely difficult to deal with. If he wanted to, I think he could be the warden. But as a cook, that's even more impressive than being the warden. Nikita stroked his chin. If you put it that way, a raise is definitely necessary. I have an idea. How about we go back and get the head chefs from the 3rd and 4th wards to come and learn too? Such talent shouldn't be wasted. I wonder if he likes children. Should we bring his 2 grandsons over to look after them too? Maybe it'll help him develop some brains. Tang Lei, busy in the kitchen, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine and immediately looked outside warily. He had a feeling some trouble was about to befall him again. Nikita smiled at him from outside the window. Tang Lei silently turned his head and said to Yelena, who was pounding beef beside him, "This smart guy, why does his smile look so insincere?" Yelena glanced at him. "I don't understand, but it's okay, Tang Ge. Just let him eat less later, and he'll be sincere." Tang Lei, good idea. He discovered that this little girl, seemingly a bit simple-minded, sometimes possessed a rather straightforward wisdom. He wondered where she learned it from. Whether Nikita herself felt a chill was another matter. With someone constantly kneading the dough, Tang Lei had already pulled quite a few noodles and set them aside. The broth had been simmering for 2 hours. First, he scooped out a bucket, then added another bucket of water. This was the light yet flavorful broth. It couldn't be too thick, too much would overpower the noodle flavor. The noodles weren't added in a rush. If they were added too early, they'd clump together in the broth. Tang Lei instructed Alex to prepare noodles whenever someone came to get food. Once cooked, a handful of noodles with a spoonful of broth and a few slices of beef make a bowl. Chili peppers, garlic sprouts, and cilantro are all chopped and placed in a bowl. Add as you like. As for the beef, this step can only be handled by Tang Lei himself. He lifted the lid of the braised meat container, and a rich aroma of meat immediately wafted out. Worker Boris had already finished his small bowl of beef tenderloin. Now, those who hadn't gotten any squeezed in, several pairs of eyes staring eagerly at the braising pot. The salty, brownish-red braising liquid in the pot simmered, and Tang Lei used tongs to pull out a large piece of beef shank. The moment the bright red braised beef was lifted out, everyone swallowed hard. It smelled so good. Just looking at the rich, dark sauce, the glistening meat and tendons, you could feel how delicious it would be. Tang Lei chuckled. The braised food is really delicious. If you guys don't sneak a bite, I can make it often. I can also braise some roast chicken, pig's head, a vegetarian platter, and some pickled peanuts and tofu puffs. Especially in the sweltering summer heat, a bottle of ice-cold beer and a few cold dishes. That's enough for a bunch of guys and dads to watch a game all night. However, everyone present looked at each other, and no one could promise not to sneak a bite, so they could only blink. Yelena's action was cute enough to get away with it. But a group of grown men. Tang Lei hissed softly and picked up the braised beef to slice it. Old Lou peeked out. "Need help slicing? My knife skills are pretty good now." He picked up a slice of beef that Tang Lei had sliced and froze. After a while, he held up the beef to the overhead light. "This meat is translucent, Tang." Tang Lei coughed lightly and lowered his voice. "This is a secret technique. Shut your mouth. We'll make lantern shadow beef later." Old Bawan looked at the meat and suddenly realized. Oh, got it. He remembered his clever trick. This, perhaps, is one of the chef's wisdoms. Old Lou was silenced. Tang Lei quickly chopped the beef and went to work on another main dish. Beef and vermicelli soup. This soup was much easier than beef noodles. After all, the vermicelli was already there, no need to make it. Just soak it and cook it. The real work was in the soup. This soup couldn't be made with diluted stock, it wasn't thick enough. The best soup was made with braised meat broth, original flavor, with a touch of spices, but not quite the concentration of a strong sauce. Tang Lei diluted a spoonful of braising broth with stock, slightly reducing it. Then he fried some chili oil. As usual, vegetable oil and butter are added, melted, then scallions, ginger, and onions are added to remove the butter's gamey smell. Then, while the oil is still bubbling, it's poured into the chili powder. Sizzle. The spiciness and umami flavors mingled together, causing a flurry of sneezes in the kitchen. No one complained. Everyone was watching eagerly. Tang Lei, stop watching, focus on your work. And the pot. He added a little chili butter to the soup pot, along with pepper, to adjust the seasoning. This is how you make a beef soup that's both fresh and fragrant, with a slight spiciness. Many Antwi dishes are like this. To be honest, it's not known for being spicy in the country. However, many dishes always include this mild spiciness. The moment it enters your mouth, you're sweating profusely. These rice noodles, used as a staple food, don't need to be specially cooked. Just place a large strainer over the pot. Put a handful of rice noodles and a handful of dried tofu strips into the strainer and toss them in the pot for a quick dip, and they're done. The soup is scooped into a bowl, topped with beef, and sometimes a spoonful of offal. Garnished with chopped green onions and cilantro, it's a complete bowl. Sometimes, a touch of vinegar is added to the soup. Slightly sour and spicy, the vermicelli soaks up the savory flavor of the beef broth, making it soft, smooth, and flavorful. Before you know it, you're slurping until you're sweating. In an authentic Hwainan beef soup restaurant in Daxia, it's always served with crispy sesame flatbread. The flatbread is spread with lard, baked until crispy and crumbly, flaky inside and out, and sprinkled with sesame seeds. It's delicious on its own, or you can soak it in the beef broth for a burst of flavor, and then take a big bite. It's absolutely divine. But Tang Lei glanced at the crowded kitchen, the people frantically pounding beef balls, and the army of diners about to arrive at the cafeteria. He could only sigh regretfully. Oh well, he'd arrange for crispy fried dough sticks next time. This vermicelli soup, naturally, like the beef noodles, was cooked to order. After preparing the ingredients and setting them aside, Tang Lei looked at Ali, who was nervously gripping his spoon, and called over Lao Lu. Come on, Lao Lu, you're experienced, you'll be in charge of making these vermicelli in a bit. Lao Lu nodded, while Gennady, scratching his head, cautiously approached. He, Tang, I'm a head chef too. I have experience too. All his words boiled down to one sentence, I can do it too. Tang Lei glanced at him, then realized, wait a minute? Aren't you the head chef of Zone 1? What are you doing here? Doesn't Zone 1 eat? Gennady waved his hand, it's alright, there are plenty of kitchen helpers in Zone 1's cafeteria. Besides, well, the prisoners there might be happier if they see me not going back. Tang, I've decided. I'll help out here like Lao Lu. I see you're short-staffed. When I return after my training, I'll make sure the prisoners in Zone 1 are willing to eat rotten food, he. Tang Lei, damn it, how come there's a mutated elder? I do want to help in the kitchen, but I didn't say I wanted your zone's head chef to be my helper. What's going on? That's the situation, Nikita said, swaying as she turned her wheelchair around, struggling to support herself as she peered into the kitchen dishes. I was thinking, after I'm reinstated, I'll call the head chefs from the 3rd and 4th canteens over for a meeting. Learn from you, advance the overall construction of the prison, establish. Tang Lei's head throbbed at the familiar phrasing. He quickly said, you can't just call them all to the 5th canteen. Abandon your own canteen? Nikita smiled, no problem, the other canteens have kitchen helpers. Tang Lei? Nikita, so you can use them as you please. At least they have some basic skills, they're even more useful than kitchen helpers. Tang Lei suddenly felt a surge of interest. That did seem pretty good. It sounded like he'd have it much easier. Seeing Tang Lei's interest, a smile flashed in Nikita's eyes. With more people working, how could Tang Lei not get some work done? He figured it out, Tang Lei was only responsive to gentle persuasion, not force. As long as someone worked for him, he couldn't bear to see them go hungry. How wonderful! He could. Nikita was mentally calculating when he suddenly saw Tang Lei give him a wary look. Don't play me. If you do, every time we come out with a new product, I'll make you sit on the sidelines and watch people taste it. Nikita's smile vanished instantly, his eyes filled with genuine sincerity. How could I? Cough. He turned his wheelchair around and strolled away. Tang Lei chuckled and continued directing the kitchen staff. Several main dishes were ready. Even the stir-fries were quick, a large wok over high heat, just a couple of stirs and it was done. Once all the dishes were plated, the workday bell rang. The off-duty guards and construction crew rushed in early. Following them were the prisoners. Several Kirills squatted in the kitchen, somewhat bewildered. These are prisoners. They came in, the line so neat. Nikita's elderly father, Major General Andrei Kirill, murmured. This is how we train our troops, isn't it? Getting food, and the line is so straight? Not a single person trying to cut in line? Dennis peeked in and explained cheerfully. This is also Chef Tang's idea. Before, we had people pushing and cutting in line too, nobody would give in, and in the end, it was slow to get our food. What did Chef Tang make us do the other day? Stand at attention? Chest out, head held high, heels together, toes at a 60-degree angle, middle fingers touching the seam of your trousers. Legs raised 30 degrees, arms raised 90 degrees. Those who stand well get an extra piece of meat, those who crookedly stand get a smaller spoonful, and troublemakers get kicked out. You know what, doing it like this really speeds up the food service. Tang said, this is called being organized and disciplined. After saying that, he got himself a plate of vegetables and a bowl of beef noodles, then went out to eat. On the way, he didn't forget to explain the food arrangements to the prisoners. The prisoners looked at the whole beef feast, their eyes filled with longing, but no one objected. They just glanced at it discreetly and continued queuing. Several Kirills exchanged bewildered glances. This actually works. They remembered that while the prison had strict management, It hadn't gone this far. A while later, a prison guard with bandages walked up to several prisoners carrying a plate of beef. Here, have some? I also need to thank you for stopping the bleeding and bandaging me back then. Several more prison guards and staff members came over and sat down with the inmates, eating peacefully. Nikita watched from afar, her feelings complicated. I think I understand. After Roman went mad, he kept repeating those nonsensical things. Sergei curiously leaned closer. Did he say anything else? Nikita nodded. He doesn't remember anything, he can only say a few words. Great Xia cook, don't drink the mind-altering soup. Sergei. He lowered his head and took a sip of beef soup, shrugging, that's just nonsense. This soup, it smells so good. Where's the mind-altering stuff? The Kirill family of 10 or so naturally also got their share of food. Major General Andrei, the eldest son, couldn't wait to start eating the stir-fried beef tenderloin. So fragrant and tender, this is perfect for an old person like me. I strongly suggest sending our cook, who only knows how to add salt when he cooks steak, over here to learn a trade. He's getting paid so much. Joseph and his wife had filled a large bowl with beef and potato stew, and at Tang Lei's suggestion, they were ladling a spoonful of broth over their rice. These potatoes are so flavorful. You don't even need to chew, just press it with your tongue, and you get a big chunk of soft, savory, and slightly spicy mashed potato, paired with the well-cooked beef and the golden broth. I devoured a whole bowl of rice. The two little bears, meanwhile, clung to the tomato beef short ribs, refusing to let go. It's sweet and sour, so delicious. Mommy, can you make this? Why haven't you made it before? Mommy, can you stop opening those stinky cans every day? I want this. The mother, suddenly grabbed by her son, coughed awkwardly. Honey, because I'm just your mom, not God. Didn't you hear this is a divine gift? The two little bears froze, their lips trembling and eyes reddening. Oh, will we still be able to eat it? Will it stop when we go home? Mommy, can we live with God? Tang Lei was standing nearby, listening to the children's innocent words, both amused and a little embarrassed. He was about to say something to comfort the children, when their mother bluntly stated, yes, when we go home, Mommy and your dad will only be able to make herring cans for you. If you want to stay here, learn from your brother Nikita. Grow up quickly. Then you can come and work here. Your dad is out of the question, Mommy is counting on you too. Go for it, honey. The two children clenched their fists. Okay, we need to grow smarter. Mom, we need to eat more. We need to eat good food to grow strong. Ugh. Tang Lei choked back a sob and silently turned his head away. Never mind, he suddenly had nothing to say. The Kirill family has managed to become a century-old family, it really is. They've got something special. Tang Lei glanced around the entire canteen again. Besides those who were getting meat, most were prisoners who hadn't gotten their turn, queuing for soup noodles. There were too many people and not enough space, so the prison guards, after finishing their meals, slipped out to make room for the prisoners. Some prisoners nodded gratefully, while others, without seats, simply stood there, bowl in hand, slurping down their noodles. Their faces were flushed, sweat beading on their noses from the heat and the spiciness, but none of them were willing to put the noodles down. Delicious. Fragrant. Hot and refreshing. Another bowl, please. A full stomach is good for work. At this moment, all they cared about was simply eating and drinking their fill, and working so they could eat and drink their fill again next time. Simple, yet fulfilling. Tang Lei let out a soft sigh. He knew the saying, it's not scarcity that's the problem, but inequality, and he didn't want to see these people, who were already showing signs of remorse, cause trouble again. Fortunately, they themselves were equally clear-headed. Since that's the case, I'll just do a little something behind closed doors, hopefully no one will notice. Tang Lei glanced at the people around him, happily busy with their meals, and quietly beckoned to Yelena. Little yeah, come here, let me show you a big treasure. Yelena was sitting behind the stove, slurping up rice noodles. Hearing the sound, she came closer, her innocent blue eyes blinking. What is it, Brother Tang? Tang Lei chuckled and gestured for Yelena to crouch down. The two of them crouched under the stove, and Tang Lei, from beneath beside the stove, pulled out a plastic box. Ta-da! He showed off two pieces of meat in the box, one yellow and one red. Britain fat, diaphragm, have you tried them? I saved them on purpose. There's only a little bit on this cow, we'll sneak off and grill them later. Luckily they don't know their stuff, haha, if Lao Lu knew, I really wouldn't have kept them for myself. Don't underestimate these two pieces, one is fat membrane and the other is offal meat. Grill them until crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, they're incredibly fragrant. In Western-style beef butchering, these two pieces would have been removed and mixed into the offal before cutting, but Tang Lei knew. The brisket fat gets more fragrant the more you chew, the diaphragm is tender and juicy. If it were those big guys, they devour it like pigsy swallowing a ginseng fruit, gone in one bite. This was perfect for him and Xiao Ye to go back to, on a dark and windy night. No, a night with a bright moon and few stars. They could sit in the yard, set up a barbecue grill. He would grill, and Xiao Ye would watch. They could casually chat about poetry and life ideals. Wow! Yelena's eyes lit up. Great! She got a little excited, and Tang Lei quickly covered her mouth. SHH. Keep your voice down. If you hear us, we won't get any food. Yelena blinked, her eyes darting downwards, and suddenly she froze. Tang Ge's hand was right on her lips. It was warm. Yelena's ears quietly turned red as she thought randomly. Okay, it smelled a little sweet? It wasn't the smell of cosmetics or soap. It smelled a little like scallions, ginger, and meat. The more she smelled it, the hungrier she got. As if possessed, Yelena suddenly opened her mouth. A glint of bright white teeth flashed. "Oh woo!" At the same time, Tang Lei gasped. "Oh woo!" hiss. His hand trembled. Yelena instantly snapped back to reality, jumping 8 feet high. "Brother Tang, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to eat you. It was a reflex. I just bit down by accident." Tang Lei was speechless for a moment. She didn't call it wanting to eat him? No, this little glutton. How did she get so hungry? Didn't he feed her enough? Wait a minute, he gave her the first spoonful. Yelena was on the verge of tears. "I really didn't. I used to have a habit of eating anything when I was hungry. But I've really changed since I came to the 5th canteen." She finally managed to get back to the ground and quickly grabbed Tang Lei's hand. "Brother Tang, how's your hand? Did I bite it?" Tang Lei hesitated again. It's okay, no scratches." "No, Yelena, let me stand up first." He didn't want to say these things while squatting. How strange. "It feels like something hurts." The two of them tugged and pulled, awkwardly getting to their feet. Facing them, they saw a group of burly men leaning against the food counter, including several Kirils and Anton Sergei. They must have finished one serving and were getting a second. Among them was old Bavan. Inside and outside the window, all was silent. 2 little teddy bears, held by their parents, were also perched on the windowsill, staring wide-eyed at each other with innocent curiosity. After a moment of silence, 2 childish voices broke the stillness. "Brother, what did you and sister bite?" Old Bavan's eyes widened immediately, his hand slowly reaching down. Tang Lei. Damn it! What kind of situation is this? Yelena, however, didn't seem to notice anything amiss, still holding Tang Lei's hand, looking it over from left to right. As she grabbed it, the box of meat in Tang Lei's other hand also fell out. "Oh, I get it." Gennady slapped his thigh, suddenly realizing. He shouted, "Chef Tang, how could you eat all by yourself? What's this? Let us see too." The stagnant atmosphere instantly broke. A group of people began to speak. "No, Tang, that's not fair. Looking down on your brother? Not treating him like family? Dad, you're out of the right generation. Chef Tang is from my brother's generation. He's only in his 20s. Oh, okay, it's just not fair. Hurry up and take it out. Everyone gets a share." Gennady chuckled and rubbed his head. He, I'm so smart. Cousin Nikita, I feel like my brain is about to grow out." Tang Lei sighed wearily. Right, you're really smart." He glanced helplessly at Yelena. Damn it, the hiding failed. The little girl's eyes were glazed over. She clearly hadn't figured out how her hidden meat had vanished. Those blue eyes stared at the box, darting from left to right, tears welling up. Tang Lei found it amusing, shook his head, and opened the box. "Look at what you're saying. It's not that I'm unwilling to share, it's just that there's only so much of it, and it's meat you might not even like. It's not grated." Old Six shook his head. "It's okay, grading doesn't matter, we all love what you've hidden away." Tang Lei was speechless. "Where did you put your authentic Western cuisine, your 5-star food?" Old Six didn't hesitate. "I ate it. I just heard Minister Sergei say that. Listen to advice and eat your fill. I think a full stomach is more important than art." Tang Lei had no choice but to put the box back on the table, then glanced at the longing Yelena, and suddenly clapped his hands. "How about this? This piece of meat is too little. If we divide it up, no one will get any. I have a suggestion. Our great Xia has many ethnic groups, but there's one ethnic group that loves to eat beef and mutton. You must know them. That prodigy, remember him." The group was stunned. Oh, anyone who knows a little history would know this ethnic group that once brought terror to the entire continent. Moreover, that man's iron hooves truly trampled across Siberia. Even conquered lands had to show respect. The others nodded. "We know, what's up. I remember his tribe split up, leaving half within the Great Xia territory. This involves another chapter in the history of the Great Xia and the warrior nation. However, a century has passed, and Tang Lei doesn't have much diplomacy to draw up now. He simply said, yes, to use the saying of the fighting nation, the best meat goes to the strongest warrior. Is that all right?" The crowd blinked, their eyes gleaming with competitive spirit. "Hey, Tang, you've really hit the nail on the head. How about we fight to decide who gets the meat? Tang Lei smiled and shook his finger. That's too unpleasant. Let's play a game. Let's use a game that's been passed down among the Mongolians, who love beef and mutton the most, to decide. Whoever wins gets the meat. Games? What kind? Upon hearing this, the group rolled up their sleeves with great interest. Mongolian, huh? Drinking? Wrestling? Tang Lei quickly waved his hand at the mention of drinking. No. He was scared. He couldn't withstand that kind of test again. Wrestling is about weight, and Yelena is still a slender doll. Tang Lei was afraid she'd be lifted up before she even wrestled. But Tang Lei also sincerely hoped little Yelena would never have to compete in weight. That would be too terrifying. He rummaged around at the bottom of the pot of stewing large bone broth and soon pulled out a handful of beef spine bones. Daseri, ever heard of it? Seri is the Mongolian word for spine. Daseri means lifting bones with one hand, without any support, and without any tools. Breaking a cow's spine with your bare hands. Just hearing it might not give you a good idea. But if you replaced a 1,000-pound ox with a human, that would be a single punch, crippling him, leaving him partially paralyzed. Especially the ox bones, although they lose some of their toughness after boiling, the surface is still harder than raw. For an inexperienced hand, at best, it'll just result in a scrape and bleeding. Heavier, well, it'll start with a fracture. And in the Mongolian tournament, the Seri competition isn't just about breaking one bone. It's a war of attrition. The one who breaks the most bones wins. Plus, the tournament includes various events where a mishap could easily escalate into a cavalry charge, a stampede across the grasslands. So every year during the tournament, firefighters patrol the site, and ambulances are on standby. Whether they're tourists just there for the fun or locals competing, someone always gets sent away. Fortunately, there's only one ox bone in the canteen for now, so it's not that bad. Tang Lei explained the rules. Let me separate the bones and the people first. The Kirill family had too many people present, and Anton and the other prison staff were still watching with envy. Tang Lei thought for a moment. How about this, one representative from each family? One piece each, break it first. The fastest to break it wins. The winner, I'll personally cook these 2 pieces of meat for you, plus a complimentary roasted bull's head and tail. The eyes of everyone present immediately lit up. Yelena's eyes lit up, and she quickly raised her hand. I can do this too. Dad, let me do it. Old Baban smiled wryly, thinking to himself, daughter, you really think highly of your father. Is this even a question? He shook his head. Just be careful. While breaking the bones, old Bawan helped out, whispering to Tang Lei, is it dangerous? Tang Lei also lowered his voice. It's fine, I'm watching. Old Bawan felt half relieved, the other half still uneasy. What were you and Xiao Ye doing in the back just now? Were you really eating alone? Tang Lei smiled calmly. Of course not, I can't forget you no matter what I'm eating. If Xiao Ye doesn't manage to get it, I'll go buy some more meat, and we'll cook it ourselves at home. To be honest, those 2 pieces of meat were good, but the ox head and tail are also very fragrant, especially good with alcohol. Let's get 2 bottles, just the 2 of us, have a good drink, relax a bit, and maybe bring some back next time we go fishing. The doubts that had just risen in old Bawan's heart instantly vanished under this wonderful series of pictures. Okay. He put down the cleaver. Hey Tang, I always said those of us who work together every day are the closest. Tang Lei breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. That's right. But as he looked up, he met another meaningful gaze. After everyone had eaten their fill, Nikita was finally allowed a bowl of beef soup. He was currently sitting in a wheelchair not far away, savoring a single noodle while watching the commotion. As one of the family's most intelligent and resourceful individuals, he quickly glanced at Tang Lei. His expression was a half-smile. Tang Lei raised an eyebrow and pulled him over, smiling so happily. The chief supervisor must be very happy to watch. Come on, be the referee. Nikita's upturned lips immediately turned down. I can't even eat, and I have to be the referee for your meat fighting activity? Isn't that a bit too much? Tang Lei seemed not to hear him and even reminded the representatives who had been chosen to take the bones. Oh, and you can gnaw on the meat on the bones too, don't waste it, it's quite delicious. So, before even starting to play, they started eating again. It really is delicious. Muttering, Nikita silently glanced at Tang Lei. You little brat, are you doing this on purpose? Until he recovers, he's never again to scheme in front of Tang Lei. Being able to look but not eat, it hurts too much. Tang Lei seemed not to notice, clapping his hands. Everyone, are you ready? On the 5th prison ward side, Anton naturally took the stage. As for the logistics department, there weren't many capable fighters, so the engineer Maxim was there to hold the fort. He was currently munching on bones, looking completely satisfied, seemingly feeling like he'd already made a killing. Sergei, in the back, angrily pumped his fist. If I'd known there was more to eat. You come down, I'll take your place. He wasn't expecting to win anyway. Maxim ignored him. For families from the Kirill family arrived, with plenty of able-bodied men, so they selected 4 representatives. They were also the current favorites to win. The others sized up the several tall, burly men with military backgrounds, already convinced they had no chance. They simply began to console themselves. Oh well, these guys won't stay anyway. There's plenty of time, they'll get plenty more later. Old Bawan counted Tang, there are still a few pieces left. Tang Lei thought for a moment and looked towards the dining hall. Many prisoners, having finished their meals, were reluctant to leave, their eyes fixed on this side. Tang Lei waved, come on, why don't you choose a representative to join in the fun? We can too? The prisoners were both surprised and delighted. Major General Kirill didn't seem to care, sure. After this meal, they had some impression of the prisoners' attitudes. The gray-haired Major General chuckled. We Kirill family members who joined the army never bully others. We're all seasoned veterans from the battlefield. Are you afraid to compete? Don't hold back later. The prisoners discussed for a few moments, then Dennis stepped forward, grinning. No way. They were all in, so they didn't care about giving the big boss face. Everything else had to take a back seat to Tang's delicious food. We're strong enough to farm every day. He confidently approached and took a piece of beef bone, when he saw a petite figure slowly and methodically gnawing away at the last bits of meat, then wiping her hands and standing over. Dennis's foot immediately slipped. You're coming too. No, seeing Major General Kirill's confidence stride, she suddenly lost her confidence. Yelena nodded, I'm ready. Major General Kirill glanced at her. Girl, are you sure? Take it easy later, don't make me cry. Yelena smiled at him, her eyes narrowing, and obediently said, okay. Major General Kirill was stunned, clutching his chest. Oh dear, this girl is so cute. He also wanted a sweet, gentle younger sister or daughter. But alas, in the Kirill family, regardless of gender, everyone's a brute. Right now, his little sister was rubbing her hands together, ready to get to work. Major General Kirill was feeling regretful when Tang Lei walked over. Ready. He stood next to Yelena, winking discreetly. Watch closely, left hand holding the bone, right hand ready to hammer. Open. Crack. A sharp crack. Half a cow bone splintered, barely caught by Tang Lei's outstretched hand. Then he looked again. This. Tang Lei choked. Playing this game of Delicacies, a card game, requires skill. He actually wanted to secretly pass on a secret to Xiao Ye when no one was looking. But, before he could finish speaking, the broken half of the cow bone was in his hand? Tang Lei was overwhelmed with emotion, speechless for a long time. The others were also stunned. Major General Kirill pressed his chest, took a deep breath, and felt a little dizzy. Wait? What happened to the obedient and gentle little girl? This seems even more fierce than his little sister. Only Yelena looked around innocently, holding the other half. It's broken. No. Major General Kirill was skeptical. So fast? He'd only just clenched his fist. He was a little confused himself. Was it really that easy to break? No, I hadn't even said anything yet. You hit it too early. As he spoke, he secretly punched his fist twice. Ouch. The skin on his hand was so thin, to clash head-on with bone. You can imagine how painful that would be. But this little girl? A group of Kirills tested it a couple of times, then looked at Yelena with disbelief. Is your piece easy to break? Yelena was delighted. Then can I break another piece? She could gnaw on another piece. While she happily picked up another piece of bone to gnaw on, the others quickly got to work. Then, hiss, ouch, hey, ugh. The sounds of exerting force echoed through the fifth canteen, but none of them could interrupt. Tang Lei shook his head and simply instructed, wrap your fist with a strip of cloth. Watch how I hold it. You need to find the weakest point on this bone. He had already given up on leaking the question to Yelena. This little girl, it doesn't need to. Where the hell did this monstrous strength come from? Even with his system-modified physique, he couldn't guarantee he could be this fast. After hearing Tang Lei's explanation, everyone started to feel around. It seems like this makes it easier to exert force. Almost there. Almost there. I'm getting the hang of it. Just then, heave-ho, crack, another sound. Everyone turned around, stunned. They saw Yelena grabbing both sides of the bone with her left and right hands, folding the cow bone in half. Like breaking a tree branch. That's it. Joseph slowly finished speaking, then looked at the cow bone in his hand. Stunned. Numb. Dennis sighed, lowered his head, and chewed on the bone again. He knew it would be like this. Oh well, let's savor it a little longer. At least it wasn't a wasted trip. Among those present, besides the prisoners who had actually been beaten by Yelena, only Anton and old Bavan had a relationship with her and knew a bit about Yelena, so they could accept it. The others were a bit bewildered. Several Kirills kept muttering to themselves. How is this possible? Why can't we? They fell into deep self-doubt. Then they thought, although they wouldn't get to eat meat, they might as well steam some buns to save face. If the Mongols can do it, why can't we? If this bone doesn't break today, I'm not a Kirill. Bang! Tang Lei glanced at it and sighed inwardly. It's all thanks to these Russians. They're really stubborn. That brute strength shouldn't be underestimated, it'll probably break them in no time. However, even if they break a lot now, they can't take those 2 pieces of meat. Because, while everyone was enthusiastically beating Sergei, Yelena finished gnawing on 2 bones. Senior, do you want me to fight some more? I know how to exert force. Let me demonstrate. Eat some more, no, demonstrate some more. As she spoke, she rummaged through the large pot of beef bone broth. After the spine, she moved on to the ribs. After gnawing on 2 ribs, she felt there wasn't enough meat, so Yelena reached in and picked up a beef leg bone. Let me try. Tang Lei quickly stopped her. That's enough. Leave me 2 bones. I still need to make soup. You can't mess with those leg bones. Even if you break them, you'll lose your hand. Yelena reluctantly put the bone down, sighing, alright then, Tang Ge. But this game is really fun. How did the Mongolians come up with this idea? Let's play again sometime. Tang Lei was speechless. He didn't know how the Mongolians came up with this idea. But he remembered that Dessert, a traditional Mongolian game involving breaking bones, used to be more than just a game. It was an important Mongolian wedding custom. A Mongolian man getting married would break a sheep's neck bone or a cow's bone at the wedding to show he was brave enough to protect his beloved. But for Yelena, who always claimed she would protect him, this is ridiculous. Tang Lei's 1,000 words finally condensed into one sentence. Okay, Yelena, you're something else. No wonder she's a Russian girl. He handed the box of meat to Yelena. All right, this time, the meat will go to Yelena. The others, though eagerly waiting, had no objections. Only Nikita stroked his chin, scrutinizing Yelena, a thoughtful look in his eyes. You are. Yelena, I'm just a staff member's family member. She tugged at Tang Lei. Brother Tang, can we take the meat home first? The raw meat almost flew away. Yelena was extremely wary now. She'd wait until she got home, when these people weren't fighting over the meat, before secretly eating it. The group looked at her resentfully. Hey, look at what you're saying, we're old enough not to fight over it. The mother of the 2 little bears nudged her sons. Sweethearts, you're young, quickly ask your sister if we can go to her house as guests. Yelena hugged the box tightly. Tang Lei chuckled, alright, put it back. Lunch is ready, the prisoners will clean up after they eat. Old Bawan, could you keep an eye on things for me? Yelena and I are going back home for a bit, we'll be back before dinner tonight. I need to check if we need any more ingredients or seasonings. His use of home was so natural that old Bawan happily nodded. Sure, see if you need anything, we'll get it. I'll go buy a couple of bottles of good wine later. He. Under the intense gazes of the group, Tang Lei laughed and pulled Yelena away. Old Bawan's family didn't lie far away, just a few minutes' drive. Tang Lei was still secretly chuckling to himself on the way. Although the process was somewhat unexpected, but the ending was still the same. He could find another beautiful moonlit night to have a good talk with Yelena. Phew! The moment the door opened, Tang Lei's heart pounded, and he jerked backward. Bang! A streak of dark light shot out from inside the house, shattering the wooden doorframe to pieces. Good, very good. A voice filled with anger rang out. You still know how to come back. Tang Lei jolted awake. That voice sounded so damn familiar. It wasn't the voice that was familiar, but the aura. It instantly reminded Tang Lei of a childhood experience of playing in the mud until he forgot the time, only to be grabbed by the ear by his mother the moment he walked in the door. So much so that his first instinct wasn't to grab the kitchen knife, but to back away. While doing so, he also stopped Yelena, who was slowed down because she was locking her bike and was rushing over. There's someone lying in ambush inside, be careful, Tang Lei whispered, his mind racing. Could it be that the Left family had left some kind of backup plan, coming to retaliate? This is old Baban's house, who would bother to retaliate against a prison cook? Step back, However, before he could finish, Yelena frowned, and without a word, pulled Tang Lei behind her. Brother Tang, be careful. I'll go check. She was still holding meat in her left hand, but her right hand flung downwards. A soft whooshing sound rang out. Tang Lei saw Yelena's weapon for the first time. It was a jet-black steel cable, seemingly concealed in her sleeve. She didn't even push the door open, she simply flicked her wrist, sending the cable soaring through the air, its sharp blades flashing out. Bang! The wooden door was instantly flung open. Tang Lei was about to warn her to be careful, there might be a gun, when Yelena charged forward. At the same time, another streak of dark light shot out from the darkness, heading straight for Yelena. Yelena nimbly dodged, but after a couple of exchanges, she suddenly paused. Wait, why does this move look so familiar? In that brief moment of hesitation, her opponent grunted, the dark light changing direction, suddenly attacking Yelena's left hand. My flesh! Caught off guard, Yelena had no time to parry, so she simply turned and grabbed the box, bracing herself for the blow. The next moment, another loud crash. The dark light was blocked by the wooden plank. Tang Lei, holding Yelena with one hand and using the other to pry a plank he'd casually pried from a broken wooden door, looked utterly helpless. Why worry about the jerky at a time like this? Yelena, you said it's delicious. Tang Ge, watch out. She caught a glimpse of a cold light beside Tang Lei. Her right hand was still by his side, but her left hand lashed out without hesitation. A muffled thud. The box, which Yelena had been protecting like a treasure, was thrown into the air and struck the cold light. And the person behind the cold light. A muffled groan. The dark light landed on the ground, finally revealing its true form. It was a small knife attached to a steel cable, shaped like a scorpion's tail. Tang Lei didn't have time to look closely. He took a step forward and threw a punch. Suddenly, Yelena shouted from behind. Wait, Brother Tang, don't hit me. At the same moment, a pair of hands barely managed to block Tang Lei's fist at the last second, followed by another muffled groan. Tang Lei frowned. This time he was closer. He realized it was actually a tall woman in black. She had dark flaxen hair, and her features had some mixed-race characteristics. She wasn't ugly, but she was too cold. A sour face greatly diminishes beauty, especially when she was currently enraged. She looked like she could eat someone alive. As soon as Tang Lei stopped, the woman exhaled and roared angrily. You've really grown bold, haven't you? Alexei Deka. Tang Lei was stunned. This was the first time he had ever heard anyone address Xiao Ye like that. Xiao Ye, who is she? Turning back again. Yelena was clinging to the doorframe, looking desperate to escape the room, her face contorted with despair. Team leader. Why are you here? Oh no, I forgot, I'm the one who called you. She finally remembered. The woman sneered, you know you forgot. I was on vacation. I flew halfway around the world to clean up your mess. And you're telling me you forgot. The woman grew angrier, pointing at Tang Lei. You weren't home on vacation, what were you doing out all morning? Looking for a man? Don't tell me. You forgot about me because you were with another man. Tang Lei quickly withdrew his fist, coughed lightly, and looked extremely embarrassed. Yelena whispered, No, I was in the cafeteria all morning. I only came back after I finished eating. Well, I did remember a little bit while I was eating. Then I just chewed and swallowed it along with the delicious food, which is understandable. Understandable? The woman became even more agitated. And I came up with so many excuses for you on the way here. Like you were busy. You were injured. You were in trouble. I've been rushing around for 3 days and nights. I didn't even go when Major General Kirill called me to eat. I came straight to your house to find you. And now you're telling me you only came back after you've eaten? You should start thinking about how to die. Tang Lei scratched his head, listening. Well, no wonder she looked like that. So she really can eat people. She's starving. Yelena covered her head. Wow. Captain, no. The food was really delicious. The woman's response was raising her scorpion tail knife. Tang Lei touched his nose and quickly tried to calm her down. Ahem, ma'am, spare her life. Xiao Ye, you've been working hard these past few days, you might be too tired to remember. Haven't you eaten yet? Are you hungry? Shall I make you something first? The woman glared at him. Eat my ass. I'm settling accounts. You step aside, I have accounts to settle with you later. Gurgle. A rumbling stomach suddenly interrupted her. Silence fell for a moment. After a while, Yelena cautiously slipped over to Captain, why don't you eat something first? Tang Ge's cooking is delicious. The woman glared at her again. Eat. She picked up the box of meat that had just hit her and said to Tang Lei, does she want this? Make this for me. Yelena pleaded pitifully, I finally want it back. The woman said, so you're using this to throw at me, whom you've forgotten about. Yelena shook her head instantly, no, I was wrong. This delicious food should be given to you, Captain. I don't mind, I'm generous, Wah! Tang Lei chuckled, alright, I'll go get busy. You two rest and have some tea. Madam, I believe Yelena didn't mean to trick you. Let her explain if there's any misunderstanding. The woman glanced at him, saying nothing, but her gaze held a hint of scrutiny. After Tang Lei left, she grabbed Yelena's ear. What happened? Ouch! Yelena cried, aggrieved, I really didn't mean it, Captain. Didn't we say we'd call you here to get some evidence and then send it out to take down that annoying second-generation heir of the family? I didn't expect this either. Before you even arrived, he was crippled. This was resolved too quickly. And with the Kirill family backing her up, Brother Tang said she didn't need to worry about anything else. Plus, with all the good food and drink, Yelena had almost forgotten about Roman. The woman took a deep breath. So I rushed over day and night, and you tell me everything's alright. You bastard. Her hand itched, and she pinched Yelena's ear again. You should have told me sooner. I was wrong. Yelena clasped her hands together. Captain, I know I was wrong. I'm willing to share all the good food with you. Please don't be angry. Boo-hoo. The woman snorted again. However, this matter was resolved in a rather interesting way. Tell me in detail, how did you obtain all that evidence? And what about the Kirill family? Yelena thought for a moment. It seems like nothing much, just eating and drinking well, and everything was there? She recounted the events of the past few days, focusing on describing the taste and texture of each dish. The more she spoke, the more the woman in black pressed her bloated stomach, finally losing her patience. Alright, that's enough. Stop talking, you little fool. Stop calling him Brother Tang all the time. This man is unfathomable. Don't let him sell you out. Yelena immediately shook her head. Brother Tang wouldn't lie to me. Brother Tang is the best person in the world. The female captain took another deep breath, intending to give Yelena a good lesson in anti-fraud. Suddenly, a fragrant aroma wafted over. It's ready. You two, have something to eat before we talk. Tang Lei carried in a large plate of hot roast beef. Old Bawan's kitchen wasn't as meticulously prepared as his canteens. There weren't many seasoning sauces, but the pepper and salt for grilling were plentiful. Tang Lei simply grilled it. The diaphragm was divided into 3 parts, the inner skirt, the outer skirt, and the liver muscle. The flavor and cutting methods were also slightly different. Thick slices were cut against the grain, while thin slices were cut diagonally, to make the beef as tender and easy to chew as possible. The thin slices of beef, with their marbling, changed color and curled up, releasing their juices, after a quick roll over the charcoal fire. Tang Lei was thinking about Yelena, so he didn't use any complicated techniques. But his eyes were always on the fire. Even with simple grilling, he controlled the heat perfectly. The outer layer was slightly charred, maintaining a tender texture while perfectly locking in the juices. 2 pieces of brisket fat were also lightly grilled. Compared to stir-frying, barbecue has one major advantage. The aroma is much richer. At this moment, Tang Lei simply brought over a plate, and the aroma of the meat immediately stopped the two from their conversation. Tang Lei set the plate out and handed over the cutlery. He had a small ulterior motive when he called for them earlier. The 2 of you he mentioned meant he didn't leave Yelena out. Now, under the guise of distributing cutlery, he also handed Yelena a set. His actions were natural, and the female captain in black gave him a cold glance but said nothing. Yelena, who had been listless, immediately perked up with a knife and fork in hand, and secretly winked at Tang Lei. Hee, I knew Tang Ge, you're the best. Tang Lei smiled and returned her glance. Eat up. With me cooking, you'll definitely get meat. Caught between their glances, the captain spoke expressionlessly. I can see. The 2 immediately turned their heads, laughing awkwardly. Tang Lei sat down as well. He didn't ask many questions, only introducing, this is freshly roasted beef. Want to try some? The woman casually forked a piece. It doesn't matter. Everything's the same here. I don't know if Alec told you, but our job doesn't allow us to be picky. She suddenly stopped, because a piece of beef had already entered her mouth. The smoky aroma of the charcoal fire, the aroma of the meat, suddenly became real on her tongue. It was very tender, and with just a few chews, it released abundant juice. And this juice was salty, fragrant, and delicious. There was also a slight spiciness from the black pepper. The woman had clearly been hungry for most of the day. After chewing the meat a couple of times, she forgot to say anything more and directly picked up another piece. After eating a couple of bites of meat, she tentatively cut off a piece of tender yellow brisket fat. She'd never tried this before. But seeing Yelena eating it with such relish, she took a piece too. You need to chew this a few more times. Yelena reminded her. Eat yours, the captain said, maintaining her sour face. After chewing a couple of times, she immediately understood why Yelena had said that. This stuff was more tender than meat, yet still had a crispness. It had a rich, oily aroma, fragrant but not greasy, with a hint of milk. She didn't waste any more words. She casually slapped Yelena on the back. You promised to share your good food with me. Yelena put down her fork sheepishly. Ahem, I was just trying it. Captain, you eat. Tang Lei didn't say a word either, just resting his chin on his hand and watching. He noticed a peculiar characteristic of Xiao Ye's captain when it came to eating. Fast and precise. Tang Lei, idly counting, discovered that she chewed the same amount of meat and brisket fat the same number of times. But no matter how much she chewed, she was fast. This was similar to Xiao Ye. Most soldiers eat quickly. It's part of discipline, and on the battlefield, there's no time for such formalities. Eating quickly means survival. But Tang Lei was also puzzled. This woman gave him a different feeling than ordinary soldiers, or even Kirill's men. Come to think of it, Xiao Ye carried a steel cable as a weapon, while this woman carried a scorpion tail knife. Is this common equipment for soldiers of this fighting nation? Tang Lei pondered casually until the woman finished the last piece of meat and wiped her mouth. She exhaled, the coldness on her face softening slightly. Finally, she didn't want to eat people anymore. Yelena stood up and cleared away the plates and other items, then introduced Tang Lei. Brother Tang, this is my former team leader, her name is. She looked at the woman. The woman nodded slightly. Ludmila, you can call me Myra. Tang Lei nodded. Hello, team leader Myra, I'm Yelena's colleague, a cook in the Siberian prison canteen. My name is Tang Lei. You can also call me Tang. Ludmila nodded. I know, she just told me you're from Great Xia. Tang Lei readily agreed, yes. Ludmila's scrutinizing gaze swept over Tang Lei from head to toe, but Tang Lei didn't shy away, letting her look at him. After a long pause, she finally spoke. I've roughly looked into your situation. Tang Lei, you're a smart man, and your cooking is. She glanced at the plates, her gaze softening. It's quite good. I admit you're a capable man. But I didn't know about you and Alexei Deka. Just then, a phone rang. Tang Lei took out his phone and glanced at it, somewhat surprised. His mother was calling at this hour? It should be afternoon or evening in Daxia by now. He apologetically held up the phone. Excuse me, my family is calling. May I excuse myself for a moment? Ludmila pursed her lips and nodded, gesturing for him to leave. Tang Lei went out and found another room, making sure it didn't look like a prison or some harsh, desolate place, before answering the phone. Mom, what's up? Son. Tang's mother's voice was enthusiastic. You're not at work, are you? Tang Lei, no, just got off work. Oh, good. Then turn on a video. Mom will show you something interesting. Tang Lei turned it on and immediately saw what was behind his mother. A sea of people, crowding around a dark, murky river. And on the river, a long, golden dragon, slowly swimming out. Holy crap, Mom, where have you been? Tang Lei was a little stunned. He'd seen river lanterns before, and he'd seen dragon dances, but he'd never seen anything like this. In the dark night and on the dark water, a long golden dragon peeked out from under the bridge, as if swimming in from the sky. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be dozens, even hundreds, of bamboo rafts linked end to end, forming a golden dragon hundreds of meters long. Winding and meandering, it stretched out before him. From a distance, it really did look like Tang Lei scratched his head. Was he seeing things? How could it really look like a dragon? The golden dragon lantern moved on the water, surrounded by a sea of people, a scene of great excitement. And underwater, a strange-looking creature looked around, with a camel's head and deer antlers, and two brightly colored cloth balls. It seemed to be watching the spectacle as well, but in the blink of an eye, it vanished. Only Tang's mother's excited voice could be heard. Son, did you see the dragon? Get ready for good luck. Tang Lei. He felt like he and his mother were seeing different dragons. Mom, where have you been? We don't have this kind of spectacle at home. Tang's mother waited until the dragon lantern had passed before turning the camera back. Ugh, don't even mention it. Tang Lei then noticed his father was also there, greeting him with a somewhat awkward smile. It's Dragon Boat Festival, time for the races. Your grandpa called a few days in advance to tell everyone to come back and practice rowing. But your dad and your uncle? Tang Lei asked curiously. They didn't win. Tang's mom, they were too excited. They veered off course. They collided with the boats from the next village. Their boats were both destroyed. Both are out. Now everyone from both villages who went on the boats is kneeling in the ancestral hall. Tang Lei tried to suppress his smirk and coughed lightly. Grandpa's still got a temper like that. It's okay if we didn't win. Tang's mom, it's not just about winning or losing. That boat that got destroyed. It's older than your dad. Your grandpa kicked him out, saying it made him angry just looking at it. Tang Lei glanced at his father and comforted him. There were so many people on the boat, you can't blame dad entirely, right? Tang's dad, haha, it's mainly because I shouted in the wrong direction. Tang Lei was speechless. The system beeped in his mind. Host, you truly are my son. The ability to make elders angry is passed down through generations. Well, we figured, since you're not coming home, what's the point of us going back? So we ran away. Tang Lei was taken aback, suddenly remembering his father's old complaints. Only when he was home would his mother painstakingly prepare a table full of delicious dishes. When he wasn't home, the two of them would make do with noodles and dumplings for days. Tang Lei touched his nose and said softly, Mom, you should focus more on yourselves, go out and have some fun, don't worry about me. Tang's mother laughed heartily. Don't worry. With you not coming back, old Tang and I can go out and have some fun. We don't have to do your laundry and cook for you, you little rascal. It's wonderful. Tang Lei's heartfelt words suddenly choked, and he slowly said, Wait, what happened to the touching moment? System, this is also our biological child. Tang Lei, shut up. Tang's mother continued, Anyway, you have a partner now. Old Tang and I have no other worries, so we simply came to Guizhou to see other people's dragon lanterns. We heard this river is called the Yulong River, and those who see a dragon have good luck, so we wanted you to get a glimpse too. Oh, by the way, what about that girl you were talking about? Didn't you invite her to come and receive good fortune too? Tang Lei chuckled. The dragons of our great Xia are still a bit far from her. Tang's mother thought for a moment. That's true, you should try harder, son. It's already Dragon Boat Festival, the new year can't be far behind. Tang Lei glanced at a house not far away. Yelena was sitting opposite her captain, completely absorbed. Picking up her empty plate, she was utterly focused. Tang Lei shook his head helplessly, mumbling to his mother, "Well, I'll go back for the new year, but if it doesn't work out, Mom, you can't get upset." Tang's mother waved her hand. "You're already willing to date, why should I be in a hurry? Besides, I think that girl is well behaved and pretty. If it doesn't work out, just ask her if she'd like to be my goddaughter." "Okay, that's enough. I'm busy. Old Tang, come take a picture of me, I need to post it on Douyin." Tang Lei said sourly, "Mom, weren't you quite concerned about me before? You were really pushing me to go on blind dates." Although being involved wasn't always pleasant, he was still a little unaccustomed to his mother's lack of concern. Tang's mother was already fiddling with the filter, and snorted upon hearing this. "That's because you never had any thoughts about that kind of thing before. I'm afraid you'll have problems, okay?" The screen went black, and the phone was passed to Tang's father. Tang's father coughed lightly. "Does your mother worry too much? She used to urge you so much because she was afraid you'd never find a partner. After we're all gone, you'll be all alone. How lonely that will be." Tang Lei was stunned. This was the first time he'd heard his parents talk about what would happen after they passed away. "Dad, Tang's father waved his hand. "Besides, before your mother became a mother, she was first and foremost my wife. Your dad's been waiting for some time alone with you for ages." From afar, Tang's mother seemed to call out, "Are you done yet?" Tang's father cheerfully raised his phone. "Honey, don't rush, I'll find you a good angle. You brat, go mess with your own wife. Bye-bye." Click. The phone hung up. Tang Lei? Wait, why did he feel like his dad was mocking him? A romantic getaway for two, huh? Just you wait. I'll take Xiao Ye back and bewitch Mom. He slammed down his phone, simultaneously tapping the system in his mind. "Little system, I think I just saw a dragon." The system remained silent. Tang Lei asked curiously, "Is it because of your intermediate chef's constitution?" "No, how does a chef's constitution relate to seeing spirits? You can't eat them, can you? Give me a sneak peek, do gods, immortals, demons, and monsters even exist?" After much pleading, the system finally spoke. "There are no gods or immortals. They're just people." Tang Lei, does your family have dragon heads growing underwater? The system slowly replied, "They look like that because that's what people think. No gods or immortals have ever come to save the world. The only ones who save the world are people." Tang Lei paused. "That's true." He patted his forehead. "I completely forgot about it. In just 6 months, it'll be New Year's. I need to quickly prepare some good wine and food, and have a heart-to-heart talk with old Bawan. And Xiao Ye, ugh, how can I get this foodie to realize that I'm not just a pot, but also a man? System, do you have any suggestions? System, the power pill is ready anytime. Tang Lei, get lost." He mentally punched and kicked the system as he walked back. Meanwhile, while Tang Lei was on the phone, Yelena, making sure no one could hear, spoke up quietly. "Captain, are there any more missions in Siberia? I can take any mission from here, I'm not picky." Ludmila frowned. "Most of the work here is thankless and exhausting. You've already taken 2, isn't that enough?" "Alexei Deka, you." Yelena whispered, "Captain, can you call me Yelena, or Little Ye is fine too. I'm not used to you calling me by my surname, it feels like I'm about to get beaten up." Ludmila rolled her eyes. "Alright, Yelena, a few months ago, you used up all the vacation days you'd saved up over the years, saying your dad wasn't feeling well and you wanted to come back to take care of him for a while. I approved it. At worst, you can just bring your dad along. But what do you mean now? Are you really planning to stay here long term? I need to remind you, although you might not understand it yourself, you are indeed one of my most promising talents. Yelena, you are currently the best sword the department has found. Do you understand what you can achieve in the future? At your rate of promotion, in less than 10 years, you'll be standing higher than me." Yelena blinked. "But Captain, I still want to stay here. Didn't you say that whatever you do is for the sake of our country? Even doing odd jobs is, so it's okay for me to do odd jobs here, right?" Ludmila took another breath, somewhat speechless, like talking to a brick wall. "Tell me, what's so good about this godforsaken place? Is it better than your promising future back in the capital?" Yelena smiled, her eyes narrowing. "The cafeteria food is delicious. It's better than our department's cafeteria. Ludmila? She said slowly. Don't tell me, Yelena. My most valued subordinate ran away, just because of a cafeteria. Are you crazy or am I? Yelena said aggrievedly, but it really is awful. Captain, I'm not trying to be mean, but look at what he's made. 3 meals a day of sausage, cheese, and rye bread. I'm about to throw up. Wah! Ludmila was furious. You used to praise his cooking, have you forgotten? Yelena shrugged. That was because compared to my dad's frozen fish. Back then, she was too young to appreciate anything cooked hot. But now, Captain, now I'm Yelena who's eaten at Tang's cafeteria. She's evolved, wanting to eat well and enjoy life. Ludmila nearly choked, finally managing to slam her hand on the table after a long pause. You've got guts. Yelena chuckled. I'm a very capable captain. I've thought about the promising future you mentioned. After much research, even a promotion in the capital might not be as good as the food here at Brother Tang's. Besides, Brother Tang even gives me special treatment. So this place has a better future. Ludmila silently rubbed her forehead, suddenly doubting her decades-long, shrewd, and capable career. Just because of a cafeteria. Ludmila, have you thought this through? Your life, your whole life, is this it? Aren't you afraid of regretting it later? You're someone I picked up. I don't want you to regret it, Yelena. Her hands suddenly felt warm. Yelena leaned closer, nudging her. Captain, don't sigh. You know me best. I won't regret it. From beginning to end, no matter what I did, I just didn't want to go hungry anymore. The pot will eventually run out, but if I find someone who will cook for me and leave food for me, then I won't go hungry, right? Ludmila looked at her for a long time, then sighed deeply. Silly girl. You still say you're clueless? Yelena was bewildered. Clueless about what? Ludmila rolled her eyes for what felt like the umpteenth time tonight. A glutton who sees eating as her ultimate goal, willing to get injured to protect the meat. Throwing away the meat for a pot. Damn it, if she's not clueless. Oh wait, no. Ludmila suddenly realized, what if this little girl was thinking about how to eat forever? She shook her head, feeling a headache coming on. Young people these days are so hard to deal with. She wanted to say a few more words when footsteps sounded. Tang Lei had returned after finishing his call. Sorry for the delay. Ludmila said calmly, it's alright, family is always important. Tang Lei smiled, indeed. What did Captain Myra want to ask me about Yelena and me? Ludmila nodded, I also consider Yelena family. What I'm about to say might not be pleasant to hear, but I hope you'll answer me seriously. Tang Lei's expression turned serious. Please go ahead. The woman said coldly, do you know anything about her background and past? Tang Lei was taken aback, thinking to himself, these words sound familiar. Fortunately, he had been asked before, and this was a good opportunity to use it. I know a little. I've met her biological mother, Mrs. Jaeger. I don't think my family has any obstacles to my personal feelings. Ludmila snorted. Her? Who cares? She gave Tang Lei another unpleasant look. Sure enough, she knew it. This kid has his own ideas. The moment she asked, he immediately adopted the attitude of meeting the parents. Meanwhile, her beloved was still vehemently defending the world's best pig. Humph. Ludmila first spat passionately at Mrs. Jaeger before coldly saying, you may know that Yelena is a soldier, but she may not have told you how she went from an ordinary girl to joining the army. Yelena's eyes widened suddenly, and she opened her mouth to stop her. You can't say that, Captain. Ludmila pressed her down, expressionless. I found her. She was only 4 or 5 years old when I found her, by a river. You know the temperature here, it won't get much warmer even on the hottest days, but she didn't even have a wool hat. She was lying in the river, catching fish. Tang Lei frowned, his expression turning serious. A child, catching fish? He suddenly had a wild guess. Yelena became even more agitated, baring her teeth and claws, but Ludmila pressed her down again. The female captain in black had an icy expression. I had just started my mission when I met her. I asked her why she was here. She said, no reason, I was just hungry. She closed her eyes, and the eyes of the child she had met years ago flashed through her mind again. Very clean, and also blank. Her eyes were devoid of emotion. Even with her hands and feet chapped from the cold, she showed no fear or distress, her eyes fixed intently on every fish she could reach. At that moment, Ludmila felt. She was less a child and more a little wild animal. She followed her most primal instincts, to hunt, and to survive. Then, right in front of me, she actually caught a fish. I was quite surprised. For a girl that age, just standing still in the river is difficult. She could even catch fish. At that moment, I thought she would be a good prospect. Tang Lei fell silent. Ludmila continued, but she didn't grill it, she didn't even give me time to help her, she just stuffed the fish into her mouth, and ate it raw. Yelena covered her face and groaned. That goes without saying. Captain, now you know you can't talk about it? Ludmila poked Yelena's forehead angrily. You bastard. How could you be so quick? You grabbed the fish and started gnawing on it without even scraping off the scales. No matter what I say, you won't listen. I tried to take it from you, but you pricked yourself and wouldn't let go. Now you know how stupid you are. Yelena covered her head, looking aggrieved. I was hungry. If it were now, I would definitely know to take the fish to Brother Tang to cook for me. Ludmila sighed and looked at Tang Lei. So, now you know. She's been slow-wit since she was little. When she's starving, she'll eat anything she can grab, and she's incredibly strong. Some people say she's a monster. She has no normal human emotions at all. She'll do anything for food. During her time here, have you noticed that she's different from others? Tang Lei, who had been silent all along, now silently looked at Yelena. Yelena muttered in defense, actually, there's not much to eat right now, right? I'm just a little stronger than the others, a little greedy, a little. Her forehead suddenly felt hot. Tang Lei reached out and ruffled her blonde hair, smiling faintly. Isn't that cute? What's wrong with that? It's because they're too weak. Not being enthusiastic about eating? There's something wrong with your thinking. Little Yelena, your attitude is so upright. I like you just the way you are. Really? The gloom in Yelena's eyes vanished instantly. Then I'll keep working hard. Tang Lei smiled. Okay, but remember to come find me next time you catch some ingredients. I'll cook something delicious for you. Yelena visibly perked up. Definitely. And Tang Ji, don't worry, even though everyone says I'm crazy, I'd rather starve than hit you. Tang Lei rubbed his nose. You said it yourself, you won't hit me no matter what I do? Yelena was about to nod when Ludmila slapped her. Idiot. Don't be so sure. What if this kid deserves a beating later? Yelena shook her head. That still won't do, Captain. Tang Ji isn't one of the tough guys in the team who can be beaten up easily. The cook is a precious treasure. We can't hit him. Ludmila sighed, silently mourning for 3 seconds the idiots in her team who had once pursued pretty dolls and were then mistaken for sparring partners and given a good beating. All right. Stop talking, for the sake of my heart health, Captain. Did you see Kirill's family? Ask them when they're going back? I came with their car. Yelena stammered, we saw them, but Captain, you're leaving already. We just got here. Ludmila snorted, your matter is settled. Leave the rest to Kirill. Their heir, Nikita, is going to be reinstated, isn't he? I've already heard the news. You don't want to go back yet, so what's the point of me staying? To watch you, you blockhead, get completely dominated? She didn't want to see it, just thinking about it made her nauseous. I took you in and painstakingly raised you for so many years. Yelena lowered her head guiltily, I'll work hard here too. I can do all the dirty and hard work. Tang Lei then said, Captain Myra, if you're leaving, why don't you come eat with us at the canteen before you go? It'll be dark soon, this little bit won't fill me up. The canteen has plenty of ingredients. I was planning to cook a beef head and oxtail for Yelena and Lao Bawan tonight. Ludmila frowned, the word refuse instinctively popping into her head, but then she looked down at the empty barbecue platter and twirled it in her mouth. Finally, seeing Yelena's expectant eyes, she reluctantly nodded. Okay, I'll go eat something then. Eat and then leave. If you're not leaving Kirill's house, you can drive me there. Yelena cheered, great. I'll go pack up the dishes and head back right away. She jumped up to collect her things, while Tang Lei lagged half a step behind, standing at the juncture of light and shadow in the doorway. Yelena ran off, and Tang Lei slightly turned his head to look at Ludmila. The two stared at each other for a moment, then Ludmila let out a soft snort. Kid, are you afraid of getting beaten up by her? Feeling guilty? Tang Lei smiled, no, it's just that domestic violence is illegal. Ludmila was filled with rage. Listen to that. Everyone knows her ambition, but her cabbage is like a wooden shell covered in molten iron, determined to bury itself in the pot. This capable and aloof female captain could only sigh in the end. She's a good girl. If in the future, you find out. Tang Lei nodded, I know. He had always known she was a good girl. So her secrecy, the blood and mud on her hands, her unusual personality and past, none of it mattered. Ludmila waved her hand, indicating he could leave. She closed her eyes, and in a daze, she returned to that frozen riverbank from many years ago. A 4 or 5-year-old child, unable to distinguish gender, was tearing at the live fish like a wild animal. Ludmila tried to stop her, but the child, even with her mouth almost torn, wouldn't let go, making threatening animal-like noises in her throat. She had no choice but to give up and squat down to wait for her to finish eating. She watched the child clumsily spit out the scales, finally managing to eat half the fish. Then, she looked at it reluctantly, then handed over the half-eaten fish, its body a pitiful sight. For me? Ludmila was surprised. Wasn't this child just possessive of her food? Little Yelena looked at her calmly, her blue eyes as clear as the sky over this frozen land. I'm full. You're hungry too. Ludmila paused, thinking for a while before understanding. You thought I took your fish because I was hungry? Little Yelena nodded, somewhat confused. Wasn't that right? In her heart, the struggle was simply for survival. All living things want to live, she felt this was only natural. Therefore, her survival came first. If there was anything left after she had eaten her fill, she should share it with other lives. If everyone could live, there would be no need to fight. If you're full, don't try to take it from me. If you do, I'll hit you. Ludmila stared at her blankly for a moment, then suddenly made up her mind. She took the half fish. Okay, I'll take your food payment. In return, I'll take you somewhere. It might be a bit tough, but you can eat your fill every day there. The child's eyes lit up. I'll go. Ludmila sighed again. Silly boy, you wouldn't even know you were being kidnapped. Do you have a home? Where is it? Such a young child living like a wild child outside, probably no one cares for him anymore. Ludmila hadn't held out much hope when she asked. But little Yelena pointed in a direction. Yes, but there's no food at home. When I'm hungry, I come here to find food myself. Ludmila frowned. Where are your parents? The child blinked. Mom doesn't know. Dad said he went out to fight bad guys. He came home after he finished fighting, and then there was food. Ludmila instantly understood. What's your name? What's your dad's name? My name is Burden. My dad's name is Alex Derika. In the weak voices, a tall and a short figure stepped across the frozen ground and into the snowstorm. Ludmila gazed at the small figure in her memory, rubbing her temples. If this is the destiny you've chosen, perhaps you will be happier than I hope? May you spend your life in peace and tranquility, and as you wish, never have to go hungry again. My dearest, Yelena. Bang! Yelena tossed the baking tray and used cutlery into the sink and began washing. Tang Lei came in a few steps later. Why don't you wash them when you get back? Yelena shook her head. It's fine. It's not a hassle. Besides, what if you want to bake something else when you get back tonight, Brother Tang? She smiled slyly. Tang Lei smiled back and helped put away the washed dishes. Smart, Yelena. Of course. Yelena said, a little smugly. By the way, Brother Tang, did you just get a call from your mother? Was it urgent? Tang Lei shook his head. No, it's the Great Xia Festival now. My parents went out to play. Oh. Yelena's eyes flickered. Brother Tang, you said last time your parents invited me to your house. When is that? She was a little expectant and a little nervous. Was that just a casual remark, a polite gesture? It wouldn't be very polite for me to come directly to your house. Tang Lei shook his head. What's impolite about it? They just called and asked why you weren't here. Can you go abroad? Do you have any vacation time? I checked the dates. It'll probably be around January or February next year. How about we go to Daxia for a while? That'll be Daxia's biggest festival of the year. I'll take you to see the slaughter of the New Year's pig and the grand feast. It'll be so lively. Don't be fooled by the fact that the chefs preparing those feasts aren't in high-end restaurants. Their skills are all top-notch. After all, a grand feast is for the surrounding area, a lively celebration. If a chef's skills aren't up to par, their reputation will be ruined after just one festival. Those who are invited to prepare feasts for years in a row must have real talent. Yelena nodded happily. Okay, let me calculate. January or February. She took out her phone and glanced at it, then suddenly exclaimed in surprise. That's half a year. Tang Lei was puzzled. Oh, really? It's still early, isn't it? It's not early at all. Yelena exclaimed anxiously. How can it be just a few months? Oh my god, I have to hurry. Tang Lei scratched his head. Hurry up about what? We don't need to prepare much. We can just buy some local specialties later. Once Yelena and he went home together, Tang Lei planned to reveal that he was working as a chef abroad. However, he still needed to keep his work location a little secret. Yelena stamped her foot. There's something to prepare. Sigh, Brother Tang, never mind, I have to go find the captain. Tang Lei nodded. Go ahead. By the way, do you know what your captain likes to eat? Yelena thought for a moment. The captain doesn't seem to like anything. I used to share my food with her, but she wouldn't take it. She even lectured me. Soldiers of the fighting nation can fight even on black bread. So we still have black bread in our work meals now. Tang Lei. That's not really necessary. Back then, conditions weren't good enough. After 3 years of fighting, the fighting nation was so poor they could only give each person 125 grams of black bread a day. That's why they had to mix sawdust into the bread and use it as a close-quarters weapon. But he really didn't expect that they'd still keep black bread as military rations now. Tang Lei. So what do you usually see her eating? Yelena pondered for a moment, then said, the captain's quite busy, always in meetings, and her mealtimes are irregular. If we're talking about eating a lot, does coffee count? She said it's not good to eat in front of the leaders during meetings, so she drinks a lot of coffee to stay awake. Tang Lei grunted. I see. After saying that, Yelena hurriedly ran off, apparently to talk to Ludmila. When the three met again, Ludmila glared at Tang Lei fiercely. Her gaze was incredibly angry. Tang Lei was somewhat puzzled, but he wisely knew that whatever he said now might be wrong. So he calmly walked ahead and led the way. Let's go eat. Upon arriving at the fifth canteen, he pushed open the door and saw old Bhavan, Gennady, and old Six, the three cooks, sitting idly together. They were having a heated discussion. As Tang Lei got closer, he heard, "Old Bawan, seriously, you can put any kind of sauerkraut with frozen meat rolls, why not try frozen fish? It'd make a good soup." Gennady, "Impossible. You're ruining my delicious meal." Old Bawan retorted, "Who are you looking down on? At least frozen fish doesn't smell bad." Old Six sighed, "Neither of you are any better, okay? If you ask me, why not try abalone and lobster for your, shrimp sour? I can cut it for you." Gennady, "I'm going to report you, Old Six. Prisons need to be frugal. The canteen should treat everyone equally." "What are you doing?" Old Six, I forgot, I didn't realize, but report me already. I beg you. Take away my position as head chef of Zone 2, I want to work as a handyman in Zone 5. Tang Lei listened for a while, then couldn't help but speak up. "Why not make a big hodgepodge? I've never tried putting several kinds of stinky tofu together, boiling them in cow dung soup, and then soaking them in stinky tofu." Old Six, Old Bhavan, ugh. Where did this devil come from? "Oh, it's you, Tang." The others finally stopped their bizarre discussion and made room for the others. Old Bhavan spotted Ludmila behind Yelena. "Oh, you're not little Yelena's captain." He quickly stood up. Hello, it's been over 10 years since we last met." Ludmila smiled faintly. "Your memory is still pretty good." Old Bawan sighed, "How could it not be? You're Xiao Ye's savior. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't know what would have happened to Xiao Ye on the battlefield." Ludmila gently raised her hand, indicating that she didn't need to continue, "It's all in the past. She could have survived without me. Besides, I wouldn't stand idly by if I encountered any soldier's child. The motherland remembers your sacrifices." The group sat down, and Tang Lei looked around. "Just you few?" Suddenly, it felt a little strange not having a group of people huddled together for a meal. Gennady nodded. "Yeah, they were all sent away by cousin Nikita. Nikita is insane. He'll work as long as he can breathe. Even the two little bears are no exception. He still gets chills thinking about it. It's alright, I'm just the cook, I don't have to work now, haha." Tang Lei smiled. "Okay, now you have a cook." "Ha!" Gennady's laughter abruptly stopped. "Starting work at this hour? There are still several hours left." Tang Lei changed his clothes and washed his hands. "It didn't have to be this early. But have you forgotten? You all have your regular jobs as the head chef of the canteen. Help me with some work, then go back to your canteen and get back to your business. What kind of person are you, loafing around here?" Old Six adapted well. He used to arrange the canteen's menu and such every day before coming. Now he just helps prepare the ingredients in advance. "However, it seems things are a bit unsettled in my second ward lately." Old Six said, "When Luo Meng was here, he made deals with quite a few inmates, smuggling a lot of things in private." Tang Lei understood, "That's common. The fifth ward was poor and small, and most of the inmates didn't have any connections. The second ward itself had better benefits, so many powerful and influential people went there after entering. Although it's all about going to jail, money talks, and naturally, some prison staff don't refuse to smuggle in cigarettes, alcohol, and small gadgets to improve their quality of life. But this is all done covertly. Only Luo Meng, who thinks of himself as a local tyrant, leads the way in squeezing this money out of the prison ward." Gennady sighed. "It was only in the year or two since my cousin's accident that Roman had such audacity, now it's a real headache. The hole in Ward 2 is too big. Ward 1 doesn't have enough manpower to fill it. These guys have been spoiled by Roman, and now that they're suddenly stuck, they're unhappy and keep trying to cause trouble. The people from my family were arrested today to help suppress the troublemakers. Sigh, I wonder when the higher UPS will send another Ward 2 warden." Old Six was quite puzzled. "Sending another one? Why don't you take this opportunity to take over Wards 1 and 2? Gennady scratched his head. "No. My cousin said we should do what we're supposed to do, and not take on things we shouldn't." Tang Lei nodded, thinking to himself, "No wonder he's a CPU. Being capable but also knowing how to maintain boundaries is the key to long-term success." Gennady, "Besides, what's the point of taking them in? It'll just create more trouble. We don't need the money, and we're not getting a raise. Why create more problems?" Tang Lei, "It's fine, anyway, just listen to your family's brains." He now strongly suspects that Nikita's brains weren't just developed by the brute force of her family, even her workaholic tendencies. A family like that needs someone who puts in the effort, otherwise they'd be extinct long ago. But I guess we'll have to wait until the procedures are complete. My cousin is officially reinstated, and the left family pays up before they can send the next second warden. I wonder who it will be. Tang Lei was also quite curious. How do you usually select them? Do you transfer officials from elsewhere? Janity honestly replied, usually, it's someone from the military with a rank, otherwise, they might not be able to keep order. Plus, it's military-style management, so transferring officers is convenient. In special circumstances, prisoners also have a chance to be released early. Tang Lei nodded, he had heard about this before. After all, the country's population is far too small compared to its land area. And the people there are, a bit hardcore. Like Siberian prisons, although harsh and cold, you basically won't find thugs or serial killers. Because these people aren't caught in the act. He was sentenced to several years and then accidentally died. Those remaining, still able to breathe and undergo labor reform, were already being given a chance by the state. In special circumstances where manpower was needed, some prisoners would be recruited. Therefore, Tang Lei was willing to treat the prisoners in the 5th prison ward as human beings. He thought for 2 seconds, forget it, what does the 2nd ward have to do with me? Gennady, you're right, I have enough money to spend, why bother with trouble? 1/5 prison ward wasn't enough, the logistics department was also coming to freeload, and there was Nikita, etc. He had to be careful, he couldn't let the 2nd ward catch him and come to freeload too. While he was talking, the men had already changed their clothes, and Tang Lei first took the large bull's head out of the freezer. First, he pried open its mouth and removed the tongue. This was good stuff. Gennady complained, Tang, tell me, what part of this cow isn't good? Did you guys already eat the 2 pieces of meat you secretly took? We didn't get any of the head or tail either, sigh. Tang Lei coughed lightly, next time, definitely. We'll make it again when we have more. After putting away the cow's tongue and removing the hair from the cow's head, Tang Lei examined the 2 horns. Do you have an axe? Let's saw off these 2 horns first. Yelena responded, yes, wait a minute, I'll go get it. A moment later, she came in dragging a small cart. The others peeked out, hiss. Little Yelena, an axe is one thing, but why do you have a chainsaw? An iron bar? A harpoon? Where did you get these? Yelena smiled shyly, they're souvenirs I collected when I was working. They've been sitting in my trunk for ages, finally I can use them. Last time Tang asked for weapons, he only took a screwdriver, and she'd been holding a grudge for a long time. Tang Lei glanced at Ludmila subconsciously. She stared blankly at the ceiling, rolling her eyes. She seemed a little guilty. Tang Lei chuckled. Alright, come here, Yelena, find something to get these 2 horns off. Okay. Yelena walked over and touched them. Gennady asked worriedly, will this work? Yelena nodded. You, get off me. She picked up an axe, weighed it in her hand, stepped on the bull's head, gripped the handle with both hands, and gently chopped. Snap! In less than a minute, both horns were on the ground, smooth cuts, hollow inside. Yelena picked them up and looked at them, puzzled. You can't eat these, can you? Seeing her even about to put them in her mouth and gnaw on them, Tang Lei quickly stopped her. This isn't for eating, it's for use. He didn't say much more, only adding, you'll see when it's done. Come on, blanch the bull's head in the pot first, then put it in my big vat of braising liquid to braise. The men helped lift the enormous bull's head. Don't let its size fool you, the bull's face was thick with meat, and there was actually quite a bit to eat. Even though he said he'd take it back for Xiao Ye to eat, Tang Lei still felt a little soft-hearted. If the prisoners still have room after they've eaten tonight, you can all come and have a taste. The men cheered, and old Bawan asked, Tang, what are we making tonight? Tang Lei flipped through the dishes. Since we're talking about a hodgepodge, let's make a big stew today. I didn't eat much meat at noon today, so let's make some stir-fried pork slices too. Let me think of one more vegetarian dish. Potato and eggplant stew, I don't think I've made that before. He ordered, rattling off the names of the dishes as he spoke, and by the time he finished, he had already ordered all the ingredients he needed. Come on, brothers, let's get to work. At his command, the 2 head chefs, who were also former head chefs, busied themselves under Tang Lei's direction. Outside the kitchen, Ludmila squinted and scrutinized him. Not bad, at least he's competent. These guys really respect him. Yeah, came the rumble of wheels. Another male voice chimed in with admiration. It's quite amazing, isn't it, Ms. Ludmila? Ludmila turned and nodded slightly. Long time no see, Lieutenant Colonel Nikita Kirill. She seemed unsurprised by Nikita's current situation. Nikita smiled slightly in return. It hasn't been long since you rescued me from that icy wasteland. If I had known earlier that the lady my father and his party gave a ride to was you, I would have come sooner to greet you, and, thank you. How have you been? Ludmila's eyes softened slightly at his suggestion. I'm fine. No need for thanks, it was just my duty. It seems you're doing well, Lieutenant Colonel. They're very happy you've made it this far. The promotion order will probably arrive soon. Congratulations in advance. Nikita waved his hand with a wry smile. I'd rather not have this promotion. He stopped talking, and the 2 exchanged a glance. Ludmila sighed softly. They sacrificed themselves honorably. Nikita nodded slightly, changing the subject first. I wonder what brings you here this time. Is there a mission? Ludmila shook her head. No, I'm on vacation, just visiting relatives. But the Kirill family, with so many people coming all at once, aren't you worried about something happening in the capital? Nikita, not a big problem. Grandpa and fourth uncle wouldn't let the Kirill family neglect their duties because of a private gathering. If something really happens. He smiled faintly. How can you say? Is it true or false? The biggest advantage of the Kirill family is that we know exactly where our brains are. We may not be smart, but we certainly won't do anything stupid. Why should we worry if the patriarch doesn't give the order? Ludmila rubbed her temples. That is indeed quite convenient. Sometimes I envy you guys. If only you could cut a piece of your brain and give it to my stupid team members. Sigh. Nikita glanced at the kitchen. So Yelena is one of yours? Ludmila hummed in agreement, then said coldly, you guessed it, but she never gets involved in this mess. She's a loyal soldier. I hope you won't do anything. Nikita helplessly raised his hands in surrender. Madam, I didn't say anything. Your smile isn't very sincere. Just like that brat from Great Xia. Ludmila gritted her teeth, like a fierce mother tigress protecting her cubs. I know you're the next heir. I'm warning you, don't let your political machinations affect my team. Nikita smiled wryly. I completely understand targeting Tang, but targeting me is purely collateral damage. He comforted her. Madam, since you're here to visit relatives, don't think too much about it. Those who play politics have dirty hearts. Here, you should think about food and drink. Ludmila frowned, just then seeing Tang Lei, having heard the commotion, peek out from the kitchen. Oh, Nikita, weren't you busy? You're here so early? Nikita rubbed her stomach, speaking to Ludmila's incredulous gaze. Tang, hungry, begging for food. Ludmila almost jumped up, a rare hint of fear appearing in her usually cold eyes. What the hell? Is this still the gloomy, aloof man she personally rescued? A year apart? He's learned to play the victim? Where's his family's authority? Nikita coughed weakly. I only had a little soup for lunch. Tang, at this rate, I'll starve to death here before you cure my illness. Tang Lei, exasperated by his words, simply picked up a steamed bun from the freezer and heated it up. Then, he broke it in half. He tore one half in half, added a couple of bites of pickled vegetables, and handed it to Nikita. Eat, eat. He didn't add anything to the other half and casually stuffed it into Yelena's hand. Yelena accepted it without hesitation, hugging it and starting to eat. Meanwhile, outside the window, Ludmila looked at Nikita, her expression complex. She was disgusted by the smell and wanted to stay away. Yet, she couldn't resist getting closer to see what good thing Tang Lei had given her. Something that could make a young master like Nikita eat so cherished, with such a sincere smile. She'd been staring for too long. Nikita, savoring the aroma of noodles and the tangy, crunchy side dishes, spoke slowly and deliberately. Stop looking, this is just for me. You wouldn't dare steal a patient's meal, would you? Ludmila was furious. Who do you take me for? Wait, you've actually had your food stolen before? Nikita choked back a sob and sighed. Never mind, it's all sad stuff. Tang Lei poked his head in again. Nikita, you can leave now. They don't have anything suitable for you to eat tonight. Nikita, cough cough. Great. Even more sad. Fortunately, Tang Lei had a solution. When Gennady finishes his work, tell him to go back to the cafeteria and make you some stinky dishes. Your family came here specifically for the stinky dishes, we can't let them go hungry. Gennady will make some first, then I'll arrange some snacks for you. Nikita's eyes lit up. This is fine. Ahem, actually, it's okay if we don't eat the rotten stuff now. Anyway, those people, when they were eating the whole cow feast, they didn't think about eating the rotten stuff. By the time they remembered why they came, they were all already stuffed, slumped in their chairs. I can't eat anymore. My stomach really can't take anymore. How about this? Big brother, let's stay a little longer. We'll eat something different every day. Sooner or later we'll get to eat the rotten stuff. Ouch. Nikita, why are your eyes so scary? Why? Nikita looked at them, then touched his own empty stomach, and instantly felt a surge of anger. Eating so much in front of him. Ha! Get to work for him. Don't be idle until mealtime. Although he, Nikita, doesn't eat much, he'll definitely be the first one to arrive at the canteen. Tang Lei didn't know what kind of family ties had changed in the Kirill family in this short day. He only said, I'll eat anything, even the smelliest food, and I'll cook it if I have time. But my only request is that it be done at the number 1 canteen. I'm afraid I'll get complaints again if I cook this at the number 5 canteen. After the last stinky feast, the side hall was cleaned up by fully armed soldiers from the logistics department. It said that Sergei had to share some of his hoarded snacks to avoid being drowned out by his subordinates' resentful curses. Nikita awkwardly stroked his chin. Sure. Anyway, they're used to it at the #1 canteen. The most outrageous thing he did during his tenure was openly serving canned herring in the cafeteria. Well, at least it tastes better than canned herring. Nikita was very satisfied. Over here, Tang Lei was also quite satisfied, because he discovered that Gennady was actually quite useful, especially when making this hodgepodge. This hodgepodge has an even more down-to-earth name, Great Harvest. It's a famous dish from northeast China. It's made by chopping up all the vegetables stored up during the autumn harvest and stewing them all in one pot. It's both lazy and delicious. The only thing to watch out for is, this dish also highlights another characteristic of northeastern cuisine: large portions. The amount of vegetables and food northerners buy is always a mystery to southerners, but in a canteen serving large meals, it's very convenient. This Great Harvest uses a lot of vegetables: potatoes, pumpkins, green beans, corn, you name it, you can stuff it in. Even though it's not autumn now, it doesn't matter. If you're missing any ingredients, just throw them in to change the flavor without any negative effects, and you'll have the same dish. In northeastern cuisine, as long as it tastes good, the details don't matter. At this moment, Gennaji's knife skills deeply impressed Tang Lei. His knife skills were nothing like Lao Liu's initial artistic style. His approach was all about sheer force. He'd plunge the potato and pumpkin knife into the cutting board and smash it down. Instantly, they were split into several pieces. While the presentation wasn't exactly neat, what did a hodgepodge like this need for neatness? Speed was key. And the pieces had to be large, not small. Small pieces would disintegrate during stewing. In no time, Gennady had chopped up several ingredients that needed to be cut into chunks, and even chopped some ribs along the way. Lao Lu watched, completely stunned. "Aren't you the head chef in the canteen? Your cutting skills are quite stylish, huh?" Gennady smiled sheepishly. "Really? I mainly learned a few techniques during training in the army, and I feel like I can use them to cut vegetables very quickly. Lao Lu, I often feel like I don't fit in with a brute like you." How could he not be fast? He couldn't think about it too much, it made his neck feel cold. While they were preparing the ingredients, Tang Lei also started cooking. As usual, he blanched the ribs first and then caramelized the sugar. This time, Tang Lei used more oil. Northeastern cuisine is known for its heavy use of oil and salt, so this ensured the potatoes, pumpkin, and other root vegetables were flavorful enough. After caramelizing the sugar, he added scallions, ginger, garlic, chili peppers, and star anise directly to the oil, stir-frying until fragrant before adding light soy sauce. Sizzle! A loud sound came from the pot, and a pungent aroma rose up with the smoke. He added warm water, simmered it for a few seconds, and then it was ready to stew. If there's any skill involved in stewing like this, it's paying attention to the order in which the ingredients cook. Generally, the hardest to cook, the green beans, are added first. Then comes the corn, potatoes, and pumpkin. While stewing, Tang Lei thought for a moment and quickly kneaded a bowl of dough, making it very soft, and then stuck it to the top of the large pot. Smack! A lump of dough was slapped into a long, flatbread-like shape and stuck to the side of the pot. Even if you don't add the flatbread, you still have to stick a couple on top, otherwise you'll waste this pot of good broth. Tang Lei muttered to himself. Only a deep, old-fashioned iron pot like this could do this. The pot walls are deep and curved, allowing the dough to adhere around its edge. Once the vegetables are cooked, the flatbreads are golden brown on the back, while the bottom is infused with the flavorful broth. They're incredibly crispy yet chewy, with both the aroma of wheat and a savory flavor truly absorbing the essence of the whole pot. You can easily eat 3 on their own, without rice or other dishes. This method also works for dishes like braised chicken in a clay pot or fish in a stone pot. It just doesn't suit the widely used flat-bottomed pans these days. But there's no way around it. For everyday home cooking, a small pot and stove are enough, and it's convenient. Even though the flavor of food cooked over a wood-fired stove and earthen oven is always slightly different from that cooked on an induction cooker, most of these old-fashioned cookers were still phased out. Now that Tang Lei had the means, he naturally wouldn't pass up this excellent opportunity to make flatbread. He also soaked some glass noodles. When it's almost simmering, I'll add the glass noodles to absorb the flavor. This will definitely be enough to fill us up. Snow is falling outside, a big pot of stew is cooking at home, my wife and kids are sitting on the heated brick bed. Hey, who wouldn't be mesmerized by that smell? The first to be mesmerized were the several part-time kitchen helpers. Old Lou strained his nose, sniffing the aroma, thinking, this seems pretty simple, and it can quickly use up a lot of vegetables. Shall we try it when we get back? Gennady nodded. Did you memorize the ingredient list? Hey, let me copy your homework. Old Lou chuckled, as if a former underachiever had finally found confidence. He tossed out a list. Gennady glanced at him. A little bit. Are you kidding me? That's why you still have a lot to learn. Old Six said proudly. Gennady, I'm telling you as a senior. When you figure out the secret of a little bit, you'll be able to make delicious Daxia dishes. Gennady was stunned. Really? Tang Lei glanced over as he passed by. Old Six, have you figured it out yourself? Then go back to the second canteen and make this dish. I'll send Xiao Ye, the taster, to check the results. Ha! Old Six, then at least let me eat my fill here first. Ha! Xiao Ye, my stomach only wants to be reserved for Brother Tang. Cough. Tang Lei's foot slipped, and he immediately felt a motherly gaze with a chilling murderous aura approaching from outside the window. He quickly straightened up. Stop joking. Cook another meat dish, and you lot all get back to your work in the canteen. Staying here felt like they were setting him up for trouble. It would affect his pure relationship with Xiao Ye and Lao Ba. The group immediately quieted down, and Tang Lei turned to get the pork. They had a great harvest. How could they forget the famous northeastern dish stir-fried pork slices? This dish, along with sweet and sour pork and 3 treasures of the earth, is considered one of the 3 great northeastern dishes. During the Lunar New Year, whether eating out or at home, this is a must-have. The original is delicious, and there are many variations. Sweet and sour pork tenderloin, stir-fried pork slices with green peppers. Basically, it's delicious no matter how you cook it. The ingredients aren't demanding. Back in the poor days, any kind of pork could be used to make this dish. Pork belly, shoulder, and tenderloin were all used. Therefore, some jokingly say this dish uses scraps. Old northeastern chefs have a saying: first shred, then slice, stir-fry the scraps and corners into chunks, and if that doesn't work, use it for mincemeat. This describes how this dish isn't picky about ingredients. The lean or fatty meat, no matter how it's cut, has its unique flavor. Even now, when high-end restaurants only use lean meat for this dish, some people still specifically request it to be fatty. They're after that pure, rich, oily flavor. Tang Lei, working in the cafeteria cooking large batches, naturally doesn't care much. He directly takes the meat and cuts it into flat, thin strips. First, he adds salt, soy sauce, and peppercorn water to marinate and remove the meaty smell, then mixes it until it becomes sticky and gelatinous. Then he coats it with a batter. He adds oil to the meat strips, then coats them with cornstarch. He stirred the batter, adding water as needed. The water couldn't be added all at once, because even Tang Lei himself wasn't sure how much to add while mixing. This required a bit of improvisation in cooking. You had to add it little by little while mixing. If you stirred it too vigorously and it all became a mess, you'd probably end up adding more flour than water, and more water than flour. In the end, you might as well skip the meat slices and just have fried dough sticks instead. Once the batter had thickened, Tang Lei heated the oil in the pan, taking a deep breath. Next came the technical part. The key to making perfect braised pork strips lies in the frying process. The pork, coated in batter, needs to be fried 3 times. Each time, the oil temperature must be 70% hot. If it's not hot enough, the pork will sink and burn. If it's too hot, it won't be crispy enough. It has to be fried until bubbles appear on the surface after each flip. That's the perfect batter and the right heat. When Tang Lei was preparing to fry, it was almost time for the prisoners to finish their evening shift. Ali and the others arrived early, and Tang Lei pulled them over. Watch carefully and learn well, this is the right heat. The first fry, the oil is smoking when the pork is added, and it comes out a golden brown. The second fry, the light golden crust starts to show a reddish brown hue, indicating it's fried to perfection. The third fry, at the same time as the pork strips are added, the green and red peppers Tang Lei requested are also chopped. Old Lu offered to help put the meat strips into the pot, but Tang Lei waved him off, indicating he should put them in a strainer. Then, he picked up a pot of deep-fried meat strips, already turning a deep golden red, and poured them into the strainer. Sizzle! The hot, fragrant oil scalded the green and red peppers, removing their raw taste and leaving only a fresh aroma that mingled with the fragrance of the meat and oil. It also masked the greasiness from the repeated frying. Next, he added scallions and ginger to the pot, stir-fried the golden red meat strips with the green and red peppers for a few seconds, and then prepared a bowl of red sauce. This sauce was made with water, salt, soy sauce, a spoonful of broth for flavor, and cornstarch. It was a type of thickening agent. He poured the sauce over the boiling hot meat strips. The crispy, bubbly crust easily absorbed the savory sauce. Tang Lei lifted the pot and tossed it a few times. The meat and vegetables tumbled and rolled, yet remained firmly in the pot. The flames on the stove rose and fell fiercely, but Tang Lei stood unmoved amidst the smoky aroma. He even used his ruthless, iron-like hands to pick out a piece after tossing it. Ouch, hiss. A bit hot. It's still lacking flavor. While the pot was still hot, he picked up the vinegar bottle, drizzled some vinegar around the edge of the pot, and sprinkled in some minced garlic. This flavor is just right. With that little bit of vinegar, the savory aroma was elevated to another level. The only thing to be careful about is that too much vinegar or a cold pot can cause the carefully fried crust, achieved 3 times over, to soften. So sometimes, the braised pork slices in some small restaurants are simply served soft. It's either the heat isn't right, or the restaurant owner is stingy with the heat and oil. Conversely, if this dish is well made, the restaurant owner is at least someone who's willing to spend money on the food. In the restaurant business, you have to be willing to feed your customers. Only then will the customers be willing to feed the restaurant. Everything was ready, and Tang Lei picked up the wok and started cooking. Alright, go plate it. His voice trailed off. Great! That wok flipping technique was amazing. Tang is truly exceptional. Clap, clap, clap. A burst of applause rang out from the kitchen. Several people lined up, seemingly just coming to their senses, and began clapping enthusiastically. Tang Lei gave them a helpless glare. Are you watching acrobatics? Wake up! Get to work! The crispy crust of this braised pork is perfectly cooked, it'll still be crunchy after you finish eating. I'll fry another plate later so you can eat it hot. Okay, Ali laughed heartily, and together with Lao Bawan, they plated the food and carried it out. Tang Lei then began directing the others to cook the last vegetarian dish, braised potatoes and eggplant. They casually tossed the soaked glass noodles into the large pot of stew, which was bubbling with a rich, fragrant aroma. After Gennady and Lao Lu finished helping with the chores, they exchanged a glance, then buried themselves in their work without a word. Eat first. They understood that with the prisoner arriving, there was nothing left for them to do. If they didn't eat quickly, they'd be sent back to work soon. Before the thought even finished, Nikita's wheelchair had already wheeled up to them. He smiled warmly. Gennady, eating? Is it good? Gennady chuckled. It's delicious, cousin. Oh right, I forgot you can't eat, cousin. Want to hear what it tastes like? Let me tell you, this stew is absolutely amazing. Everything's cooked until soft and tender. And this, freshly made, glass noodles? They're so smooth and flavorful. Not greasy at all. With this soup and rice, I don't need to eat anything else. And these flatbreads, hee. Tang said there aren't many, so only the few of us who helped will get to share them first. These baked flatbreads are so delicious. Better than rye bread dipped in vegetable soup. And no oven needed. They come out easily while cooking. I'll try it sometime. Stick them in the beef offal soup pot. And this meat, crispy and tender, I think it would be great dipped in shrimp sauce. Ha! His endless description didn't finish. Because Ludmila appeared just in time, she pressed down on his head and slapped him. Eat your food. You've got some nerve, kid. He could still chatter on and on despite Nikita's increasingly fierce gaze. He's really fearless. She casually cast a sympathetic glance at Nikita. Although I heard this was your treatment for anorexia, I never expected. This treatment was so cruel. No wonder this guy's personality changed so drastically. Nikita sighed wearily. Believe me, getting him to describe his tastes to me was definitely not part of the planned therapy. He was just angry and wanted to be sarcastic. But he forgot. His family doesn't understand sarcasm. Nikita, exhausted, decided to be direct. Gennady, stop eating, go back to the cafeteria and cook. Your family is waiting for you at the cafeteria. Put the pancake down. Are you going to stuff it into your sleeve? Gennady reluctantly opened his mouth wide, like a squirrel storing food in its cheeks in winter, trying to stuff the pancake and other food into his mouth. Ugh. Nikita sighed again at the image of the Kirill family, and, incidentally, lit a smug little sixth brother's plate as well. And the head chef of Zone 2, the canteen staff complained to me today about you abandoning them and not going back. Old Six was speechless. Didn't I already arrange a few new dishes I learned from Tang? What else is there to complain about? Ugh, so annoying. When we were eating sausages every day, they wouldn't mind me leaving for as long as I wanted. Nikita was silent for a moment. Is there a possibility? Is it because of the food he learned from Canteen 5 that Old Six, the head chef, suddenly became important to the people in Canteen 2? Looking at the two bewildered and unwilling head chefs, Ludmila's gaze towards Nikita unconsciously became more sympathetic. Have the people in your prison always been like this? Nikita sighed. They're alright, at least they're not stupid. Besides, the chef's intelligence, well, Tang has probably already taken it all. He shook his head. I'm going back too. Tang won't let me eat another bite here. Going back to arrest Gennady might yield some results. Nikita swayed away in his wheelchair, leaving Ludmila standing there, a sudden bad feeling creeping over her. The Kirill family, can they still leave? Before Ludmila could think further, a fragrant aroma wafted over. Ludmila's mind went blank for a moment. Yelena brought out a full plate of food and placed it in front of her. Captain, come on, eat. Ludmila, still half asleep, was pulled to the table and picked up a knife and fork. Wait, I need to find Kiri. Yelena buried her head. Ugh, smack. Ludmila took a deep breath. Eating manners. Even so, she subconsciously took a bite. Then, without realizing it, she finished the food, mimicking Yelena, and poured the broth over the rice. A dozen minutes later, Ludmila faced the empty plate and the shiny bowl. She touched her stomach, somewhat stunned. Was she about to say something? How could she be so undisciplined? It must be because Yelena's eating looked too delicious. It swayed her senses. Ludmila scrutinized Yelena as she carefully finished the last grain of rice, then suddenly said, "After eating like this every day, can you still maintain your physical fitness? No wonder you were stronger today, but slower." Yelena was startled and quickly said, "I was trying to control myself." "Ludmila, you mean getting 2 portions of food?" Yelena shrank back. "Well, did Brother Tang hand them to me?" "Ludmila, starting tomorrow, you're increasing my training volume." "Haha, be lenient, madam." A hearty laugh rang out. Nikita's father, the gray-haired Major General Andrei Kirill, quietly appeared in the 5th mess hall with his wife. After all, who wouldn't be tempted by divinely bestowed delicacies? Ludmila immediately remembered upon seeing him. Right, she had just wanted to ask when the Kirill family had left. But, Yelena looked up curiously, "Didn't you go to the 1st mess hall with Gennady to eat rotten food?" The middle-aged Major General chuckled. We finished, just passing by for a walk after dinner." "So, is there anything left here?" "Don't waste food, we can finish it." Ludmila remained silent. She had heard that a group of people were jogging and exercising in the food street at night, getting fatter and fatter. Today, Kirill came to the mess hall for a walk, and he didn't look much better. Yelena peeked inside. "The prisoners have already devoured the 1st pot," Yelena said. "That's all for now. For those who finished quickly, Brother Tang will cook a 2nd batch. If you're free, you can wait." "That's great, I've got nothing to do." He laughed, sitting down as if to complain. "Nikita, I don't know what got into him. He actually set limits on our food portions, saying that it's bad for older people to eat too much. That's strange, this kid never cared about this before, did he?" Ludmila. She had some idea about the Major General's past, but there was no need to explain now. Anyway, they didn't seem to be obedient. Sure enough, a moment later, Gennady's father, Joseph, and his wife also appeared silently, having done a clumsy disguise. The 2 Kirills met, both surprised and delighted. "Big brother, you're here too. Don't let Nikita know." "Don't worry, Big brother understands." A while later, the next Kirill stood at the canteen entrance. Once Tang Lei's 2nd pot was served, all the Kirills except Gennady and Nikita were gathered together. "Hee, I knew that wasn't enough to fill us up. Nikita won't find out, will he? I have a feeling he's plotting something terrible." No, if he were to find out, he would have caught them when Big Brother arrived. "We've learned our lesson this time." Ludmila watched silently, suppressing the urge to roll her eyes. Is there a possibility that he did find out, but he's planning to wait until everyone's here, then catch them all at once? "You're all sneaking food, huh?" A sinister voice suddenly rang out. The group of Kirills were startled. "Damn it, Nikita. Ahem, son, it's not that we stole any, it's that you can't eat it." Nikita smiled faintly. "Have you completed your mission?" "Completed." "Nikita, that's good. You can go now, go home." His father smiled awkwardly. "Sigh, we didn't have anything to do. Now we have." Nikita waved his phone. "I told Grandpa and 4th uncle about your stinky feast. Now they're asking you when you can bring the stinky food home. I've already calculated it for you. It's only a 2 or 3 day drive back from here. If Grandpa doesn't see you and the food within 3 days." He tapped the screen. "I just took pictures of you eating here." "Ha!" A group of Kirills gaped. "Nikita, you weren't like this before." Nikita's response was only 2 words. "Heh, why were they like this? Didn't these people know?" He pointed out with his last shred of conscience. "It's not like we're not letting you come back. Go see Grandpa first, find a proper reason before you come back. If all goes well, we can even build a supply depot nearby, find some jobs, have family members come, station them permanently or on rotation, and so on." The Kirills suddenly understood. "Ah, right. You're so smart, Nikita." Nikita himself nodded calmly, quite satisfied. After going through these procedures, his anorexia should be cured. When these people come back, it'll be his turn to eat his fill. "So, when are you leaving?" "Leave early. The sooner you get back." Ludmila also said, "I'll go back with you." She glanced at the plate with a strange longing, then used her strong willpower to snap back to reality. She wasn't like Yelena, that little glutton. The Kirills exchanged glances. Well, after we finish this meal." Tang Lei finished another pot and came out of the kitchen. "The bull's head is ready, want some?" Yes. The Kirills replied quickly. Even Nikita paused and looked over. His eyes seemed to say, "What about me?" Tang Lei nodded, "Just one piece." He turned back and hooked the bull's head out of the braising liquid. The huge bull's head had been chopped in half. The thick, gelatinous skin on the bull's face was tender and reddish-brown from the braising liquid. With a gentle slice, it separated softly and bouncily like slices of braised pork. 2 more plates of dipping sauce were placed on the table. 1 plate of cumin and chili powder, the other of soy sauce, vinegar, and minced garlic, indicating that everyone should help themselves. This ox's face was thick with meat, at least 10 pounds of meat could be cut from it. Those still in the cafeteria, regardless of their status, could all get a bite. Amidst the lively atmosphere, Tang Lei quietly went back to the kitchen and brought out the ox tongue and oxtail again. The ox tongue was blanched in hot water, then rinsed in ice water, and the skin was easily peeled off. The oxtail was cut along the joints and blanched to remove the blood and impurities. After blanching, both were simmered briefly in a pressure cooker with scallions and ginger. Meanwhile, sesame oil was heated in a pot, and scallions, ginger, and garlic were sautéed until golden brown and fragrant. Soy sauce was then added, followed by a spoonful of beef broth. The broth was allowed to simmer slowly for a while, allowing the various aromas to meld together. Tang Lei took the ox tongue and oxtail, which were almost cooked in the pressure cooker, out and arranged them in slices and chunks. He poured broth over them, then covered the pot and steamed them. Steaming followed by braising, 2 processing steps, made them even more tender and flavorful. After the beef head was divided up outside, Tang Lei quietly beckoned to Yelena, Old Man Bavan, and Ludmila in the kitchen. Want some special treat? Braised ox tongue and tail, it smells amazing. Braised oxtail tongue is a classic dish in Jinshi, so, not a single inch of the cow was wasted. Yelena and her father excitedly rushed into the kitchen to start their private meal. Oxtail tongue is tender, while oxtail is muscular and chewy, making it a delicious treat. Yelena, enjoying her meal, buried her head in a bone. Ludmila, who followed behind, looked at Yelena's face, smeared with sauce, with a complicated expression. She glanced at old Bavan. Aren't you going to do anything about it? She had finally managed to correct her somewhat unruly manners. Old Bavan, also gnawing on an oxtail bone, asked in confusion, do what? Ludmila expressionlessly picked up a piece of oxtail tongue. No, nothing. If they didn't hurry, it would be gone. Outside the window, Kirill's family had also finished their beef head. Nikita regained his senses and elegantly wiped his mouth. Finished eating? When are you leaving? His elderly father glanced at the still fragrant kitchen and said reluctantly, tomorrow morning, let's pack our things. We need to take the stinky food jar with us, and ask Gennady how we want to eat it. Nikita nodded, okay, first thing tomorrow morning. Don't delay. Joseph, okay. Tang Lei emerged from the kitchen, overhearing their discussion, and spoke up. I'm planning to make some new desserts tomorrow morning, so perhaps you. Okay, no, we'll eat breakfast before we leave. Joseph quickly changed his mind. Under Nikita's increasingly serious expression, they all assured him, we really are leaving right after we eat. This is definitely the last meal. Tang, what were we having for breakfast again? Tang Lei smiled slightly and took out glutinous rice flour. Have a bun. Captain Myra, why don't you wait until tomorrow to eat before you leave? Ludmila frowned slightly, alright. For some reason, she had a bad feeling. This feeling reached its peak when she saw Tang Lei making pastries the next morning. Tang Lei mixed glutinous rice flour with wheat flour, added water, and kneaded it into a dough. The texture of this dough was quite peculiar. It was firmer than regular wheat flour. While kneading, he took out the red beans he had soaked the night before. He steamed them until soft in a pressure cooker, then put them in a pot, scooped in a spoonful of snow-white lard, and stir-fried them with white sugar. Yelena was surprised. He was very experienced and understood immediately. This is the filling. You can't eat it. Tang Lei smiled, it's the filling, but you can try a little. He stir-fried the red bean paste filling until it caramelized, turning a deep purple color, then broke off a piece and handed it to Yelena. Yelena took a big bite, her blue eyes brightening. Sweet and sticky. Delicious. It has a slightly grainy texture. Tang Lei nodded, that means it's cooked perfectly. He took out the glutinous rice dough he had just prepared, ready to wrap the filling. This is a common snack in northeast China of Great Xia. It's called sticky bean buns. There are several different ways to make them, some using millet flour and some using glutinous rice flour. There are also some unusual ones, like those filled with rice or nuts. Tang Lei considered that these people might be going on a long trip, so he made the traditional version. As the name suggests, sticky bean buns are sticky. You can't tell now, but you'll understand everything once it's steamed. This stuff is made with high-quality ingredients inside and out, and it's sweet, filling, and satisfying on the go. Tang Lei fed Xiao Ya the filling while pinching off pieces of glutinous rice dough and stuffing them inside. After shaping them into long, thin buns, they were ready to be steamed. But the steaming method requires extra care. They basically need to be turned off the heat after about 20 minutes. Don't steam them for too long. Some unsuspecting out-of-towners once bought some and steamed them over high heat. After steaming, only a few sticky hills remained in the steamer. Then, upon closer inspection, they discovered that they could throw the steamer away along with the bun. This sticky mess is really irritating to the throat. and it causes heartburn. In some places, it's eaten directly with white sugar, which can alleviate the discomfort, but eating it raw, 1 or 2 is enough. In the past, people in northeast China often made large quantities and froze them on outdoor shelves. Whenever they wanted to eat it, they'd chop off a piece with an axe and cook it. Tang Lei had only made it for these people to take on their journey, so after calling a few to eat, he was planning to leave the rest raw in the snow. But several Karils stopped him. "Tang, are you selling this?" This was Joseph, already used to paying. "Take some back for us too. You said you can just steam it and eat it? I'll take it back for Xiao Si and the others to try." This was the eldest brother, Andre. "I've never had anything like this before. It's sweet, delicious, good for chewing. I'll slowly nibble on it on the way, hee hee." This was the youngest Kirill's sister, who had inadvertently revealed her feelings. And Nikita, who had gotten up early to see them off, only to learn he couldn't eat it. He was enveloped in a heavy atmosphere. He could only console himself. "Never mind. They're leaving soon." Just then, several Kirils scratched their heads and tentatively asked, "Don, are you going to cook fresh food for lunch too? How about we eat lunch before we leave? Breakfast doesn't count as a meal." "Darling, Nikita, I promise you, this will definitely be the last meal. We'll absolutely, positively leave after we finish eating." Nikita slapped her wheelchair. "I don't believe you for a second. If they let these people eat, there would be a final supper, breakfast, and then the next lunch. I need to call Grandpa." The Karils immediately became serious and sighed. All right. 2 little bears were pushed forward. "How about this, Nikita? We won't get any food. Could you help look after the kids for a couple of days? Don't underestimate them just because they're little. They're the next generation of the Karil family. Brains need to be cultivated from a young age." Of course, it's hard not to suspect whether they're staying for their brains or just for food. Nikita sighed, waved her hand, indicating, okay, let's go." The 2 little bears happily climbed into his wheelchair and waved to their parents. There was no fear of separation from their parents in their eyes. Only joy. "Mom and Dad, we made it to the cafeteria." The parents of the 2 little bears secretly gave their son a thumbs up. Good for him. The 2 children clung to Nikita's wheelchair, one on each side. "Uncle, we can work. And we eat less." Nikita patted the 2 children's heads and smiled faintly. Sure enough, the younger ones were more pleasing to the eye. "All right, you've finished eating and packed your things, you can go now." Nikita urged them to leave. Ludmila finished packing and waved goodbye to Yelena. Yelena clung to her reluctantly. A group of Kiril glanced at her. Considering they were about to say goodbye to the 5th dining hall together, they felt a deep sense of sympathy for Ludmila. How pitiful. Another one who couldn't stay in the dining hall. Ludmila gave them a puzzled look. She didn't quite understand their gazes. Just then, Tang Lei walked out of the kitchen, saying regretfully, "You've only been here a couple of days. I was planning to make some new drinks and snacks as a reward for the prisoners. Looks like you won't be getting any." "What?" The Kiril's ears perked up immediately. "What kind of drinks? Besides food, are there drinks too? Alcohol? Oh, they can't drink that in prison. Milk? What else could it be?" Tang Lei smiled. "Milk tea. It's been very popular in Great Xia these past few years. Tea itself is a good thing, good for eyesight, detoxification, clearing heat and refreshing the mind. It's just that besides being fragrant, it's also a bit bitter, which young people don't really like. Adding milk and other seasonings neutralizes it, and it becomes sweet and delicious." "Oh," a group of Kirils eagerly looked at Nikita with drawn-out sounds. "Or, wait a few days." Nikita said expressionlessly, "Then you'll get a call from Grandpa." Even Nikita's own father trembled at the mention of the old man, complaining, "Don't scare people with your dad in broad daylight." Nikita was still considered a junior. What about the old man and those 2 young masters? He didn't dare think about it. They shook their heads, got into the car one by one, and called to Ludmila. "Little girl, let's go." Major General Andrei Kirill kindly reminded her, "Don't stay any longer. The longer you stay, the less you want to leave." But Ludmila stood there, suddenly asking Tang Lei, "You mean the milk tea you're making is like the afternoon tea in Deying? It's energizing?" Tang Lei smiled. "Somewhat, but definitely better. And it's not as complicated. Deying's afternoon tea is essentially just black tea, nothing special compared to the countless wild teas and 6 famous teas of Xia. It's really nothing special. But in Deying, although the tea itself isn't great, the prestige is impeccable. Drinking tea requires exquisite silver, pewter, and bone china teaware, with specific etiquette and timing. There are also all sorts of tea banquets and tea parties, used as a means of socializing and showcasing aristocratic style. After all this fuss, drinking tea has become a status symbol. And Xia? Let's not even talk about milk tea. Even just drinking tea itself isn't all that complicated. It's just a beverage. The fancy presentation is only for aesthetics, taste, and fun. What else can we do? Sages can drink it, emperors can drink it, and commoners can drink it too. The wealthy drink expensive teas, using elaborate, cloud and mist tea-making techniques to create 10 or more varieties, savoring the aroma for an entire afternoon. The poor take mulberry leaves and vines, processing them according to traditional tea-making methods, buying a pot of chrysanthemum tea from a roadside stall still fragrant, thirst-quenching, and refreshing. Therefore, although Tang Lei knew Da Hong Pao was a good tea, he felt no guilt about using it to make milk tea. It's all about drinking, so why not? Even making tea eggs. What's wrong with that? He used only the finest ingredients, without any advanced technology or fuss. After making it, there would be no waste. Making people happy with their food and drink is enough to justify the hardships the tea leaves had endured. Although he hadn't actually tasted it, Tang Lei had absolute confidence in the system's products. Therefore, he didn't mince words when answering Ludmila's comparison. The Kirill family, uninterested in the large bottle of red tea, drooled upon hearing Tang Lei's description. Don't say it, it'll only make you feel worse. Let's go, there'll be more next time. Hey, little girl, why did you put your bag down? Ludmila coughed lightly. Oh, I suddenly remembered, I still have some time left on my vacation. Considering Yelena is so heartbroken, I'll stay a few more days. Ha! The Kirill's eyes widened, suddenly feeling betrayed. Why are you staying behind when we've all left? That's not right. Ludmila, maybe it's because I don't need to follow General Kirill's orders for the time being? Nikita chuckled. That's true. Andrei said sullenly, but your car is still at the supply depot. If you don't come with us this time, how will you get back? Yelena interjected. I can. I have a car. If the captain wants to go back, I'll drive her. Stay a few more days now. Andrei racked his brains trying to persuade her. Besides, vacation is good. Young people still need to focus on their work. Take advantage of your youth and strive harder. That's what they mean. Afraid that their brothers are suffering, and also afraid that their brothers are driving Land Rovers. Going together is a sign of deep friendship. Staying behind for food and drink, that would hurt their brother's feelings. But Ludmila waved her hand. It's okay. The boss can't find anyone to replace me yet. Staying for a while isn't bad. That's some tough talk. A group of Kirills, their eyes red with envy, had no choice but to reluctantly board the vehicle. They didn't forget to say, we'll be back soon. Tang, don't forget us. Tell us if you find anything good to eat or drink, or even some fresh pickled vegetables. We'll buy them. With their shouts fading, their figures disappeared into the snowstorm. Yelena hugged Ludmila tightly, overjoyed. Captain, you're really not leaving? Ludmila nodded reservedly. Just staying a few more days. You didn't want me to leave, did you? I was afraid you'd cry in the middle of the night, even though you're a grown woman. And I'll check on your training progress. Yelena paused for a second, then smiled broadly, whispering, that's good too. Thank you, Captain. She released Ludmila and rushed over to hug Tang Lei tightly. And brother Tang. Tang Lei was caught off guard and was enveloped in the crisp scent of snowflakes. He touched his nose sheepishly. Nothing to thank me for. You should thank me. Brother Tang is the best. Yelena laughed, nuzzling her light blonde head against Tang Lei's chest. Tang Lei's nose started itching again. His hands were itching too. He couldn't help but reach out and ruffle her soft hair. It's okay, as long as Yelena's happy. Puff. He almost choked, quickly patting Yelena. Yelena, loosen up a bit. Cough cough. Brother Tang's bones are going to break from your hug. This is. Yelena got so excited, it was a real bear hug. Yelena quickly let go, looking embarrassed. Sorry, Brother Tang, the captain always taught me to hold on to what I like tightly. Otherwise, it'll be taken away. Tang Lei couldn't help but glance at Ludmila, receiving a gloating look in return. He said helplessly, yes, but your brother Tang is a delicate cook. Handle it gently, okay? Ludmila rolled her eyes again, but Tang Lei pretended not to notice. Alright, Yelena, can you drive now? I want to go find that place I told you about a few days ago. You should be able to find it before lunch and come back. Yelena nodded and went to get the car. Leaving Ludmila behind, she looked Tang Lei up and down, then suddenly smiled. This woman usually seemed cold and tough, extremely unapproachable. But now, with a smile, she possessed a classic Slavic beauty, icy and beautiful. However, she said with a smile, can't you even hug me? You think you can get Xiao Ye with this? Are you even capable? With that, she waved and went inside. I'll be staying at Xiao Ye's place for the next few days. I'm going to rest now. I'll come back for dinner. Tang Lei stared blankly at her retreating figure, the old mother's mocking words replaying in his mind. Are you even capable? Damn it. Tang Lei muttered, wait, am I meeting my future mother-in-law ahead of time? He suddenly felt a gaze that was half smiling, half amused. He looked down. "It's you again, Nikita." "You." Nikita quickly turned her wheelchair around. "I didn't say anything." "Good luck, bro." He patted the two little teddy bears. The wheels rumbled, and the two little teddy bears chugged along, pushing the wheelchair away quickly. Tang Lei shook his head speechlessly. He's still too full. They're all so bored. Just as he was contemplating whether to be even more ruthless, Yelena returned. "Brother Tang, where are we going?" Tang Lei pulled out a map. He had drawn it according to the address given by the system. "Here, take a look." Yelena glanced at it, somewhat puzzled. "This place seems to be in a no-man's land? There are no main roads, we can only follow the directions, and we might not be able to drive all the way there." Tang Lei nodded. "Yeah, as close as possible is fine. I can walk the last leg." Yelena started the car. "Brother Tang, how did you know we were going there? Are you looking for something?" Tang Lei smiled. "Would you believe me if I said I dreamt about it?" Yelena nodded seriously. "Yes, I believe you. Sometimes I dream about strange things, just like they're real. Sometimes there are dreams about things happening deep in Siberia. I could never have been there, but the feeling is like experiencing it firsthand." Tang Lei, haven't you thought about looking for it? Yelena shook her head sincerely. "No, I don't have time. I have to exercise every day, I have to cook, I'm either cooking or on my way to cook or helping with cooking. Why look for those things? You can't eat them. At most, you can watch them as cartoons when you can't sleep at night." Tang Lei, very good. Still so real. As expected of you, Xiao Ya. They drove for over an hour. The off-road vehicle gradually broke free of the permafrost, rushing into the depths of the snowfield, weaving through the birch forest. Another half-hour passed before Yelena finally stopped the car. "We can't go any further." They were completely lost, the tangled woods blocking their view and the road. On the snow-covered ground were only fallen leaves and animal tracks. This was a land far removed from civilization. Tang Lei looked around, confirmed with the system in his mind, and said, "Yelena, wait for me in the car. I'll go look for it. Watch the car. If there's any trouble, honk the horn, or I'll call you." Yelena nodded, then thought for a moment and pulled a small knife from the car. "It seems like this is all I have left. I kept it from the last time we ate meat. Take it, Tang Ge. For self-defense. If there are wolves or bears here, be sure to call me." Tang Lei nodded, not refusing her kindness. He casually pushed aside the bushes and snow, following the direction given by the system, heading deeper into Siberia. It was quiet all around, except for the soft crunch of his footsteps on the snow. Tang Lei walked along, talking to the system. "System, do you think if I keep walking north, I can reach the North Pole? That's interesting. I'm here alone, looking for trees, and the silence is almost eerie. Those people who crossed the Bering Strait during the Ice Age, how did they dare? They didn't even know their final destination, yet they dared to embark on such a strange and long journey, moving from one continent to another. Didn't they consider that the ice might melt, the sea might part the land again, and their entire tribe might perish along the way?" The system beeped slowly again. "I might have thought about it, but I still have to go. Without this courage to face the unknown, such a fragile race as humanity might have disappeared long ago." Tang Lei sighed. "Yes, fragile. I often realize that even with a system, I'm still just a human, my physique isn't that great. Especially when facing Xiao Ya." The system seemed puzzled. "This shouldn't be. Actually, we great Xia people just look a bit plain, our physique isn't bad, is it? Back then, we were a race where one Han man could take on 3 Hu men. You're at least a mid-level chef now, you could easily beat Ludmila, how come you're not as strong as that little girl?" Tang Lei, does that mean you have counterfeit products? Confess, did you put those expired strength pills back into the store? Those things in your store? Tang Lei suddenly paused as the system roared in anger once again. "Holy crap, system. You!" Amidst the blanket of white snow, a low tree suddenly came into view. This tree was verdant, rooted in a massive, snow-covered rock, its leaves as broad as palms. It stood out starkly against the surrounding white snow and birch trees. However, perhaps because it grew in the snow, the edges of its originally purplish-red leaf buds were now edged with a faint silver. Pale sunlight filtered through the sparse birch grove, and its leaves trembled in the wind. A faint red glow appeared. A crimson robe. The Siberian snowstorm did not stain its verdant green. It was so full of life. Tang Lei was stunned for a long time. The system, which had been holding back all the way, finally spoke triumphantly. "I told you, anything from the system is guaranteed to be top-notch. Now, this Da Hong Pao tree that I've carefully cultivated is yours." "Surprised? Unexpected?" Tang Lei murmured. "I think if you said that besides this tree, the old man under it is also mine, I'd be even more surprised." "System? What, the old man? What old man?" The system panicked. pacing back and forth. No, this can't be they. Tang Lei quickly reassured him. Don't worry, it's definitely not those few. Even if he had 8 lives, he wouldn't dare call them those old men. Similarly, even if this crimson-robed tree had 8 lives, it wouldn't dare lie before those old men's kneeling worship. That's right, kneeling worship. The old man before him had gray hair and wore a hat adorned with long bird feathers. He wore a heavy leather coat with a fur collar. He was kneeling prostrate beneath the crimson-robed tree. Tengri heaven, your descent of this divine tree, does it mean? No, wait a minute. Tang Lei, halfway through the conversation, sensed something was amiss. He took a step forward. This tree doesn't recognize you, Tengri, don't try to claim kinship. The old man was startled, quickly scrambling to his feet and holding up a leather drum painted with exaggeratedly colorful human faces. Tengri above, what kind of demon are you? How dare you insult the sacred tree? Tang Lei felt a surge of unease. He mentally poked the system. What kind of work are you doing? What happened to the no man's land? This huge tea tree suddenly appeared in this freezing wilderness. Anyone with eyes could see it's a treasure. How could something so valuable not attract covetous eyes? The system was also bewildered. It's a no man's land. I even took special anti-theft measures. No one can touch this tree except with your permission. If you don't agree, the leaves will wither if picked, and it will trigger my warning. But how? It hadn't expected it either. How did an old man end up worshipping a tree in the no man's land? Tang Lei sighed helplessly and stepped forward. This tree is mine. I transplanted it, not Tengri. The old man took 2 steps back warily, shouting angrily. If it's not Tengri, how could such a tree grow here? Ignorant brat. My ancestors have been here for generations. Our eyes have spanned nearly 1,000 years. This is a sacred tree. It could never be yours. Seeing that he was an old man, Tang Lei didn't want to just beat him up, so he patiently tried to reason with him. I am from Great Xia. This tree is from my hometown. I improved and transplanted it. Otherwise, how could I have found it here? You know this is a no man's land. I can show you a picture of it in Great Xia. This is a pure Great Xia species. The old man frowned. Great Xia. So that's it. You're a Great Xia person now. My companions and I patrol this land every day. You've never been here. What transplant? Don't try to fool this old man. No human could possibly grow such a large tree here. We've tried for so long, and it's impossible. It landed here. It belongs to this land. It was a gift from Tengri. The system screamed loudly in Tang Lei's mind. He's talking nonsense. If it weren't for me, this land wouldn't grow to Hong Pao at all. Nowhere but Great Xia. This is mine. How dare he? Tang Lei's head throbbed from the noise. Stop yelling. Do you have any way to just take the tree away? The system paused for a moment. It's possible to take it, but uprooting it will cause it a lot of damage. Maybe, all the leaves will fall off. After it finished speaking, the large red shrub seemed to sense its impending baldness and suddenly swayed. The tree's bluish-purple leaves trembled, full of a will to survive, and Tang Lei felt a pang of heartache watching it. He sighed. All right then, I'll try reasoning with him a bit more. If that doesn't work, I'll give this old man a good whack with a brick. Then take the tree away. The system was inherently unpredictable, and Tang Lei was helpless. Fortunately, the old man didn't do anything to harm the tree. Otherwise, reasoning wouldn't be an option now. Tang Lei simply sat down cross-legged. Old man, who are you? What are you doing here? Where are your family? He noticed the old man's constant use of TNC in his mystical talk, and thought that even the Orthodox Christians of Russia didn't address him that way. Tengri is. The system suddenly said, I understand. At the same time, the old man straightened his thick fur and spoke solemnly and proudly. I am a shaman. 2 voices rang out simultaneously. Tang Lei suddenly understood. Good heavens. No wonder he doesn't call himself God. It turns out they're not even from the same section. Shamanism, also called shamanism, is strictly speaking just a title. To put it respectfully, they call themselves people who communicate with spirits. In layman's terms, in northeastern Mandarin, they perform shamanistic rituals. Shamans are found all over the world. There are some in Great Xia as well. Tang Lei had heard of them before when he watched the Mongolians perform the Sira. These shamans are close to nature, leading their families and still living a life far removed from civilization. He never expected to encounter one in Siberia. No wonder he ended up in the no man's land. The system beeped resentfully. There are some, and some of them are even related to the Great Xia. Humph. It was clearly quite angry. Tang Lei nudged it reassuringly and spoke to the old man. You've been worshipping this tree for so long, has it responded to you? He remembered that shamanic beliefs lean towards animism. His worship here was probably an attempt to communicate with the tree. The old man's face stiffened. Tang Lei chuckled. So it's not yours? Don't believe me? Try picking a leaf. The old shaman shook his head repeatedly. How could I desecrate the sacred tree? Tang Lei thought to himself, if you knew I was going to pluck the leaves and fry them, you'd be fighting tooth and nail. He simply reached out and touched a leaf himself. The branch obediently placed a leaf bud in his hand, which fell off with a gentle touch. Tang Lei held out his hand. Here, want to smell it? The old shaman, caught off guard, cried out, You. He couldn't catch his breath and frantically pounded his chest. You dare destroy it? I'll fight you to the death. He actually disregarded his advanced age and lunged forward. Tang Lei was startled and quickly caught him. Damn it, don't try to scam me. The old shaman, ignoring everything, brandished his large drum and wooden staff. Leave the sacred tree. He waved his hand to grab the leaf bud. Tang Lei didn't dodge, but the old man suddenly cried out. Why? The seemingly harmless leaf, the moment it touched his hand, suddenly withered away. It instantly lost all life. No. The old man scratched helplessly with both hands, glaring angrily at Tang Lei. Did you do something to it? We've waited so long. This is Tengri's instruction. Tang Lei stood with his hands behind his back, quietly watching him, his expression calm. This isn't a sacred tree, it's just my tree. Why don't you go pick some leaves yourself and try? The old shaman stood there stunned for a moment. You say this is your tree. What are you going to do with it? It's a miracle of nature, it should be offered before Tengri, for prayers. Tang Lei scratched his head. Pick the leaves, dry them, bake them, steep them in water to drink, cook them, boil eggs with them, they're so fragrant. Wow. Old man, why can't you breathe? Do you have asthma? The old shaman began to gasp for breath again, his aged face twitching. You disrespect the gods. I'll show you the power of a shaman. The old man suddenly raised his large drum. He took a strip of cloth from a bundle lying on the ground beside him. He blindfolded himself. Tang Lei frowned slightly, remaining still, understanding. This was probably a shamanic ritual, a divine initiation. As the name suggests, it's about inviting spirits, or ancestors, to possess one's body. Blinding one's eyes represents relinquishing one's own will, becoming the vessel of a spirit. Then, the old man took out layers upon layers of cloth masks, covering his face. He wore feathers on his head and animal skins, raised his arm, and began to beat his single-sided drum. Dong dong dong. A muffled chant escaped his lips, mingling with the drum beats as he twisted his limbs. Dong 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 dong. A deep, muffled thud. The old shaman's contorted movement stopped, and he bent deeply at the waist, seemingly unable to support his body. At the same time, Tang Lei's heart skipped a beat. An indescribable sense of oppression emanated from the withered body of the old man before him. A deep voice came from behind the mask, completely different from the old man's voice just now. Ha, people of Great Xia, it's been many years since I've seen you. How nostalgic. The old man, or rather, some unknown being, slowly stepped forward, scrutinizing Tang Lei's face. Tang Lei remained unmoved, speaking calmly. Have we met before? The being thought for a moment. Yes. More than 700 years ago, we met. Tang Lei frowned slightly. The being chuckled twice more. Boy, my descendants told me that you want to seize the treasures of this land? You have great courage. But, those with great courage all have one flaw. Tang Lei raised an eyebrow. Short-lived. Leave this sacred tree, and I might spare you. Tang Lei laughed, then got angry. I was only being polite because you're an old man. So you won't listen to reason, huh? I told you this is my tree. You try lifting that curtain and see if this thing grows here on its own. The being was enraged. You dare disrespect the gods? Tang Lei was too lazy to say more. He reached into his pocket, pulled out the small knife Yelena had given him, and flicked it in the wind. The blade was drawn. I'm thinking, an old man with a broken bone has to pay compensation, but an old monster shouldn't, right? He mentally poked the system. Is there any way to get rid of this old guy? The system seemed to be frantically flipping through data. I don't know yet, but whatever you do, beat him up first. This system hates it when people steal from me. I have a phobia of it. Host, charge. Beat him up. Tang Lei smiled. Okay. He took a step forward. You think you can act tough just because you're old and don't bathe, huh? Come on, let's see what you're made of. Let's see if you come out on your own, or if I'll beat you out. The shaman was stunned, seemingly unable to understand why this person, upon seeing such a supernatural phenomenon, didn't immediately bow down and worship, but instead became even more agitated. Tang Lei, however, was impatient. This isn't his ancestral home. What respect is there to him? Steal my things? I'll chop down any demons or monsters you see. Anyway, the system said there are no gods or immortals. What is he afraid of? The words had barely left his lips when the being let out a piercing shriek, and a gust of wind swept in from the depths of the birch forest. Ignorant brat. You have no idea what you are facing. When I followed that great Khan across this land, your ancestors were still nursing somewhere. The wind howled, and the faint sound of horses' hooves could be heard. Tang Lei's expression turned solemn. Before him was the same old man, but the gust of wind seemed to bring something heavier, forcefully assaulting Tang Lei's mind. The unknown being possessing the old man laughed wildly. Look, these 700 years. The souls of our ancestors descend generation after generation through rituals, passing on our will and communicating our thoughts. So heavy, so long. Great Xia people, how can your short 20-odd years of life contend with us, the shamans whose lineage continues unbroken? Drown in years you cannot bear. Tang Lei frowned. An invisible force suppressed his limbs, making his body suddenly feel as heavy as if trapped in mud. In a daze, countless galloping warhorses and yellow sand seemed to appear before his eyes. A massive amount of information forcibly poured into his mind, causing Tang Lei's head to throb with pain. The system beeped incessantly. No martial ethics. I'm so angry. An old monster dares to trick my host. Host, hold on. I'm going to shake it. But Tang Lei could no longer hear what it was saying. The heavy force tried to press his head down. Tang Lei stared intently at the oncoming iron hooves in his hallucination, gritting his teeth, and suddenly let out a cold laugh. 700 years. Is that so impressive? At the same time, another voice rang out. A mere few hundred years. Tang Lei felt a wave of relief wash over him. The next voice, laced with anger, appeared. What, using your ancestors to bully the younger generation? Everyone has a few ancestors, right? The next voice sounded somewhat helpless. Ancestors? Who do we have here? Just a little fellow who's only a few hundred years old. Sigh, young people these days, so impatient. Nonsense. Tang Lei suddenly burst into laughter. The pressure on him vanished without a trace, leaving him feeling refreshed and invigorated. All his fantasies disappeared, leaving only the old shaman standing there, seemingly unable to comprehend. What did you do? Why is my power? Before he could finish speaking, a sudden gust of wind arose. But this time, it was in reverse. Puffed. The old man had almost no chance to react before his knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. He was completely prostrate. He struggled to lift his head, his eyes revealing a terror that even his mask couldn't conceal. Before him stood the young man from Great Xia, looking down at him calmly. Even a hint of pity? Behind him, there was nothing but a silent birch forest. It was as if something insurmountable stood there, something that neither wind nor snow dared to approach. Tang Lei shook his head and grinned. I'm going to reason with your descendants. Why are you so reckless as to rely on your ancestors? At the same time, a distant, mournful sound drifted from the wind, speaking softly to the shaman prostrate on the ground. Young man, I've heard you believe our descendants have short lifespans? Do you mean several times shorter than the lifespan of your so-called family and lineage? Bang! A muffled thud. The old man's head slammed against the frozen ground. Tang Lei felt a pain for him from the impact. But this old monster probably didn't care because it wasn't using his own body. He only cared about shakily raising his head, looking in Tang Lei's direction with terror. The Great Xia. How long have you existed? How is that possible? There are so many. Tang Lei couldn't see anything, but he didn't need to see. He simply squatted down, speechless. I already said, I'm from the Great Xia. 5,000 years, the only civilization with an unbroken lineage. Was this a joke? Some people's ancestors are counted individually, some people's ancestors are hundreds of years old. But the ancestors of the Great Xia were groups, thousands of years old at a time. Who are you messing with? You have no sense of propriety. And you've even met the Great Xia people. The shaman's ancestor trembled, but the Great Khan clearly conquered you all back then. He possessed divinely bestowed bravery, invincible, his iron hooves trampling across the entire continent. Tang Lei smiled. Your Great Khan later erected a monument proclaiming himself a Great Xia person. He changed the Great Xia system, learned the Great Xia script, and used the Great Xia name. He conquered that land, and was conquered by its civilization. Do you know why? The old shaman shook his head blankly. Tang Lei pointed to the large red tree in the distance. Because our civilization can feed people. The first thing people do in this world is to fill their stomachs. The conquests of nomadic peoples originated from the desire for food, extinguished by the smoke of agricultural civilization. So, it was just about having enough to eat. The old shaman murmured to himself. Great Khan, what you seek the way to govern the country and the world, is it merely to feed everyone? Tang Lei said calmly, what else? In modern society, it's hard to imagine how tempting the prospect of not going hungry is. But what if we go back a few decades, a few centuries, when a loaf of bread cost 500,000? Even a failed art student's speech in a tavern could command a huge following. But if everyone could fill their stomachs and not worry about food and drink, who wouldn't want a peaceful, simple life? The spirit from 700 years ago seemed stunned. He lay prostrate on the ground, unable to rise. Or perhaps he couldn't rise. He just sheepishly hunched over, muttering to himself. Great Khan, did you foresee this back then? That agrarian civilization has gone further than our iron hooves. Tang Lei, seeing that he had no intention of getting up and continuing his rambling, looked around. Ancestors, is there any way to get him away? Can we just leave him here? I'm in a hurry to pick leaves. I want to drink milk tea. Ouch! A sudden pain shot through his head. A slap landed on his forehead. I almost forgot if you didn't tell me. Was it you, you brat? You ordered someone to supply us with canned herring. Tang Lei stared in disbelief. What? He did order Gennady to supply some things. But who ordered him to supply us with canned herring? I didn't. I don't know him. Slap. Another slap. My ancestors, I was wrong. Bang. I'm going to beat him up when I get back. I'll dump all his canned herring and feed it to the dogs. Leave me a bite, and I won't even have any noodles left for instant noodles. Humph. The voice finally seemed satisfied. What's this milk tea stuff? Offer some too. Another voice said. Tang Lei nodded repeatedly. Okay, no problem. And tea and snacks, prepare them all for our ancestors. As he spoke, he tried hard to distinguish the voices. If he wasn't mistaken, there might be one of their voices here. But before he could find it, the first authoritative voice spoke again. As for this little guy, let's take him to play first. A gust of wind swept through, and the old shaman finally came to his senses, trembling. No. At the same time, a voice suddenly appeared. Brother Tang? Tang Lei turned around and saw Yelena carrying a large shovel, skipping and hopping towards him. Need any help? I've been waiting for you for so long, I was worried you'd gotten lost. Tang Lei was taken aback. We've come all this way, what if we can't find the car? No way. Yelena confidently turned around, revealing a mess behind her. A clear, thin line had been shoveled into the snow. The frozen ground had been turned upside down. Yelena, I marked it. There's absolutely no mistake. Tang Lei. Very good. Very powerful. Yelena ran up and immediately saw the old shaman lying on the ground beside Tang Lei. Ha! The old man looked up, suddenly startled. You! Yelena tilted her head. What's wrong with me? Tang Lei was also somewhat surprised. But the old man seemed to suddenly come to his senses, jumping up and pointing at the large red shaman. He says this tree is his. Tell me, whose is it? Just say it. The system suddenly buzzed in Tang Lei's mind, seemingly puzzled as well. Yelena glanced at the tea tree, her eyes devoid of any greed, and simply said calmly, It's Brother Tang's. I know it can't grow here. If it did, it must have been Brother Tang's doing. Tang Lei laughed. You make it sound like I'm omnipotent. I'm just a cook. Yelena smiled, her eyes narrowing. Being a good cook makes you omnipotent. As her words fell, the old man, who had just regained his spirits, quickly slumped back down. Is that so? Even you admit it? The wind that had been interrupted earlier swirled up again, and the old man slumped to the ground, motionless. Only the distant sound of the wind remained. It's actually the great Xia. It's fate. Yelena was startled by the old man's sudden collapse and quickly went to check on him. What happened? Having a relapse? Don't try to scam me. Oh, he's still breathing. Tang Lei waved his hand. Let him lie there for a while, he should be fine. Come on, Xiao Ye, go pick some leaves for me. This Da Hong Pao tea, according to the 6 major tea genera, is an oolong tea. Based on its growing terrain, there's a more common category. Wood tea. As the name suggests, it grows on mountain rocks. Although this Da Hong Pao tea tree is rooted here, it stubbornly chooses a large rock to stand on, probably related to its nature. Tang Lei had already flipped through the tea-making techniques book in the system, and once again marveled at how unpredictable his luck was. Bad news, learning to make Wei rock tea is difficult. Good news, once you learn it, you'll know most teas. But where will he find the next tea tree? A skill is never a burden, it'll always come in handy, the system comforted him. Anyway, skills and rewards are non-refundable once sold. Tang Lei shook his head, too lazy to pay attention, and beckoned Xiao Ye to identify tea leaves. See these half-open buds? Help me pick these. This is the first step in tea picking. Like most tea varieties, although the leaves of Da Hong Pao look large, the actual tea used is these tiny dormant buds, or resting buds. Pick them, dry them for 2 days, and after drying and cooling, you can start processing. Yelena was completely confused. What processing? Tang Lei, anyway, we can drink it in a couple of days. Yelena put down the shovel and rolled up her sleeves. All right. The two quickly got to work. Fortunately, the Da Hong Pao tree wasn't too tall, so he could easily pick quite a few leaves by stepping on the stones. Tang Lei filled a large bag, thinking that the system had mentioned its improved variety where 1 leaf was equivalent to 100 leaves, so this should be enough. Alright, little yeah, that's enough. Let's go back. Yelena emerged, brushing the leaves off her clothes. Okay, what about this person? She pointed to the old man slumped on the ground. Tang Lei frowned. Leaving him here, who knows when he'll wake up, and what if some wild beast eats him? He's still alive, even if he's a bit annoying, he doesn't deserve to die. But if he takes him, he doesn't know where the old man lives, his family, or anything like that. Just as he was pondering this, the old man suddenly groaned. Tang Lei was delighted, walked over, lifted the old man's mask, and waved to him. You're awake. Your ancestors are gone.